Chapter 601. A bet that is bound to fail. The lion naturally refers to the Ashura clan, and the mouse refers to the human clan. The meaning of Sha Tianluo is simple. They disdain to associate with the human race. In their eyes, even though there are high-quality combatants in the human race, most of the others are just insidious people who only know how to calculate. Since you look down on the human race, how about making a bet? Tianjian Imperial Master suddenly spoke, his expression calm. The laughter of the Ashura tribe stopped abruptly. The agreement they had been tricked into still constrained them to this day. How could they be fooled again? Bimala immediately said, "My king, you must not fall into this trap." Sha Tianluo narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, the Tianjian Imperial Master held out 3 fingers. The human race sent 3 people, 1 each from the 2nd, 3rd and 4th levels. You select people of the same realm to fight with you. If the mortal race loses one of the 3 battles, the alliance will be forfeited and the previous agreement will be invalidated. As soon as these words came out, not only the Ashura clan was in an uproar, but even Deng Mo showed an expression of disbelief. Standing in the sky, Jinshin Siyu looked slightly sideways. He didn't know what this old man who was good at calculation was thinking. Why is the Ashura clan so notorious? Every tribesman is born to be a powerful warrior. As this power accumulates over time, it will only continue to exceed the understanding of the world. It is no exaggeration to say that in the same realm, there are very few beings who can defeat the Ashura clan. Even the Songlong lineage with strong bloodline would not dare to boast of such a high cow, let alone the human race with mixed good and bad. If we only compete for the highest combat power, or if we win 2 out of 3 battles, the human race may not have no chance of winning. But it takes 3 battles and 3 wins, including a 4th-grade battle. No matter who looks at it, it is almost a sure defeat. You know, along the way, the Ashura clan has defeated Dongyu Siming and 3 divine generals, which shows their strength. As for the human race that has not entered the 3rd level realm where it cannot be used, it has almost no chance of winning against the Ashura clan. Master Imperial Master! Deng Mo hesitated. When Sha Tianluo heard this, he suddenly laughed maniacally, and then punched out, hitting the god-suppressing Siyu in the distance from the air. The space is like a mirror, shattered inch by inch. With his strength reaching the realm of transcendence, the laws of this world are already unbearable. It seems that a casual blow can cause the space to collapse. However, the white-haired and black-bearded Jinshin Siyu refused to dodge. He could no longer move forward even 1 foot away from the shattered space. Click! The space is repaired, and the world returns to peace. It seems that you are not too old to do anything. Sha Tianluo smiled ferociously. We will accept this bet. 3 days later, on Tianliyuan outside Fengtian City, you can decide on the candidate during this period. Tianjian Imperial Master said without hesitation. Old man, what you said is nice, but I just want to take advantage of this time to prepare. But that's all. You are seeking death in this battle, and I don't bother to argue with you. So I will wait for you here for 3 days. Sha Tianluo glanced at the remains of the huge ferocious beast at his feet, and roared. You guys, you have been feeding on this beast in the past few days. The roar in response was deafening. This bet naturally spread to Fengtian City, causing an uproar. Everyone's reaction after hearing this was surprisingly unanimous. Isn't this battle destined to be lost? They have this idea, not only because the power of Ashura has been deeply ingrained in their hearts, but also because of the devastation caused by the Ashura clan along the way in the eastern region. For ordinary people, the commander of a domain and the 12 generals are an elusive existence, just like a belief. This is also the purpose of Dakian, who has always promoted the achievements and reputation of divine generals. However, the commander of EU and the 3 divine generals were no match for the Ashura clan, and their faith naturally collapsed, replaced by deep despair. Although no one dared to talk loudly, if you listen carefully, you can hear whispers everywhere in tea houses, taverns, and even in Fireworks Willow Alley. Could it be that Master Tianjian is old? Otherwise, why would he make such a stupid move? Yes, the Ashura clan was about to retreat, but they made a bet again, and it was a bet that was bound to lose. I know that the commander of the Eastern Territory, known as Bahuan Guiming, is Master Deng's disciple. Even he is no match. If the others compete, wouldn't they be seeking death? Master Ningzhan, the martial god of the Eastern region. I still remember his appearance during the New Year's congratulations ceremony. Even he was defeated. Based on this, in the competition between the 2nd and 3rd grades, wouldn't it be true that no one in our human race can take action? After all, who can be stronger than Si Ming and the divine general. Amid the lamentations, some people held different opinions. That's not necessarily true. There are strengths and weaknesses between Si Ming and divine general. The eastern region has been blessed by Master Ding and has had few disasters for many years. This strength is naturally weak. A bit. If we can find commanders and generals from other places, we might have some chance of winning. At this time, someone thought, Master Nan Tianlong is here. Can we be fully confident in the second-level competition? The dragon in the south and the ghost in the north are two legendary commanders. Their powerful images have long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. When everyone heard the words, there was light in their eyes, but it quickly dimmed. The Yin Qi in the southern region is extremely strong, and the Garuda clan is watching with eager eyes. Tianlong Siming has no ability to clone himself. It's a pity that Master Bei Guisho disappeared 20 years ago, and his life and death are unknown. Otherwise, our human race would have a good chance of winning in the second-level battle. Don't mention the past anymore. So what if the second grade can win? What should the third and fourth grades do? This bet requires winning all 3 matches before the human race can be considered a winner. This is simply impossible. As soon as these words came out, sighs came and went. After Emperor Ming heard the news, he was extremely puzzled. He could understand that the Tianjin Imperial Master wanted to settle things once and for all, so he wanted to form an alliance with the Ashura clan. But this kind of bet is too childish. In the Imperial study room, anyone could see the gloominess on Emperor Ming's face. Unically said cautiously, Master National Preceptor may also have difficulties. The Ashura clan was plotted before and made an agreement with Master Ding, which resulted in them being bound to the extreme realm of the Eastern Territory for so many years. If there is no need for such a bet, the Ashura clan may not be willing to accept it. I don't know this, but how difficult is it to win 3 out of 3 battles? Let's not talk about the battle between the second and third grades. Who can take on this important task in the battle between the fourth grades? This, Unically naturally couldn't give an answer. Being able to assist Emperor Ming, he naturally knows far more than others. Under the third rank, the Ashura clan is almost invincible in the same realm. Even if it is 36 stars, it is still very bad. In fact, he was quite puzzled. What was the meaning of Tianjin Imperial Master making such a bet that was bound to fail? The atmosphere in the Imperial study fell into silence for a moment. After a long time, Emperor Ming pinched his eyebrows and asked, as for the candidates, what does the Imperial Master say? Unically respectfully replied, Master Imperial Master just told me that everything will be arranged by myself. On the other side, the Qin family's mansion has naturally been unblocked. Qin Feng and others also returned home. But Ernyang and the servants were still a little scared, and everything before seemed like a dream. The bet also made Qin Feng very worried. What kind of candidates should be arranged for the second grade, third grade and fourth grade competition to be sure of victory? It is really unrealistic to want to go undefeated. While he was thinking hard, Father Qin and the 2 ladies suddenly felt something in their hearts and looked at the same place. What's wrong? Qin Feng asked curiously, and then looked over. The shadow of the heavenly supervisor, dressed in white clothes and white hair, floated down and stopped in the courtyard. Chapter 602 Determining the Candidate. I'm afraid Ming Huang has already been troubled by the bet. If you don't think about countermeasures, why do you still have time to come here? Qin asked with raised eyebrows. Of course, that's why I came to the Qin mansion. Tianjin Imperial Master responded calmly. As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng and others' expressions changed. And then, they all looked at Father Qin. The authorities are so fascinated by the onlookers that they almost forget that for the second grade competition, who else is more suitable than Bei Guisho? Father Qin naturally responded. And then his expression froze. He had already withdrawn from public view and created the illusion of death, just to protect his family in secret. But if such a big competition appears again, wouldn't it let everyone know that Bei Guisho is not dead at all? But it is unrealistic to refuse here. After all, the battle with the Ashura clan is related to the safety of the human race. Unless the Nantian Dragon Flame boat from the Southern Territory can be invited, there is really no one more suitable than him for the second-level battle. Feeling the attention of everyone, Father Qin sighed. It's not impossible for me to take action, but the bet you made is to win 3 out of 3 battles. Even if I can win the second-level battle and lose the other 2 battles, the result is the same. Do you have any idea about the candidates for the third-rank battle? Should we let the people from Yuluozi take action? Or should we go to the Southern Territory to find the 3 divine generals? Or in other words, are you going to Sword Emperor City to find the Sword Emperor Bai Yin, who has unparalleled sword skills? Although Dakian has a vast territory and countless hermits and capable people. In Qin Jianan's eyes, there are only these few candidates he can think of. Qin Feng and others also looked at Master Tianjin, waiting for the other party's answer, but saw the white-haired old man turning his head to look at Lu Jianli, and never left his eyes. Father Qin said in surprise, "You want Jianli to participate in the third-level competition?" Master Tianjin nodded slightly. This choice was obviously beyond the expectations of everyone present, and everyone looked surprised. The reason why everyone reacted this way was not because Lu Jianli was not strong enough. She was the only one in history who could become a third-grade swordsman at the age of 20. But the main problem is that she is too young. Even though he is extremely talented, he still participates in too few actual battles, far less than those third-level masters who have already become famous. Considering that this battle is of great importance, Father Qin said seriously, "Did you make this choice after careful consideration?" The phantom of the Master Tianjin opened his right hand, and a stream of pure energy immediately flew into the air. During the trip to the eastern region, the scene of the battle between the 4 Azura kings and the Demon Slayer division appeared in the void. This is the celestial magic mirror flower. Water Moon. Qin Feng and others looked at the almost one-sided battle in the picture, and their expressions darkened. The power of the Azura clan far exceeded their expectations. Master Tianjin spoke calmly. "The Azura clan has 4 war kings. The Power King Tianjilu, the Evil King Bimala, the Mad King Sitoilu, and the Killing King Zayuluo. Both the Li King and the Evil King have 8th level tribulation power. Among them, the Li King is the strongest, and he was the one who defeated the eastern region Simon Qiuhuan. So in the second level battle, the Li King must take action. The Mad King and the Killing King are at the peak of their 7-turn calamity power. One has a powerful physical body with astonishing defense, and the other has a lightning-fast attack and is domineering. A third-grade battle is possible for both of them. Lu Jianli's practice of swordsmanship has reached the realm of the sword god. He is capable of both offense and defense, which is more than enough for this battle. Of course, the most important thing is, girl, you should have reached the threshold of the second level. Right." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the beautiful figure in white. The latter nodded slightly, put his fingers together slightly, and slashed towards the sky. The space is like white paper, and a line of sword energy is like scissors, which actually makes the space feel split for a moment. Father Qin raised his eyebrows. The key to the third level is that the human race can establish its own domain, where it can exert its own characteristics and maximize its strength. Then the secret of the second level is to make this domain control like an arm, and it can be integrated into the body or attack at any time. Lu Jianli's sword energy just now clearly combined the use of Ji and Yu into the way of swordsmanship. That sword may seem ordinary, but its power cannot be underestimated. Under my previous guidance, I was able to achieve this level, which is pretty good, but a little worse than what I was back then. Father Qin coughed dryly. Qin Feng's face froze. These words sounded familiar. Oh, I also said similar words when I was teaching the 2 ladies the magic of immortality. Spying on the second grade, Song Filan glanced at Sister Jianli, pursed her lips, and just thought that she should work hard to practice and keep up with her opponent's footsteps. She has never forgotten her wish to turn over and become the main palace and let the other party call her Sister Filan. Father Qin nodded in approval and said, "Jianli has such strength, corresponding to a third-grade battle. The outcome is at least between 50 and 50. What about the candidates for the 4th-grade battle? You should know that this battle is the most difficult." Qin Feng and others were puzzled by what he meant, and only heard Father Qin explain. The Azura clan has its own unique way of cultivation. After the 4th level, you can practice your own magical power. Shura ghosts and gods. After the human race reaches the 3rd level, they can use domains to fight against them. But at the 4th level, they lack the means to fight the enemy. The only solution I can think of is to find a powerful 100-ghost Taoist and using spirits to deal with the opponent and find flaws. Even though being a 100-ghost Taoist is an option, I have a better candidate. Tianjin Guisher said this. Qin Feng was still waiting for the next step, but saw the old man looking straight at him. A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart, and he moved a few steps to the side without leaving any trace. Unexpectedly, the Tianjin Imperial Master's sight also followed him. Qin Feng's expression suddenly froze. The others also saw the clues. Father Qin looked strange and asked directly, "Are you asking Fenger to participate in the 4th level competition?" Good. Everyone in the Qin family who received an affirmative answer had strange expressions on their brows, especially Qin Feng. The inner drama is far more exciting than his expression. He said dryly, "Such an important battle is related to the safety of the human race. Teacher, you can't let our Qin family be the plenipotentiary representative. Can you?" Of course. He actually had something else to say in his mind. Even if you want to pluck wool, you can't pluck it with a sheep. There is too much involved in winning or losing this battle. If you win, you will naturally be Dagon's hero. If you lose, you will definitely become Dagon's sinner. The pressure can be imagined. This is also what Qin Feng is most worried about. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked aloud, "Teacher, could it be that you have already predicted the result in making this arrangement?" The others also reacted when they heard this. After all, the Imperial Master of Tianjin is a man of exhaustive plans. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Master Tianjin shook his head and said bluntly, "Not everything in the world can be predicted. The cause and effect involved in this battle are too great. Even if you try to pry into the secret of heaven, it will be in vain. And if the human race had always believed in destiny, they would have been destroyed thousands of years ago when the gods and demons came into the world. The reason why the human race has been able to survive until now is simply because of 4 words: everything depends on man-made efforts." Qin Feng thought silently in his heart, and his eyes became firmer. "Teacher, I understand." Chapter 603 Dad, I've laid the groundwork for you. 3 days is neither long nor short. But for everyone in Fengtian City, it is a kind of torture. It feels like a huge guillotine is hanging above your head, and you don't know whether it will fall or break in two. Tianliyuan, the venue for the competition, is 10 miles away from the east gate of Fengtian City. This plain was originally the only place to pass in and out of Fengtian City from the eastern region. In the past, there was an endless stream of pedestrians on the way. But today, no one was seen. Only a huge light blue barrier suspended in the sky above Tianliyuan, stretching for more than 10 miles. This is the realm created by the combined efforts of Tianjin Imperial Master and Jinqinciyu. Otherwise, a battle of this level would inevitably cause the heaven and earth to split apart and turn the plains into desolation. In order to prevent the aftermath of the battle from affecting ordinary people, the Demon Slayer Division has set up a blockade outside the city gate to prevent the people from overstepping the limit. But even so, there were still crowds of people on the city wall. This battle is of great importance. If the human race loses the bet, the consequences will be disastrous. Naturally, most of the people want to witness it with their own eyes. Emperor Ming personally came to Fengtian City and sat on a high platform. In addition to Prince Anya and other relatives of the emperor, there were also members of the prison Luosi who were responsible for guarding him. And Mian A and Mian B were naturally among them. The Shenhou army and the Wuhou army were all in formation. Lying, Lu Tianlu and others were all wearing war robes and looking solemn. The battle flags were flying, and the killing intention was clear. On the city wall, some people saw this scene and made a guess. If the human race is defeated in this battle, the war will probably break out. The Azura clan has been suppressed in the extreme realm of the Eastern Territory for too long, and the murderous intent and fighting spirit in their hearts have long been unable to be suppressed. The soldiers were in position in advance to deal with such situations. On the other side, everyone in the Demon Slayer Division headed by Deng Mo also had serious faces. The commander and general of the eastern region, who were seriously injured by the Azura clan a few days ago, were among them. They were unable to stop the Azura clan's advance, so they naturally felt guilty. At this moment, they just hoped that someone would step forward and win the bet. But having personally fought against the Azura clan, they knew very well that this battle was likely to be disastrous. On the high platform, Anya looked around and cast her eyes towards the Demon Slayer Division. But she couldn't see the familiar figure in black. She couldn't help but feel a little confused and regretful. The prince on the side saw this and asked curiously, "Anya, are you looking for Brother Qin?" Hearing this, Anya's eyes changed slightly, but she remained calm and composed. "Brother, why did you say this? Of course I'm not looking for that person. This bet is too important. But so far, I don't know who the Tianjin Imperial Master has chosen. This is what I just wanted to find." The prince nodded slightly. "Don't say you want to know. Even I want to know. But even if the father sent someone to ask the Tianjin Imperial Master," the latter did not give a clear answer. "Speaking of such a big event, I thought Brother Qin would definitely come. But why was he nowhere to be seen?" Anya didn't answer. She always had a feeling in her heart that the guy would definitely come. Where everyone from the demon slaying department was. Dongyu Mingxiu Wuhan was wrapped in bandages, and his expression was still a little sluggish. He asked curiously, "Master, Do you know who the Tianjin Imperial Master has chosen? Ding Mo heard this and shook his head. The National Preceptor did not disclose it. He must not want the Azura clan to respond in advance. On the city wall of Fengtian City, all the Tushan Fox clan came, and they naturally did not want to miss the excitement. Su Tianyu saw a group of people from the Qin family's residence in the crowd. But Qin Feng and others were nowhere to be seen in the crowd. And he couldn't help but look puzzled. At this moment, the people on the city wall started a commotion. And even the soldiers and demon slayers outside the city began to be on full alert. Just because the Azura clan has arrived. Looking from afar, they saw a dense mass of darkness. Even though they were nearly 10 miles apart, everyone could still feel the strong oppressive force brought by each other. Several huge extremely wild beasts are like moving mountains, and every step they take will make the earth tremble. The King of Strength Tianjulu, on the head of one of the ferocious beasts, showed a ferocious smile when he saw the boundary barrier above his head. He naturally saw that there was a battlefield for fighting. Without thinking, he jumped suddenly and disappeared into the barrier, followed by a deafening roar that echoed through the sky. Why do we need 3 battles to deal with a mere human race? Who dares to come out and die? Just the roar can make ordinary people tremble. Xiao Wuhan frowned. He still remembered the powerful strength shown by the opponent in the eastern region, and the wounds on his body were still aching. I thought this person would take action in the 3rd battle, but I didn't expect that the Azura clan would send out their strongest person as soon as they came up. The martial god Ningzhan on the side also had an ugly face. It seems that the Azura clan does not want to waste time and wants to determine the outcome in a battle. I don't know who the Imperial Master has arranged to deal with such a powerful enemy. Everyone was waiting anxiously. But within the barrier, except for Tianji Luo, there was no other figure inside. What's going on? Could it be that the people arranged by the Imperial Master are timid? The Heavenly Supervisor hasn't shown up yet. Will the human race be defeated without a fight? We should have guessed this a long time ago. The Azura clan has a notorious reputation. It is simply a dream to win 3 out of 3 battles. The failure of the Eastern Region Demon Slayer Division to stop them had already planted the seeds of fear in their hearts. And now these seeds began to take root in the face of a powerful enemy. Uneasiness, fear, and despair spread like a plague in the hearts of the people. But at this moment, a heroic song suddenly sounded in the sky above Fengtian City. Evil, demonic, monsters and monsters should all be despised. With courage and courage, he can conquer the demons and kill them all in the mountains and rivers. This voice sounds like Master Qin. Everyone was stunned, looking for the sound. The void shook, and a group of people stepped out and fell outside the boundary barrier. Master Imperial Master has come out, as well as Master Qin's family members. This song is really Master Qin singing. Hey, who is that man in black clothes and a white mask? Everyone was talking one after another. The original fear and anxiety were actually disrupted by the singing. There are many rivers in the world, and it is necessary to distinguish whether they are pure or dirty. The rivers and lakes of life and death are always bumpy. The singing continued, and the figure in black clothes and white face suddenly walked through the air, and his body gradually disappeared into the barrier. Emperor Ming stood up suddenly, his eyes shining. It turns out that the Imperial Master is going to send him to fight. Beside the Juka River, the Jinshan secretary looked pleased and flicked the fishing rod in his hand. Deng Mo's eyes widened, and Qiu Wuhan and others also looked astonished, because this man was so similar to the one they remembered. Lead Howren's righteous path and achieve great courage. How many of those who come after me are like me? Qin Feng sang loudly. The song ended, and among the barriers, Tianjulu and Father Qin were already looking at each other from a distance. The former's expression was solemn, and the Qi on the other party actually made him feel the pressure. At this moment, martial god Ningzhan finally remembered and exclaimed, "He is Lord Baigishu." As soon as these words came out, they were like a stormy sea, instantly causing huge waves in everyone's hearts. This man in black clothes and white face is actually the legendary Siming Bei Ghost chief, who has disappeared for nearly 20 years. Excited shouts and shouts burst out. Qin Feng smiled when he saw that the human race had swept away their defeat, and thought in his heart, "Dad, I have laid the groundwork for you, and I will leave it to you to show off to the rest of the people." Chapter 604 Fierce Battle. The Imperial Master Tian Jin and the two ladies looked sideways at Qin Feng, both showing strange expressions. Song Filan even asked directly, "Miss Sir, for no reason, what are you singing for? The style of music is completely different from what I have heard in ordinary times. However, the lyrics are quite good and somewhat poetic. I can't understand your husband's intention either, Lu Jianli said softly. So you women don't understand our men's pretentious romance at all, Qin Feng said seriously. The Ashura clan is too powerful, and the people have lost confidence in this battle. What I do is simply to help the human race regain confidence. As the saying goes, build momentum before fighting. That's it. So that's it. Lu Jianli nodded slightly, believing what he said. Song Filan was doubtful, but could not think of the deeper meaning behind this behavior. Only the Imperial Master Tian Jin cast an indifferent gaze, seemingly seeing through everything. Qin Feng coughed dryly and said, Madam, when you come on stage, I will also create momentum for you. Lu Jianli opened her lips slightly, wanting to refuse, but seeing the excitement in the other person's eyes, she still couldn't bear to say it. Father Qin, who was in the barrier, looked a little embarrassed under his white mask. To be honest, this way of appearing made him a little uncomfortable. But the strange thing was that while he felt uncomfortable, he also felt an indescribable sense of joy in his heart. Where did Fomer learn this? Father Qin was puzzled. At this moment, powerful murderous intent and terrifying aura rushed towards him. Tiangeluo didn't even say Lo. He flashed his body and arrived in an instant. Above his right fist, Qi machine surrounded him, and even the air was blown away. However, with Father Qin's strength and many years of experience in fighting on the battlefield, it was naturally impossible for him to be unprepared. The energy flowed around his body, and his will was concentrated on his right hand. He didn't want to hide or evade. He actually chose to attack head-on. Boom! The moment the two fists came into contact, the air waves were like the rushing sea, blowing violently in all directions. The clouds in the sky were instantly cleared away, and the sand and dust flooded Fengtian City like a tsunami. Seeing this, Deng Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and stamped his right foot on the ground. A translucent black shadow stood up like a city wall, blocking the sand, dust and strong wind. The barrier set up by the Imperial Master of Heavenly Supervisor and the Chief of the God-Suppressing Division have actually blocked most of the remaining power. But even so, the power that seeps out is still terrifying. When everyone in the audience saw this, they all took a deep breath. This is just the first move between the two. Within the boundary barrier, Tiangeluo looked at the man in front of him, his fighting spirit boiling, and he laughed wildly. You are the first one who dares to confront me head-on. It seems that not all humans are ants. The roar fell, and both sides took action at the same time. Exciting collisions occurred one after another. A battle of this level of strength is beyond the knowledge of the world. Except for the roaring in their ears and the surging air waves, ordinary people could not see anything at all. Qin Feng activated his pupil powers and managed to keep up with the two figures fighting fiercely in the distance. There are no gorgeous skills, no brilliant tricks, only the feeling of punching to the flesh. Every time the two collide, they contain unimaginable terrifying power. Boom! There was another thunderous explosion. Father Qin and Tiangeluo actually retreated at the same time. When the sand and dust receded, everyone looked inside the barrier again. The ghost leader in black clothes and white face was unscathed, but the Ashura clan had blood marks on their bodies. Did Lord Ghost Chief have the upper hand? Some people said in confusion. For a while, there were sounds of inhalation one after another, followed by cheers like a tide. The voices of, the human race must win, and, the ghost head must win, resounded over Fengtian City. Qin Feng felt his blood boiling and thought in his heart. It turns out that a martial artist is the most suitable to show his holiness in front of others. In such a battle, if it were him, he would probably have to use the Halcyon mirror to protect his whole body and become a tortoise with his head shrinking. But it was clear that the situation was an advantage. But Lu Jianli frowned slightly. What's wrong? Qin Feng felt bad when he saw this. Lu Jianli spoke softly. Although there are injuries on the Ashura clan, they are all insignificant injuries. In the previous confrontation, Dad had already used Qi's moves, but the other party relied entirely on his powerful physical body to defeat him. When Qin Feng heard this, his eyes widened. If it was a joke, the joke was not funny at all. Ning Zhan, the martial god, and Yulua Si, both practitioners of the Xinwu Dao tradition, also saw this and looked extremely solemn. Emperor Ming asked, How likely is Beigui to win this battle for the first time? Feisei answered truthfully. It's impossible to tell for the time being, because neither side has used their full strength and is still in the testing stage. The prince, Anya and others on the side heard this, and immediately showed expressions of disbelief. That kind of confrontation was just a test. In the barrier, Father Qin looked down at his right hand. The finger bones had been shattered in the previous confrontation. But relying on the indestructible realm of his divine marshal King Kong, this injury can be repaired in the blink of an eye. Looking at the opponent again, he heard the opponent laugh wildly and said, "I haven't had such a happy fight in a long time. You are very good." Tiangelo twisted his neck and made a clicking sound. And the blood marks on his body were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And soon they were intact as before. Just as Jiamian said, the seemingly fierce exchange of blows before was just a test before the two of them took full action. "If possible, I really want to fight you for another 108 rounds. But it's a pity that my king is still watching the battle. So we can't keep him waiting." Tiangelo said this, indicating that the test ends here. Plop. Plop. The violent heartbeat seemed to echo in everyone's ears. Tiangelo's eyes turned blood red, and red lines appeared from his forehead, then spread all over his body. At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes were stung by the powerful energy emanating from the other party. Even when I was in Cheongju City, when I saw Na Yin, this kind of situation never happened. It's too late. But it's soon. Tianji Luo appeared in front of Bei Gui's head in less than a thousandth of an instant. The space behind him actually left a series of afterimages that were about to disperse. A punch struck suddenly, causing the space to tremble. Father Qin did not dare to neglect and responded with all his strength, but was directly knocked away by the blow 100 feet away. Everyone watching the battle was shocked. The figure in black clothes and white face steadied himself in midair, but Tiangelo's punch shattered his clothes, and the exposed skin was covered with hideous blood marks. Dad Qin Feng clenched his fists and looked extremely worried. "Azura ghosts and gods," Tianjian Imperial Master said in a deep voice. "The Azura clan is like the divine warriors of the human race. They have no magical means, only their powerful strength, solid body, and ghostly speed. The Shura ghosts and gods can stimulate their bloodline talents and increase this advantage geometrically." On the side of the Ashura tribe, the evil King Bimala said, "Bei Guisho is indeed famous for his reputation. It has been a long time since I saw Tiangeluo perform the Shura ghosts and gods." Mad King Situin Luo said calmly, "The victory has been decided." The eyes of King Zhan Ziyuluo fell on Bei Guisho, as if he was very curious about how the other party would respond. Xiao Wuhan looked solemn. "This is the Azura clan's natal magical power. The Azura ghosts and gods." When he fought against the opponent in the eastern region before, he was not able to force the opponent to use this move. Just when everyone was extremely worried, the black barrier centered on Father Qin and spread to all directions, covering Tiangeluo in the blink of an eye. "Region?" Tiangeluo showed a disdainful look. The killing move above the third level of the human race is called realm, and he naturally knows it. When fighting Xiao Wuhan, the opponent's realm was torn open by him, and at that time, he didn't even use Shura ghosts and gods. Now, he has unfolded the Shura ghosts and gods, and any realm in front of him is just a decoration. Without much hesitation, Tiangeluo attacked the opponent again. The powerful arms were like battle axes, swung towards the black-clothed and white-faced figure. The space is like a whirlpool, and the scenery even begins to distort, which shows how powerful this move is. If this blow is carried out, Father Qin will definitely be seriously injured and lose his fighting power. Bimala even directly asserted, "It's over." But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Father Qin stood there motionless, but Tiangeluo's offensive stopped, and his arm suddenly opened in the opposite direction. A palm gently stretched out and pressed on Tiangeluo's chest. Blood spurted out, and the sound of broken bones suddenly sounded. Chapter 605: A Narrow Victory. This scene was indescribably weird, and everyone just felt baffled. It was obviously a killing move that was inevitable. So why did the Ashura clan stop? Sha Tianluo on the throne sneered. "It's somewhat similar to that old guy's moves." With his strength, it can be seen that all of this is because of the Black Realm. The martial god Ningzhan seemed to have thought of something and said, "The rumored two masters Nan Tianlong and Bei Guisho are both students of Jinshin Siyu. Master Tianlong can integrate the power of demons and ghosts into his physical body and exert unimaginable combat power. Lord Ghost Head, on the other hand, is able to use his power to an extraordinary level. If I remember correctly, this realm should be called the 10,000 Forbidden Power Abyss. In this realm, the Ghost Leader can control the size and flow of power at will." The fact is just as Ningzhan said. The reason why Tiangeluo suddenly opened his arms at the critical moment is because the direction of the force was distorted by the Wanjin Power Abyss. And the palm that Father Qin stretched out seemed to be an understatement. But it was as powerful as thousands of mountains. Tiangeluo touched his chest with his right hand, blood flowing. The sternum was shattered, and severe pain tore at the nerves. But he looked excited. He had been waiting for a long time to have a hearty battle with someone. His fists were clenched tightly, and the bloody lines around his body were glowing red. And the coverage seemed to be wider than before. The clicking sounds continued one after another, which was the broken sternum being healed. Father Qin will naturally not give the enemy a chance to breathe and take advantage of his illness to kill him. But this is a wise saying on the battlefield. Holding his right hand in the air, the distance between the two seemed to disappear. Tangelo felt that the air around him was like a quagmire, pulling at his flesh and blood, making him unable to move. No, it would be more appropriate to say chains. He wanted to fight back, but the powerful force that he had been invincible in the past was like a punch on cotton, with no effect at all. But the invisible chains around him were getting tighter and tighter, squeezing his body, flesh, and even bones. At this point, he finally understood that the strength of the realm exerted by the other party was far beyond what the humans he had encountered before could compare to. It was clearly a desperate situation. But Tangelo showed a look of madness. The flesh and blood all over his body bulged, and bloody lines began to spread all over his body. In just a moment, his indigo skin turned into blood red. Under the white face, Father Qin suddenly frowned, because he suddenly felt that Wanjin Liyuan seemed to be unable to control the opponent's power. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that the other party expands the realm and wraps it around him, canceling out his forbidden power abyss. The other is that the power the other party possesses at this moment has exceeded the limit that Wanjin Liyuan can control. The Ashura clan, which cannot use realm methods, obviously belongs to the second type. This human being has actually forced himself into the demon-destroying form of Celestial Ashura. Shura, Themala said with some surprise in his tone. The ghost leader of Nan Tianlong Bei is capable of suppressing an entire region. It is reasonable to have such strength. The opponent's realm can no longer restrict Tangelo, Ziyulu said aloud. This is exactly the case. As Tangelo's body expanded by 3 points, his originally burly body now looked like a giant. He swung his right arm casually, and the pulling feeling of the chain disappeared instantly. At the same time, there was only a roar, and the realm that Father Qin opened was shattered. Qin Feng's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. You must know that if you want to break other people's realms, you must either use the method of space, or use the realm you create to offset other people's realms. It is basically impossible to break the boundary with pure physical power. How terrifying is this guy's power? Qin Feng murmured to himself, beginning to worry about his father's safety. Qianji Lu rubbed his shoulders and said in a thunderous voice, You are a good opponent. If you have any killing moves, just use them. Of course, there is no need to count on this black realm. After the words fell, he suddenly closed his palms, and the space began to twist like a whirlpool in the deep sea. The forbidden power abyss shattered inch by inch in just the blink of an eye. The remaining power of Qi Ji remained unabated, like a ferocious beast, biting towards Father Qin. At this critical moment, the strong beating of the heart resounded in everyone's ears. Black lines extend from Qin's heart and then cover his whole body. Facing Tangelo's powerful killing move in his killing form, Father Qin stretched out his right hand again. The distorted space force seemed to have encountered a thick wall. It was only 1 palm away, but it could no longer move forward. Then I saw Father Qin clenching his right hand, and the terrifying energy was shattered. This is the final form of the ultimate intent, a shocking technique that combines the ultimate intent with the forbidden power abyss. When Tangelo saw this, he was trembling with excitement. He wanted to use the strongest killing move to crush the powerful enemy in front of him. This was the recognition of the opponent by the Ashura clan. Father Qin took a deep breath. The powerful force distorted the space around him, and the black energy appeared behind him, like the head of an evil ghost. The two men's fighting spirit continued to surge, and everyone could see that the next move would be the killing move. It was so late and so fast. It seemed to everyone that time stopped for a moment, and the two offensives had collided. The terrifying power is like a black hole, distorting space and spreading outward. Upon seeing this, the Imperial Master Tian Jian immediately waved his sleeves, and a stream of pure energy disappeared into the boundary barrier. The shaky barrier slowly stabilized. The final blow between the two almost shattered the barrier jointly set up by the Imperial Master and the god-suppressing Siyu. Who won? Xiao Wuhan exclaimed. Emperor Ming stood up suddenly and leaned forward. The people watching the battle were so nervous that they didn't make a sound. Qin Feng held the slender hands of the two ladies beside him tightly, not daring to take a breath. When the black distortion returned to calm, Tianji Luo and Bei Gui Prime stood opposite each other in the boundary barrier. A draw? Someone said in surprise. That's wrong. Din Mo frowned. Father Qin, who was dressed in black and had a white face, had wounds all over his body exploding, and blood flying all over the sky. Lost? Desperate voices were heard everywhere. Everyone couldn't believe what they saw. But at this moment, the right arm and most of the shoulder of Tianji Luo, who was hanging in the air, instantly turned into blood mist. You won this battle. After Tianji Luo finished saying these words, he fell from the sky. Seeing this, Sha Tianluo reached out with his right hand, and the strong suction force directly pulled Tianji Luo back to the location of the Azura clan. I'm sorry, my king, to disappoint you, Tianji Luo said weakly. Go all out. Even if you lose to a strong enemy, you have not insulted the glory of the Azura clan. You will win it back next time. I obey my king's orders. Did the human race win? When everyone watching the battle saw the scene, they were stunned for a moment, and then cheered. Amidst the cheers, the injured Father Qin stepped on the void and slowly walked back to Qin Feng and others. He was truly a hero returning, full of character. While being excited, Qin Feng joked, It seems that Dad has mastered the essence of showing himself holy in front of others. And he also knows how to walk slower and listen to the cheers of the crowd for a while. Unexpectedly, Father Qin's body was shaky and he shouted, Bad boy. I can't hold it anymore. Come here and help me. Qin Feng. Chapter 606 The sword energy spans 30,000 miles. This battle was a narrow victory, with both sides suffering serious injuries. Qin Feng checked his father's injuries. His internal organs were damaged. His ribs were broken, and his body's energy was disordered. Fortunately, he was not in danger of life. After using his righteous energy to sort out his father's meridians, Qin Feng took out the healing medicine he usually made and drank it for him. The severe pain all over Qin's body subsided a little, and he slowly exhaled. Sensing the worried gazes of several people, Father Qin waved his hands and said casually, It's okay. But this person is indeed the strongest among the 4 kings of the Azura clan, and he actually forced me to use 7 points. Force. If I had known it would be so difficult, I should have tried my best. Imperial Master Tianjin looked sideways. Lu Jinli and Song Filan also looked sideways slightly, and then looked away. He even used the method of shocking the gods. Do you believe what he said? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, but did not reveal it. Anyone with a bit of discernment will never tell when a man is showing off. This is common sense. Yes. Yes. Qin Feng responded perfunctorily. Father Qin added, That guy's offensive energy still remains in my body, and it will take at least 10 days and a half to recover from the injury. After you go back, remember to cover for me, so that your mother-in-law doesn't get the clues. Qin Feng looked curious. Dad, wouldn't it be okay if you just be more careful? It's mainly your second mother. Father Qin glanced at his 2 daughters-in-law and hesitated to speak. They were all men. Qin Feng suddenly understood. Thinking about Ernyang's age, she should be at the stage where she was like a wolf and a tiger. As for the father's current state, he is definitely not able to have sex, but he has been refusing to do so. With Ernyang's character, he must have to think about something. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. Don't worry, Dad. I'll take care of it. After a pause, Father Qin coughed dryly and said, And the song you sang before was pretty good. When you get back, remember to teach me when you have time. In the first battle, Gao Jie, the human race's side is naturally in full swing. Even though it has been some time since the battle ended, the words, the human race will win, and the ghost leader is invincible, still ring in my ears. The frowns on Emperor Ming's and others' frowns have also relaxed a bit, but they haven't completely relaxed yet. After all, from the moment the bet was made, every battle on the human side was destined to be on thin ice. Because you can't lose it all? I don't know who the Azura clan will send to take action in the next battle, Ding Mo said in a deep voice. The 3 god generals from the eastern region looked towards the Azura clan in the distance. Their eyes locked on the Mad King and the Killing King. The battle for the second rank has ended, and the evil King Bimala has no chance to take action. Then the only people who can fight must be Sitoiluo and Zayuluo. And these 2 have different abilities, and neither one is easy to deal with. What should I say? Mad King turned his head and looked to one side. Zayuluo, who has good looks and a strong body, arched his body and crossed his arms over his chest, seeming to be suppressing something. The previous battle made her blood boil, and Bei Guisho's powerful figure was like poison that confused her. This is the case with the Ashura tribe. Women respect the strong. For the strong, they have an instinctive impulse in their bodies. It is their mission to combine with strong men and give birth to powerful heirs. Of course, this is also true for male Ashuras. And due to the powerful bloodline in the Ashura clan, no matter which race they are combined with, the children born will show the characteristics of the Ashura clan. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that every Ashura tribesman is born a powerful warrior with terrifying talents. I'm in high spirits right now. Ziyulua trembled all over. The Mad King looked away. It's up to you. Taking off the sharp bone blade from his slender waist, Ziyulua waved his hands, and a fierce wind suddenly rose. One of the two slashes flew to the sky, and the other fell to the mountain on one side. Then he saw that the sky seemed to be cut open, and the mountains were cut in half. The cuts were so smooth that it made people feel palpitating. The huge movement attracted the attention of countless people. The people who were still cheering seemed to have something stuck in their throats, and could no longer make any sound. They almost forgot that they only won one game, and did not get a victory. There are 2 more battles that cannot be lost. And the good-looking Ashura was probably his opponent in this battle. Beautiful and powerful. The terrifying slash made the guillotine hanging above the human race's head seem to fall even further. Martial god Ningzhan saw Ziyuluo sneaking into the boundary barrier, and reached out to touch his chest. If a slash that penetrated his bones had gone deeper, it would have killed him. It was thanks to that Ziyuluo. Killing the king's head start made Qin's father's momentum of winning the battle disappear. Although this was just an unintentional move by the former. If you are timid before fighting, you will already be at a disadvantage. This can't work. I have to create momentum for my wife. Seeing this, Qin Feng's righteous energy gathered in his chest, and then shouted loudly. The sword energy stretches across 30,000 miles, and the light of one sword is cold to 19 continents. The poem carried inexplicable power, and suddenly there was a clear sound of swords. The blurred sword light turned into a bridge, actually connecting to the barrier in the sky. That heroic poem swept through everyone's minds, and everyone trembled unconsciously. The sword can reach 30,000 miles, and reach 19 continents with one sword. Who can have such superb sword skills? Lu Jianli, who was dressed in white, murmured in her mouth, and repeated that she had always wanted to merge her ultimate intention with the way of the sword. But whenever she was about to succeed, there was always a barrier in front of her that she could not cross. However, when Qin Feng shouted out the poem just now, countless cracks seemed to have appeared on the barrier. Click! The heart of the clear sword was beating loudly, and the barrier that blocked the line was finally broken. At this moment, Lu Jianli had an epiphany. On top of the city wall, Lan Ningxuan, who was watching the battle, suddenly opened the sword box behind her. The purple lightning divine gun and the cold water sword flew out in response. The sword's light was like running water, and the sword's roar was like thunder. At the same time, in Fontian City, Wang Jian was inspired, and all flew high into the sky. The sound of swords coming together is like rushing into the sea. The sight of Wang Jian surrendering is breathtaking. Qin Feng's face was dull. If he had known that his wife was so awesome, why would he need to build momentum for her? Compared with the two, he seemed to be too small. But how could he know that Lu Jianli's change was all because of that poem? Master Tianjin looked pleased, thinking that there might be a 6th realm above the 10,000 gods realm of Sword Dao. Miss Sir, I'm going! Lu Jianli opened her red lips and smiled slightly. In a flash of youthfulness, the sky and the earth are eclipsed. Then everyone saw a beautiful figure dressed in white stepping into the barrier with sword light at her feet. The candidate for the second battle is Lu Jianli. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. In front of the Shenhou army, Lu Tianlu was filled with emotion when he saw this scene. The memory suddenly drifted back to the day when my daughter returned from Wanjian's sect. Her meridians were damaged and her eyes were dull. Who would have thought that she would reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship again and attract the attention of thousands of people? This boy from the Qin family, Lu Tianlu, who always had a serious face, smiled slightly and was extremely pleased. Chapter 607, Proving the Name of the Sword God. Ziyulua and Lu Jianli stood apart from each other, their fighting spirit and sword energy surging. The burst of qi makes the air feel like a sharp blade, making people shudder even if they are not physically present. The purple lightning divine gun and the Han Zui sword both sank into the barrier and floated next to Lu Jianli. The sword body trembled and the sound of the sword gurgled. This is a powerful enemy. Ziyulua can tell at a glance. But what surprised her was that this person was obviously not very old. Listening to the 3 words, Lu Jianli, shouted by the human race, She vaguely remembered something. A prodigy in swordsmanship. Extremely talented. And the youngest third-level swordsman in history. When she first heard these words, she dismissed them. But now that I saw this deity, I realized that those words of praise were not groundless. Such a person is unparalleled in power, even among the Ashura clan. Something interesting. Ziyulua licked his lips, swung the bone blade in his right hand, ripped open the air with a slash, and struck at the opponent with lightning speed. Lu Jianli refused to dodge, and with a slight thought in his mind, the two divine swords beside him swung at the same time, easily cutting off the opponent's attack. "What do you think?" Qiu Wen asked, tilting his head. Martial god Ningzhan pondered for a moment. "Lu Jianli's strength is already superior to mine, and the victory or defeat against the opponent may be between 50 and 50. The only thing to pay attention to is the opponent's ghostly speed and violent slashes. If it were a pure competition of strength, Ningzhan might not be Ziyulua's opponent. But if it's a powerful attack that can't touch the opponent, then it's all just talk. And Ziyulua just has a speed that he can't match. So he was hampered at every turn in the previous battle, and then was hit in the vital point by the opponent's blow, losing his fighting power. Looking back at the battlefield, Ziyulua has already launched an offensive. The speed was so fast that it left behind a series of afterimages, accompanied by swift and violent slashes. Everyone watching the battle could only hear the harsh golden roar that never stopped. Qin Feng held his breath and looked at the battlefield, only to see Lu Jianli as calm as water. The purple lightning divine gun and the cold water sword circulated around him, preventing the opponent's slashes from leaking without revealing any flaws. Mad King's expression changed slightly. "There are people who can completely keep up with Ziyulua's speed," Bimala on the side said calmly. "Not only can I keep up, but I can do it with ease." This is exactly the case. After being unable to attack for a long time, Ziyulua frowned. The tricks that were always indispensable in the past were useless at this moment. Suddenly, she became alert, and her body suddenly swept back, followed by a sword energy. At the critical moment, Ziyulua tilted her head back, and the sharp sword energy passed by her eyes, cutting off a strand of flying hair. The intense and exciting duel made Ziyulua show an expression of enjoyment. She adjusted her posture, twisted her neck and said, "It seems that meaningless testing has no meaning." The two huge bone blades in his hands turned gently, creating hurricanes. This phenomenon shows how terrifying the weight of the two bone blades is. "It's beyond my expectation that there is someone as powerful as you among the human women. It's a pity that I am also a woman. Otherwise, if I combine with you, I will definitely give birth to a powerful heir." Lu Jianli frowned slightly when he heard this. Ziyulua's voice was so loud that almost everyone watching the battle near the boundary barrier could hear it. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Qin Feng's expression froze. Song Filan on the side also showed a strange expression. Father Qin explained, "That's how the Ashura clan is. As long as they can combine with a strong person and continue their strong bloodline, everything else doesn't matter." Qin Feng didn't know what to say. Could it be that as long as he was strong, his gender didn't matter? Naturally, Lu Jianli would not respond. She rarely spoke on weekdays, especially when fighting with others. The energy flowing throughout the body is accumulating sword moves. When Ziyulua saw this, just like Tianjilua before, purple lines appeared from his forehead and then spread to his whole body. No one expected that King Zhan would use the magical power of Shura ghosts and gods so quickly. "To tell you the truth, I am a little curious as to who the man was standing with you just now. Such a weak person is not qualified to stand side by side with you." When Lu Jianli heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The fierce sword energy and murderous intent almost turned into reality. At that moment, Ziyulua felt her scalp numb. She suddenly had an illusion, as if her head would be separated in the next second. This feeling of a thin line between life and death fascinated her. "Just saying a few words casually. Your aura is completely different from before. Could it be that that trash is quite important to you?" Ziyulua is deliberately irritating Lu Jianli, and she wants to start a hearty fight with him. "Zheng!" The sword energy surged. Lu Jianli's eyes were extremely cold, like thousands of years of ice. The killing intent around him became more and more intense. Ziyulua actually directly launched the Shura ghost and god's killing form, and his indigo skin turned into lavender. Seeing this, Qin Feng's heart sank. When Tianjilua used this move before, his father could barely parry it. He didn't know if his wife could handle it. Master Tianjin suddenly sighed. "I hope I can save my life." Qin Feng looked shocked when he heard this. "Could it be that the lady is in danger?" The white-haired imperial master looked up and said calmly, "I'm talking about the other party." Forehead. The purpose of this bet was to achieve an alliance between the human race and the Azure race. So there was no need for it to lead to a life or death situation. But looking at Lu Jinli's expression, it seemed that this battle was going to be difficult. Like the calm before the storm. The more gentle a woman is on weekdays, the more violent she becomes when she gets angry. Lu Jinli obviously falls into this category. In the barrier, Zai Yulue trembled all over. The experience of countless battles with the enemy has turned into her fighting instinct. There seems to be a voice in her head, constantly reminding her strike first and fight quickly. Otherwise she will die. The body reacts faster than the brain. The world seems unable to carry Zai Yulue's speed. And within the boundary barrier, there are actually her afterimages. The bone blade slashing force was more violent than before. When she deployed her killing form, her speed and strength were far beyond what she could before. But what surprised her was that no matter how strong she was, her slashes could not break through Lu Jinli's defense. What made her scalp tingling even more was that from the beginning to the end, the other party's eyes never left her body. Lu Jinli's face was expressionless, and the colorful immortal energy gathered in his hands. Within a moment, the black and white air pillars flowed like a dragon, and then swelled in the wind, turning into a huge round door. Immortal method. Tianmin will is banned. Sha Tianluo suddenly stood up. Xinwu Wufu, can you actually cast immortal magic? Although the strong suction force failed to pull Zai Yulue into the door, the latter's speed was restrained and his body was suspended in midair. But this moment was enough for Lu Jinli. With a move of his right hand, the cold water sword sank into his palm. And then, he swung it forward. The sword energy was like the rising sun on the horizon, cutting open the space and attacking Zai Yulue. Murderous intent. Invincible. Unstoppable. Unparalleled murderous intent. Zai Yulue roared. The huge bone blades overlapped, and his arms were protected in front of him. But in just one encounter, the bone blade turned into powder, and both arms were cut off. There is only a thin line between death, and the instinct to survive transcends everything. Zai Yulue's body actually showed a weird curve, avoiding the sword energy that almost cut off her head. Zheng! With its remaining power unabated, the sword energy actually cut a hole in the boundary barrier put up by the Heavenly Supervisor and the God-suppressing division, and then flew towards the direction of the Azura clan. Seeing this scene, Sha Tianluo opened his right palm, and finally stopped this terrible murderous intention. But the price was half of his hand was cut off. Chapter 608 There is no one like me in the world. My king! The Azura clan shouted in shock. It doesn't matter. Sha Tianluo waved his hand, then shook his palm, and the sword marks healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. With strength reaching his level, it would be effortless to repair such injuries. However, Huh? Sha Tianluo exclaimed, because the blood marks on his palms could not be completely healed. I didn't expect that besides that old guy, someone else could leave scars on my body. Sha Tianluo didn't get angry, but let out a hearty laugh. In the boundary barrier, Zai Yulue, who was seriously injured, saw this, and regardless of his own injuries, he hurriedly rushed to Sha Tianluo's side, knelt down and said, My king, I avoided the sword attack and injured you. I really deserve death. Please punish me. This sword has touched the threshold of the Tao. It's not easy for you to avoid it. Sha Tianluo looked at Lu Jinli in the barrier and asked, Does this sword have a name? Lu Jinli pondered slightly, then looked at Qin Feng outside the boundary barrier, and said softly, 30,000 miles. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly shone in the sky, and the scene was magnificent. Everyone was attracted by it, looking at the glow with curiosity on their faces. What is this? Qin Feng asked in surprise. The daughter of the Lu family has touched the threshold of the Tao with her sword move. The moment the name of the sword move came out, the natural vision was the recognition of her sword move. The Tianjin Imperial Master showed a look of relief. Beside the Juka River, Jinshin Siyu looked up at the sky and said with a smile, Wonderful. The sword move is close to Tao. Qin Feng thought silently in his heart. He didn't have much idea about Tao yet. Even if Tao is mentioned in the books I have read in the past, it is only a brief summary. To put it simply, it is very awesome. Qin Feng felt honored when he thought that his wife had named such a powerful move using the poem he borrowed. It was as if this sword was struck by him. Lu Jinli stepped out of the boundary barrier, and her white clothes floated down, really like a fairy coming to the dust. Only then did the spectators react. It seemed that the human race had won this battle again. Cheers instantly resounded over Fengtian City. The competition that no one was originally optimistic about turned out to be a series of battles and victories. How could they not be excited? As long as they win the last game, the human race can win the bet and become allies with the powerful Ashura clan. From now on, they no longer have to worry about the invasion of the Ashura clan. In the stands, Emperor Ming's sitting posture also relaxed. As of now, only the last game is left. Moreover, the first two battles were successful, and everyone believed that this was all within the plan of the Imperial Master. In this case, there shouldn't be much suspense in the final battle. Right. On the city wall, the people watching the battle began to discuss. In the battle between the second and third grades, the human race will win. In this last battle of the fourth grade, I don't know who will appear. The Imperial Master Tianjin has already calculated everything, and the person who appears at the end must be a sure shot. In my opinion, the candidate for this last scene is probably the dragon girl with the scarf on her face. I didn't expect Master Qin's two ladies to be able to enhance my power. Isn't that right? Have you forgotten that that person has passed the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth in Fengtian City? And his strength has surpassed the 4th level, so he cannot enter the field at all. I guess the candidates for this final battle may be for the finale. So they were hidden by the heavenly supervisor to prevent them from being targeted by the Ashura clan. As soon as this statement came out, everyone felt that it made sense. At this time, someone asked out of curiosity, "Isn't it possible that he is Master Qin? I remember that he has already entered the 4th level realm. Doesn't it fit the bill?" Moreover, he also came with the Tianjin Imperial Master. The others heard the words, looked at the speaker, and fell silent for a while. After a while, someone laughed out loud and waved their hands repeatedly. No way. No way. Absolutely impossible. Haven't you seen that Master Qin is here to gain momentum for the human race to go to war? What's building momentum? To put it nicely, it means gaining a head start and establishing power for the Ashura clan. The heroic singing and the soul-stirring poetry still make my blood boil when I think about it now. I have to say that Master Qin's literary talent is really nothing to say. The speaker was still a little unconvinced at first, and murmured again. But Master Qin killed countless corpses by himself. So even if he deals with the Ashura clan, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Right? Someone immediately retorted, how can it be the same? How can a mere ghoul compare with the Ashura clan? I'm not saying that Master Qin is not strong enough. The main thing is that he practices the Wensheng Taoism. Even if he reaches the 4th level. Alas, the man didn't say the rest. But everyone around him had already heard what he meant. The Shui Dao lineage has unparalleled combat power. The 100 Ghost Dao lineage is magical and extraordinary. And the impression left by the Wensheng Dao lineage on the world is quite wonderful. There are many such things as being unable to restrain a chicken, being a weak scholar, and so on. Although Qin Feng's appearance has changed the world's impression of Wensheng Taoism, at best, it only adds a few more names. For example, Formation Master, Defense Expert, Auxiliary Expert, and other such roles. If it comes to fighting alone with a master, at least 9 out of 10 people will think that the Wensheng Dao is not good enough. This is the inherent concept of the world. In their eyes, if you really want to compete in combat power, you have to look at the martial arts warriors. Regarding this point, even Emperor Ming and others thought so. Deng Mo said solemnly, although the battle of the 2nd and 3rd grades is successful. In fact, the battle of the 4th grade is the most difficult. Qiu Wuhan and the 3 divine generals on the side nodded in unison. Just as Father Qin said at the beginning, when the Ashura clan reaches the 6th level of calamity, they can comprehend the powerful natal magical powers of Ashura ghosts and gods and gain extraordinary combat power. However, the tricks that the human race can use to compete with it basically rely on the realm methods of the 3rd level. In other words, under the 3rd level, the Ashura clan is almost invincible in the same realm. Perhaps the Imperial Master has already found the powerful 36 stars in the other 3 domains. Ning Zhan speculated. In the realm of the 4th rank, when competing for strength, the divine martial artist does not have the advantage. And the one who seeks the 100 Ghost Dao lineage is the superior choice. Lord Zhou Kai of the 36th star in the Southern Territory is only 1 step away from the 3rd level realm. And the Yin spirit holding the soul is the ferocious demon Zhu Yin. So he may not be incapable of fighting. I wonder if the last person hidden is him. Qiu Wuhan analyzed this. I just hope that the master of the Tianjin kingdom, who is very resourceful, will have a countermeasure already. The rest are still discussing and speculating. But he didn't know that Qin Feng was about to play outside the boundary barrier. and his nervous palms were sweating. In the first 2 games, the father and his wife returned triumphantly, so the pressure naturally came to his head. He took a few deep breaths and calmed down his mood. Treat every game as the last one, and then don't be afraid. No, you must not lose. The 2 ladies on the side asked worriedly, Miss Sir, are you okay? What can happen to me? Wait, just look at my heroic appearance. Qin Feng laughed dryly. In order to dispel the nervousness in his heart, he recalled in his mind the rather pretentious words and phrases in the comic novels of his previous life. And then he became angry and shouted loudly, holding the sun and moon in my hands to pick stars. There is no one like me in the world. Arrogant. Arrogant. When the Azura tribe heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, Here it comes! Here it comes! Master Qin takes the lead. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Who says it isn't? Chapter 609. Is it too late to make a substitution now? The moment the verses were shouted out, the cheers were deafening. Even though the competition hasn't started yet, the human race thinks that they have already won this battle. The prince repeated this sentence silently in his heart, and goosebumps appeared all over his body unconsciously. How heroic! Anya looked at the dark figure, her eyes sparkling, and deep in her heart, there was a trace of emotion rippling. Emperor Ming raised his eyebrows slightly with a strange look on his face. This boy really dares to say anything. But his literary talent is really amazing. Listening to the cheers from all around, Qin Feng's nervousness was relieved, and then his confidence doubled. When the sea reaches the end, the sky will be the shore, and when the text reaches the top, I will be the peak. Good. Master Qin. Say one more thing. Everyone clapped their hands and praised him. As for why he was at the peak of his literary skills and not his martial arts, they were too excited to pay special attention to it. After hearing this poem, Master Tianjin glanced at it indifferently, and then looked away. Su Lixian, Yang Qian, Fei Sun and others, who were also watching the battle elsewhere, had dark expressions on their faces. Everyone in the Imperial College gnashed their teeth angrily. Arrogant and domineering. Shuzi is extremely arrogant. Of course, Qin Feng, who was in high spirits, did not notice this. The cheers at his ears became more and more intense. Qin Feng was in high spirits, and he kept saying all kinds of pretentious words. The righteous energy gathered under his feet and then exerted force. His body jumped high and fell into the barrier. The rolling waters of the Yangtze River pass eastward, and the waves wash away the heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure are all gone. But the green mountains are still there, and the sunset is red several times. The white-haired fisherman and woodcutter on the Nagisa River is used to watching the autumn moon and spring breeze. We are happy to meet each other over a pot of wine. And many things in ancient and modern times can be laughed at and talked about. This was the last sound of his sanctification in front of others, and Qin Feng was ready to receive the warmest cheers from everyone. But to his surprise, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, as if you could hear a needle drop. Qin Feng's face froze. What's going on? Could it be that this poem was too high-end and far less straightforward and domineering than the previous ones, so they couldn't understand it? Looking back, I saw everyone with dull faces. You must be stunned by my poems? Qin Feng was convinced. But he didn't know that this was what everyone was thinking. Could the candidate for the final battle really be Master Qin? The human race is gone. This. Eunuch Li's eyes widened. Why would the Imperial Master Tianjin send Mr. Qin? Emperor Ming's eyelids twitched slightly. Deng Yimo, Lu Tianlu, Lying, Su Tianyu and others all showed complicated expressions. At this time, someone in the crowd who was watching the battle mustered up the courage and shouted loudly, Master Qin, just take the lead outside. You don't have to go in. That's where the competition takes place. As soon as these words come out, there should be a chorus of harmony. When Qin Feng heard this, he opened his mouth and his face turned red and white. At this point, he finally understood why everyone fell into silence and why the atmosphere was so weird. It turned out that they didn't believe that he was the candidate for the final battle. As the saying goes, scholars can be killed but not humiliated. The original nervousness had been replaced by eagerness to prove his fighting spirit and shame and anger. Qin Feng shouted loudly in the direction of the Ashura clan. Qin Feng of the Qin family. I am here to ask for advice. Who will you send to fight? From the Ashura tribe's side, a slightly childish voice sounded. Dad, how about leaving this battle to me? The 4 war kings looked around and saw an indigo girl who was half the height of a human being. She had clear eyes and a long ponytail tied behind her head. She looked quite heroic. They all immediately said respectfully, "Young king, why do you need to take action personally to deal with such a person?" "Yes, this Ashura girl is the daughter of Sha Tianluo. She was born in this world only 12 years ago, and she has already reached the peak of her 6th level calamity power. Rumor has it that because his bloodline talent was so powerful, he unconsciously absorbed the vitality of his biological mother when he was born, causing the latter to pass away not long after. Among the younger generation of the Ashura clan, there is no one who can rival them. It is precisely because of this that the 4 war kings, who respected her strength, were willing to call her young king. She has this qualification." Sha Tianluo turned his head and looked up. "Fight if you want. You will be responsible for your life and death. For the Ashura tribe, life and death are the only way to go. If you are not as skilled as others, you will die, and death is not a pity." The girl nodded, jumped up, and flew into the barrier. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that the Ashura clan would send a pretty girl out in the final battle related to the bet? Everyone looked at each other. If the opponent was this guy, Master Qin might not have no chance of winning? This is unreasonable. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. The Ashura clan clearly looked down on him. "I will wait for you to know why the flowers are so red. Send your name. I won't kill unknown people," Qin Feng said angrily. "Unknown person." The girl frowned. "Ashura tribe. Pablo." As soon as this name came out, Emperor Ming suddenly stood up with a look of shock in his eyes. The expressions of both Tianjin Imperial Master and Father Qin changed. Lu Jianli sensed the change in the atmosphere and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Father Qin explained in a deep voice. "In the Ashura clan, the word Prabhu is known as meaning powerful. That is more of a title and an honor than a name. That is considered by the Ashura tribe to be the king of the next generation." Hearing this, Lu Jianli and Song Filan looked at each other with worry in their eyes. Only a few people in the human race know the special meaning of this name. Therefore, the people watching the battle did not realize the seriousness of the matter, including Qin Feng himself. The same is true, but the next scene was like a wake-up call, making everyone startled and sweating. "Young king, your weapon!" Evil King Bimala shouted and threw out a huge bone spine that looked like a spear. The bone spine is all white and about 1 foot long. When it flies through the air, it makes a sound of breaking wind, which is enough to show its weight. But the girl named Pablo raised her right hand and held it easily. The length of the bone ridge formed a sharp contrast with the girl's figure. It's hard for ordinary people to imagine that with such a body type. Can they really wield such weapons at will? Of course, this is not the point that scares everyone. The key point is the name the evil King Bimala gave to the girl young king. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suddenly felt that something was wrong. The dissatisfaction and previous arrogance in his heart slowly subsided, and he tried out aloud, "Well, that person called you young king. What is the relationship between Sha Tianluo and you?" Pablo frowned. "Insignificant human race. Who allows you to call my father by his first name?" Damn it. Qin Feng's face froze. He thought that the Ashura clan underestimated their enemy, so he sent a clown. He also thought that he was sure to win this battle. Unexpectedly, in the end, the clown would be himself. As the saying goes, a tiger father has no sons. And the daughter of Killer Tianluo, who is called the young king by the war king of the Ashura clan. How can he be simple? Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the Tianjin Imperial Master outside the boundary barrier. That look seemed to be saying, "Is it still too late to make a substitution?" Chapter 610 Turtle SH. "El man. Die. Be careful," Lu Jianli and Song Filan hurriedly warned. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard the words. And then he felt the murderous intent approaching behind him. And the pressure was like the top of Mount Tai collapsing. He turned around hurriedly and saw the pretty Ashura girl holding a 10-foot-long bone spine with both hands, leaping high into the air, and suddenly chopping it down. Qin Feng was shocked at the lack of martial ethics. Qin Feng did not dare to neglect. The righteousness in his body surged, and the Haotian mirror was instantly formed to block the top of his head. Just listen to the sound of dang, like the sound of a giant bell. The sudden scene stunned everyone watching the battle. Although everyone is not optimistic about Qin Feng, they don't want anything to happen to him, and they all look anxious. Fortunately, Pablo's powerful and heavy blow did not break Qin Feng's defense. The latter is as stable as an old dog, but still looks a little scared. If he reacts slower, the consequences will be disastrous. "You actually took advantage of my unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack." Qin Feng gritted his teeth. When you step into this barrier, the competition has already begun. You are distracted. What does it have to do with me? I just didn't expect that your tortoise SH.L is quite hard and can withstand my attack. The girl frowned slightly. Ziyulua, who had a broken arm, was a little surprised. This man is not as vulnerable as I thought. The young king's attack is already comparable to my slashing, but he can completely defend against it. Bimala nodded, then looked sideways and asked, Is the injury irreparable? The woman's sword energy still remains in the wound, and she cannot regenerate her severed limbs. It will take a lot of effort to eliminate this sword energy. Having stayed in the Eastern Territory all year round, I never expected that so many masters would emerge within the human race. Ziyulua looked excited. It seems that the human race is not all ants. Tiangelo, who was seriously injured, also echoed, looking into the boundary barrier again. Pablo failed to succeed with one blow, but another hit came. The huge bone ridges were commanded like arms in her hands, and the storm-like attack never stopped. The collision sounds like bells were heard endlessly, and the ears of everyone watching the battle were buzzing. How can the speed and power be resisted and controlled by ordinary people? Martial god Ningzhan said in a deep voice. This is the Azura clan who thrives on fighting. Such a young clan member possesses such terrifying strength. Even I may not be able to completely parry those attacks. Xiaowuhan and others on the side looked solemn. The Azura clan who can be called the young king are naturally not simple, and it is reasonable to have such strength. But what surprised them even more was Qin Feng. From the first moment of the battle between the two, Qin Feng never left his position. All attacks were blocked by the mirror-like barrier. It's really as motionless as a mountain. I have long heard that the Wensheng Dao lineage has amazing defensive power, but it is rare to see scenes of this lineage fighting with others. When I saw it today, it really lived up to its reputation. The people in the city, who were quite worried at first, couldn't help but look at each other when they saw this scene. It seems that this battle is not without a chance of winning. In the barrier, Qin Feng looked at the Azura girl's continuous attacks, and the unscathed Haotian mirror, with a strange look on his face. The other party is the daughter of King Azura. I thought it would be a tough battle full of dangers, but it seems to be like this? No. 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 This person is a despicable person who will attack me unprepared. Maybe the attack is just a test, waiting for me to show my flaw, and then kill with one strike. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more it made sense. He actually aroused the Hongmeng immortal qi in his body to once again strengthen the defense of the Haotian mirror to make it foolproof. Not long after, I heard a click. Everyone on the human side was shocked. Could it be that Master Qin's defense was broken by the opponent? But when they took a closer look, the Azura woman had restrained her attack, and the bone-ridged spear in her hand actually cracked and broke into two pieces. This, all the people wanted to say but stopped. Master Qin's tortoise SH.L. Huh? Master Qin's defensive power is so amazing, some people said excitedly. Within a moment, cheers erupted one after another because they saw the hope of victory. As long as Master Qin continues to huddle in his turtle SH.L and consume the opponent's strength, he may not be able to find an opportunity to counterattack and win victory in one fell swoop. Xiaowuhan, the commander of the Eastern Territory, suddenly realized. It turns out that this is what the Imperial Master made. He knew that under the fourth rank, the human race rarely had the means to fight Azura, so he found another way to defend against a strong attack. So far, the effect is indeed unexpected. Anya looked at the battlefield and breathed a sigh of relief. Uniquely smiled and said, Young Master Qin is always able to surprise people. Yes. Emperor Ming nodded slightly, but there was still a worried look on his brows. He could not win the battle just by defending. Moreover, if the Azura girl can obtain Pablo's name, how can she not have powerful attack methods? Pablo glanced at the broken bone spine and looked embarrassed. She liked this weapon quite a lot. She had always fought with her tribesmen with fists and fists, but she had never fought such a frustrating battle. The man from the tribe was like a tortoise that had shrunk its SH.L, really motionless. What annoyed her the most was that the turtle SH.I was incredibly hard. Her clear eyes widened, and she said angrily, You have been hiding in a turtle SH.L. Are you going to fight or not? She couldn't wait to play because she was so excited after seeing the first two battles. So she also wanted to compete with the human masters to prove her reputation as Azura. But why is her opponent such a coward? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. After entering the boundary barrier, the competition has already begun. Am I not fighting you? Moreover, the competition is originally about attacking and defending. Now you are attacking and I am defending. What's the problem? Although his behavior was a bit embarrassing, there was really nothing wrong with what he said. Pablo became angry with embarrassment, and murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Okay. Since you like to hide in a turtle SHL. The energy around the girl's body surged, causing the space to tremble slightly. Inexplicable black energy circulated in his right arm, and then gathered at his fingertips. The place where the black energy gathered caused the space to become somewhat distorted. What kind of trick is this? Qin Feng's eyes widened, feeling uneasy in his heart. Shadow. Tianjian Imperial Master said in a deep voice. This move was created by Sha Tianluo, and is a powerful killing move that condenses the unique evil energy of the Ashura clan. A black light swept out from Pablo's fingertips. In Qin Feng's eyes, it seemed that the only color left in the world was black. This move was definitely no small matter. Without even thinking about it, Qin Feng gathered the Hongmeng Immortal Qi into the Halqian mirror in front of him. And the black light arrived as expected. Boom! The moment the black light collided with the white barrier, a terrifying air wave swept around. Click! A crack finally appeared on the surface of the Halqian mirror. Qin Feng was extremely frightened. The opponent's move was as powerful as the lady's sword energy. If it happens a few more times, my Halqian mirror may not be able to hold on. Hopefully this move will cost her a lot, and she won't be able to use it continuously. Just as Qin Feng was thinking this, the terrifying murderous intent locked onto him again, making his scalp numb. Looking up, the opponent's right arm was raised and his fingers were pointing towards him. The second round of attack was already brewing. In such a situation, if you continue to rely on defense, you will only fall into passivity, and you must take the initiative. At least, she cannot be allowed to use her killing moves at will. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also raised his right hand. Under the white gloves, thunder light surged on the white thunder formation. But this time, what he merged into was not the righteous energy, but the Hongmeng Immortal Energy. He has already tried it before. Immortal Energy can also activate the white thunder formation, and it is more powerful. Man in a turtle SHL. Suffer death. Pablo yelled. Turtle. Turtle SHL man? Qin Feng's eyes twitched. This is simply unreasonable. The colorful white lightning shot out and merged with the opponent's dazzling black light. The two chi forces were entangled with each other, but the seven-colored white thunder was finally more powerful, swallowing up the black light, attacking the Ashura girl, and knocking her away. The whole place was silent. Chapter 6:11 Thunder Method. From the moment Master Qin's defense was broken by the Ashura girl, to Master Qin using an astonishingly powerful move to knock the opponent away, it only took a few breaths. Everyone came back to their senses, excited but also quite confused. Since Master Qin has such a killing move, why didn't he use it earlier instead of hiding in that turtle SHL? Master Qin is a master of the art of war. Doesn't he know better than you? In the art of war, this is called planning and then taking action. Master Qin must be waiting for this opportunity to take action. That's it. The others suddenly realized. The sudden scene also shocked the Ashura tribe. That move just now. The Mad King frowned. Even he felt threatened by the colorful lightning. The human race has three main mainstream traditions: Shenwu, Baigui, and literary sage. Shenwu pays attention to the condensation of blood energy and strength. Hundreds of ghosts eat energy, and literary sage uses literary energy to transform righteousness. This person is obviously a scholar of the holy way of literature. But the aura of the move just now was definitely not that of literature or righteousness. But Mala said calmly, "That's the Hongmeng Immortal Qi from the upper world." Sha Tianluo suddenly explained. Hongmeng Immortal Qi? But didn't that thing disappear long ago in ancient times? Why can he possess it? Tianluo looked surprised. As an Ashura who has been passed down for a long time, he naturally knows something about the secrets of ancient divine energy and Hongmeng Immortal Energy. It is a thing left by the immortal world to the human world, which can help the beings in this world break the shackles of heaven and earth. The human race has two pillars. One is the God-suppressing Siyu, and the other is the Heavenly Supervisor and the Imperial Master. Although I have never fought against the latter old guy, I know that he is not ordinary. I think the Hongmeng Immortal Qi has something to do with him. In Sha Tianluo's view, this is the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, if the human race could freely obtain divine objects such as Hongmeng Immortal Qi, they would have been able to dominate this world long ago. No wonder the human race will send this person to the scene in the last battle. It turns out that the young king has this trump card. Ziyulua looked at the boundary barrier and saw Pablo, who was knocked away by the colorful white lightning. lying on the ground motionless. Sha Tianluo said with a cruel smile, "If you want to become the next king, how can you be defeated so easily? From the moment she was born, she has been fighting with people of her own race. She has long been invincible in the same realm, and she is probably looking forward to a battle that will make her go all out." The 4 war kings were all shocked when they heard this. Doesn't this mean that the young king has never used all his strength when fighting against his fellow clan members, and is already invincible? Within the boundary barrier, he had clearly knocked down the opponent, but the uneasiness in Qin Feng's heart became even stronger. This may be the ability of the Wensheng Taoist to seek good fortune and avoid evil, which is a warning to him. Looking at the Ashura girl who fell to the ground, Qin Feng couldn't help but think, it's a pity that there is no referee in this competition. Otherwise the countdown will end in 10 seconds, and I will have won. The other side. Boom! Bang bang! The heart begins to beat. It was the joy of meeting a powerful enemy. In the past, as long as you were a little more serious, your opponent would be helpless. But like today, this is the first time I have encountered it. With Turtle SH.L-like defense and powerful attack methods, it seems that he can finally use his full strength. The girl lying on the ground put her hands on the ground and stood up slowly, her eyes full of fighting spirit. "You are very good." As he finished speaking, the golden lines on Pablo's forehead began to expand to his whole body, and the evil spirit lingered around him. Qin Feng's eyelids jumped in shock when he saw that the area in the opponent's abdominal cavity where he was injured by Bai Lei was healing rapidly. What kind of amazing resilience is this? And I don't know if it was his illusion. With the expansion of Shura's supernatural powers, the girl's figure seemed to be a little longer than before. No, it's not an illusion. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Those breasts that are constantly swelling will not lie. The flat plains turned into mountains, and the clothes seemed a little tight. The original pretty lowly turned into a royal sister. Everyone watching the battle had a look of shock on their faces, not knowing why such a change occurred. Anna looked down, frowning, feeling inexplicably irritable inside. Pablo shook her arms. It had been a long time since she had used Shura Ghost and entered this form. Because in this form, it is not easy for her to hold back her power, and she will kill her clan members if she is not careful. As the next generation king, she naturally cannot commit indiscriminate killings. Looking at Qin Feng not far away, a scarlet light flashed in Pablo's eyes. He licked his lips and said, "Don't die so easily. Let me have some fun." Qin Feng's face was extremely ugly due to his shaky speech. The pressure brought by the qi on the other party was far beyond what he could compare with before. In an instant, Pablo disappeared from the spot. This speed was already comparable to that of King Killer Zayuluo. Fortunately, Qin Feng has the power of double pupils, and his eyes are always locked on the opponent. On the right, Halcyon Mirror was activated, and the Turtle SH.L set up defense again. However, Pablo's right fist wrapped in evil spirits fell, and it actually cracked the Halcyon Mirror with one blow. Qin Feng looked shocked. Seeing this scene, Lu Jianli and the 2 people outside the boundary barrier couldn't help but rush into the field. They would rather the human race lose the bet than Qin Feng's life be threatened. Imperial Master Tian Jian stretched out his hand to stop the 2 of them, and said calmly, "Just keep watching." On the battlefield, it's too late to tell, but it's soon to be. With the help of the Halcyon Mirrors blocking for a moment, Qin Feng's righteous energy gathered at his feet. Then he suddenly hit the ground and retreated violently, comparable to the speed. Even the divine martial artist may not be the opponent of the Ashura clan, let alone a Wensheng Taoist. Pablo followed closely, and his fists and kicks poured down on the Halcyon Mirror like a violent storm. The cracks spread quickly like spider webs. At this moment, Qin Feng is like a small boat in the stormy waves, with the possibility of being submerged at any time. Seeing the cracks getting bigger and bigger, Qin Feng exhaled, and his eyes suddenly changed. The righteous energy in the body surged, and the cloudless sky suddenly became dense with dark clouds, and thunder rolled. What's going on? Everyone watching the battle was worried about Master Qin, and looked at the sky curiously. Immediately afterwards, the thunder dragon roared and fell suddenly. Is this a thunder method? Xiao Wuhan's eyes widened with surprise on his face. The 4th level of the Wensheng Dao Tong, the free realm, can control the spirit that has the same origin as the righteousness and perform powerful moves. However, there are very few people who can practice writing, and there are even fewer people who can enter the Tao with thunderous righteousness throughout the ages. Lei Fa together has long been forgotten. I didn't expect to see him today. Thunder possesses the power of destruction, and is naturally very powerful. Pablo looked increasingly excited as he looked at the surging thunder. She had no choice but to give up her attack on Halcyon Mirror and turned around to face thunder. His body is as fast as a ghost. And every time he punches, there is a bolt of thunder that annihilates him. Under the offensive of this sea of thunder, Pablo was able to deal with it with ease and effortlessly. The battle between the two sides suddenly turned into a war of attrition. Either Pablo was swallowed up by the thunder, or Qin Feng was exhausted and lost the battle. But Qin Feng knew very well that for the sake of the human race, he could only win this battle and not lose. With my strength, if I compete with her, I will definitely lose. In this case, if I want to win, I can only use that move. Qin Feng took a deep breath, and the Hongmeng immortal chi circulated and merged into the depths of his eyes. And that little bit of black light was about to move. Chapter 6:12 You are very strong. Closer. Closer. Hongmeng's immortal energy condensed, and kept pushing towards the innate energy deep in his pupils. The Thunder Dragon was still roaring. But a terrifying and suppressed pressure was spreading to all directions with Qin Feng as the center. Everyone watching the battle, whether they were humans or Asuras, felt their hearts tremble. That's a tremor coming from the depths of the soul. Huh? Sha Tianluo suddenly stood up. Beside the Juka River, Jin Shenxiyu turned his head and looked in the direction of the battlefield, muttering to himself. Which move do you want to use? I don't know if this kid can control it. Outside the boundary barrier, the Tianjian Imperial Master narrowed his eyes slightly. And Father Qin and the three of them obviously remembered something. It was the supreme technique in the courtyard that was like a flash in the pan. When Pablo, whose body was covered with golden lines, crushed thunder, she felt a numbness in her scalp, and her heart seemed to beat a beat slower. She suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Qin Feng. The man in black was still huddled in the turtle SHL, but a black gold light slowly lit up in his eyes, like a dragon about to wake up in the abyss. Her fighting instinct and intuition told her that the opponent's next move would be no small matter, and she had to strike first before its chi was brewed. Thinking of this, Pablo took a deep breath suddenly. His chest swelled, and all the evil energy around him was swept into his body. At the same time, the golden lines actually emitted a dazzling golden light, which was the killing form of Shura ghosts and gods. Although she is extremely talented, it is not easy to use her tribulation power to kill in the sixth revolution. The state can only be maintained for a moment, and victory or defeat depends on this. The Azura clan has lost 2 games in a row. As the king of the next generation, she must prove her name for the Ashura clan. Her fists were clenched tightly on both sides of her waist, and the powerful energy turned into a barrier. Even if the Thunder Dragon roared and struck down, it could not hurt her at all. Then, the energy and evil energy all over his body merged together, and his hands suddenly moved forward. Golden light and evil energy circulated, like a mad dragon, attacking Qin Feng with unrivaled momentum. This is the move created by Sha Tianluo Sha Tianlong Flow. Wherever he passed along the way, the space was actually split, and the heaven and earth continued to tremble, which clearly shows the power of this move. But facing such a powerful move, Qin Feng always stood on the spot and never made any move. In just 1/1000th of an instant, the evil dragon flow struck in front of Qin Feng, less than a foot away. Outside the boundary barrier, Lu Jianli and the 2 men saw this, and their beautiful eyes widened. Now that things have happened, they are powerless to rescue them again. At this critical moment, the Hongmeng fairy energy in his eyes finally succeeded in activating the innate energy. Faster than an instant, the innate chi flowed around the body and penetrated into the heart fiercely. The heartbreaking pain pulled at the nerves. Black light like a flame wrapped around Qin Feng's body. Everything in the world seemed to be at rest. Qin Feng finally displayed his divine power and entered a mysterious state. In his eyes, time stopped flowing. He could see the nervous and worried expressions on the faces of the people watching the battle. And he could see the unparalleled anxiety in the eyes of the 2 ladies. Looking in front of him, the evil dragon flow was still roaring ferociously, and its murderous intent, which was as powerful as an army, could engulf him in just a moment. But he stopped a foot away in front of him, unable to move any further. Qin Feng knew very well that with his current control over divine power, he could only perform one immortal move at most. But in the face of Pablo's killing moves, which magical method can unexpectedly win? Just when he was at a loss, the voice of the Imperial Master Tianjin rang in his mind. 7 steps to the Heavenly Gang. Qin Feng was stunned and suddenly realized. That's it. The Hongmeng immortal chi circulates in the body, and countless white life stars shine in the starry sky. Qin Feng's figure was like an immortal, ethereal, avoiding the murderous intention of the evil dragon, and walk towards Pablo. And every time he takes a step, a white afterimage will be left behind. Stepping on the Tian Gang in 7 steps is a powerful killing move that requires activating the Destiny Star energy machine. The higher the quality of the Destiny Star corresponding to the Wensheng Taoist, the more lethal it will naturally be. Although Qin Feng's life star is just the most common white life star, there are so many of them that power is naturally unimaginable. The more steps you take, the more stars will light up. Above the sky, it was obviously daytime, but the stars were so bright and dazzling. Qin Feng's palm gently touched the evil dragon flow, and Pablo's powerful killing move collapsed. And he finally took the 7th step, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Pablo. He slowly raised his right arm, and the blazing white light condensed on the fingertips of his right hand. The horror in Pablo's eyes became more and more intense, and she clearly understood that this was a fatal move. When Sha Tianluo saw the scene, he clenched his right fist and struggled in his eyes. The glory of the Ashura clan did not allow him to interfere in other people's battles, but he knew that Pablo couldn't take this move, and death seemed to be the only ending. But to Sha Tianluo's surprise, Qin Feng's finger did not touch Pablo's forehead, but brushed the latter's ear and pointed to the sky. Boom! The pillar of white light sank into the sky, and for a moment it seemed that only white was left in the world. The state of divine power ends, and time begins to flow again. Everyone watching the battle stared with wide eyes, completely confused as to what was happening. Only those above the 3rd level could see the whole process of the battle. It's a move that can affect time and space, Xiao Wuhan muttered to himself. This, Ning Zhan's expression was stunned. He felt that he was somewhat behind the times. Pablo's moves already made his scalp numb, and Qin Feng's move made him smell the smell of death. That's an immortal method, Bimala said in a deep voice. Young King has been defeated. The other 3 war kings looked at each other with quite calm expressions. They saw how powerful the opponent was, and they were just sighing that there were so many geniuses in the human race. That was Lu Jianli, and so was the man in black. In the barrier, Qin Feng looked at Pablo, who looked dull, and flicked his forehead with his right hand. Pablo sat down. The Shura ghost and god form faded away. And sister, you returned to the pretty girl she was before. You lost, Qin Feng said softly. The moment these words were spoken, the people had not yet reacted. Before the competition, who could have thought that the human race could really win this absurd bet? After everyone came to their senses, excited cheers were like a tsunami, flooding the entire Fengtian city. Master Qin won. The human race won. The Ashura tribe is going to form an alliance with the human race. Emperor Ming's brows finally relaxed completely, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. I really owe the Qin family a favor. Young Master Qin is truly a god, the prince admired sincerely. Anya pursed her lips, listening to the cheers of the people around her. Her eyes were filled with the figure in black, and she could no longer look away. But just as everyone was cheering, Pablo, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly rose up and violently threw Qin Feng to the ground. This sudden change shocked Qin Feng. All his strength had been used up to exert his divine power, and he had no power to resist at this moment. Everyone also thought that the Ashura clan was going to renege on their promise, and everyone was shocked. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Pablo's face was slightly red, and his eyes were blurred. You are very strong. Do you want to have a baby with me? We can give birth to a strong next generation. Hey! Everyone was stunned. Chapter 613 is really insulting to Jiliman. Qin Feng was stunned. His eyes widened, and his mind went blank. What did you say? Have a child with me. I am the next generation king of the Ashura clan, and you have such strength. The heirs born from the union of the 2 of us will definitely be able to support the future of the Ashura clan, Pablo said excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Qin Feng opened his mouth and suddenly remembered what his father said. The Ashura clan would do anything to continue their strong bloodline. Originally, he only thought that in order to achieve this, the Ashura clan might ignore gender issues. Nowadays, it seems that age is not a problem. Real punishment. I refuse, Qin Feng said decisively without any hesitation. Everyone watching the battle exclaimed again. Qin Feng turned his head and looked around with a strange look on his face. Why were these people eating melons so surprised? What's going on in his mind? Dirty. Extremely dirty. Qin Feng was ashamed to be associated with him. The reaction from the Ashura clan was rather dull. Zayulo even said with a smile, the young king is quite quick in his actions. He is worthy of being the next generation king of the Ashura clan. This person has such a strong fighting power and must have good blood talent. And he is most likely the man who wields the sword. If the young king can successfully combine with him, the Ashura clan will have another supremely powerful person in the future. My king. You should think so too. Right? Boom! Murderous intent boils. Huh? The 4 war kings were curious. Sensing murderous intent and looking around, they saw their king's expression was ferocious. And the murderous intent in his eyes almost turned into reality. The ants of the human race dare to covet my Pablo. I will cut him into pieces. Sha Tianluo clenched his right fist, and the sound of space shattering was heard endlessly. The 4 war kings seemed to have guessed something and silently withdrew their gaze. Their king was good in everything, but sometimes he doted on Pablo too much. This is why, for such a powerful young king, no one in the tribe dares to show love to her yet. Hey! Why? Pablo, who was pressing on Qin Feng in the barrier, frowned. There is no reason. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Get off me quickly! Qin Feng shouted loudly, adding silently in his heart. Before my 2 ladies get mad. He turned his head carefully and looked around. Outside the boundary barrier, the 2 ladies were looking at this place calmly, with calm expressions. Not even angry? It seems that my wife still trusts my character. Qin Feng is very pleased. Pablo sensed the sight and showed an expression of sudden realization. So you like that? As she finished speaking, the golden lines on her forehead lit up again, and within a moment, the pretty lowly became the royal sister again. With my appearance? You should be willing to have a child with me. Right. Pablo licked his lips, looking forward to it. Uh-huh. 2 wind sounds suddenly sounded in his ears. Before Qin Feng could react, Pablo was already pinned to the ground by Lu Jinli and Song Filan. Song Filan's light blue eyes were filled with cold light. Under the black scarf, an indifferent voice sounded. We will be responsible for that kind of thing, so you won't be needed. Qin Feng's face froze, and he could tell that the 2 ladies had already seen through his preferences. There was some trust between husband and wife, but not a lot. In order to continue the excellent bloodline, it is common among the Ashura tribe to compete for spouses. Pablo looked excited, a little eager to try. She glanced at Lu Jinli on the left, thinking of the previous battle between him and Ziyue, and silently looked away. This woman is not a rival yet. As for the other one, Song Filan seemed to have seen Pablo's thoughts and sneered. That's right. The law of the jungle is always followed in the Dragon Clan. As he finished speaking, he took out the short dagger from his waist, and then with a wave of his hand, a silver-white thunder sliced through the sky. The roar of the dragon was deafening. Dragon Clan. Xianglong lineage. 7-turn calamity power. Pablo looked a little dull, and then looked at Qin Feng not far away. This human race man is really amazing. He can stay with 2 women like this. The fighting spirit in his eyes is even higher. She put away the Shuragos powers and said crisply, I understand. I am no match for you now. Wait until I can defeat you one day. I will take him back and continue the bloodline with him. Then I'll wait and see. Song Filan sneered, looked at each other with Sister Jinli, and then the 2 of them stopped together. All the human men watching the battle could not help but be stunned by this scene. The joy of the human race winning the bet was now replaced by feelings of envy, jealousy and hatred. They gritted their teeth and couldn't help but think in their hearts, Master Qin, you really deserve to die. On the city wall, Su Tianyu raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured to himself, if this is really the case, then I don't have no chance? With her 8th level calamity power, wouldn't she stand out among all the women? It's just that at this age, he may be 100 million points older. Su Xiaoya on the side said in surprise, Chief, what did you just say? Let me tell you, this guy is really lucky. In the stands, Anya looked complicated, not to mention Lu Jinli and Song Filan. Even this girl from the Ashura tribe was no match for her. But then again, isn't this matter about mutual love? When will humans become like wild beasts? And whoever has the bigger fist will have the right to choose a mate. Anya disapproved of this behavior from the bottom of her heart. So she snorted, It's really insulting to gentlemen. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. The prince beside him was filled with envy. Who doesn't have vanity? If there were so many outstanding women vying for him. Just think about it. It would be a beautiful thing worth bragging about for a lifetime. But he also knew that not everyone could compare to a wonderful person like Qin Feng. What do you know? Anyami stared slightly. There was a strange look in the prince's eyes. He just felt inexplicable. For no reason. Why was he still angry? Even though he had countless concubines. lingered in brothels, and never touched his body. He couldn't help but sigh. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. But no matter how you say it, this exciting bet ended with the victory of the human race. The ending scene and the following days will probably become the topic of conversation for countless people in Fontian City after dinner. But those are all things for later. Sha Tianluo stepped into the air, took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the stands. Prison Luoxie and Bi looked at each other as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and hurriedly protected Emperor Ming behind him. But with the strength of the two of them, if Sha Tianluo really has murderous intentions, how can he stop him? Get out of the way! Emperor Ming was well aware of this, so he waved his hand and asked the two of them to step aside. Then he calmly looked up at Sha Tianluo, who was like a giant. Although his strength is average, his temperament is worthy of the title of king. Sha Tianluo sat down cross-legged and then said, "Let's talk about how to form an alliance." The sound was like a loud bell, resounding in everyone's ears. At the same time, inside the royal palace of Fontian City, on the dragon column in the Yulong Palace, a golden dragon opened its eyes, opened its teeth and danced its claws, broke through the roof of the palace, and soared over Fontian City. Chapter 614, an episode in troubled times. For a moment, everyone was shocked. It has long been a well-known saying in Fontian City that the golden dragon opens its eyes, and the country's destiny flourishes. They never expected that the alliance between the human race and the Azura clan could actually make a golden dragon open its eyes. But think about it. The Azura clan has unparalleled combat power, and King Azura Sha Tianluo has entered a state of transcendence, and can arm wrestle with Jin Shenxiu. Being an ally with such a powerful clan is naturally a great thing, and it makes sense that it can have such an impact on the fate of the country. Emperor Ming turned around and looked. Long Yan was delighted. When he first inherited the throne, only 4 golden dragons opened their eyes in the Yulong Palace, which showed the decline of the country's fortunes. But in just over a year, including the current one, 3 golden dragons have become active again on the coiling dragon pillar. Eunuch Li's voice trembled with excitement. Your Majesty, there are 7 golden dragons. Yes, Emperor Ming responded, feeling proud. You know, even during the reign of Emperor Tianxian, when Dacian's national destiny was the strongest, there were only 8 golden dragons with their eyes open at most. If Dacian is under his control, the national destiny can transcend the period of Emperor Tianxian. There will definitely be a prominent mention of him in the history books, even if he is called the Emperor of the Ages. Is that still unknown? Looking at Qin Feng and others again, the admiration in Emperor Ming's eyes was no longer concealed. This kid Qin Feng may be my lucky star, but it's not necessarily Dacian's lucky star. After coming to Fontian City, not only the national destiny became more and more prosperous, but also the crises in various domains were able to be overcome safely. And his 2 wives, and the Northern Ghost Chief. Thinking of this, Emperor Ming looked at Anya, who was looking excited, and raised his brows thoughtfully. Originally, he wanted to let nature take its course, but now it seems that he has to secretly help. Roar! After the golden dragon roared, it returned to the Yulong Palace and sat on the coiling dragon pillar. Everyone also came back to their senses, and the joy on their faces became more intense, as if they were proud of themselves. Emperor Ming smiled at Sha Tianluo and said, "The alliance is a big deal. I need to discuss it with the Imperial Master of Tianjin before we can confirm it. You may as well stay in Fontian City for the next few days, and I will hold a grand feast in your honor." Allowing powerful foreigners to enter Fontian City is a bold move. If the other party has evil intentions, it will definitely be a huge disaster for Dacian. Emperor Ming was naturally aware of this, but he also had his own considerations. First of all, the Azura clan has always valued agreements, which can be seen from Deng Mo's incident. Now that the other party has lost the bet, it is almost impossible for the Azura clan to renege on their word based on their character. Secondly, the purpose of doing this is to express the sincerity of the alliance on the human side and win the favor of King Azura. Upon hearing this, Sha Tianluo rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and then agreed. The Azura clan lives by fighting, so they naturally hate such occasions. The reason why he agreed was simple. I can just take this opportunity to compete with that old guy. Beside the Juka River, the old man with white hair and black beard suddenly sighed. Not long after, the boundary barrier on Tianliyuan dissipated. The boundary formation of Fontian City was opened, and the Azura tribe filed in. As for the extremely wild and ferocious beasts, they naturally stayed where they were. Night falls quietly, and the lights in Fontian City are brightly lit. On the spacious streets of the inner city, tables are lined up in a row, and it is unknown where they lead. Wine and delicacies were placed on the table, and the whole city celebrated together. It is worth mentioning that these delicacies are all made by the imperial chef as well as the chefs from Zexinglu and Wengueju. So you can imagine how delicious they are. This also caused a dimensionality-reducing blow to the Azura tribe, who were accustomed to eating coarse grains and liked to eat raw meat. 10 miles away from Fontian City, several wild and ferocious beasts lay on the ground, like huge mountains. On the giant tree on the side, a man wearing a yellow shirt with silver hair looked at the majestic city and couldn't help but murmur to himself. The methods of the Tianjin Imperial Master are still so unfathomable. Not only did they solve the current crisis, and even prepared for a rainy day and formed an alliance with the Azura clan, but I didn't expect that the human race could actually win this bet. The appearance of Bei Guisho naturally surprised the man, and Lu Jinli's strength made him feel that the claim that this woman could be on par with Jin Shenxiu in the future was not just groundless. But what surprised the man the most was Qin Feng, the technique that affects time and space, and the 7-step technique. If I read it correctly, it should be an immortal technique. And if you want to cast immortal magic, you must have the Hongmeng immortal energy in your body. The man murmured to himself, then took out a small paper figurine from his arms, lit it with fire coming from his fingertips. Several wild and ferocious beasts sensed something and looked up, only to see a flash of fire disappear. And the figure of the silver-haired man has long since disappeared. At the same time, on the other side, in a luxuriously decorated room, an identical little paper man was also set on fire. Everything that happened outside Fontian City turned into sporadic images that flashed by one. A man in black said in a deep voice, "It seems that Guy failed to conceal the secrets of heaven. Everything we planned was discovered by the heavenly supervisor." Behind the screen, a figure put down the teacup and said calmly, "The secret must have been obscured, but the Tianjin Imperial Master had other backup plans, which led to this situation. This time, all the people hiding in Fontian City were uncovered. Even Master Bingyan had his identity exposed and was killed by Yu Luosi. Young Master, what should we do next?" the man in black asked. "Just wait and see what happens. Just wait and see what happens," the figure explained. The moment the Netherworld and the Ghost World were born, the turmoil of the world had already begun. Demons and ghosts were raging, and the appearance of gods and demons was inevitable. All we have to do is give the royal family the most painful blow at the moment when De Qian is too busy to take care of himself. I believe it won't be long." While saying this, the figure behind the screen looked towards the south. Where was Jinling Pass? In the hiding place of the Burial Sky organization. Gue Buddha looked at the empty scene and said disdainfully, "My lord worked hard to help him block the secret of heaven. But this is the only result, not to mention causing trouble to Fontian City. He even sent them a big gift." Isn't the alliance between the human race and the Azura clan a great gift? The void shook, and a figure wrapped in black energy stepped out slowly. "It doesn't matter. Before the gods and demons appear in the world, it is always good for someone to attract the attention of Fontian City. What the outcome is, it doesn't matter to us. Just treat it as an episode in troubled times." Ghost Buddha said respectfully. "What the Lord said is absolutely true. Then, we just have to wait for Garuda." "Not bad." The figure nodded slightly. Although the process of collecting the remnants of gods and demons did not go as smoothly as planned, it finally led to the results they expected. The emergence of the ghost world is just a warning that the disaster has begun. The moment the gods and demons came to the world was the real beginning of the fission in this world. Chapter 6:15. There are injuries under the clothes. If you don't believe me, I'll take them off to show you. The banquet held for the Azura clan lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. On the streets, the aroma of fine wine and delicious food is refreshing. In the palace, nearly half of the stored ingredients were consumed, and the cooks responsible for cooking were exhausted physically and mentally. Fortunately, these days are finally coming to an end. With the help of many parties, the alliance between the human race and the Azura tribe is nearing completion. The moment it was finalized, it was time for the Azura clan to leave. In the Qin family's mansion, Tianjin felt the regrown half of his body and couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that not only is your strength amazing, but you also have such superb medical skills." Under the imperial edict of Emperor Ming, Tianjin and others temporarily resided in the Qin family's residence these days. Presumably it was to alleviate the impact of the war between the two sides and avoid having a grudge against each other. However, Emperor Ming obviously thought too much. After all, the Azura clan has always respected the strong. For them, after a defeat, there is only respect for the opponent and no other emotions. The alliance between the human race and the Azura tribe was already a certainty. So Qin Feng did not have any worries, and took action to treat the injuries of the seriously injured Tinji Luo and Ziyu Luo. According to Tiangeluo's estimation, it would take at least a few months to eliminate the remaining chi of Beiguisho in the body. And then the Azura clan's super recovery power could be used to restore the physical body. But he never expected that in just 3 days, the human boy in front of him would eliminate most of the remaining energy. Qin Feng glanced at Tiangeluo's regrown physical body, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. The recovery power of the Azura clan was still above the level of the indestructible Vajra of the Divine Warriors. If it were to compete in a war of attrition, even the Dragon clan with strong bloodline would not be a match for the Azura clan. But fortunately, such a powerful race soon became an ally of the human race. At this moment, Ziyu Luo, whose arms were cut off by Lu Jianli, approached Qin Feng and breathed into the latter's ear. "What about my injuries?" Qin Feng's ears itched, and he hurriedly distanced himself. "I said before that I can only help you relieve the pain. Your wound was cut by my wife, and it contains the great truth. Only when the avenue within it melts away over time can you grow your arms again." In order to understand this so-called Taoism, Qin Feng also deliberately read the books in Tingyuan and asked Senior Xian in the Divine Sea. However, just as Qin Feng remembered, there are few records about Taoism in books. Due to lack of memory, Senior Xian's understanding of Taoism is very limited. He only knows that it is a technique of its own that transcends the laws of heaven and earth. As the saying goes, it is beyond skills, but close to Tao. This is the case. According to what Senior Xian said, the divine power he mastered can, in a sense, be ranked first-rate in Taoism. When checking Ziyu Luo's arms, Qin Feng also felt a mysterious aura, which seemed to be beyond the laws of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of that mysterious aura that Ziyu Luo was unable to use the Azura clan's powerful recovery power. "Since both arms cannot be healed for the time being, why not find a place where no one is around and help me check other injuries?" Ziyu Luo licked his lips and launched another offensive. The young king wants to take Qin Feng's bloodline and give birth to a powerful heir. So why doesn't she, Ziyu Luo, not want to? As the former said before, in the Ashura clan, excellent spouses must be snatched away in order to obtain the right to mate with the king. The women in the clan fought fiercely. Just as Ziyu Luo was pressing closer, her scalp suddenly became numb, and the fighting instinct accumulated over the years kept warning her of danger. Danger? Danger? If my husband can't find any other injuries, why don't you let me inflict a few more injuries on you? The crisp words sounded after themselves. Although his tone was plain, Ziyu Luo felt Sinhen's murderous intent from it. Turning around stiffly, she saw a beautiful figure in white clothes with her arms cut off, standing not far behind her, looking at her quietly with a pair of beautiful eyes. "Maybe it's just my misunderstanding. The injury doesn't seem to be as serious as before," Ziyu Luo said to himself, and then backed away from Qin Feng. Although the Azura people like to challenge powerful enemies, they are not mindless and ignorant people. When his arms are healthy, he is no match for the opponent. But provoking the opponent at this time is the same as seeking death. You know, during the fight, she just said a few bad words about this man, and the other party got angry. If she forced him to have a child, Ziyu Luo didn't dare to think any more. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, his wife arrived in time. However, one wave after another broke out, and suddenly a hurricane struck, and a delicate figure pounced on him with lightning speed. But when the two were less than 10 feet apart, Song Filan appeared from nowhere and pinched the back of Xiao Loli's neck accurately. The distance of 1 foot is like a chasm. Pablo shook his body desperately, his ponytail swinging up and down. "Let me go! What are you going to do?" Song Filan frowned and asked coldly. "I'm injured and I need his treatment," Pablo said plausibly, but his tone was not so sure. Hearing this, Qin Feng looked at her energetic look and his face froze. "I took a look and found that you are healthy and have no injuries. I have injuries under my clothes. If you don't believe me, I'll take them off to show you." Pablo made a show of taking off his animal skin clothes. "Madam, stop her quickly. Don't let her act recklessly." Qin Feng blocked his sight with his palm and secretly looked between his fingers. The scene that is not suitable for children did not appear, because a burly body appeared out of thin air. It was the king of Azura, Sha Tian Luo. "Father! My king!" The Azura tribe present were half kneeling on the ground with respectful expressions. It was not until Sha Tian Luo responded softly that they stood up again. Qin Feng looked at the giant in front of him with a shocked expression. The giant just stood there, exuding a powerful pressure, as if the sky was falling. This is the Azura King who can compete with the god-suppressing Ziyu. Sha Tianluo glanced at Pablo, who was half rolled up in animal skin clothes, and then looked at Qin Feng. His expression suddenly darkened. Qin Feng's heart trembled for no reason. What was going on with this terrifying murderous intention and inexplicable hostility? Lu Jianli and Song Filan felt something in their hearts, and guarded Qin Feng on the left and right. Father Qin in the lobby was still drinking tea, his brows furrowed and energy emanating from his body. Huh? It's interesting. Sha Tianluo turned his head and looked in the direction of the lobby. Isn't this familiar energy with a warning meaning exactly the same as the northern ghost head that appeared a few days ago? He suddenly laughed out loud, and then suppressed the pressure around him. Unexpectedly, the invincible Azura clan would be defeated by this family. At Lu Jianli and Qin Feng's age, if they continue to grow, they don't know what level they will reach. Maybe the civil and military personnel guarding Dakian in the future will be replaced by these two people. Tiangelua asked curiously. My king, shouldn't you be in the palace discussing the alliance with the human emperor? Things have been basically finalized. The rest seems to give me a headache, so I'll leave it to Bimala. Counting the time. He should be back. As soon as he finished speaking, a blast of wind suddenly sounded, and it was Bimala who came. The latter nodded slightly, indicating that the alliance had been established. Now that things have come to this, it's finally time for the Azura clan to go back. But before leaving, Sha Tianluo seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly flew high into the sky, smiled ferociously, and shouted, Old guy, don't pretend to be dead. You haven't made a move for a long time. Don't you want to move your muscles? Beside the Juku River, the old man with white hair and black beard put down the fishing rod in his hand, took a step, and flew hundreds of miles away from Fengtian City in an instant. Sha Tianluo followed closely. With a roar, the sky split and day and night alternated. This battle is like two gods venting their anger. The rumor about the old age of the god-suppressing secretary was also shattered after this battle. Chapter 6:16. I am afraid that these favors can only be given with my body. Before you know it, January flies by. The human race and the Azura race have made an alliance and officially become allies. For the people of Fengtian City, the exciting betting battle seemed like just yesterday, and many people were still talking about it in the streets, especially on the night when the Azura tribe left. The battle between Sha Tianluo and Jinshin Ziyu became a topic that everyone enjoyed talking about. Looking up at the sky to the east outside Fengtian City, it was clearly daytime, but a dark ravine fell on the sky, as if someone had cut the curtain with a knife. That is the aftermath of the encounter between existences in the realm of transcendence. Anyone whose strength reaches that level is like a god, and every move contains unimaginable power. But this world is too fragile to bear such a result. In the Taiping Academy, the sound of reading resounded loudly. Heaven moves vigorously. A gentleman strives to constantly strive for self-improvement. The terrain is prosperous, and a gentleman carries great virtues. Qin Feng silently withdrew his gaze and looked into the academy again. The scene of a crowded hall suddenly came to his eyes. As his reputation continues to increase, the reputation of Taiping Academy will naturally increase. Especially the battle with the Azura clan showed the world the unimaginable combat power of the Wensheng Daoist. That heroic statement. When the sea reaches the end, the sky is the shore. When the literature reaches the peak, I am the peak. It still makes students from poor backgrounds excited and excited. Because of this, the number of people joining Taiping Academy in Fengtian City has skyrocketed unprecedentedly. Seeing this grand scene, Yang Qian and Fei Sun also used their daily connections to attract many friends to teach and educate people in Taiping Academy together. The number of people increased and the scale expanded. It is no exaggeration to say that today's Taiping Academy has become the second Haowen Academy in Fengtian City. Seeing that lunchtime was approaching, Qin Feng put down the book in his hand and said softly, That's the end of today's class. You should pack up and go back for lunch early. When all the students heard this, they all made regretful sounds. Master Qin, why don't you talk a little longer? Yes, Master Qin. You haven't finished the last lecture on encouraging learning. Why don't you teach it now? Qin Feng smiled and said, If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. If you want to learn more knowledge, you must not treat your body badly. Seeing the expressions of regret and longing on the faces of all the students, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Well, in the first class in the afternoon, the teacher and I will borrow some time to finish. encouraging learning. To you. As for now, you go back quickly. As soon as these words came out, cheers erupted in the hall. After all the students said goodbye to Qin Feng, they hurried back home. Qin Feng was packing the books on the table alone, and suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, in 1 month, the imperial examination will begin. I don't know how many people can use it to soar into the sky and become a blockbuster this time. I recall the day Taiping Academy was built, and the students who have been studying hard for a long time. Qin Feng smiled slightly. If you make progress, things will happen. He believes that hard work will eventually yield results. It is just a matter of time. Just as he was thinking this, a crisp voice came from behind. Dean Qin is really loved by the students. Which makes me jealous. It's just that the dean is a little too overbearing. The first class in the afternoon is clearly mine. But you want to take up my time without consulting me? Qin Feng's face froze. And when he looked for a voice, he saw a young man in white clothes who was as gentle as jade. Oops. It's her class. Looking at the vastness of her chest. Could it be that she is Princess Taiping Anya? Yes. After establishing an alliance with the Azura clan, for some unknown reason, Emperor Ming secretly issued an imperial edict, allowing Anya to come to Taiping Academy to teach and educate people. The other party's reason is simple. In order to step into the higher realm of the Wensheng Dao, one needs to establish one's inner ambition and abide by the oath he made at the heart-questing platform. So it is naturally the most direct way to pass on what you have learned and heard as well as the spirit of the scholars. But Qin Feng never expected that Anya would have such free time. After all, the latter is the actual manager of Jubiozai. And as a princess, she should be in a hurry every day. Originally, he thought it was just the other party's whim. But for nearly a month, Anya never missed her lectures, and even mingled with students from poor families. He then knew that Anya was serious. In order to prevent the other party from continuing to be weird, Qin Feng laughed dryly and thought about the words in his mind. I was planning to go to have lunch with you. And I mentioned this by the way. Now that you're here, you don't have to worry about that. Why do you need to save that effort? I happen to be here in a hurry and haven't eaten yet. This place is quite close to your Wangyu residence. So I'd like to trouble Dean Qin to spend some money to take me to a nice meal. Anya blinked and said smoothly. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Don't you need to take care of your Jubiozai? You can eat at any time. But business is more important. Anya waved her hand. It doesn't matter. My father has sent someone to temporarily take over my position. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to come to Taiping Academy. This person really doesn't understand polite words. But who can take her place? Could it be Uniqli? Qin Feng was curious. But he didn't ask any more questions and agreed bravely. Business at Wangyueju is still booming, with a long queue outside the door and a crowd inside the restaurant. However, with their status as Qin Feng and Anya, they naturally did not have to wait outside and were quickly arranged into a good box. There was a lot of noise in the lobby. The spring breeze blew outside the window, and the aroma of rice filled the room. After drinking a glass of wine, Anya's face turned slightly red and her chatterbox slowly opened up. When I met you in Jinong City, I really didn't expect that you were Lu Jinli's husband, let alone that you would achieve what you have achieved today, being loved by my father and the common people. Qin Feng swung the wine glass in his hand. Emperor Ming was indeed very fond of the Qin family. After the competition with Azura, my father's title was directly mentioned to the third-level general of the country, the same as the ancestor of the Qin family. It was the first time in the history of Dakian that the title was promoted so quickly. Naturally, there were many voices of opposition in the court, but they were all suppressed by Emperor Ming. Thinking about it afterwards, Qin Feng also roughly guessed that Emperor Ming must have known his father's true identity as the Northern Ghost leader. The three of them won the bet for Tiqian, so it was reasonable for them to be rewarded. Anya drank a little fast, and the blush on her face became more and more obvious, and even the tips of her ears turned a touch of pink. She recalled the process of the two meeting and getting to know each other, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised and her eyes full of smiles. Qin Feng joked. It seems that you owe me so many favors, and you haven't paid them back yet. It was originally a joke, but unexpectedly, Anya was stunned for a moment, then half smiled. Yeah, it's not easy to repay so many favors, including 2 life-saving graces. If this matter were placed in those cliché stories, I'm afraid the only way to do it would be to agree with one's own body. When Qin Feng heard this, the wine glass he was about to lift suddenly stopped. Chapter 6:17 Invitation to a Literary Party. He looked at the other party. Anya was obviously drunk, with some water in her eyes, and Xiaofei's cheeks. This topic is not easy to pick up casually. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, thinking about it, and suddenly laughed out loud. Why are you laughing? Anya was stunned, looking quite confused. Qin Feng explained. I just thought of something interesting. Do you know in those storybooks, how would the heroine usually react if she was saved by someone else? What's the reaction? Anya asked curiously. The first type is that the man who saves her is good-looking, handsome, and handsome. The heroine will probably say that the little girl has nothing to repay, but she can only pledge her body to him. Second, if the man who saves her is plain-looking, even a little ugly, the heroine will change her story. The little girl has nothing to repay, because she was born to work as a bull for a young man. You owe me a favor, and when you think of committing yourself to it, it seems that I fall into the first situation. Hearing this, Anya blinked and then smiled. Dean Qin is so funny. No wonder he can win the hearts of Lu Jianli and the Dragon Clan woman. I just don't know who will be the next girl to suffer. Qin Feng waved his hand. I am content with 2 ladies. How dare I continue to mess around with others? Anya's expression changed slightly, then quickly calmed down, and she said with a smile, That's true. Dean Qin's 2 wives. If any man in the world gets one of them, he will laugh out of his dreams. Stop talking about this. Hurry up and eat with your chopsticks while it's hot. These are my signature dishes at Wang Yueju. Then I would be disrespectful. After enjoying lunch, and seeing that it was almost time, Qin Feng planned to go back to Taiping Academy with Anya. But the latter seemed to have drunk a little too much, and he still looked drunk. So he said, You go back first. You will take up some time in my class anyway, so it doesn't hurt to go back later. Do you need me to get a room for you to take a nap? Qin Feng asked with concern. Anya shook her head. Just stay here and rest for a while. It's getting late, so you should leave quickly. Seeing that the other party persisted, Qin Feng didn't know what to say. After giving some instructions to the waiter, he said goodbye and left. Suddenly, Anya was the only one left in the wing. She leaned against the window, looking at Qin Feng's leaving figure on the street, with a hazy drunkenness in her eyes. It wasn't until the latter disappeared behind the flow of people that she withdrew her gaze in a daze. There was still a mouthful of sake left in the wine glass on the opposite table. Anya reached out to take the wine glass and said to herself, I didn't know how to drink the wine before leaving. What a waste. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her head and drank the whole drink. Not long after, his face turned as red as a red flower in spring. After all, Qin Feng had drank from this wine glass. As if to hide something, she lay on the table and buried her head deep in her arms, thinking in her mind, She really doesn't look like her usual self. As time goes by, the date of the imperial examination is getting closer and closer. In the streets and alleys, the government has begun to put up notices, and the focus of everyone's attention has shifted from the Ashura clan to here. After all, the imperial examination is an opportunity for children from poor families. If you can come out on top and become the #1 scholar mentioned in the notice, you will be recognized by Emperor Ming, directly promoted to the 6th rank, and honor your ancestors. In the past, this was something that ordinary people would never dare to think about. In Taiping Academy, all the students were working hard to get a good ranking in the imperial examination. This is not only to prove oneself, but also to repay Qin Feng and the teachers of Taiping Academy for their cultivation. The sound of reading loudly echoed in the ears, and the literary spirit in the academy surged into the plaque of Taiping Academy, exuding a clear brilliance. Qin Feng looked at this scene and nodded happily. At this moment, someone came to visit at the entrance of the academy, and when he looked there, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly, just because the person who came was none other than the current prince wearing a royal robe. After silently exiting the school, Qin Feng asked curiously, Brother Jinwen, why do you have time to come here? The prince looked a little tired, and there were some dark circles under his eyes. He said slowly, Brother Qin should know about the fighting commune built by the elders of Shandongfang. Right. Qin Feng nodded slightly, and he naturally knew about the pavilions and pavilions built in the sky with strange skills. It was a wonder in Fengtian City. On the night of the full moon in previous years, I would hold a cultural gathering there, bringing the talents and beauties in Fengtian City together. Today is different from the past. After all, the imperial examination system is approaching, and coupled with the appearance of Brother Qin, the number of scholars in the city is increasing day by day. So I want to make the literary gathering more lively this time. I hereby invite Brother Qin to attend. With Qin Feng's reputation and his erudite poetic talent, if he can participate in the literary meeting, it will naturally add a lot to his reputation. The prince obviously also had this plan. That's it. Qin Feng understood. After they used a plan together with the prince to uncover the rats in Fengtian City, the relationship between the two became much closer, as if they were best friends. So he also knew that the boss behind the Jiaxing Tower and many brothels in Fengtian City was actually the current prince. And the person who bought Fighting Kong Yiwen is the shopkeeper of Zexinglu. So what's Brother Qin's reply? Brother Jinwen invited me. There's no reason why I shouldn't go. Qin Feng turned around and glanced at the school, and suddenly asked, Can the students from Taiping Academy go together? The imperial examination is approaching, and each of them is tensing up. If they can relax appropriately, it will be more conducive to their performance. If you want to make the cultural gathering lively, the more people attending the meeting, the better. Brother Qin will just look at the arrangements, the prince said with a smile. Qin Feng nodded, and the two chatted for a while. Before leaving, Qin Feng suddenly asked, By the way, Brother Jinwen, have you not had a good rest recently? I don't think you look very good. Mentioning this point, the prince looked around, but did not see the figure in white. He looked quite helpless and said, Anya came to your Taiping Academy to teach in order to break through the realm. The stall of Jubiozai naturally fell into my possession. On the head, taking care of the property of Zexinglu and brothel is already very stressful for me. Plus the Jubiozai. Alas, I don't know what my father was thinking and how he could make such an arrangement. It turns out that the person I mentioned earlier is you. Qin Feng had a strange expression on his face. Brother Jinwen is affected. The prince waved his hand. I won't tell you this anymore. I'm not familiar with the business of Jubiozai, so I have to go around more. By the way, the cultural fair will be held in the middle of the month, so don't forget it. You can also bring your family with you. With that said, the prince clasped his fists and left. When Qin Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. In the novel I read in my previous life, Duke Wenchao traveled through time and pretended to be a slap in the face at a literary conference, which was one of the classic scenes. But after thinking about his current status and reputation in Fengtian City, there shouldn't be those blind people who would stick their faces in front of him and beat him. He couldn't help but shook his head with some regret. Chapter 618 Mo Jijio's Plan. What is this? In the Imperial Academy, Mo Jijio looked at the letter in front of him with curiosity. Mr. Jijio, you must have forgotten that every year around this time, a literary gathering will be held in Fighting Kong Yiwen to meet friends through literature. In previous years, in order to gain face for the shopkeeper behind the Jiaxing Tower, we would go there to drink and compose poems to add color to the literary festival. Do you think we should go there this year? A man asked respectfully. When Mo Jijio heard this, he remembered this incident, and then frowned. The imperial examination is approaching. How can there be such leisure and elegance? This time, I want students from the Imperial College to occupy the top 10 spots and prove to the world that students from poor families are just a joke. In this case, the student declined the invitation. I happen to hear that students from Taiping Academy would also participate in this cultural gathering. If we stay in the same place with them, wouldn't it lower our status? The man sneered. Wait a minute. You said those students from poor families will also participate in the cultural gathering? Mo Jijio asked suddenly. Yes. This news has spread quite widely. I don't know what the shopkeeper of Zexinglu thinks. Isn't it ridiculous and generous to allow civilians to participate in the cultural gathering? In addition, there are rumors that this cultural conference will also be attended by relatives of the emperor. However, most people are skeptical about this statement. The star-reaching tower has a great reputation in Fengtian City, but trying to recruit such a person is probably a bit of a dream. Mo Jijio fell silent for a moment, then paced back and forth in the room. The emergence of the imperial examination is very likely to disrupt the monopoly of the imperial court by the powerful. He naturally wants the imperial college to prepare fully, and not be distracted from other things. But this cultural gathering was a bit hard to figure out. They were inviting students from Taiping Academy, and they were also inviting relatives of the emperor. The time was right before the imperial examination. Although the man didn't believe the invitation to the emperor's relatives, Mo Jijio did. How can a person who can take charge of the star-reaching tower in the imperial capital be average? He had even heard someone mention that the real behind-the-scenes boss of Jiaxing Tower had a terrifying identity. But this time, the poor families who were not eligible to participate in the cultural gathering in the past were able to participate. It is very likely that someone in the palace was expressing an attitude the situation where the powerful monopolize the court would no longer exist. If that were the case, the Imperial College's status in Fontian City would also be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Mo Jijo gritted his teeth with hatred towards Qin Feng. If the other party hadn't founded Taiping Academy and taught so many poor students, even if Emperor Ming proposed the Imperial examination system, it would only be an additional channel for the Imperial College to transport officials. Moreover, the other party slapped the Imperial College in the face many times, and even shouted the arrogant words, "Whenever the sea reaches the end, the sky will be the shore. And when the literature is at its peak, I will be the peak." He really didn't take the Imperial College seriously. Seeing that Mo Jijo's face turned extremely ugly, the man asked cautiously, "Master Jijiju, what's wrong with you? Our Imperial College will be participating in this cultural conference." "Oh? But those students from poor families will also go. Do you really want to be in the same place with them?" The man showed disgust. For them, the idea that people are born into different categories has long been ingrained, and staying with civilians will only make them feel uncomfortable. "It is precisely because of their presence that we go even more. A chicken is a chicken, even if it has colorful tail feathers. It cannot turn into a phoenix. I just want to prove this to the world at this cultural conference, and let those untouchables lose face before the Imperial examination." Mo Jijo sneered. This was not only to promote the power of the Imperial Academy, but also to severely retaliate against Qin Feng, who had humiliated him many times. "Master Jijo, do you want to use that poetry competition banquet?" The man suddenly realized, and then looked excited. As we all know, poetry is the easiest to pass down from generation to generation because its sentences are concise, rhyming, catchy, and can express artistic conception and thoughts most vividly. Therefore, the annual finale of Fighting Kongyuan's cultural fair is the poetry competition banquet. If he defeated everyone from Taiping Academy at the poetry competition banquet, wouldn't the latter become a big joke? "Not bad." Mo Jijo laughed loudly. He seemed to have seen the appearance of those poor students at the cultural gathering like prodigal dogs, and his heart felt happy. At this time, the man suddenly thought of something and said worriedly, "But what about the man named Qin? His poetic talent is indeed difficult for ordinary people to match." Many of the popular poems currently circulating in Fontian City were mostly written by Qin Feng. The man was really afraid that the scene where Qin Feng fought against several people from the Imperial Academy without losing would appear again. When Mo Jijo heard this, he also frowned. "It doesn't matter. The poetry competition is not all about one person. Even if he is quite talented in poetry, he cannot convince everyone with one poem. What's more, good lines and articles come by chance. I don't believe that he can have an endless stream of poems in his mind. After all, as long as you are an individual, your talents and ideas will always run out." The man believed it to be true and responded, "What Master Jijo said is absolutely true. Then I will go and reply to the meeting at the Jiaxing Tower where the Imperial College will attend the cultural meeting." Sneeze. Are you feeling the cold in spring?" Qin Feng rubbed his nose, muttered, and then continued to send righteous energy to the little fox in his arms, washing his whole body. Today's little fox is no longer as restrained as when he first arrived. Every time he sees him, he will naturally jump into his arms, then curl up with an expression of enjoyment. Qin Feng also asked Su Tianyu whether this little fox could be regarded as her clone, but the answer he received was a denial. The other party made it clear that this little fox was just transformed from her hair and tail feathers, and it contained a trace of her soul, which could bring the remaining ancient divine breath back to the body after the baptism of righteousness. Nothing more. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Qin Feng didn't dwell on the matter anymore. After all, if you think about it, if your clone was held in the arms of a member of the opposite sex and touched with your hands, normal people would feel uncomfortable. Right? A figure suddenly fell down. It was Song Filan. She glanced at the little fox in Qin Feng's arms, and couldn't help but frown. Even though she had long been accustomed to the other person's presence, she felt an instinctive resistance when she saw him being close to her husband. When the little fox saw Song Filan appear, his expression of enjoyment suddenly turned serious, and his little body trembled slightly, as if he had been caught and raped by the palace official. It was too late, but not too late. Song Filan suddenly pulled out the dagger from her waist and stabbed the little fox in the eye. This sudden scene also stunned Qin Feng, but fortunately, the dagger finally landed an inch away from the little fox and did not go any further. Chirp! The little fox's fur exploded, with a frightened look on his little face. "What are you doing?" Qin Feng asked in surprise. "It's an illusion," Song Filan murmured to herself and silently withdrew the dagger. Her purpose of doing this was simply to test whether this little fox was the incarnation of Su Tianyu. Looking at it now, it is true that she thought too much. In the Hu Yanqian wing, Su Tianyu was so frightened that she broke into a cold sweat. She just thought that she must be more careful in her actions in the future. Chapter 619. Everyone has their own thoughts. Seeing how cute this little thing is, I wanted to make a joke with it. But unfortunately I couldn't help it, Song Filan said lightly. Sure. The little fox voiced his protest. Are you kidding me? Why did I feel a trace of murderous intent? Qin Feng's expression froze, and he did not expose it, but asked, Didn't you go to practice outside Fontian City in the early morning? Why did you come back so early? I encountered some problems in the realm and wanted to ask Dad about it. So I came back temporarily. I see. Dad should still be in the lobby at this time. You can find him there. Good. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and spoke again. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. There will be a cultural gathering in the city in a few days. You usually don't like those elegant people the most. Have you got your stuff? Do you want to go with me then? Song Filan was slightly startled. In fact, she didn't care much about Wen Qi now. After all, she already has Qin Feng, a high-level literary saint. If she wants to absorb literary energy, she only needs to be gentle for a while at night. Anyway, after learning those novel postures, Qin Feng's interest was much higher than before. Naturally, the time was not the same. However, she was still looking forward to attending the cultural gathering with Qin Feng, not for the sake of literary style, but simply because she wanted to stay with him for a while longer. Moreover, since marrying into the Qin mansion, this is the first time Qin Feng has invited her out alone. Naturally, she does not want to miss such an opportunity. I have gained some insights in my cultivation recently, and I don't have enough time. But since you want to go with me, it doesn't hurt to take some time. Song Filan turned away and said softly, If you're busy practicing, forget it. It's not a place you have to go to anyway. Qin Feng replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Song Filan looking at her again, her eyes cold and filled with a hint of chill. What happened? Did I say the wrong thing? Didn't you understand? I mean, I have time. Song Filan said every word in a tone that could not be argued with. Well, I know. I will tell you when the day comes. Qin Feng laughed dryly. Song Filan nodded slightly, and after pulling out the little fox from Qin Feng's arms and placing it on the ground, she left with satisfaction, still looking forward to that day coming soon. Little fox. In the courtyard of the Qin mansion, Lan Ningxuan was sparring with Xing Sheng. With the help of the spirit beads, the two of them had improved rapidly and were just one step away from breaking through. Sensing movement in the corridor, the two stopped. Qin Feng waved and said, Ningxuan, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Uncle? Lan Ningxuan approached, looking curious and a little happy in her heart. Since her uncle's strength surpassed hers, the two of them haven't been alone like this for a long time. She really misses the days when she traveled with him and served as a guard. But she also knows that such days may never happen again. There will be a cultural gathering held in Fontian City in the next few days. I wonder if you are interested in going to see it. Lan Ningxuan was stunned when she heard this, and then said in surprise, Of course I am willing to go. Then do you want me to tell the lady as well? Qin Feng shook his head. No need. Just practice with peace of mind. Anyway, it's Lu Jinli's turn to have sex tonight, so I can just tell her when the time comes. Qin Feng thought this way. It was just a small thing at first, but when it fell into Lan Ningxuan's ears, the meaning was completely different. What's going on? Are you trying to avoid the young lady and ask me out alone? Wait a minute. I seem to have seen similar content in the storybook. The male protagonist has been in love with the maid next to the female protagonist for a long time. So he found an opportunity to be alone, express his love, and then do the things between men and women. Could it be that? Uncle. No. Wouldn't I be sorry for the lady if I do this? However, as the lady's personal swordsman, it is only a matter of time for me to sleep with you in the same room. Even if the lady knows, I should understand. But uncle, why are you so bold for no reason? After experiencing surprise, guilt, hesitation in her heart, Lan Ningxuan finally turned red and made up her mind. She looked up at Qin Feng and said softly, I know. On the day of the literary meeting, my uncle will just let me know. Okay. Qin Feng nodded and suddenly asked curiously, By the way, Ningxuan, Your face is a little red. Are you okay? Lan Ningxuang hurriedly averted her eyes and said weakly, I just finished sparring with Xing Shenling. I'm just a little hot. I'll go to the kitchen to get something to drink. I see. At night, the moonlight is bright and the stars are everywhere. After returning from practicing in Huyan Xian, Qin Feng finished bathing and changing clothes. Not long after, a white figure stepped into the house. Lu gently closed the door and window, blew out the candle, and then walked to the bed, just hearing the sound of rustling. Within a moment, a smooth and white jade body got into the quilt, and was close to Qin Feng. Miss Sir. His voice was soft and his breath was like orchid. Then there is a lot of gentleness, which is not enough to be treated with outsiders. Early the next morning, Lu gently got up and dressed as usual, planning to go to practice outside Fengtian City earlier. As more and more ancient divine energy accumulated in her body, the threshold of the second-level realm was getting closer and closer to her. All that was left to do was to keep practicing and polishing herself until she was ready. Madam, Qin Feng suddenly called out while lying on the bed. Did I wake you up? Lu gently turned around, looking a little apologetic. Qin Feng shook his head. The imperial examination is approaching, and I was going to Taiping Academy earlier. I stopped you because I had something I forgot to tell you last night. There will be a cultural gathering in the city later. Shall we go and see it together then? Lu Jianli didn't hesitate too much and nodded in agreement. As long as she can stay with her husband, it is the most unique time for her. It would be better if it was just her and her husband at this time. It was noon and the students left Taiping Academy. Qin Feng was packing the books on the table when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Seeking prestige, it was Anya dressed as a young man. Isn't your class over? Why haven't you gone back yet? Qin Feng asked curiously. There is a place in Fengtian City called Fighting Kongyuan, where a grand cultural gathering is held every year on the night of the full moon. I see that you teach at Taiping Academy all day long. It must be very boring. How about we go and see something together then? Anya said calmly, but there was obviously a trace of expectation hidden in her eyes. Qin Feng agreed without even thinking about it. Okay, we'll go together then. Seriously? Anya looked excited. She never expected that things would go so smoothly. She was planning to do a little trick. I'm just going to a cultural gathering. Why should I lie to you? Anya, who received a positive reply, smiled and said, Okay, we'll meet when on that day. After leaving these words, she left happily. All I was thinking about was that I hoped the day of the literary conference would come soon. Chapter 620, The Nirvana Called Sincerity. In just a few days, in just a blink of an eye, it was the day when the literary conference started. At night, a bright moon hangs high like a jade plate, and the stars shine brightly. Everyone in Fengtian City was smiling. Bright lanterns are hung in every house to express the meaning of lovesickness and joyful gathering. Colored lanterns used for solving lantern riddles are everywhere on the streets. Men can be seen everywhere racking their brains to show off their knowledge. It is worth mentioning that this lantern festival was also created by Zexing Lu. A long street like a colorful river continues to extend to the place where the lights are the brightest. And the end where the open flames gathered was the place where the Wenwei was founded fighting Kongyuan. In fact, Qin Feng was quite looking forward to the cultural meeting. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, wouldn't it be nice to stay together with family and friends, drink wine, sing songs, and enjoy the bright moon together? Of course, the most important thing is that Qin Feng has a poem that he has wanted to use to show off for a long time. And that is the Water Melody Song 2 Mid-Autumn Festival that people who time travel must perform. On weekdays, he has never been able to find a suitable opportunity. After all, he inexplicably wrote a Mid-Autumn Festival poem. The meaning of showing the saint in front of this person always felt a little lacking. But today, on a full moon night, is especially suitable. Just imagining the scene of everyone being stunned at the moment when the poem was written, Qin Feng felt comfortable all over. Along Chongqing Street, following the flow of people to the end, the scenery suddenly becomes brighter. Fighting Kongyuan came into view. Even Qin Feng was quite surprised. Lanterns are flying, beauties are dancing, and the aroma of fine wine and food is overflowing. The most important thing is that the fighting Kongyuan is really a pavilion built in the sky, at least 3 feet away from the ground. However, after careful observation, Qin Feng finally understood the structure. It was like a bridge crossing a river, with triangular structures at fixed points supporting the pavilions. As we all know, the triangle structure is the most stable, in every sense. In order to show off his knowledge in front of his wife, Qin Feng revealed this discovery. He originally expected to receive the admiration of the beautiful woman. But when he turned around and looked at them, one by one, their faces were so ugly. Why do you look like this? Could it be that you don't like this cultural gathering? Qin Feng asked curiously. The carefully dressed Lan Ningxuang was the first to speak in a cold voice. How could it be possible? Uncle? It's just that there are a lot of people, so I don't feel comfortable with it. Anya, who looks like a young man but is filled with fragrance, has an expressionless face. There are indeed a lot of people at this year's cultural fair, and it is far less relaxing than in previous years. The word, relax, is obviously emphasized. Song Filan looked cold, glanced at Qin Feng sideways and said nothing, but the latter still felt an inexplicable killing intent from his eyes. Only Lu Jianli seemed to be the same as before. Softly speaking, "It's okay." After speaking, the four of them looked at each other, then looked away tacitly. I thought my uncle was dating me alone, just to keep up with the development in the storybook. I didn't expect my uncle to bring so many people here. Lan Ningxuang thought with shame and anger. No wonder I agreed so happily at the beginning. It turned out that I was not the only one invited. But so many people. This is simply unreasonable. Under her sleeves and robe, Anya clenched her fists. The original invitation to the literary party was not to be alone with me. It was just a casual question. Song Filan looked at Qin Feng again, with a cold light in her light green eyes. Lu Jianli felt a little regretful that she could not be alone with her husband. The four of them came to the appointment with the idea of being alone. But the reality was completely different from what they expected. Such a gap naturally makes them unhappy. However, this displeasure turned into deep helplessness when he saw the mighty team behind him, because they knew that Qin Feng might be completely opposite to their thoughts from the beginning. The poor students from Taiping Academy looked at the scene in front of them with expressions of surprise and shock. This is the rumored fighting Kongyuan. I have rarely been to the inner city, and this is my first time here. I have heard people mention the magic of fighting Kongyuan before. When I saw it today, it is indeed well deserved. I saw those fine wines and delicacies last time when Emperor Ming hosted a banquet for the Ashura clan. They seemed to be the work of Zixinglu. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the aroma made him sink into it. Just at this moment, the prince, dressed in luxurious clothes, stepped down the stairs of fighting Kongyuan with a smile on his face. Brother Qin is finally here, but he made me wait. His eyes looked around casually, and then fell on Anya. His expression was slightly stunned, and the latter also looked away unnaturally. Didn't Anya say that she had an appointment today and didn't have time to come to this cultural gathering? So why did she show up again? Could it be because the prince looked at Qin Feng, and his original enthusiasm turned into a look of caution? She didn't expect to meet the imperial brother so soon. If she had known that Qin Feng would call so many people, it didn't matter whether she came or not. The embarrassed Anya regretted it. Outside the palace, in order to avoid exposing their identities, the two of them would often pretend to be strangers. So they avoided speaking, in order to prevent his sister from letting Qin Feng, a pervert, get away. The prince invited everyone to step onto the fighting Kongyuan, while dragging Qin Feng forward. The reason why he commented on Qin Feng's perverted embryo, apart from the comments given by the brothel girl, was the current scene. Who would a serious person bring so many women to a wedding party to admire the moon at once? Qin Feng didn't know why Brother Jinwen was so enthusiastic. He turned sideways and said to the students of Taiping Academy, "You don't have to be so reserved. Just wander around and enjoy the fine wine and food here." The prince also agreed. "Yes, you can just be casual." Lu Jianli and the others looked at the two of them walking away from each other. They couldn't help but look at each other and fell into silence for a moment. They all wanted to follow him and look for a chance to be alone with Qin Feng, but they couldn't take the lead in order to avoid letting the other three see it. Until Anya spoke. She seemed to be talking to herself. Every year at the cultural fair, there will be games of guessing lantern riddles and couplets. I have been used to seeing lantern riddles in previous years, and there is nothing new in thinking about it. This year I will go and see the couplets. Bar. With that said, she stepped onto the stairs. But the direction she was going to was clearly the direction Qin Feng left. When the other three saw this, they didn't say much and followed closely behind. When Anya saw this, she paused. "What are you doing? This is also my first time coming to the Literary Society. I am not very familiar with this place. I originally wanted to follow my uncle to see more, but I didn't know that my uncle left first. In this case, I have no choice but to follow you and wander around at will." Lan Ningxuang smiled. Even so, she was thinking in her heart she still wants to find her uncle secretly. How can I let you succeed? Song Filan said calmly. I'm also very interested in the couplets. Why not join them together? Anya's eyelids twitched slightly when she heard what the two said. She took a breath and said with a smile. That's fine. Then you just follow me. After saying that, she looked at Lu Jinli and asked softly. What about you? Do you want to come with us? Lu Jinli shook her head. Her red lips parted slightly. I came to this cultural gathering to stay with my husband. I'm going to find my husband. You can do whatever you want. With that said, she stepped past the three of them and walked towards the direction Qin Feng left. Song Filan and the other three couldn't help but froze on the spot when they heard this. They may never have imagined that there is a special skill called sincerity in the world. Chapter 621 Making Things Difficult. Watching Lu Jinli leave, the three of them were naturally not willing to lag behind and stepped forward to follow. Only a group of students from Taiping Academy were left in place. Someone was at a loss and asked, Then what should we do? What else can we do? Didn't Master Qin just say, Let's be more casual? I've been wanting to eat the food in Zexinglu for a long time. Yes, Master Qin brought us here to relax before the imperial examination. How can we live up to his kindness? After some exchanges, their restraint faded a lot. And then, they set foot on the fighting Kongyuan with great interest. The other literati and talented people from powerful families are still showing off their knowledge and boasting about their romantic status in front of beautiful women. But they didn't care about that. They just wanted to eat the delicious food and wine on the table that they never dared to think about before. Could this refreshing aroma of wine be the rumored drunkenness? I heard someone say that this pot alone is worth 10,000 taels of silver. A student swallowed a sip of saliva and stretched out his hand halfway. But nothing happened. Don't dare to fall. Such fine wine was really out of reach for them in the past. And they instinctively feared it. Someone on the side even whispered, Look at these wine cups and plates. They seem to be precious jade treasures. Can we really touch them at will? What if they are broken? And the table wood is also an expensive Wangwali wood. If it gets dirty... As soon as these words came out, everyone showed worried looks. Most of the students at Taiping Academy were born into the common people and could not even afford decent books. How had they ever seen such a luxurious scene? Their palms were sweating nervously, and they felt that the clean cloth on their bodies was out of place. After a long time, a more courageous student took a few deep breaths and said, What are you afraid of? With the promulgation of the imperial examination system, we may not be able to frequent such places in the future. So it's better to adapt in advance. What's more, the worst thing we can do is be careful when eating. Obviously, the latter sentence was the focus of what he said. In order to take the lead, the man reached out to the dinner plate first. But just as he was about to pick up a piece of meat, a folding fan suddenly fell down. Snapped. The voice was crisp. The chopsticks fell to the ground, and bright red marks appeared on the back of the hand. The man was in pain and hurriedly took back his right hand. All the students from Taiping Academy were also stunned on the spot. And then, they all looked in the direction of the falling fan. They saw a young man wearing Yuxiafang clothes, looking at them with disgust on his face. I was just wondering why this year's cultural gathering smelled sour and poor. It turned out to be a group of rats. I don't know what the boss behind the Jiaxing Tower was thinking, but he would let people like this in, and the level of the cultural club would be lowered. Beside the young master who was hurling evil words, a gorgeously dressed woman also sneered. Take the dog's paws back. Don't let them fall on the dining table. If you get any of the items on it dirty or damaged, I'm afraid you won't be able to get it back even if you sell it. You? When all the disciples from humble families heard this, a nameless fire surged in their hearts. As the saying goes, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Someone said angrily, We are students from Taiping Academy and came here with Master Qin. And when we came, someone clearly told us that we can eat whatever we want here. So why are you stopping us? Taiping Academy? Master Qin. The man murmured and repeated, then gritted his teeth. He is a student of the Imperial College, so he hates hearing these two words the most. Just because I am from the Imperial College, and just because my father is a fourth-grade official, not to mention stopping you from eating this food. Even if I drive you out from here, the star-reaching tower will not say a word for you. The man was arrogant, then pointed his finger somewhere else, and said, Get out! The daring student was angry and wanted to step forward to argue, but was stopped by someone on the side. The latter whispered, Forget it. Let's go somewhere else. But this person. The man wanted to say something, but the student who blocked him spoke again. Don't forget. We are here thanks to Master Qin. It's okay for us to suffer some grievances. Anyway, On weekdays, you and I are already used to the cold looks from those dignitaries. But we must not lose Master Qin's reputation outside. Do you understand? Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth and clenched his right fist. He glanced at his colleagues around him, and everyone shook their heads slightly. Obviously, their thoughts were the same as those of the students who blocked it. After struggling with his expression, the man finally swallowed his breath and planned to withdraw and go elsewhere. For them, their own grievances are nothing compared to Master Qin's reputation. After all, without the latter, they would not even have the means to study. So how would they have the opportunity to come to this famous literary gathering in Fengtian City? However, although everyone in Taiping Academy did not intend to continue to entangle, the Prince of the Imperial Academy did not want to let them leave like this. I saw Mr. Genie's face turn ferocious because of jealousy, and malice arose in his heart. Master Qin. Master Qin. Master Qin again. He is just a little person who got into Fengtian City with better luck. How can he be appreciated by Emperor Ming and praised by everyone? Well, since these people would rather be humiliated themselves than humiliate your reputation, then I will trample on the Taiping Academy that you worked so hard to build under my feet. Click! Everyone at Taiping Academy was just about to leave when they heard the crisp sound of broken objects coming from behind. Before they understood what was happening, they heard the arrogant and domineering young master and Genie shout loudly, "Hey, you guys broke the dishes. Do you want to run away like this? Come on. Stop them quickly." On the other side, the prince took Qin Feng and wandered around the feeding Kong courtyard. When he came to the place where the white scrolls were fluttering and the couplets were written, he suddenly said with pride, "Every year at the literary meeting, many famous sayings are produced here, which serve as the basis for the people in Fengtian City. Talented people talk about it with relish. I remember when I held my first literary conference, I wrote a couplet to express my ambition, even though the Imperial Master Tianjin said, 'Good.' After reading it, it is a pity that after so many years, no one can match it with the second couplet, which is really a great pity." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and then said, "I have some experience with the couplets. Brother Qin would might as well tell you the first couplet. Maybe I can give you a satisfactory second couplet." The prince was surprised when he heard this and said, "I thought Brother Qin's poetic talent was unparalleled in the world, which is not easy, but I didn't expect that he was also accomplished in couplets. In this case, please listen carefully. Brother Qin, my first couplet is the stars on the chessboard are made by heaven. Who dares to play them?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng's face froze immediately, and he thought in his mind, "Isn't this the first couplet given by the chief master Ting Yupchuan? Why? It turns out you wrote it. I'm also curious. Who is so pretentious?" Seeing his expression, the prince smiled and said, "How about it, Brother Qin? Have you been stumped? It's better to give him some face here and pretend not to know." Qin Feng laughed dryly. "This couplet is majestic and majestic. It is indeed not something that ordinary people can face. You should learn from it." The two were still chatting, when suddenly there was a commotion in the cultural gathering. Qin Feng looked for the reputation and saw a place crowded with people. At this time, a man hurried over and whispered a few words in the prince's ear. "What?" After the prince heard this, his expression changed, and then he looked at Qin Feng. "What's wrong?" Qin Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. "There is a conflict between the students of Taiping Academy and the Imperial College. It is indeed my fault for not thinking about this matter well. Brother Qin, please go with me." Chapter 622. I slap you because I think highly of you. The place where the Wenwei dishes are placed has been surrounded by people, and the crowds are clearly divided. On one side were the poor students from Taiping Academy. On the other were the people from the Imperial College, and the rest of the peripheral people were naturally here to watch the excitement. The man headed by Taiping Academy already had a bright red slap mark on his face. As for the young master and Genie who insulted and made things difficult for him, in addition to his colleagues in the Imperial Academy, there were also several divine and military guards. Although the strength of these warriors is only at the 6th level, they are still more than enough to deal with the weak scholars who have not yet entered the literary stage. Mr. Genie sneered and said sarcastically, "This slap is me teaching you the rules. If you break something when you go out, you have to pay for it. If everyone just walks away like you, how can this conference continue year after year?" An Imperial College student on the side immediately responded, "So I said, the existence of Taiping Academy is just a joke. How can someone born in the city become a real scholar?" After a few words, the onlookers finally got a general idea. Looking at the broken jade butterfly on the ground, they whispered, It turns out that the poor boy broke the utensils on the plate and ran away trying to escape punishment. I think so. With their status, how can they afford to pay for that? Not to mention compensating Yudi. I'm afraid these people will not be able to afford even one dish here if they spend all their money. The boss of Jiaxing Tower really made a stupid move this time and allowed children from poor families to enter this literary society. Look at their shabby appearance. They are simply incompatible with this place. Before Qin Feng stepped into Fengtian City and changed the situation of scholars, those who had the money to study and learn literature were basically high-ranking officials. Therefore, there are naturally more people like this who come to participate in the literary conference every year. Compared with the poor students from Taiping Academy, they must choose to side with the Imperial College. When the students from poor families heard the discussion around them, their faces turned red and white. They wanted to say something, but when the words reached their throats, they couldn't spit them out, as if there was a thorn stuck in their throats. The man who was slapped loudly said, "We didn't touch the food on the table at all. So how could we break the jade butterfly?" It was clearly him. Before he finished speaking, Mr. Jean actually picked up the expensive utensils on the side and threw them to the ground in front of everyone. The crisp sound instantly silenced the hustle and bustle around him. "You?" The poor student looked dull. Just listen to Mr. Genie say slowly. "You mean? I broke the jade butterfly. So I want to unjustly accuse you? The market price of the porcelain I dropped just now is about 3,000 taels of silver. There are 5,000 taels here, which is enough to compensate for the loss of the Jiaxing Tower. The purpose of my doing this is simply to tell you that if I crush the jade butterfly, I won't wrong you mice for this small amount of money." There was contempt and disdain in his tone. These words are really heartbreaking. The other people in the Imperial Academy responded and spoke out to build up momentum for young Master Genie. The humiliated students from poor families gritted their teeth and trembled slightly. On the other side, on the top floor of the attic of Fighting Kongyuan, a middle-aged man who was not angry but had an astonishing power was watching the farce from beginning to end. This person is none other than the current Holy Emperor Emperor Ming. Eunuchly on the side frowned and said, "This young Master Jiang, who is the Minister of Civil Affairs, is quite aggressive. Your Majesty, do you need me to come forward and help those students from Taiping Academy? Don't let these things spoil your mood today." No. If a student from a poor family cannot bear even this little difficulty, even if he enters the official career by relying on the imperial examination, he will not be able to deal with the criticism from the civil servants in the court. What I want is capable ministers who can help me manage my affairs, not a bunch of inexperienced students. Hearing this, Eunuchly was thoughtful. No wonder His Majesty would come to this cultural gathering this year. He might have foreseen such a scene. Besides, that boy is already here. It should be effortless for him to solve such a small matter. Emperor Ming looked at a certain place and suddenly smiled. Mr. Genie made some moves and won the support of the onlookers. And his arrogance became even stronger. He looked at the poor students, sneered and said, "I know you can't afford to pay, so I can give you a chance. As long as you get under my crotch and bark a few times like a dog, I will help you compensate for the jade butterfly's money. How about it?" As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Imperial College started to boo. The students of Taiping Academy were all filled with jealousy. But a deep sense of powerlessness came to their hearts, because they can't do anything now. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "If you lie down on the ground, imitate a dog barking a few times, and then apologize to my students, I can forget about the past." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Imperial Academy frowned. Who could be so blind as to ruin their good deeds? Mr. Jiang even said angrily, "Who is being presumptuous? Looking for fame." Everyone in the Taiping Academy looked happy, but everyone in the Imperial College was stunned on the spot. The person coming is none other than Qin Feng. He glanced at the broken utensils on the ground, then at the bright red slap marks on the man's face, and said guiltily, "I'm sorry. I'm late. Lu Rong, are you okay?" Lu Rong shook his head. "It's just a slap. It's innocuous. It's just that he didn't let us eat the food at the cultural gathering before. He also said that we broke the jade butterfly, but we didn't touch the dining table at all. Yes, Master Qin, we didn't do anything, but no one believed us." Although everyone tried their best to hide it, Qin Feng could still hear the grievances and unwillingness in their words. While feeling sad, Qin Feng regretted it too much. He thought that bringing these students here would give them some exposure and allow them to relax before the imperial examinations. But he had forgotten what kind of piss-poor those rich and powerful children were. Conflict is inevitable. And so are cold looks and ridicule. Qin Feng clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and said with a smile, I believe you. Leave the rest to me. By the way, who slapped you on the face? Lu Rong hesitated for a moment and pointed at Mr. Genie. Seeing this, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned around and looked at everyone in the Imperial Academy, his eyes fixed on young Master Genie. His smile had faded, and his expression was indifferent. The energy in his body was stirring, and the powerful pressure actually made everyone in the Imperial Academy tremble. The leader, young Master Jiang, had long lost his previous arrogance. He thought of the scene where the opponent and the Azura clan were like immortals coming to the world, and he was frightened for a moment. Immediately he said in a trembling voice, I am the son of a minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Do you still want to attack me in Fengtian City? What's more, he was originally from your Taiping Academy. He broke Jade Butterfly and wanted to run away. What's wrong with me teaching him a lesson and teaching him the rules? Besides, in my capacity, if I give him a slap, that's a big deal. Snapped. Before he finished speaking, a crisp slap sounded. This slap not only stunned Mr. Genie, but also stunned everyone. You dare to hit me? Mr. Jiang covered half of his swollen face, his eyes filled with disbelief. My slap is also to teach you the rules. According to the laws of Dakian, there are no private fights in Fengtian City. Ah, speaking of this, it seems that I have broken the rules? Qin Feng scratched his head and then said again, but I think you won't mind. After all, I am a cabinet bachelor appointed by Emperor Ming. I give you this slap because I think highly of you. Chapter 623 The Truth Comes to Light. Qin Feng's words were similar to those of Mr. Jin Yi. The irony in it can be imagined. Everyone in the Imperial Academy looked like pig liver, and Mr. Jiang was even more resentful. After hearing this, the students from Taiping Academy were excited and felt proud at the same time. The previous grievances and depression were wiped away the moment Master Qin stood up for them. They knew that this slap was given by Master Qin for them. Everyone in the Imperial Academy wanted to say some harsh words for Mr. Jiang, who was beaten. But the moment they met Qin Feng's eyes, all their words were swallowed back in their stomachs. The word bullying the weak and fearing the strong has the most realistic portrayal in them. At this moment, a steady voice sounded from behind the Imperial Academy. Young Master Qin is worthy of being the cabinet bachelor appointed by the Emperor Ming. He is really very majestic. The son of the Minister of Civil Affairs will do whatever he says. Do you still have the law in your eyes? Or is it that Taiping Academy has become so vulgar due to too much market atmosphere? Lord Jizhou. The man from the Imperial College turned around and looked at him, his face filled with excitement. The person who spoke was Mo Jizhou, the person who stood up for them. Mo Jizhou pressed his hands and then sneered. You and I are both literati. If we encounter conflicts, we resolve them with our hands. How is it any different from those vulgar warriors and savage monsters? As soon as he finished speaking, two glances came to Mo Jizhou, and Mo Jizhou suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Looking at the source of his sight, he saw two extremely unexpected figures outside the crowd, staring at him coldly. The confidence in his heart was immediately reduced by half. This boy even brought his two wives. Mo Jizhou's expression changed slightly. He had some sarcastic words, but he had no choice but to swallow them back. Needless to say about the Dragon Clan, Lu Jinli's reputation within Dakian is now unparalleled. In addition, Lu Gong, who is behind her, is not easily offended. When Lu Rong heard that Master Qin was insulted, he was naturally angry and immediately said, it was clearly the people from the Imperial College who made the move first. Hearing this, Mo Jizhou glanced sideways and said calmly, you are trying to escape after breaking the Jade Butterfly. He only wants to keep you here so that he can protect the face of Zexinglu. This is the way of a gentleman. Policy. As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng suddenly laughed out loud. Why are you laughing? Mo Jizhou asked with a frown. It's nothing. It's just that your double-standard speech that confuses right and wrong is so standard that I couldn't hold it back for a while. Mo Jizhou had never heard of double standards before, but considering the current environment, it was not difficult to hear the sarcasm in it, and his face immediately turned ugly. At this moment, the prince who came here with Qin Feng suddenly said, I don't need anyone to take care of my face in Zexinglu. You two only need to compensate for the damage. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang's eyes flashed with joy. The man from the Starjiang Tower was really on the side of their Imperial College. Although the words were not stated clearly, smart people could all hear that the other party had already assumed that the Jade Butterfly was broken by people from Taiping Academy. He hurriedly handed over the banknote of 5,000 taels of silver, and then said, "The market price of the vessel I broke is 3,000 taels. Here is 5,000 taels of silver. Please check it." As for the jade butterfly, the price is also very high. I hope you will handle it fairly. There was nothing wrong with what he said. While expressing his attitude, he also wanted to bring shame to the students of Taiping Academy. After all, with a humble family, how could he come up with so much money? To put it another way, even if Qin Feng ended up paying for it, he would still be able to accept it. Just like a fly suddenly appearing in a delicious meal. It always catches the other person. But what the person who came forward from Zexinglu said next was far beyond everyone's expectations. That jade butterfly is just a fake. It will break if you hit it. It's not worth much money. On the contrary, the porcelain you broke is a rare treasure, called a purple smoke lake white cup, which has a price but no market. Back then, Zexinglu spent 10,000 taels of silver to buy it from Jibiozai. Your 2 taels of money as compensation is not enough. The prince looked indifferent, and his tone was unquestionable. Behind the crowd, Anya, who was staying with Lu Jinli and others, raised her eyebrows slightly. She knew that the emperor was trying to trick someone. "What did you say?" the man surnamed Jiang said in shock. Because the movement was too big. His face throbbed with pain from being slapped. Mo Jizhou's face immediately darkened, and he looked at the other party. The people in Jiaxing Tower turned towards Taiping Academy? That's unreasonable. You're obviously a lion talking loudly. I'm going to find someone from Jibiozai to ask if this thing is worth 10,000 taels of silver. Maybe you didn't understand what I said. The prince glanced coldly and said again, "The white lamp in Xian Lake is priceless, but not marketable. It was worth 10,000 taels of silver back then. But today's price has naturally increased. But for the sake of your friendship with the Imperial College, you only need to pay 15,000 taels of silver, and the matter can be written off. Of course, if you have any doubts, you can ask someone from Jibiozai." After saying this, Anya sighed, then walked out of the crowd, took out the sign representing the identity of Jibiozai, and then said, "I am from Jibiozai. This young man is right. The Baijian of Xian Lake is indeed this price." When Qin Feng saw this, he had a strange look in his eyes. The 2 brothers and sisters were playing a mixed doubles game to trick the prince of the Imperial Academy into death. However, he was still very grateful in his heart, because he knew that these 2 people were also trying to help the students of Taiping Academy. This turn of events completely surprised the onlookers. Hearing those whispers, Mr. Jiang became furious and said angrily, "What if I don't pay compensation?" After hearing this, the prince's face turned completely gloomy. Although his cultivation level was not high, the aura of a superior person was immediately apparent, which actually scared Mr. Jiang to the point where he broke out in a cold sweat. "I asked you to compensate me, but I just betrayed the Imperial College to save face and give you a step down. Do you really think that your tricks can be concealed? Did you know that there is a magic in the world called Jinghua Shuiyu? It can present what happened in the past. And I happen to have some friendship with the Imperial Master Tianjin." The man surnamed Jiang turned pale when he heard this. He knew better than anyone who had broken the jade butterfly. Just when he was panicking, time seemed to suddenly stop, and even the candles in the lantern stopped swaying. This strange phenomenon only lasted for a moment. But everyone felt it. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with surprised expressions on their faces. The other party looked like a banished immortal. Isn't it exactly the same as when he fought against Ashura? What was he going to do? Young Master Genie was so frightened that his face turned pale. Just listen to Qin Feng say calmly, "It's just a fairy magic. Why bother the National Master?" After the words fell, as the colorful light flowed in Qin Feng's palm, the void fluctuated like a mirror, reflecting the picture. Everyone saw that in the scene. Mr. Jiang, who was dressed in brocade clothes, looked at the people of Taiping Academy with a look of hatred on his face, and then knocked the jade butterfly in his hand to the ground. The truth comes out. Chapter 624, Taiping Academy took over this competition. The scene did not last long. After all, maintaining the divine power was not an easy task. Although this technique is magical, it still consumes too much. After Qin Feng released the divine power, his face became much more ugly, and his body swayed slightly. Anya on the side saw this, and was about to reach out to support him. But at some point, a slender hand appeared between her and Qin Feng, holding the latter firmly. Ding Qin took a look and found that the owner of the jade hand was Lu Jinli. Anya looked stunned, feeling a little disappointed. She thought she could seize this opportunity by being close to the water tower. But she didn't expect that someone who didn't follow martial ethics would actually use the martial arts to bully her. A scholar, Song Filan, who was not far away, saw the scene and was secretly speechless under the black scarf. She only regretted that she was a step too late. As for Lan Ningxuang, she reacted belatedly. As soon as the fairy magic of mirror flowers and water moon appeared, the students of Taiping Academy were naturally cleared of their grievances, and then looked angrily at the initiator of all this farce. Mr. Jiang staggered and took a step back. The matter had come to this, and all his words were useless. He glanced at Qin Feng in disbelief. The slap mark on his face was still aching, but the buzz around him made his cheeks ache even more than that slap. 15,000 taels! That's 15,000 taels! Mr. Jin Yi gritted his teeth and took out another 10,000 taels of silver notes from his arms. Unexpectedly, the prince said calmly, 20,000 taels! I just said 15,000 taels, but I increased the price by 5,000 taels. Don't go too far. My father is... Before the man surnamed Jiang could say anything, he was interrupted by the prince coldly. Don't mention your father to me. If you really want to compare with me, you don't have the qualifications. As for why you need to pay an additional 5,000 taels, didn't you break the jade butterfly too? So don't you need to compensate? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. What he said was reasonable. The prince's father was the current Emperor Ming. Who in the world could compete with his father? So some people have worked hard all their lives to go to Rome. But they don't know that some people have been in Rome since they were born. Thinking of this, Qin Feng thought of his previous life and couldn't help but feel a lot. You? Mr. Genie gritted his teeth angrily. He had previously said that the jade butterfly was a fake and not worth a few dollars. But now it was converted into 5,000 taels. To trick him so blatantly is simply too much. It's just that the truth has come out. He has no reason at all. And there are so many people watching around him. Even if his teeth are broken, he can only swallow it in his stomach. But he also firmly remembered the appearance of the person who came forward in Zexinglu. And he only wanted to settle the score in the future. With his status as a minister in the Ministry of Civil Affairs of his father, wouldn't it be easy to deal with such a guy? As for the other party's remarks just now, he naturally scoffed. After handing over the 20,000 taels of silver notes, the man named Jiang did not forget to say some cruel words. I've just written down what happened today. Just wait for me. After saying this, he turned around and left. But at this time, Mo Jijio said, why wait until later? A gentleman is magnanimous. If there is a grudge, it is the way of a gentleman to resolve it face to face. Mr. Qin, what do you think? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. That hypocrite, Mr. Mo? What do you have in mind? Fake Mo Jijio raised his eyebrows angrily, but swallowed his breath and snorted coldly. Every year at the end of the literary fair, there is a poetry competition banquet to highlight the style of Fengtian City's literati. At that time, it would be better to let the Imperial College compete with the Taiping Academy. First, it can be regarded as a competition between the two sides before the Imperial examination. Secondly, you can also make friends through literature and turn conflicts into friendship. I think Mr. Qin will not refuse. Right. Qin Feng immediately showed a strange expression. You must know that in Fengtian City, the name of his poem has already been heard like thunder. Dakian's poetry has been in decline for a long time. But the few poems he copied are the best in the world. You actually want to compare poems with yourself. Who gave you the courage? Qin Feng thought this way. It coincides with the Mid-Autumn Festival, the night of the full moon, and the Water Tune song comes out and directly kills the competition. It's just that since there is a competition, there must be a way to compare. Mo Jijio smiled confidently and took out something from his arms. When Qin Feng saw it, he instantly recognized that this was the Dinwen furnace he had seen outside Tinjiaxuan in Jinong City. This is a Dinwen stove, a treasure that can judge whether a poem is good or bad. If you write a poem and throw it into it, white smoke will come out. White smoke of 1 to 3 feet is considered ordinary, 4 to 6 feet is rare, and 7 to 9 feet is holy. At that time, you and I will each send 10 people. After the poem is determined, we will win with the side with the highest total number of feet of white smoke. What do you think, Mr. Qin? It turned out that this guy had made this plan. Qin Feng frowned. Although the students of Taiping Academy work very hard, their accumulation is still slightly inferior to that of the Imperial College. Mo Jijio's operation was obviously to minimize the role he could play, and finally use his overall strength to crush Taiping Academy. In the place of cultural gatherings, under the eyes of everyone, if they lose this battle, their confidence will definitely suffer a huge blow, which will be very detrimental to the next imperial examination. But if they are timid before fighting, it will not be a good thing for them. Qin Feng thought secretly, not knowing how to make a decision. Seeing this, Mo Jijo felt happy in his heart. Of course, if Mr. Qin is afraid, he can take everyone from Taiping Academy and leave. And no one present will say anything. After all, how can a scholar born in the city compare to someone from the Imperial Academy? Just when Qin Feng was hesitant, Lu Rong behind him said loudly, Bye. Bye. We will never allow you to insult Master Qin. Yes, Master Qin has told us a long time ago that there is no distinction between high and low scholars. Anyone can study as long as they have the world in mind. I'm not afraid of your Imperial College. In one sentence, you can show your ironclad character. Qin Feng turned around and glanced at the students, with a look of relief on his face, and then said seriously, This competition will be accepted by Taiping Academy. Okay, very good. Mo Jijo's plan succeeded, and he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Then I'll wait and see you all. After saying this, he took everyone in the Imperial Academy and left. Brother Qin, are you really okay? The prince approached and asked in a low voice. Although the people in the Imperial College are arrogant and domineering, they do have the capital to be arrogant. Each of them has a distinguished family background, and they have been practicing calligraphy and writing since they were young. Even if they are not profound in talent and learning, they are better than most scholars. If this were not the case, it would be impossible for the Dacian court to select talents from the Imperial College every year to serve as officials in the court. Qin Feng naturally knew this very well. But in the situation just now, if he chose to avoid the battle, it would only hurt the morale of the poor students. And if a person's spirit is flattened, he may only be able to do nothing in this life. That was not a situation he wanted to see. It doesn't matter. I believe them, Qin Feng said. Chapter 625 Difficulty Traveling. The location of the poetry banquet was on the largest platform of Fighting Kongyuan, surrounded by banquets. There are beauties dancing gracefully on the stage, their graceful figures arousing people's imagination. However, at this moment, the attention of everyone was not so much on the delicious food and beauties, but on the upcoming confrontation between Taiping Academy and Imperial College. Mo Jijo had previously ridiculed Master Qin, and a group of students from a poor family got excited and agreed to compete. But when I calmed down, a deep uneasiness came to my mind. They were afraid of losing the competition and humiliating Qin Master and Taiping Academy. And the humble status of being born in the market makes them feel an instinctive cowardice when facing the powerful. Although Qin Feng didn't know what they were thinking, he could see the clues. The most direct manifestation is that they can take the fine wine and delicacies at the banquet at will. But the farce brought by the young master in brocade clothes made them timid. After a cup of tea, no one touched the food on the table. Why don't you eat? The prince asked curiously. Lu Rong swallowed and smiled awkwardly. We already ate before we came here, so we're not hungry now. If Lu Rong, the most courageous one, is like this, let alone the others, in such an atmosphere of uneasiness and tension, the poem fighting banquet is about to begin before you know it. The beauties on the stage bowed and bowed, then slowly left the stage, and then Namo stepped into Taichung with a wine burner in his hand. Since this competition was proposed by our Imperial Academy, I should be the one to start it. I think everyone who comes to Taiping Academy will have no objections. Right. Qin Feng glanced at the poor student who was looking sideways, and said calmly, Please, Master Mo. That's good. Mo Jijo took out the 4 treasures of the study that were glowing with white light, and started writing quickly, to be able to serve as a sacrificial wine for the Imperial College. One is naturally not a shallow person, but has some real talent and learning. After the poem was completed, it was thrown into the din wind furnace. White smoke rose up to 5 feet. It turned out to be a treasure. The students in the Imperial College applauded one after another, but everyone in the Taiping Academy lowered their heads, clenching their hands or holding their trouser legs, just because of the content in Mo Jijo's poem. The other party used the phoenix as a metaphor for the Imperial College and the chicken as a metaphor for poor students. The meaning between the lines is nothing more than that no matter how hard a chicken tries, it cannot fly up a branch and become a phoenix. The sarcasm can be imagined. When the onlookers clapped and praised, they also cast their eyes on the people in Hannan Academy, with undisguised amusement in their eyes. Poems can best express artistic conception and feelings, and Mo Jijo's move is precisely to break the confidence of the students of Taiping Academy. I'm showing off my embarrassment just to attract good friends. I wonder who you will send to show up. After the words fell, Taiping Academy was completely silent. When the prince saw this, he secretly thought that it was terrible. Poems are meant to express one's heart directly and express feelings. How could a scholar write any decent poems if his spirit was destroyed? Anya also frowned slightly. As a teacher at Taiping Academy, she immediately said some words of encouragement. But these words were like nothing, and no one dared to respond. In the attic, Emperor Ming couldn't help but look disappointed when he saw the scene. Everyone can see the trick of Emojio in the Imperial Academy. But if such a blow is unbearable, even if someone with real talent and knowledge steps into the court, he will not be able to deal with the criticism of his political opponents, and will only lose everyone. Perhaps it is too early to allow students from poor families to enter the court, Emperor Ming murmured to himself, uniquely on the side slightly when he heard this, and then looked at Qin Feng, who was silent at the front of the crowd. Things developed as expected. Emojio's smile spread across his face, and he took advantage of the situation and said, "Since the talents of everyone in Taiping Academy are exhausted and unable to produce good works, then let the students of our Imperial Academy continue to write poems for the future. Save time." After the words fell, he turned back to signal. Having taken the lead, everyone in the Imperial Academy was more confident. They stepped onto the platform one by one and threw poems into the Dingwen furnace. Most of the poems are about 2 feet and 3 feet, and there are 2 poems about 4 feet. Poetry has long been out of the mainstream among scholars. With this result, it can be regarded as a superb performance. Everyone in the Imperial Academy only felt that this battle was a sure win. Even if Qin Feng could write a holy article, Taiping Academy would be unable to save the day. After all, this battle was about total quantity. Look at those poor students who are like prodigal dogs. They may not even be able to come up with a decent poem. Thinking of this, the man surnamed Jiang directly said sarcastically, "If you don't dare to challenge, you can admit defeat earlier to save yourself from embarrassment later. Yes, the outcome of this battle was already determined the moment you agreed. It's really ridiculous that people in the market deserve to study." The laughter was endless, like a thorn in the heart of the poor students. But at this moment, Qin Feng spoke. "Do you still remember the first lesson I taught you when Hanmin Academy was established?" The scale of the academy continued to expand, and later it was renamed Taiping Academy. Naturally, there were many new students, but no matter who came first or who arrived last, the first lesson Qin Feng taught was talked about by many students and passed on by word of mouth. The first group of people raised their heads, and couldn't help but recall Master Qin's sonorous and powerful words in their minds. When heaven assigns great responsibilities to people, they must first suffer on their minds. They couldn't help but show a little guilt on their faces, but no one dared to look directly into Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng turned around, glanced at everyone, and said seriously, "Birth only determines a person's starting point, but it cannot determine a person's end point. In my eyes, you are no worse than those powerful children. You are even far better than them. But the premise is that you have to think highly of yourself. There is still time for insect chrysalis to turn into a butterfly and fly into the sky. And there is still time for carp to leap over the gate and become a dragon. So why can't you?" These words were like thunder, exploding in the ears of all the students. Qin Feng walked slowly onto the platform. When everyone in the Imperial Academy saw him, their laughter stopped abruptly. Even Emojio's face darkened and his brows furrowed. Just because Qin Feng's name is so famous, the scene of the one-man battle with the Imperial Academy still being a nightmare to this day. He hasn't given up yet? Emojio thought. Qin Feng naturally did not give up. Since the students of Taiping Academy have been smoothed by past sufferings, they lack the courage to move forward. Then let him come and give everyone courage. When I came to the Dingwen stove, with a thought in my mind, the 4 treasures of the study jumped out, and the white scroll actually floated in the air. Qin Feng held the brush, and the literary energy in his body surged into the tip of the brush, and the 3-inch tip of the brush suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Then everyone saw golden words appearing on the white scroll. "A gold goblet of wine is worth $10,000, and a jade plate worth $10,000 of precious wine. I can't eat when I stop drinking and throwing chopsticks. I draw my sword and look around in a loss. If you want to cross the Yellow River, which is blocked by ice, you will have to climb the snow-covered mountains of Taihang. The journey is difficult. The journey is difficult, and the roads are divergent. Where are you now? There will be times when strong winds and waves break. So hang up your sails and sail across the sea." The moment the poem was completed, golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the night like day. The white smoke from the Dingwen furnace flew straight up 9 feet, rivaling the golden light. while everyone was in shock. Qin Feng had already stopped writing, turned around and said, "Those who accomplished great things in ancient times were not only extraordinary talents, but also must have perseverance to encourage you." Chapter 626, Breaking the Shackles. When the pen is written and the poem is completed, the white smoke rushes into the starry sky, and the golden light never disperses. Everyone never recovered from the shock because this poem exceeded their imagination. If the poems of the people in the Imperial Academy are compared to pearls of rice, then Master Qin's poems are like the bright moon hanging high in the night sky like a jade plate. There is a huge difference between the two. After all, how can a pearl like a grain of rice compete with the bright moon? Of course, the people at Taiping Academy were the most shocked, because this poem was originally written by Qin Feng for them. They didn't even dare to touch the gold bottles of sake and the jade plates of delicacies, not to mention stopping their glasses to throw chopsticks. In Fengtian City, where the powerful follow the same standards as the world, they have suffered too much injustice and indifference since they were born. Even though I like to read and write, I can't find a way out. The journey is bumpy and windy and rainy. Isn't it just like the saying, if you want to cross the Yellow River, it will be blocked by ice, and you will climb the Taihang Mountains covered with snow? Traveling is difficult. The road to life is difficult. The road to study is difficult. And there are many different roads. It seems that it is impossible to see where the real road and future lies. However, after the depression in the beginning of the poem, the last sentence becomes the finishing touch. There will be times when you ride the wind and waves, and hang your sails directly across the sea. The students of Taiping Academy murmured in their mouths, and silently chanted in their hearts. The words, perseverance, also echoed in their minds, and lasted for a long time. The previous hesitation, frustration, and confusion disappeared at this moment. They raised their heads and chests, and their eyes seemed to be shining brightly. It was Master Qin who gave them the courage to face the misfortune. And at the moment when everyone's thoughts were clear, an unexpected scene appeared. The golden light circulates like a roaring dragon, and then turns into a waterfall of clear air that hangs from the sky, flowing straight down. And you are enlightened? The students of Taiping Academy only felt that they had entered a rather mysterious state. The books they had read in the past seemed to be flipping in front of their eyes, and they could recall every word with perfect accuracy. When Qin Feng saw this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, because these students of his had actually entered the root-building realm of the 9th level of the literary saint. You know, if you want to step into the 9th rank of literary sage, an ordinary person needs to memorize 10,000 volumes of books, so that they can form a waterfall of literary energy in the ocean of literature, so that the literary energy can be enlightened. However, although these students were extremely diligent, and even stayed up late at night to read, they started too late after all, and were still some way away from being able to master 10,000 volumes of books. But now, because of a poem, many people have stepped into this realm, which is really an unexpected joy. Everyone in the Imperial Academy also saw the clues, and their expressions were quite complicated, ranging from jealousy to shock. But most of them were in disbelief. Mo Jijo clenched his fists and his face was extremely gloomy. "Your Majesty, look at this!" In the attic, Eunuch Li looked excited. Emperor Ming's eyes also shone brightly. De Qian had worshipped martial arts for a long time, and the world's impression of the Winsage Taoist only rested on Tianjin Guishe. However, the appearance of Qin Feng allowed the world to see the miraculous power of the Wensheng Taoist. He implemented the imperial examination system. Firstly, he wanted to attract talents from all over the world to enter Fengtian City, break the monopoly of the court by the powerful, and create a peaceful and prosperous age for Diqian. Secondly, he also wanted to promote literary education and let more literary saints in the world. But how could he have imagined that the Qin family's boy would create so many literary saints after he published a masterpiece of poetry? How terrifying is the sight of a waterfall hanging from the sky? Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless people in the imperial capital. On the top of Haowen Academy's climbing tower, Tianjin Imperial Master looked at this scene with a look of relief in his eyes. Su Lixian exclaimed in shock. "A poem can actually help a student to develop his literary spirit. This junior brother's poetic talent is truly unparalleled. It's just, teacher, I don't understand something. There are many people in the Imperial Academy who are just one step away from reaching the 9th grade root-building realm. Why can't they be initiated by the Qingqi waterfall? How can we generalize between people? Not everyone can resonate with this poem. Just like the test of the questioning platform of the Wensheng Taoist, everyone's answer is different. Everything can be summed up in 2 words, purity." "Pure?" Su Lixian seemed to understand. "Pure desire to learn. Tianjian Imperial Master explained with a smile. Then looked at Su Lixian and said, "There are more and more students in Taiping Academy. I see that you like to travel around when you have nothing to do. So you might as well calm down and teach. Those students, perhaps the second grade realm, which has been unable to be explored for a long time, can be understood in this purity. Just like your junior brother Fei. He has already entered the 4th level." When Su Lixian heard this, he nodded slightly, but his heart was filled with excitement. This turmoil is not because of junior brother Fei's improvement in cultivation, but because of the teacher's actions. You know, if he also goes to Taiping Academy to teach and educate people, then all the disciples of Tian Jiangguisher who are still in Fengtian City will enter Taiping Academy. The intention behind this is really intriguing. Disciple, I understand, Su Lixian said respectfully. Fighting Kongyuan, the place where literary gatherings take place. The changes in the students of Taiping Academy have impacted everyone as much as Qin Feng's poem. And this kind of impact is even more of a blow to the people of the Imperial College. While the students were overjoyed, their self-confidence was also at an all-time high. They stepped onto the platform one by one. Their thoughts welled up. And they actually wrote many treasures that were more than 3 feet tall. In fact, everyone present already knew that the outcome of this poem banquet was already doomed the moment Qin Feng completed his poem. The Imperial College would be completely defeated. After all, how can an ordinary scholar be better than a scholar? As strong as the ridicule towards the poor students was at first, the faces of the people in the Imperial College were so ugly now. The onlookers were whispering and pointing, which made them want to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. Mo Jizhou's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip from his face. He looked up at the Qingqi waterfall, which had begun to slowly dissipate. The pure energy turned into golden light and re-entered the white scroll of poetry written by Qin Feng. It was an original treasure that could help scholars gain literary energy. A rare thing in the world. Mo Jizhou had the urge to take it as his own. But in the end, this urge was suppressed by his reason. He glanced coldly at the students at Taiping Academy, then locked his sights on Qin Feng, and finally snorted, tossed his sleeves, and left with everyone in the Imperial Academy. Let's go! Only the person involved knows best about the embarrassment involved. In stark contrast to them, the students of Taiping Academy were in high spirits. Although they only won a poetry competition, it was of extraordinary significance to them, because the shackles called identity theory have been broken at this moment. If they face power again, even if they are not sure of victory, they still dare to face it head-on. Courage and will can transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, providing infinite possibilities. This is exactly the result Qin Feng wants to see. In the attic, Emperor Ming laughed heartily. There will be times when the wind blows and the waves break, so you can hang up your sails and sail across the sea. This boy can always write such heart-stirring poems. Looking at the crowd again, Emperor Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly because he saw the apple of his eye. Anya, looking at the figure in black without blinking. The admiration in his eyes seemed to turn into water and drip from his eyes. Do I have to help secretly again? Uniqli was still in excitement and thought Emperor Ming was talking to him. So he immediately asked, Your Majesty, do you have something to say to me? Emperor Ming calmed down his thoughts and spoke slowly. I do have something for you to do. A 4th grade official of the Ministry of Civil Affairs may not have 20,000 taels of silver in his annual salary. But his son is generous with so many silver taels. Take it as you say. I'm quite curious about this. Uniqli understood the meaning of the words, bowed and said, Old slave. I understand. Emperor Ming looked at the students at Taiping Academy with admiration. As the imperial examination was approaching, he should free up some official positions in advance and reserve them for these students. Chapter 627 The imperial examination ends. The poetry competition banquet came to an end. Qin Feng walked towards the white scroll with the poem. The road is difficult. Written on it. With a move of his right hand, the white scroll fell into his palm. This literary treasure can help students enter the 9th level of root-building realm. But it can be placed in Taiping Academy to help inculcate the literary spirit of future students from poor families. However, just as he was thinking this, voices sounded from both sides at the same time. Can you make a copy of this poem for me? As soon as the words fell, the two speakers looked at each other. It was Song Filan and Anya. One of them likes literature, and the other is a scholar of literature. Naturally, they are very greedy for this poem. Of course, the most important thing is that this poem was written by Qin Feng, and it may have the meaning of loving the house and the crow. Just like the sapphire case that Qin Feng wrote to Song Filan before. It has always been regarded as a treasure by the latter and hidden in the Shimi ring. Even if her Aunt Songmu wanted to have a look, she would not agree. Naturally, Qin Feng would not refuse such a trivial matter. So he nodded and agreed. He was just about to put the original treasure into the summer ring and wait until tomorrow to hang it in Taiping Academy. However, a ray of white light came from the direction of Haowen Academy's climbing tower and directly took the white scroll back. Forehead. This change happened so fast that Qin Feng didn't even react. The others also stared in shock at the direction in which the white scroll flew away. That thing is a supreme treasure that can help scholars gain literary energy. Seeing this, Song Filan frowned slightly, and with a flash of her body, she wanted to take the white scroll back. However, the white light lightly pressed her back to the original position. Such miraculous means were truly astonishing, and Qin Feng also understood that the person who took away the original treasure must be the Tianjin Imperial Master. This is exactly the case. The voice of the Imperial Master Tianjin rang out in the void. This original treasure can guide people in a direction and help real scholars in Dakian enter the realm of literary saints. You might as well leave it to me. Qin Feng bowed and said, "It all depends on the teacher's arrangements." Good. After the words fell, everyone saw that the white scroll did not fly towards Howing Courtyard, but flew straight into the starry sky, and then turned into an extremely bright white star, shining brightly. At the same time, across the 4 regions of Dakian, students who had ambitions but had no way to study suddenly felt something in their hearts. They all looked up at the white stars and felt that their heads were much clearer. And in Jinong City in the Southern Territory, the street vendor Sun Taiwa, who was cared for by Qin Feng, received the literary enlightenment and actually stepped into the 9th level root building realm of the literary sage. Of course, Qin Feng did not know about these things that happened in Dakian 4 regions. All he knew was that the Wenqi in the Divine Sea suddenly increased sharply and turned into thunderous righteousness. Arouse his spiritual consciousness and look at the sky. The number of white light stars covering the sky is far greater than before. This not only improves his strength and divination ability, but also allows him to use the Jiao Tian stone to collect ancient divine energy and Hongnang immortal energy. So he can get twice the result with half the effort. Is this all because of what the teacher did just now? Qin Feng murmured to himself. After everyone was shocked for a long time, they finally came to their senses. Apart from being disgusted by the young man in brocade, there were a lot of good things going on tonight, and Qin Feng was in a pretty good mood. The only regret is that he always wanted to write the song, Shui Tiao, to show his saintness in front of people. But he missed the best opportunity. If you take the initiative to write, you will fall behind, and the meaning of being holy in front of others will be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. But at this moment, the prince on the side suddenly said, "Brother Qin's poem to express his ambition is unprecedented and unprecedented. It's just a pity that today is the Mid-Autumn Festival and the night of the full moon. I originally wanted Brother Qin to write a poem in praise of the moon to add color to the literary meeting, but the Imperial Academy officer squandered my enthusiasm." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up and his face became happy. Not long after, strange phenomena occurred at night in the place where we met, and voices of exclamation could be heard endlessly. Since then, in the poems about chanting the moon and the Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone in the world can only compete for second place, and no one dares to compete for first place. The poem that flew into the starry sky and turned into a dazzling star was also called Wingkuxing by scholars in the world. But those are all things for later. The cultural gathering at Fighting Kongyuan may be just a gorgeous episode for the literati in Fengtian City who watch the theater. A topic for after-dinner conversation. But for the students of Taiping College, it is a rare experience. They have become Linsheng Taoists, and their ability to comprehend and learn is far beyond what they used to be. And the shackles in their hearts were broken, which also made their will stronger. During the tireless study, half a month passed quietly, and everyone finally ushered in the first imperial examination in Dakian history. On this day, the streets of Fengtian City were deserted. On this day, Qin Feng and other teachers from Taiping Academy all appeared outside the examination room and watched their students enter the examination room. Why do I have the illusion that I am an old father? Qin Feng shook his head and laughed at himself. But he couldn't help but feel nervous in his heart. For the students of Taiping Academy, this is an opportunity for the carp to leap over the dragon's gate. Whether they can fly up a branch and become a phoenix depends on their own destiny. The content of the imperial examination was based on the official documents of the Great Qian dynasty. It is worth mentioning that the test questions this time were established by Emperor Ming himself. After the examination paper has been reviewed by the examiner, the score will not be determined immediately, because the final review is by Emperor Ming. In the Imperial Study Room, Emperor Ming had already reviewed the memorials submitted from various places, and then flipped through the poems for the Imperial examination. After reading more than a dozen articles, he frowned. Eunuchly on the side saw his thoughts and asked curiously, "But your Majesty is not satisfied with these answer sheets?" "Yes." Emperor Ming pinched his eyebrows and responded lightly. The last question in this imperial examination was about how to govern the people as determined by him. The answers to the examination papers that he had previously read were all flattering words that advocated the supremacy of the king and the centrality of imperial power. No one's answer penetrated his heart. Without even looking at the candidates' names, he could guess that they must have been written by the Imperial College. After calming down, Emperor Ming continued to read, and suddenly he let out a light sigh, and his eyes lit up. This candidate's answer was quite novel, and he was immersed in it unconsciously. And when he saw the seemingly rebellious words of others such as, "Water can carry a boat but also overturn it," and "The people are the most valuable. The country is second. The king is the least important," he couldn't help but scream in admiration. Turning to the front of the paper and looking at the candidate's name, the word Lu Rong jumped out on the page. 3 days later, it was the day the results were released. The list was crowded with candidates. The results of the examination were completely beyond everyone's expectations. 7 of the top 10 were from Taiping Academy, and only 3 were from Imperial College. Even the top 3 are all taken by students from Taiping Academy, and the top 1 is none other than Lu Rong. This result alarmed all the civil servants of the court. After Mo Jizhou heard about it, he leaned slumped on the back of his chair. Everyone understands that Dakian's court will undergo major changes. This is also recorded in the history books of Dakian. In the autumn of the 11th year of Mingda, the imperial examination was implemented. The students of Taiping Academy defeated the Imperial College and entered the court hall. The golden dragons on the dragon pillars in the Yulong Hall soared into the sky, and the national destiny flourished. Chapter 628. Pursuing the third-rank cultivation method. After the imperial examination, the status of the Imperial College was greatly reduced, and rectification was ushered in. Mo Jizhou claimed to be unwell, abdicated in favor of a worthy man, and returned to the eastern region to take care of himself. On the contrary, Taiping Academy became famous, and students born in the city entered the court for the first time. Emperor Ming ordered that the imperial examination system be implemented throughout Dakian, starting with the western regions first. In addition, Emperor Ming even ordered to open schools in the Tianqing areas of the 4 regions of Dakian in order to create more talents for Dakian. It is worth mentioning that the name of the school is Taiping Academy. A month passed in a hurry, and the continuous thank you gifts from outside the Qin mansion finally came to an end. Those are the students of Taiping Academy, and their families expressing their gratitude to Qin Feng. Qin Feng would always feel a little reluctant to let go of the familiar students who left the school and entered the court. But he also knew that everyone has their own path to walk. Just like him, the path he is eager to take now is to find a way to enter the third-level realm. The peaceful life of the past 2 months was precious, but it would not let Qin Feng forget the dangers of this world. The situation of demons and ghosts running rampant and powerful enemies secretly watching has never disappeared from the beginning to the end. Just like the calm before the storm. In the dead of night, Qin Feng would always feel uneasy in his heart while practicing with the help of the stars in the sky. That may be the ability of the Wensheng Taoist to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune after the fortune-telling hexagram. He had a vague feeling that the real crisis was about to come. Shaking his head slightly, Qin Feng said to himself, "There is no use in worrying about the sky. Only improving one's own strength is the most important thing. If you want to move from the 4th grade free realm to the 3rd grade realm of the Wensheng Dao, according to what Senior Xian said, the most important thing is to understand the domain." The method of realm can be said to be the most powerful ability of the 3rd-level Taoist of the human race. The stronger the realm, the stronger the strength. Although Qin Feng wanted to ask Senior Xian about the details of the realm, the latter's memory was still lacking and could not answer his question. He also tried to take Senior Xian into the 8th floor attic of Tingyu Xian, because from his last experience, he had already seen that there might be a way to restore Senior Xian's memory there. However, the barrier on the 8th floor could not be opened, presumably because of his limited strength. After all, the last time the 7th level barrier opened inexplicably, it was exactly when he entered the 4th level Xiaoyao realm from the 5th level Haoran realm. After thinking about it, Qin Feng had no choice but to ask his father for advice on the realm issue. The two of them wandered around the Qin mansion, After listening to this, Father Qin rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then sighed and said,
Feng, although I really want to help you, I can't help you.
Huh?
Dad, please don't lie to me. I clearly heard the two ladies say that you secretly guided them in their cultivation, especially the control of the realm. If that's the case, why can't you guide me?
Could it be that you thought it was troublesome to teach me? So you made an excuse? Qin Feng asked with a sideways glance.
Don't talk nonsense. How could your father and I be like that? It's just that your situation is completely different from the two of them. Jianli herself is a divine martial artist. She has the same origin as me and is very talented. It is only natural that I can guide her in the cultivation of the ultimate mind and realm. What about Phylin? She is from the Songlong lineage of the Dragon Clan. Aren't you also guiding her in the realm? And she is stronger now than before.
Qin Feng asked again.
That's because she has already understood the realm. My guidance to her is just to help her improve based on her original skills. However, you are different. You practice the Wensheng Taoism, which is not from the same source as Shimu Wufu. And you have not yet been able to understand the unfolding of the realm. Even if I wanted to guide you, I wouldn't be able to start.
Dad replied truthfully. Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered. And he could understand the reason. So he sighed and said,
Dad, how did you understand the realm in the first place? You might as well tell me. I may be able to find some ideas from it.
Father Qin recalled it carefully, and did not hide it. He told the truth about the situation when he first understood the realm. However, he did not forget to add some fuel and jealousy to show his wisdom and prowess in front of his son. Establish a great image of a father. After hearing this, Qin Feng's face froze.
So Dad, when you first understood the realm,
you just flicked
it? What do you mean by
rubbing?
I understand it all. It comes naturally. I feel it in my heart, and then I understand it naturally. Of course, this has something to do with my daily accumulation and unparalleled talent. Hey, Feng, where are you going? I haven't finished telling you yet. The next step is the main event. I'm going to Haowen Academy to find a teacher to clarify my doubts. I won't listen to your nonsense here.
Qin Feng left without looking back. After all, what child would want to listen to his father bragging when he grows up? Hao Yuan climbed to the top of the sky tower and looked down at the Tianjin Imperial Master, who had no plan left in the world and couldn't help but sigh. Su Lixian was sent to Taiping Academy to teach and educate people. Originally, the Imperial Master of Tianjin thought that no one would disturb his purity again. But since the bet with the Ashura clan ended, someone would come to him from time to consult the Wensheng Taoist on how to improve his cultivation.
Teacher, I have been in the 6th grade hexagram destiny realm for a long time, and I can even perform 3,000 hexagrams. Why can't I reach the threshold of the 5th grade Haoran realm? Following the suggestions of senior brother Yang Qian and Fei's son, I entered Taiping Academy. Although I vaguely understood something, the speed of improvement is too slow. Is there any other way to improve quickly? Before, you said that I was extremely talented, far superior to my imperial brother, and could make great achievements as a literary saint. But I was dragged down by trivial matters on weekdays. So I stagnated. But now I have put aside the matters of Jubiozai and focus on the Wensheng Taoism. But it seems to be no different from before. Also, why did that guy ask the question later than me? But his cultivation progressed so fast, even surpassing senior brother Fei's son? Does he have any special cultivation method? I hope the teacher can teach me. Teacher, why do you keep sighing and don't answer me?
Yes, this chattering person is none other than Anya. In the past, she actually didn't pay too much attention to the cultivation of the Wensheng Taoist. After all, as a royal princess, cultivation was not the only path she wanted to take. She also wanted to share the worries of her father and do something for Tiqian. However, when a certain emotion continued to sprout in her heart, and when she witnessed the battle between Qin Feng and the Ashura girl, this idea that cultivation was irrelevant changed. Yes, she had awakened a strong sense of crisis. But deep down in her heart, she was still unwilling to admit the origin of this sense of crisis. After hearing these words, Master Tianjin finally turned around slowly and said seriously, The practice of the Wensheng Taoist is to pursue the true self. And haste makes waste. If you are so eager for success, you are putting the cart before the horse. And naturally it will be difficult to make progress.
Anya frowned. This was obviously not the answer she wanted to hear. After a while, the Tianjin Imperial Master said again,
Moreover, even if your cultivation level continues to improve, it is still not easy to catch up with Qin Feng, let alone his two wives.
As soon as these words came out, Anya's fair and pretty face suddenly turned crimson. Chapter 629 The Divine Sea is the Realm.
For no reason. Why did the teacher say this? I want to improve my cultivation. I just want to relieve my father's worries and do more things for the people.
Anya turned away her eyes, not daring to meet the eyes of the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master Tian Jin shook his head helplessly. The changes in the world, the vicissitudes of life, and countless conspiracies and tricks could not escape his eyes. Only the words,
women's mind, and love,
are so complex that even after reading it 1,000 times, it is difficult to fully understand it. He couldn't bear to expose the other party's thoughts directly, so he could only sigh and remain silent. Fortunately, he knew that someone would come here to break this situation soon. Tap! Crisp footsteps sounded on the stairs, and a figure arrived as expected.
Why are you here?
Qin Feng looked at Anya, who was dressed in white and dressed as a man, and asked curiously. The other party obviously didn't expect Qin Feng to come. The blush on his face had not yet faded, and there was another hint of embarrassment in his eyes. But after all, she was the princess of the dynasty, and had seen strong winds and waves. She quickly calmed down and returned to her usual appearance. Then she said calmly,
You can come here. Why can't I come?
This tone is a bit harsh. Has someone provoked her? Or is that special day coming? Qin Feng lowered his gaze slightly, wanting to use his double pupil power to confirm, but felt something was wrong. Anya saw this and said angrily,
What are you looking at? Your boots are pretty good. Are they new products from Yuxiafang? I'll buy a pair another day.
After the joke was over, Qin Feng stepped forward and said respectfully,
Teacher, this disciple is here today because he wants to ask the Wensheng Taoist how to enter the third-level realm.
When Anya heard this, her expression changed slightly, and her thoughts were quite complicated. She was happy for the other party's rapid progress in cultivation, but also felt a little disappointed and unwilling to be left behind by him. The scene of Qin Feng breaking into the Dragon Clan arena and surviving the catastrophe in Fengtian City, including the fierce battle with the Azura clan, is still vivid in his mind.
When we first met in Jinan City, my cultivation level was clearly higher than his. But in the blink of an eye, I was surpassed. Maybe it's like what the teacher said. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with him, let alone his two extremely talented ladies.
Thinking of this, Anya couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Master Tianjin said calmly,
The third level of the Wensheng Dao is called the True Self Realm. If you want to step into it, you need to understand the realm.
As a leader in the Wensheng Dao tradition, Tianjin Guisher's understanding is naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. Listening to what the teacher said, Qin Feng finally understood. The realm of Wensheng Taoists is different from other Taoist traditions and foreign races. For example, Shenwu Wufu concretizes his understanding and skills of power or weapons, and then continuously develops them. Just like Dad's 10,000 Forbidden Power Abyss and Jian Li's Sword Energy Realm like flowing water. Foreign races, on the other hand, evolve their own characteristics out of the realm and exert powerful power, such as Filan's Songlei realm. As for the Wensheng Dao, in a sense, they are somewhat similar to the Dragon Clan. They embody the spiritual power of righteousness. Just like himself, if he successfully understood the realm, it would probably be related to thunder.
The realm is an independent space created by the caster, separate from this world. The rules are under the control of the domain seeker himself. So if you are in someone else's domain and cannot escape, you will be restricted everywhere. As the strength increases, the control of the realm will continue to increase. If the strength reaches a certain level, even if it creates a new world, it won't be a bad idea.
Qin Feng couldn't help but swallow when he heard this. And Anya, who heard it, looked shocked. Recreating the world? What a terrifying method that is. Can anyone really do it? Master Tianjin continued.
If the Wensheng Taoist wants to understand the realm, there is actually an extremely simple method.
When Qin Feng heard this, he stood up straight and concentrated. After all, this was the main purpose of coming here to ask the other party. Then the Tianjiang Imperial Master said calmly,
That is to materialize the Divine Sea into the present world.
When Qin Feng heard this, he was slightly startled and said truthfully,
Teacher, I don't quite understand what this means. The Divine Sea of the Wensheng Taoist evolved from the Divine Soul and Righteousness. And the projection of the Destiny Star drawn by the 6th grade hexagram Destiny Realm is also included in it. That is another space in the spiritual world. And it is also a realm form that can be understood by Wensheng Taoists. In other words, if you can embody the Divine Sea into the real world, you will also understand the realm.
After this explanation, Qin Feng suddenly realized. And then he asked again.
What should we do specifically?
The Imperial Master Tian Jin didn't answer. She searched around his body, and then he spread his right palm. Within a moment, a strange world in the palm of their hands appeared in front of Qin Feng and Anya. This is obviously the realm built by the Heavenly Supervisor. A stream of pure air spiraled out from the palm of the hand, and the mini-world expanded instantly, covering the Howin Academy climb tower in the blink of an eye. There are mountains and flowing water in the realm, birds singing and flowers fragrant, blue sky and white clouds. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the bright platinum star high in the sky above.
That is the teacher's destiny star. I didn't expect that there is a higher grade above the golden destiny star.
Qin Feng looked shocked. But what surprised him even more was that this world, whether it was sights or smells, was lifelike. Even if it is said that this is a real world, it is not an exaggeration. Moreover, after the Master Tian Jin showed the realm of creation and wrapped him in it, the divine sea in his mind also changed. The white destiny stars in the sky shone brightly, and the sea of clouds where the thunderous righteousness evolved was also constantly surging. He seemed to vaguely know how to materialize the divine sea. The surrounding scenery faded, shrank to the size of the world in the palm of your hand, and then disappeared into the palm of the Tianjin Imperial Master. Master Tianjin said calmly,
The concrete method can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. Just remember the feeling just now, and then go back and slowly understand it. Eventually, you will realize it.
Qin Feng cupped his fists and bowed.
Thank you very much, teacher, for clarifying my confusion. I understand.
Anya on the side wanted to stay with Qin Feng for a while, but the latter hurriedly left after saying goodbye in order to capture the feeling just now. She couldn't help but have a trace of disappointment in her eyes. It seems that the distance between the two is getting farther and farther. Seeing this, Master Tianjin raised his eyebrows slightly and turned around specifically. He looked up at the sky, and in his eyes, the stars appeared. A white star was extremely bright. It was the Winsu star evolved from Qin Feng's poems. Countless white lights gathered towards Wenkuxing, and each white light represented rising scholars from all over the 4 regions of Dakian. The Imperial Master Tianjin looked pleased and murmured, Very good. On the other side, in the Dakian South Territory, the figure wrapped in black energy glanced at the results of the divination and snorted.
It's just a drop in the bucket. It's just a futile effort. 9 dragons roar, and hundreds of civil and military ghosts flourish in the world. This is simply impossible to achieve. There is only one way to save this world. Since you dare not take that road, then I will take it.
Chapter 630 Trying My Best for My Father. Outside Fontian City, in the mountains and forests. Coming here to practice every day has become a daily routine for Lu Jinli and Song Feilin.
With the accumulation of more and more ancient divine energy in the body, coupled with Father Qin's guidance and tireless training, the strength of the two is no longer the same. Lu Jinli became more and more aware of the almost Taoist sword skills, and Song Feilin became more comfortable in controlling the realm. The most important thing is that they seem to have faintly touched the threshold of the 2nd level. Although they still need constant exploration and understanding to truly step into it, they can eventually reach the end if they know the direction of the road ahead. Within the realm of sword energy that was light blue like flowing water, Lu Jinli was trying to guide the ancient divine energy in his body to flow into the sword energy, if she wants to perfect the sword skill.
30,000 miles.
The blessing of the ancient divine breath is essential, and this is what she has been working hard on in recent months. The battle with the Ashura clan made her know that there are still many strong people in the world, and in order to better protect her husband, she must become stronger. Boom! The light blue sword energy realm suddenly dissipated. Lu Jinli frowned slightly, and the figure slowly fell from the sky. Song Feilin, who was on the other side, sensed movement and thought something had happened. She rushed over and asked,
Sister Jinli, what's wrong?
Lu Jinli stretched out her right hand and opened it. The golden ancient divine energy continued to condense and change shapes under her mind. She shook her head.
I don't know. I wanted to merge the ancient divine energy into the sword energy in the realm just now.
Among them, the power of sword skills is improved. But when the ancient divine energy flowed through Dantian, it seemed to be drawn away by another force and could not be controlled at will. The feeling at that moment was a little strange, causing my realm to collapse. But now, that weird feeling has disappeared.
Hearing this, Song Feilin thought thoughtfully.
Is it because it is too difficult to expand the realm and guide the ancient divine energy at the same time? Or maybe we are too tired from practicing during this period? In fact, in recent days, I occasionally feel inadequate when guiding the ancient divine breath. This has never happened before. Maybe.
Lu Jianli's red lips parted lightly.
It's a pity that my father-in-law is not here. Otherwise, with his strength, he should be able to see something.
Song Filan said lightly. Seeing that the sun was setting and the sky was getting darker, Song Filan suggested.
So, is this the end of today's practice?
Lu Jianli pondered for a moment.
That's fine. After all, my husband once told me that haste makes waste. This is true for having children. And it is also true for cultivation.
When the subject of giving birth was mentioned, Song Filan became alert and quickly looked down at the other person's abdomen. Fortunately, it was still flat, and she subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't get married to her husband earlier than Sister Jianli, and she wasn't as strong as Sister Jianli, so she secretly struggled to get pregnant as soon as possible. But she also knew very well that women's cultivation was stronger than that of men, and it was not easy to give birth to an heir. In addition, she was also a member of the dragon clan Songlong with strong bloodline, so the probability was even lower. Fortunately, Sister Jianli is similar in this regard. Just in case, Song Filan tentatively said.
Logically speaking, since my husband has entered the 4th level, the gap in cultivation has narrowed a lot, so there should be a chance to conceive. But these days, I haven't heard anything. I wonder if there are any changes on Sister Jianli's side.
When Lu Jianli heard this, a trace of frustration appeared in her usually calm and bright eyes. She shook her head slightly.
Every time after having sex with my husband, I would stand on my head against the wall according to the method taught by my mother. But there seemed to be no how useful.
After hearing this, Song Filan was completely relieved, and a smile flashed in her light blue eyes.
Actually, my husband told me that the method taught by your mother is indeed not very reliable. This kind of thing can only be slowed down.
Take it slow and don't rush it.
Lu Jianli nodded slightly. The next morning, Qin Feng opened his eyes leisurely. Today he was going to treat Lord Dangamo. So he got up earlier than usual. Turning his head and looking around, he saw Song Filan standing upside down by the wall, with her black hair hanging down, revealing her graceful long legs and smooth and delicate waist. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he had repeatedly told the two ladies that this method had no scientific basis and would not increase the probability of pregnancy, the two ladies never listened and persisted. Over time, Qin Feng got used to it.
But strangely enough, the military godfather-in-law told me that as long as we reach the 4th level, the infertility problem caused by the level gap can be solved. But after such a long time, their stomachs haven't improved yet?
This is definitely not a matter of frequency, because he has sex with the two ladies so frequently that it can even be said that they are working hard all year round, just like old scalpers. With this result, it can only be said that there is not enough luck, and the time has not come yet. Thinking of this, Qin Feng sighed to himself and felt guilty for the unborn child.
Although my father also wants you to open your eyes and see the world as soon as possible, I have tried my best as a father, and the rest I can only look to your mother. Why did your husband sigh?
Song Filan twisted her waist and stood upright, her eyes full of doubts.
It's nothing. I'm just a little tired.
Qin Feng laughed dryly.
Tired?
Song Filan frowned slightly and then said,
Do you need me to talk to Ning Xuan and ask her to brew the soup for you again?
Qin Feng was shocked when he heard this. This decoction was naturally the ancestral secret recipe of the Lu family's grandma. CG. That thing is too strong. It's okay to replenish it once or twice, but it will hurt your health if you replenish it too much. He immediately waved his hands and said,
I was wrong. I'm not tired. Not at all. And I'm even refreshed. Ah. By the way, I have to go to the demon slaying division today to meet Lord Xijingdingma. So I won't talk to you anymore. Please tell your parents that breakfast will no longer be served at home.
After saying this, Qin Feng hurriedly got up and dressed, then hurriedly opened the door and left, leaving only Song Filan's figure running away in a hurry. In the attic of the Demon Slayer division, the treatment has ended. Dangamo let out a long sigh of relief. His complexion was far from what it was before, and he was no different from an ordinary person. The damaged internal organs in the body were slowly restored with Qin Feng's unremitting efforts. I believe that his injury will be completely healed in less than half a year. Dangamo sensed his physical condition and said with a cheerful smile,
I never thought that one day I would be able to step into the battlefield again and fight against that monster. It was you who gave me hope. I'll keep this favor in mind. And whenever you need me in the future, it doesn't hurt to say so.
The first thought when your body gets better is to go to the battlefield and slay demons. You really can't sit still.
These are what Junior should do.
Qin Feng replied respectfully, perhaps in order to test how far his body had recovered. Ding Mo suddenly aroused the yin qi between heaven and earth and used the puppet method. Within a moment, in the demon-slaying department of Fengtian City, more than a dozen black figures standing tall and looking like ferocious ghosts appeared. With an astonishing momentum. This is Ding Mo's unique skill. And it is also the reason why he is called one man and an army by the world. The powerful move of the puppet technique Ghost Prison Kill. Qin Feng was startled. He never expected that Master Ding's combat power would reach this level before he fully recovered from his injuries. At this time, I saw Master Ding put away his magical power and frowned.
Sure enough, there is something weird.
Chapter 631 Netherworld Ghost Qi. Qin Feng's face froze when he heard this. He just thought that Master Ding was not very satisfied with the power of this move. So he made such remarks. But there is a lesson from heaven and earth. Among the dozen or so huge evil ghosts and black shadows just now, any one of them would make him tremble with fear.
Master Ding, there is no need to be like this. Your body has not yet returned to its peak condition, so it is reasonable for your strength to be lower than before.
Qin Feng comforted him. Ding Mo shook his head.
You misunderstood. The reason why I feel strange is not because I am dissatisfied with the power of Ghost Prison Killing. It is precisely because its power is comparable to that of my heyday. So I feel strange. Huh?
Qin Feng asked in surprise.
Could it be that Mr. Ding has not taken action seriously for many years? So he has misunderstandings?
You must know that Ding Xijing has been suffering from serious illnesses for a long time. And he has already passed his prime, and is no longer as brave as before. Even though he had repaired all the injuries in his body, it was definitely unrealistic to regain his previous fighting strength.
At first, I thought it was an illusion. So I specifically used the technique of Ghost Prison Killing, which is very difficult for practitioners of the 100 Ghost Dao. But now that the matter has come to this, I can confirm that it is not an illusion. But because of this.
While speaking, Lord Ding Mo slowly opened his right hand, and a line of green gas appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes, burning like a flame. Qin Feng's eyes widened when he saw it, and he blurted out,
Is this the fire of the underworld in the ghost world? Yes, and it also has another name, called Netherworld Ghost Qi.
Then Master Ding continued,
Actually, I discovered the changes in heaven and earth a few months ago. You should know the reasons.
Qin Feng nodded.
It was the natural disaster in the western region that led to the opening of the Netherworld and Ghost Realm. Yes, but at that time, the strange feeling was far less intense than it is now. Coupled with my physical condition, even if I wanted to try, I was powerless. It wasn't until you repaired all the injuries in my body that I could verify my original guess.
Ding Mo took a few steps with his hands behind his back, and then solemnly said,
Although the ghost world is closed, its impact on this world has begun. The ghostly spirits that had long since disappeared reappeared, and as time went by, they continued to increase. Perhaps this also means that the entrance to the ghost world will be reopened and come to the world again.
Qin Feng's face darkened, and he suddenly thought of the few words he heard in front of the tomb of Senior Li Yang in Jinyang City. Once the crack in the ghost world opens, it will be irrecoverable. And even if it is closed, it will definitely appear again. Doesn't Lord Ding Mo's discovery vaguely verify this?
Although the influence of the ghost world on the present world has caused many uncertain factors, one thing I can be sure of is that the ghost energy of the ghost world will be of great benefit to the 100 ghost Taoists in this world. It can help hundreds of ghost Taoists understand their cultivation and even enter a higher realm.
Ding Mo looked a little excited. Qin Feng was thoughtful after hearing this. Among the various classics, he also knew a fact. That means that for thousands of years, it has been a long time since 100 ghost Taoist has entered the legendary realm of transcendence. For them, the second grade realm is already the limit. However, when Mr. Ding says these words now, doesn't it mean that the ghost energy is the key for the 100 ghost Taoists to enter the realm of transcendence? If this is the case, it would be somewhat intriguing. After all, if the Wensheng Dao lineage wants to step into a higher realm, it needs the help of Hongmeng Immortal Qi, while the Shenwu Wufu needs the ancient divine breath. And both of these things need to be obtained from the immortal world. Now, even the improvement of the realm of the 100 ghost Dao lineage requires the ghost energy of the ghost world? Doesn't that mean that the human race's orthodoxy in this world is inextricably linked to the other two realms? The more he thought, the more doubts he had. At this moment, Qin Feng only felt that he had one head and two heads. He still knows too little at present, and many things can only be guessed. in order to prevent his brain cells from making unnecessary sacrifices. He shook his head and asked aloud,
Did Master Deng tell the Imperial Master Tianjin about this discovery? This is natural. But the reaction of the Tianjin Imperial Master is quite dull. Perhaps the National Master had foreseen this outcome as early as the moment when the cracks in the ghost world appeared in the western region.
This is indeed possible. Qin Feng nodded slightly. The two chatted for a few more words. Before leaving, Deng Imo seemed to have thought of something.
I remember that you seem to have some connection with the Sword Alliance.
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment and didn't understand why Master Deng mentioned this matter. So he nodded and replied.
When the three sword masters gathered together in one Jian sect to establish the Sword Alliance, my wife and I were present.
Today's Sword Alliance has spread to the 4 regions of Dacian, and its influence is far beyond what it was before. More than half a year ago, the leader of the Wanjin sect, Yu Heshuan, sent a letter, hoping that his wife would show her face to the Sword Dao League when she was free to increase the reputation of the Wanjin sect. However, the lady directly replied with a letter, which contained only a few words. Sorry, Master, I am not available. I don't know what sect Master Yu's expression was when he received the letter.
So that's it,
Deng Imo continued.
I have received news here that it won't be long before people from the Sword Alliance will come to Fengtian City. Huh? What are they doing here? I don't know the specific reason, but it is most likely related to the establishment of a branch.
Qin Feng immediately guessed something. The establishment of the Sword Dao Alliance broke the inherent concept of everyone's broomsticks being cherished. As a result, the strength of ordinary warriors in Dacian has been unprecedentedly improved. Among the many heavenly cities in the 4 regions of Dacian, the Sword Alliance has established branches, but they are not there yet in Fengtian City. They came here probably to get Emperor Ming's approval to establish a branch. The night breeze is blowing gently, and the lights in Qin Mansion are brightly lit. Qin Feng's family had just finished dinner when the concierge delivered a letter to Father Qin. The letter was naturally sent back by the second brother. It has become his habit to send a letter home every month to report that he is safe. Ernion was worried about her brother's safety, so she took the envelope first, opened it and looked at it, then breathed a sigh of relief. As we all know, due to the imbalance of yin and yang in the Dacian South region, the yin energy is too strong. So disasters from demons and ghosts occur frequently and are extremely dangerous. Therefore, Ernion was always on tenterhooks when she received a letter, fearing that something might happen to Qinin. But in recent months, there have been a lot less monsters and troubles in the southern territory. It's no wonder that the second brother often complains in letters, and his opportunities to practice have been greatly reduced. Of course, Ernion is happy to see this. After all, compared to being famous and powerful, she only hopes that her second brother can be safe. When you return to the Qin Mansion, it will be intact, and that will be more important than anything else. It is worth mentioning that Qinin had already entered the 4th level of Shenwu a few months ago, and even understood the 4th level of weapon possession with sword intention, and was considered a master. Although Qin An's reputation has not yet spread throughout Dacian, he has made a name for himself in the southern territory. He also has a rather famous name, Zangetsu's sword, just because every time Qinin made a serious move, he would shout, "Swastika! Heaven lock and cut the moon!" This is where the name Zangetsu's sword comes from. Qin Feng couldn't help laughing every time he thought about this. The dream of being a second-year middle school student in his previous life was realized by his second brother in this life. It was really wonderful.
By the way, eldest young master, there is another letter here, which the second young master specified to send to you. Huh? Why do you need to write 2 letters if you are so good? Bring them over and show them to me.
Qin Feng showed curiosity. Chapter 632 Fenger has always been tight-lipped, pulling out the letter paper from the envelope. The opening line read,
Dear brother, the words are like meeting each other.
When Qin Feng saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Being so formal and elegant didn't fit well with his second brother's personality. Generally speaking, in this situation, there is a high probability that it can only mean that the second brother has something to ask for in the letter. Scanning his eyes line by line, Qin Feng gradually showed a strange expression, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly unconsciously. It turned out that when the second brother and Lord Dao Quangjin were training in the southern region, they happened to encounter the Sword Alliance team heading to Fengtian City. And what a coincidence! That girl by Chiu was among the team. As we all know, if a man and a woman of this age are in love with each other, if they don't see each other for a day, it will be like 3 autumns. If they meet again, it will be a raging fire that will get out of control. Of course, There are no scenes inappropriate for children. The two of them had just started falling in love. And they were both newbies in love. Plus the second brother's shy character. How could they dare to take that step directly? They just used the name of competition to avoid public attention. Get along alone. And watch the romance. In this kind of getting along, the relationship between the two parties seemed to be slowly settling down. And it was just time for someone to pierce the window paper. It's a pity that the second brother's courage has not yet been brewed. And it is time for the two groups to part ways. While he still needs to continue practicing in the Southern Territory to kill demons and ghosts, he has to come to Fontian City to do business. Although it was not written explicitly in the letter, the second brother's helplessness and reluctance were evident in every word. Presumably he also hopes to return to Fontian City with Miss Baichio. At the end of the letter, the second brother wrote, "Brother, when the Sword Alliance first arrived in Fontian City and had no place to live, I told Miss Bai that I could stay in the Qin Mansion temporarily. I hope that my brother can help me take care of him. Also, don't tell my parents about the matter between me and Miss Bai. Please, please." Qin Feng put away the letter and said please twice, which was enough to show the shyness and embarrassment of his second brother when he wrote the letter. This feeling reminded him of his puppy love in his previous life, and how he felt when his parents broke up with him. Yang caught a glimpse of Qin Feng's expression and asked curiously, "Feng, what exactly is written in the letter? Why do you have such an expression?" The father on the side immediately said, "Anna wrote 2 letters specially. Naturally, I don't want others to see the contents of the letters. Madam, you don't need to ask any more questions. And I believe that Fomer has always been tight-lipped and won't say anything." Just when Qin Feng was about to share the content of the letter, Father Qin praised him so much that he swallowed his words as a last resort. "Dad, you still don't understand me." At this moment, Qin Feng felt as if there were thousands of ants crawling in his heart, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. "Dad is right. Since my second brother asked me in the letter not to tell you the content, I naturally won't tell you." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of both Father Qin and Yang changed slightly. What must be hidden from them? Yang's curiosity suddenly arose. Even Father Qin's eyes looked different when he looked at the envelope. Qin Feng then asked, "By the way, Yang, aren't there always people who come to the house to propose marriage to my second brother? Is there anyone suitable?" Hearing this, Yang caressed her cheek and sighed. "Now that the Qin family's status is getting higher and higher, I am not satisfied with the people who come to ask for marriage. Therefore, you and your father have been trying to push things away. However, Anna is away from home all year round and has no fixed place to live. If I don't settle the marriage earlier, I will always feel a little uneasy." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Second mother, don't worry. My second brother actually already has a sweetheart. It's in this letter." He stopped abruptly mid-sentence, and he hurriedly covered his mouth, looking like he almost said the wrong thing. But this move made Father Qin and Yang even more eager to know the content of the letter. Qin Feng stood up in a panic and said, "After dinner, I'm going to practice. My parents should also take a rest early." After saying that, he left the lobby. And that letter, whether intentionally or unintentionally, was left on the table. Several people in the lobby looked at each other. No one spoke first, but their eyes all fell on the envelope. In a mountain range in the southern region, Qinan, whose forehead was covered with beads of sweat, was sitting on a boulder, looking in the direction of Fontian City, recalling the days spent with Miss Bai during this period, and couldn't help but smile happily. He thought of the letter he sent to his eldest brother, and suddenly regretted, "It would be better if I didn't say so much to my eldest brother." After a while, he comforted himself and said, "But with the way my brother is, I guess no one else will know the content of the letter." In Qinan's eyes, Qin Feng has always been a good big brother that he admired, and naturally he trusted him with all his heart. But in the end, he paid wrongly. Early the next morning, the Qin family had a meal in the lobby. Qin Feng caught a glimpse of the intact letter on the table, and then put it in his arms. He glanced at the others and asked calmly, "I was in a hurry last night and left this thing behind. Didn't you take a peek?" Everyone averted their eyes guiltily. Dad said seriously, "Don't worry, Fomer. When Qiner was cleaning up the lobby last night, I specifically asked her not to touch this thing, just to avoid your misunderstanding." The others did not answer, but lowered their heads and picked up the steaming bowls of porridge in front of them. "That's good." Qin Feng pretended to be relieved. After a while several people with their own thoughts were still drinking porridge, Qin Feng suddenly said, "Actually,
There is nothing shameful in the letter. It is just that Mr. Ning from Sword Emperor City wants to come to Fontian City. When the time comes, he will live in the Demon Slayer division. The second brother and that man were old acquaintances, so he asked me to take care of him. Eh?
Everyone was stunned and said in unison, Father Qin.
Isn't it the Sword Alliance?
Nyang.
Isn't that person surnamed by?
Lan Ningxuan.
Why is it the young master? Isn't he junior sister by Chiyo?
Song Filan.
Are you going to stay in Qin Mansion temporarily?
Lu Jianli blew the porridge gently and said nothing. It was not that she was not curious, but these 4 people had already asked all her doubts.
Didn't you read the content of the letter?
Qin Feng half smiled. Oops. I fell into a trap. A few people realized it later and showed embarrassed expressions. On the other side, in the Fontian City Imperial Palace, is the third prince's bedroom. There was a guard holding a secret message in his hand and reporting something to the third prince.
The Sword Alliance is coming to Fontian City, and the leader is Sword Emperor City.
The third prince tapped his fingers on the table. Thoughtfully,
if I remember correctly, the Sword Emperor by Yen of Sword Emperor City is the strongest one among the 3 Kendo families. With the resources poured into by the Sword Dao Alliance, he has already entered the 2nd level realm. If I can connect with the Sword Emperor City, I will have the resources of the Sword Alliance in disguise, which will also provide me with a boost when I compete with that Emperor brother for the throne in the future.
The guard's eyes lit up when he heard this. But he said worriedly, Sword Emperor Bai Yan has always been indifferent to his ambitions.
He likes to be unrestrained. I'm afraid he doesn't want to be involved with the royal family.
Hearing this, the third prince smiled confidently.
The Sword Emperor has 2 daughters, one of whom is as famous as Lu Jianli and is known as Bai Wuxuang. Not long ago, she also passed the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth and reached the 3rd level of Shenwu. It can be said that she is amazingly talented. If I can capture her heart and make her my concubine, then how could Sword Emperor City not be inclined towards me?
When the guard heard this, he suddenly realized.
Your Highness is wise. Please pay close attention to the movements of the Sword Alliance. If you come to Fontian City, notify me as soon as possible. As you command, Your Highness.
Chapter 633, Gathering the Destiny Stars in One Place. Outside Fontian City, the sound of piercing the air came instantly. It was a group of people wearing black and blue sword uniforms. Everyone was wielding a sword, and they were extremely elegant. And they are the Sword Emperor City, who came here on behalf of the Sword Alliance. The leader, a middle-aged man, had a flying sword on his feet, was wearing white clothes, and had his hands behind his back, looking like an immortal. This person is naturally the Lord of Sword Emperor City Bai Yin. Beside him, Bai Qiu looked at the majestic city getting closer and closer, his expression becoming nervous for no reason. She was not frightened by the name of Fontian City, the imperial capital, but she was about to meet Mr. Qin and's parents, so she felt a little uneasy. It felt like a young daughter-in-law wanting to meet her parents-in-law.
When we get to Qin Mansion, how should I call them too? Should I call them uncle and aunt? Is my outfit too casual? Should I go to Yaxiafang and Fontian City to pick out some clothes and buy some rouge and gouache? I've heard people say that the things for women there are the best. By the way, since I'm going to buy something, why don't I bring some gifts there to make it look more formal? After all, I have nothing left. What if his family thinks I don't know the etiquette? I don't know what they will think of me.
It is said that women undergo a transformation. More than a year later, Bai Qiu's appearance has lost its youthfulness and become more beautiful and charming. Her sister Bai Wuxuang is a natural beauty. And as her younger sister, she can't be any worse off. Bai Wuxuang listened to Bai Qiu's thoughts and asked curiously,
It's just a temporary stay. Why do you have to worry so much?
Bai Qiu came back to her senses, and a blush spread on her cheeks.
When you stay in other people's homes, you naturally have to be more considerate.
Bai Wuxuang did not see what his sister was thinking, and said with a smile,
That's true. It has been a long time since I last saw Qin Feng, and I really miss him a little. After the separation of Wanjian sect, I never had that kind of food again. It can only be said that his wife is really happy, and she can eat all kinds of delicious food every day.
After a while, Bai Wuxuang spoke again.
By the way, sister, I think you seem to be very interested in the guy you met earlier. His name is Qinan. Right. He is Qin Feng's second brother. I think you two are a good match. How about marrying him? In this way, I also have an honest reason to go to Qin Mansion to eat.
Bai Wuxuang couldn't help but show a happy expression when she thought of the platefuls of delicious food in front of her for her to choose from. When Bai Qiu heard this, her already blushing cheeks instantly turned red. She stammered,
Sister, don't talk nonsense. If you want to go to the Qin mansion to eat and drink, why don't you marry her yourself? If she becomes that hateful guy's wife, wouldn't she be able to eat whatever she wants?
Unexpectedly, Bai Wuxuang did not argue, but instead stroked his cheek, looking like he was thinking seriously. Bai Qiu was shocked.
Sister, you don't really think so, do you?
Huh?
I was just thinking about what to eat when I get to Fotian City. I heard that the chefs in the Star Building are all royal chefs who have retired from the palace, so their cooking skills must be very high. But I also really miss Qin Feng's barbecue and hot pot. It's really hard to choose.
Bai Wuxuang couldn't help but sigh. Bai Yan, who was leading the way, heard the conversation between his two daughters beside him and frowned. And the flying sword under his feet trembled due to the disordered energy. If he had known that such changes would happen, he should not have brought these two people here in the first place.
When we get to Fotian City, we must keep an eye on these two people,
Bai Yan thought in his mind. How could he let the two daughters he had worked so hard to cultivate be taken away by others? It was his own fault. He only wanted to teach the cultivation methods and swordsmanship. But he did not think about asking his wife to teach them how to be wary of the men outside. You know, a man's flattering words are 100 times harder for a woman to defend against than a sword. He has a deep understanding of this. In the Qin mansion, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the courtyard, his soul submerged into the divine sea. After the imperial examination, there were many fewer students in Taiping Academy. Some of them entered the court, and the other part were assigned to other Tianqiang under the imperial edict of Emperor Ming to be responsible for opening branches of Taiping Academy to teach and educate students from poor families. Because of this, he no longer has to stay in the academy to teach every morning, and has a lot more time to spend practicing. After receiving the guidance of Tianjian Guisher last time, Qin Feng began to try to embody the divine sea into the real world, so as to understand the realm and step into the realm of the true self of the third level of literary saint. But even though he vaguely knew what to do, the actual operation was far more difficult than he imagined. Just like at this moment, the energy around his body was surging, and the virtual image of the purple cloud sea of thunderous righteousness slowly emerged above his head. But you can't hold on for long, because the soul will be consumed too much, causing the virtual image to collapse, and the success will be in vain. Perhaps it was because of the continuous fluctuations in the divine sea that the white shadow of Senior Xian Yi appeared. When he saw the scene, he said,
The thunderous righteousness in your body has been baptized by the Hongyang Immortal Qi and the 4th grade Heavenly Tribulation, and its intensity is far higher than that of the same person.
The realm of literary saints. In addition, your situation is quite special. There are countless white destiny stars in the divine sea. Therefore, if you want to materialize the divine sea into the real world and understand the realm, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky.
Qin Feng's face turned ugly when he heard this.
According to what the senior said, isn't it difficult for me to reach the third level?
Xian Yi shook his head.
That's not the case. Since we can find the source of the problem, we just need to find a way to solve it. For example, with these numerous destiny stars, it is definitely more difficult to materialize them than just one. But if you can integrate these destiny stars into one place, the difficulty of materialization will naturally be greatly reduced.
When Qin Feng heard this, he was surprised and said,
If the fate stars merge into one place, can such a thing be done? Although I have lost my memory, I still have some vague impressions. In the earliest days, there was only one destiny star in the world. But with the changes in the sea, it began to evolve into other destiny stars for the immortals to guide. In fact, at the beginning, I also followed the law that Tao generates 1. 1 generates 2. 2 generates 3. And 3 generates all things, trying to split the destiny star in the divine sea, and finally succeeded. The so-called fusion is nothing more than reversing the method of division.
Qin Feng's eyes lit up.
Senior, please teach me.
Xian Yi nodded slightly without saying anything, his white shadow floating over the divine sea. The white energy around him evolved into an illusory star, and that star was naturally the destiny star. Then I saw that the illusory life star was divided into 2, and the 2 was divided into 3, and then divided into more and more. After the number reaches a certain level, the divided destiny stars begin to merge into one place again. From beginning to end, Qin Feng could see Senior Xian Yi's use and guidance of Qi. When all the destiny stars merged into one again, Senior Xian Yi spoke again.
This method consumes a lot of souls. You can do it step by step. Don't expect to succeed in one go.
Qin Feng nodded when he heard this.
Junior understands.
Chapter 634. It's not like you don't know that I have a small appetite. Time passed quickly during practice. But Qin Feng was unaware of it. The method taught by Senior Shin Yi is naturally useful. He has already merged nearly 100 life stars together. And Qin Feng was even more surprised to find that the merged life star actually emitted a golden light as thick as a hair. It is not difficult to guess that if more life stars are integrated, there will be more golden light. Even in the end, it may not be possible to condense a platinum destiny star that is as good as the Tianjin National Master. Of course, Qin Feng also knew that this was not an easy task. There are already countless life stars in his divine sea. It took him nearly a day to integrate hundreds of them. He didn't know how much time it would take to blend them all together. But cultivation is not something that happens overnight. And Qin Feng has long been mentally prepared for this. Withdrawing his consciousness from the divine sea, he pinched his eyebrows tiredly.
Condensing the life star is indeed as Senior Shin said. It is quite energy-consuming. But why do I feel that my soul seems to be stronger than before?
Before Qin Feng could take a closer look, Haydn suddenly came to the courtyard to look for him.
Uncle, the people from the Sword Alliance are here.
Huh?
It came earlier than I expected.
The people from Sword Emperor City flew to the outside of Fontian City with their swords. And the momentum naturally attracted the attention of countless people. It didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the streets. As for the people from the Sword Alliance heading to the Qin family's residence as soon as they arrived, the Qin residence was crowded with onlookers. They all wanted to see with their own eyes the beauty of the Sword Alliance.
Look at that middle-aged man, with a sword and an immortal spirit. Could it be the rumored Sword Emperor Bai Yin? With such courage, who else could it be besides him? Come, and see the two girls beside him. They are really stunning in the world. If my prediction is correct, those two should be the two daughters of the Sword Emperor. The one in the black dress must be Bai Wusheng, together with Master Qin's wife Lu Jianli. They are known as one swordsman and two masters. When we saw her today, she really lived up to her reputation. It's just that I don't understand why these people rushed to Master Qin's residence as soon as they arrived at Fengtian City.
Someone knew some inside information and immediately replied,
Have you forgotten that Master Qin's wife Lu Jianli is a student of Wanjin sect?
As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly realized that the Kendo Alliance was founded by the three Kendo Masters. These people must have considered Lu Jianli's relationship with Wanjin sect. So they came here to visit. At this time, someone suddenly called out,
Look! The door of Qin Mansion is open.
Everyone saw that everyone from the Qin family gathered at the gate. The leader was none other than Father Qin. He and Sword Emperor Bai Yin looked at each other, and the two nodded in greeting, understanding each other tacitly. Ern Yang glanced at Miss Bai Qiu in the crowd of the Sword Alliance and immediately smiled. She naturally has an impression of this girl. She once lived in the Qin Mansion for a period of time. After reading the contents of Qin An's letter, Ern Yang seemed to regard Bai Qiu as her daughter-in-law, and she felt satisfied no matter how she looked at it. Qin Feng also looked at Bai Qiu, and couldn't help but raise his brows slightly, thinking in his heart,
Oh, it's really a woman's 18th transformation. The little girl in the past has also turned into this beauty. And her sister Bai Wusheng. It's really quite similar.
Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Bai Wusheng. After Wan Jianzong said goodbye, they haven't seen each other for about a year. The other party still had the same look of a fallen fish and a wild goose. Her delicate and white face reflected the soft light under the firelight, and she was wearing a loose black skirt, but it could not hide her slim and undulating figure. The latter was also looking at him, with a smile on his eyebrows. Out of etiquette, Qin Feng was about to say "Lo," but he heard the other party shout,
Qin Feng, I miss you so much.
The simple words came from Bai Wusheng's mouth. Qin Feng's expression froze, and he was stunned on the spot.
You?
The night wind blew by, and the streets suddenly became quiet, as if you could hear a needle drop. Not only the onlookers were shocked, but even the people in the Sword Alliance looked in disbelief. Bai Yin put his hand on the hilt of the sword, veins twitching on his forehead. When did this brat kidnap Wusheng? Bai Qiu looked at his sister. Her mouth slightly opened and her beautiful eyes widened. Everyone in the Qin mansion looked at Qin Feng in unison. Snap! That was the sound of cold sweat dripping. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, he only felt like a light on his back, like a lump in his throat, and like he was sitting on pins and needles. Lu Jianli tilted her head and looked at him quietly. Song Filan frowned. Her light blue eyes filled with coldness. Lan Ningxuang was stunned and seemed to be still thinking about how her uncle hooked up with the other party when they were in Wang Jian's sect. Goo. Bai Wuxiang rubbed his belly and finished the second half of the sentence.
I made barbecue in hot pot. It's getting so late. It's time for you to have dinner.
Right? The silent time began to flow again, and Qin Feng breathed a heavy sigh of relief. At that moment, he seemed to have walked away from the gate of H.L. This foodie. Can't he finish his sentence in one go? In order to break the awkward atmosphere, Ernyan said hurriedly.
You have worked hard after traveling all the way. I will let the kitchen prepare dinner. You can come in quickly.
There were no longer a few people from the Sword Alliance. After settling in, it was finally time for dinner. In the lobby, Father Qin and Aaron Yang were holding bowls and chopsticks, staring blankly in the direction of the opposite table. It's just because Bai Wuxiang's appearance is so heroic, which is in sharp contrast to her stunning appearance. A table full of food, under her wind and lingering clouds, emptied out in a short while. The maid Qinger had never seen such a scene before, and she was at a loss for a moment. Fortunately, Qin Feng had already expected such a situation, so he said low to the kitchen in advance.
Sorry. Apart from kendo, my little girl's only hobby is eating. Which makes you laugh.
Bai Yan shook his head and said helplessly.
It doesn't matter. She likes to eat, so let her eat more. Qinger, go to the kitchen and ask if the rest of the food is ready.
Aaron Yang called out.
Okay. Qinger will go right away.
Bai Qiu, a foodie like Bai Wuxiang, was much more restrained tonight. She even lowered her head to hide the embarrassment in her eyes. She originally wanted to establish an image of a lady in front of Father Qin and Aaron Yang, but she didn't expect that her sister would make her lose face. At this moment, Bai Wuxiang swallowed the food in his mouth and asked curiously,
Qiu, there are so many delicious foods. Why don't you use your chopsticks? This is not like you. If it were normal times, if I were slower, I would have to lick the empty plate.
As soon as these words came out, both Father Qin and Aaron Yang looked at Bai Qiu in surprise. The latter quickly waved his hand and said with a dry smile,
Sister, don't make such a joke with me. I never compete with you for food on weekdays. It's not like you don't know that I have a small appetite.
When Bai Yin heard this, his face twitched and he remained silent. Qin Feng, who had just taken a sip of tea, couldn't hold it back and spurted it out. Chapter 635. I only took a slight action.
Feng, are you okay?
Aaron Yang asked worriedly. Bai Qiu on the side immediately took out a white handkerchief from his arms and pretended to be concerned.
Wipe it quickly.
Qin Feng caught a glimpse of the warning in the other person's eyes and twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. Then took the handkerchief and wiped the tea stains from the corner of his mouth.
It's my fault that I drank too quickly and didn't realize that the tea was still a little hot. It's best to blow on the tea before drinking it. Be more careful next time.
Bai Qiu said with a smile. What a good girl. Aaron Yang is very satisfied with Bai Qiu's performance. The daughter-in-law she wants is exactly this dignified and virtuous type. However, Bai Qiu's actions made several people who were familiar with her feel quite uncomfortable. Bai Wuxiang said bluntly,
Qiu, did you have a bad stomach on the way here? Why do I feel that you are different from usual?
Bai Qiu's eyelids twitched slightly, but there was always a sweet smile on his face.
Sister, what are you talking about? I'm not always like this.
Seeing that Bai Wuxiang was about to speak, Bai Qiu reluctantly pushed the bowl with food over her.
I haven't had much appetite recently. Sister, please eat my portion too.
As soon as these words came out, Bai Wuxiang swallowed back what he wanted to say, and his eyes lit up as he picked up Bai Qiu's rice bowl. Little did he know that Bai Qiu's heart was bleeding as he watched the delicious food being eaten. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh.
The power of love is really great.
After a long dinner, Bai Wuxiang finally stopped. During this period, Aaron Yang would always praise Bai Qiu, and would also test her insinuatingly.
If the wife and her marries in the future is like Miss Bai Qiu, then I'm afraid I'll wake up laughing even in my dreams. Auntie is joking. I am not as good as you said.
Bai Qiu was shy and timid, with joy on her face. She just felt that it was worth suppressing her appetite tonight and not exposing her true nature.
Seeing this, Bai Yin on the side took a few sips of wine in silence. Qin Feng took advantage of his free time and asked,
Since the separation of Wang Jian's sect last time, I may not have seen Senior Bai for a long time. This time you represent the Sword Alliance and come to Fengtian City to establish a branch here. Right.
Bai Yin put down his wine glass and nodded.
Yes. The Sword Alliance has been teaching martial arts to the world since its establishment. Today, The Sword Alliance can almost be seen in the Dakian Four Realm Celestial City. Many Shenwu families were also infected and began to open martial arts schools and teach foreigners. In order to completely break the self-preservation situation of the Dakian martial arts family, I discussed with the head of the Yu family and the head of the Li family, and came to Fontian City, hoping to get His Majesty the Ming Emperor's approval to allow us to open a martial arts hall of the Kendo League here, and integrate the three swordsmanships into one. Everyone's martial arts skills are taught to everyone. I see.
Qin Feng nodded slightly and then asked,
By the way, Senior Bai, I learned from the letter sent back by my second brother that the number of demons and ghosts in the Southern Territory seems to have decreased a lot during this period. Could it be that what happened in the Southern Territory?
As we all know, the yin and yang in the southern region are out of balance. So the demons and ghosts are extremely powerful, and the frequency and danger of ghost troubles are far higher than those in the other three regions. As the saying goes, there must be monsters when things go wrong. The second brother is a stickler who only knows how to practice and does not understand the possible dangers behind this change. As the eldest brother, he naturally has to be more concerned. When Bai Yin heard this, there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes.
I am also quite puzzled by this. In fact, the disciples of the Sword Alliance often need to go out to fight against monsters and ghosts as a training experience. So we were the first to notice this strange change. If I remember correctly, the time when the ghost troubles in the southern region decreased was not long after the natural disaster occurred in the western region.
Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. He suddenly thought of those powerful and mysterious ghost-faced people. Are there those guys behind the incident in the Southern Territory?
The Garuda clan, spiritual veins, demons and ghosts on the night of divine food, and the ghost world. What is the purpose of those people pursuing these?
Qin Feng naturally reported the mysterious ghost-faced people, but he only learned about the word burial sky from Lord Ding. As for the Tianjian Imperial Master, they did not receive any answer. But he still saw something special about those ghost-faced people from the look on the Tianjian Imperial Master's face. Just think about it. How can people who dare to come to Fontian City to rob the 9th level of prison be ordinary?
After the natural disaster in the western region and the time when the ghost-faced man disappeared, the ghost troubles in the southern region inexplicably decreased. For the sake of safety, is it best to recall the second brother to Fontian City first?
Qin Feng couldn't help but have such thoughts in his heart. After all, for him, the safety of his family always comes first. At this time, Bai Wuxiang suddenly complained, interrupting his train of thought.
After entering the third level Qixin realm, I originally wanted to find a few powerful demons and ghosts to test my strength and hone my sword skills. But those demons and ghosts with high tribulation power seemed to evaporate out of thin air in an instant and could not be found anywhere. If I had known this, it would be better to go back to the Sword Emperor City in the eastern region and maybe have a chance to fight with the Ashura clan.
The fact that the Ashura clan left the eastern realm and came to Fontian City in an invincible way is naturally known to everyone in Dakian. Especially that bet. It was even more miraculous. The long-lost northern ghost leader reappeared and suppressed the Ashura tribe's power king alone. Lu Jianli, the sweet girl of heaven, has a swordsmanship of
30,000 miles.
That is beyond skill, but almost Tao. The power of a sword shakes the heaven and the earth. And Qin Feng's last battle overturned the world's understanding of the Wensheng Taoist and the Five Scum. His moves were as graceful as banishing an immortal, and even attracted the daughter of King Ashura to fall in love with him. Bai Wuxiang told Qin Feng about the rumors he had heard. While looking at Qin Feng,
I didn't expect that you would grow to such an extent after not seeing each other for a year or so.
When Qin Feng heard this, he straightened his back unconsciously. After all, being praised by a beauty can always satisfy a man's vanity. He pretended to be calm and said calmly,
Originally, I wanted to be a scholar and keep a low profile. But the heavenly supervisor has a keen eye and knew that the candidate for the 4th grade battle must be me. And this is indeed the case. I only took a few steps and already knew the limit of this realm.
These words could not be described as pretentious, and attracted everyone in the lobby to look at him sideways. Father Qin was drinking tea. When he heard this, he choked on the tea and coughed several times. As the head of the family, how could he be upstaged by his own son? He asked.
The battle between the human race and the Ashura clan was indeed remarkable. It's a pity that I happened to go to the southern region to do business at that time. And not in Fontian City. But I often hear people mention that the reason why the human race was able to achieve the final victory in that battle was all because Master Guisho won the first battle, which greatly boosted the momentum of the human race. I don't know if that is true or not.
Shameless Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Bai Yin also cast a strange look. When Father Qin said this, he originally hoped that Bai Wuxiang would take over the conversation and brag about his glorious achievements. However, Bai Wuxiang was not very interested and said casually,
"Oh, I don't know about that. After all, most of the content passed down by word of mouth is about Lu Jinli and Qin Feng. Perhaps in the eyes of the world, it is natural that Senior Beiguisho can defeat the Ashura clan."
Looking at Father Qin's dull look, Qin Feng suppressed a smile. Bai Wuxiang paused, turned his head to look at Lu Jinli, and then spoke again.
"But I really want to know what level of sword skills can reach. It just so happens that you and I haven't played against each other for a long time. Why not take this opportunity to compare notes?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the lobby suddenly became different. Chapter 636 The Strangeness of Lu Jinli's Body.
"Sister!"
Bai Qiu called, with an ugly look on his face. How could a guest want to fight with the host as soon as he came? She didn't want to offend the Qin family because of this. Bai Yin also said,
"Wuxiang, we are temporarily staying in the Qin mansion and our guests. If we want to learn from each other, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. So why rush?"
Bai Wuxiang ignored these voices, but looked at Lu Jinli quietly, waiting for the other party's answer. For her, there are only two things in the world worth paying attention to. One is food, and the other is swordsmanship. When I was in the Wanjian Zhongwenjin battle, I always felt that the fight was not very enjoyable because my cultivation was inferior to others. Now that she has entered the third level, she naturally wants to compete with Lu Jinli again. This has nothing to do with avenging previous shame. It is simply about testing the gap between oneself and the other party at this moment. Of course, she is indeed full of interest in the rumored swordsmanship.
30,000 miles.
That is beyond skill, but almost how.
Which one of the three heavenly gods taught me by my father is stronger? Or is this 30,000 miles better?
Just thinking about it made Bai Wuxiang tremble with excitement. Lu Jinli didn't say anything more, but slowly stood up. And then with a move of his right hand, the sword box behind Lan Ningxuan opened. First there was the sound of gurgling water, but within a moment, there was the roar of thunder. The Ziyan Shinjun squeezed the Han Zhui sword away, snatched it out of the sword box, and landed firmly in Lu Jinli's hand. In the sword box, it seemed that Han Shuijian could still hear the unwilling whimpering. At this point, everything is self-evident. Bai Yin sighed.
"I'm sorry."
Father Qin waved his hand.
"It doesn't matter. Let them decide on the young people's affairs themselves."
Bai Yin nodded, then waved his sword. A ray of sword energy cut through the night sky, and the realm formed by the sword energy soon enveloped the Qin mansion. This battle is more like a sparring session in the art of swordsmanship than a winner. In this case, there is no need for both parties to use realm methods. However, his strength has reached the third level, and every move carries terrifying power. In order to prevent the energy of the fight from spreading to Fengtian City, Bai Yin opened this realm so that Lu Jinli and the two could attack with all their strength. The two looked at each other, then ducked into the realm. Bai Wuxiang also made a move with his right hand, and the eyeshadow sword instantly flew from the sword box. The two divine swords on the Dakian divine sword list faced each other, and their momentum was naturally astonishing. The energy around the two men was flowing, and their sword intentions were surging. At the same time, all the swords in Fengtian City seemed to sense something and began to tremble slightly, which was a sign of surrender. In the Imperial Study Room of the Imperial Palace, hanging on the scroll in the inner room, the Xianyuan Sword of Divine Sword exudes a faint golden light. Emperor Ming opened the window and looked in the direction of the realm. From a distance, the momentum of the sword energy was actually a bit dazzling. In the realm, the two faced each other, standing out of thin air. Although neither one took the lead, the silent contest had already begun. Just like what Wanjin sect, Master Bian and Qin Feng said before, the sword has not been released, but the sword power needs to be brewed. The moment the sword is at its strongest, it is the time to take action. For masters who wield swords, victory or defeat can be decided at the drop of a hat, and life or death is only a matter of inches. And at the moment when the clouds broke through the night sky of Fengtian City and the moon turned white, the two men's sword moves took shape. Bai Wuxiang drew his sword, and a bit of white light cut a line. There was surging power hidden in the silence. Naturally, Qin Feng had an impression of this sword. God Yi's sword was unparalleled. And Bai Wuxiang, who has entered the third level realm, uses this sword move again, and the power is naturally far greater than before. On the other side, Lu Jianli remained calm in the face of this terrifying sword move. The reason why she agreed to this battle was because she wanted to test the power of the 30,000-mile sword skill, the fusion of ancient divine breath. Ultimate intention and swordsmanship is the final form of 30,000 miles. He raised his right hand and swung his sword horizontally, and the space seemed to be divided into two. Bai Yin suddenly frowned, because there were countless fine cracks in the realm he had laid. If the sword energy of the two collides, this realm will most likely be shattered, thus affecting the people of Fengtian City. Seeing this scene, Father Qin on the side took action, turning his right wrist, and the outside of the sword energy realm was instantly covered with a black barrier. But just when Lu Jianli's sword move was about to make contact with Wushuang's sword, the former suddenly frowned slightly. That weird feeling came again. There seemed to be something else in her body, competing with her for the ancient divine breath. And just this moment of change caused the sword body of Zidian Shinjun to tremble continuously, and the sword energy became empty.
What's going on?
Qin Feng noticed something strange and looked worried. Song Filan seemed to have thought of something and frowned.
Not good.
Bai Yan's face darkened. As a top swordsman, he naturally knows that when the swords collide, if one of them withdraws, it will be the same as seeking death. This is the situation of Lu Jianli at this moment. Although she doesn't know why, her sword energy is not fully formed yet. The virtual 30,000 miles clashed with Shen Yi's sword. Within a moment, Lu Jianli's sword energy collapsed. Shen Yi's sword swept directly towards the opponent with unparalleled power. At this critical moment, Bai Wushuang raised his right hand suddenly, and Wushuang's sword energy slashed 1 foot away in front of Lu Jianli toward the night sky. The clouds and mist melted instantly, and the moonlight poured down. The discussion ended here. Fortunately, it was a false alarm.
What's going on with you?
Bai Wushuang asked after the two left the realm. The moment the opponent's sword power took shape, she felt her heart pounding. The power of that sword skill must have far exceeded her imagination, making her fighting spirit high. But that dangerous energy came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's sword energy was shattered by her. Bai Wushuang naturally understood that it was not that his sword moves were far stronger than the opponent's, but that there was something wrong with the opponent's sword moves. Lu Jianli looked down at the purple lightning gun in his hand and shook his head.
I don't know either.
Bai Yin approached with a serious look on his face.
You'd better figure out the cause of this problem. Otherwise, the next time you fight with the enemy, if something like this happens again, it may cost you your life.
When Qin Feng heard this, he became nervous. He used his double pupil power to check Lu Jianli's body, but found nothing abnormal. There's just one strange thing. That is, the blood in the lady's abdomen seems to be much stronger than in other places. And he could also see that from time to time, a ray of the golden ancient divine energy in Jianli's body would sink into her abdomen. Could this be the reason why her sword energy collapsed? My mind recalled the medical books I had read in the past, but there was no description of this situation. He glanced at Lu Jianli and stopped talking.
The current situation is still unclear. There is no need to speak out and let everyone worry together. When I find a solution, it will not be too late to speak out.
Thinking of this, Qin Feng solemnly said,
Madam, in the next period of time, you should not go out to practice again, and cultivate yourself at home for a while. Maybe your situation is caused by being too tired.
Hearing this, Lu Jianli did not argue, nodded slightly and agreed. Chapter 637. There is a thief in the kitchen. The night is like water, and the storm of the sparring is gone. Lu Jianli stayed in the Qin Mansion Lake Pavilion, looking at his palm in a daze. She was surging all over her body, and she continuously aroused the ancient divine energy in her body to manifest it in her hands. And every 10 times, almost half of the time, there will be such a strange situation the ancient divine energy cannot be mobilized as desired, but will become chaotic and abnormal, and will collapse on its own. But she had no idea what caused this problem.
Senior sister, are you okay?
A clear voice sounded. Lu Jianli looked for a voice, and saw Bai Qiu, who looked worried. She shook her head and asked calmly,
It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet?
Hiccup. Bai Qiu hurriedly covered her mouth, trying to hide something, but she didn't realize that there was still some sauce at the corner of her mouth that had not been wiped clean.
I couldn't sleep, so I was walking around. And when I saw my senior sister here, I came over to say hello. Senior sister, are you worried about what will happen tonight when you are sparring with Sister Wushuang? In fact, I asked my father specifically. This situation has happened to him before. When he was learning the 3 divine ones of wheel swordsmanship, he encountered a bottleneck and was unable to successfully perform the sword skill. Sister, Your swordsmanship called 30,000 miles is close to the legendary Tao. Perhaps his dad said, I am afraid that I have encountered a bottleneck and this kind of problem will occur. After the bottleneck is overcome, maybe these problems can be solved.
Bai Qiu comforted.
Yes.
Lu Jinli responded lightly. But after the test just now, she knew that the cause of the problem was not the sword skill 30,000 miles, but something wrong with her own body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be able to mobilize the ancient divine energy at will. And the reason why she chose to hide it was because she didn't want others to worry about her.
It's getting late. You should go back to your room to rest early. I'm going back to my room too.
Lu Jinli said softly.
Yeah. Senior sister. Let's go to bed early.
When the two left the lake pavilion and were about to part ways, Lu Jinli thought of something and spoke again.
By the way, Xiao, don't forget to take a shower before going to bed. The sauce on your lips has not been wiped clean, and you smell like food.
Bai Qiu's face turned red instantly. The next morning, after Qin Feng got up, when Qing'er went into the house to clean the room, he suddenly said seriously,
Young master, it seems that there is a thief in our house. A thief?
Qin Feng frowned when he heard this.
Did someone throw away something valuable? Is it someone from the Qin mansion or someone from the Sword Alliance?
Qing'er quickly shook her head and then spoke about the cause of the incident.
When I passed by the kitchen this morning, I heard what the people there said. I don't know who sneaked into the kitchen last night and looted all the food in it. Nearly 10 plates of sauced pork elbows were licked so that no soup could be seen. And there was also a steamer of steamed buns. But not a single one was left.
Qin Feng had a strange look on his face when he heard this. He had already identified the suspect. No. To be more precise, there is no suspicion at all. It is more appropriate to directly define him as a prisoner. Think about it. If you don't eat anything for dinner, how can Bai Qiu tolerate it with his appetite? It's just that he never expected that the girl would be so fierce and wipe out everything in the kitchen.
This Fengtian city is so big. There really are people everywhere. Young master, you said they tried their best to avoid the guards at home and sneaked into the house. They didn't take anything valuable, but they only wanted to steal the food in the kitchen. Food? What is it for? Why them and not him?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
Young master is joking. How can one person eat so much food if he is not a pig?
Qin Feng pondered for a moment.
That makes sense. Young master, do you think those thieves will come back tonight? Do you need to tell the guards at the house to strengthen their vigilance outside? I don't think it's necessary.
Qin Feng replied without hesitation. After all, it was difficult to guard against house thieves day and night. The thieves who stole the food came from within the Qin mansion, which Qing'er probably wouldn't have thought of.
I'll inform the kitchen later. You can continue with your work. Okay, young master.
Leaving the house and looking up, the sun is shining brightly. Qin Feng's mood was different from the weather, but a little heavy. He thought of his wife's accident last night, and just hoped that the cause could be found out quickly, and the other party's health could be cured to avoid major problems.
The blood condenses in the abdomen and attracts the ancient divine energy. Could this be a case of obsession? But it seems that the lady's situation is not very similar. I don't practice Xingwu Taoism. I'm afraid it won't be easy to figure out the reason. No. Senior Bai Yin and his father were both present last night, but they didn't see any clues. This problem may be more serious than I expected.
While thinking about it, a furry feeling suddenly came from my feet. Looking down, he saw that it was a little red-haired fox with Su Tianyua's tail feathers evolved. At this moment, it was blinking its big eyes, full of desire.
Come up!
After the words fell, the little fox jumped up and fell into Qin Feng's arms. Then, as usual, Qin Feng gently stroked his palm on the little fox's back, washing the latter's whole body with righteousness. Chirp! The little fox immediately let out a comfortable cry. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded.
Hey! This little fox is quite cute.
Looking for fame. It was Bai Wuxuan who was wearing a black dress. Qin Feng asked curiously.
Didn't the Sword Alliance go to the palace today to seek permission from Emperor Ming to open a sword hall in Fengtian City? Why are you still here?
Bai Wuxuan waved his hand casually.
That kind of troublesome matter can be left to Dad and others. So why do you need me to go? My time today is very tight. What do you have to do? There are so many delicious foods in Fengtian City, and I'm not sure how long I can stay here. So I naturally have to hurry up. I had inquired with people before I came here. There are two most famous restaurants in Fengtian City. One is Wang Yueju and the other is Zexinglu. You can take me to those two restaurants to eat today.
Qin Feng refused without thinking.
I don't have time.
Not only did he have to seize the time to practice, but he also had to find a way to solve his wife's physical problems. Where could he find such leisure time? What's more, if the two ladies knew that he and Bai Wuxuang were going out in private, God knows what the consequences would be.
I won't let you take me out for nothing. I will reward you.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not answer. Is he the kind of man who would be blinded by profit? Just listen to Bai Wuxuang speak again.
Before my father and sect master, you injected 2 sword energy into the Sword Alliance token given to you to protect your safety. After such a long time, those 2 sword energies should have been consumed by you. Right. As long as you promise to take me to eat, I will ask Dad to inject sword energy into your token.
When Qin Feng heard this, he hesitated for a moment. In this world, the more ways to save life, the better. And as everyone knows, Sword Emperor Bai Yin has entered the 2nd level realm, and the power of the sword energy is naturally far greater than before. But a sword energy would force him to break what he just said. It felt very shameful.
3 AWS.
Bai Wuxuang said with a smile.
Deal?
Qin Feng said firmly. The little fox in his arms had a look of disdain in his eyes when he heard this. But this disdain was quickly restrained because Bai Wuxuang looked towards it. I saw the latter swallowing a mouthful of saliva, licking his fingers and looking curious.
Speaking of which, I don't know what fox tastes like.
There was Su Tianyu. Chapter 638 Silver-Haired Man. The little fox managed to escape partially because Qin Feng said jokingly,
Maybe it smells bad. It smells bad.
After hearing this, Bai Wuxuang looked at the cute little fox with a somewhat regretful expression. Little did he know that when Su Tianyu on the other side heard this, the energy flowed around his body, and the table in front of him was shaken to pieces. At noon, Bai Wuxuang planned to invite Sister Chior to go with him, but the latter hesitated for a while and refused directly. On the way to Wanggueju, Bai Wuxuang still mentioned this matter.
I always feel that Sister Chior has changed since she came to Fontian City. In the past, if she heard that there was something delicious, she would definitely not shirk it.
You know nothing about the power of love. Qin Feng's mouth twitched when he heard this. Before leaving the Qin mansion, he actually caught a glimpse of Bai Qiu and Err Nyang talking and laughing. That's obviously just trying to increase your favorability. As the imperial capital, Fotian City is naturally far more prosperous than other places. Along the way, the cries of vendors on both sides of the street could be heard. Looking at those unheard of delicacies, Bai Wuxuang's eyes shone. Qin Feng looked at her restless look. He felt helpless and suddenly frowned slightly. He looked around and fixed his gaze on a corner of the street. It was a stall full of medicinal herbs. The stall owner was a young man wearing a yellow gown, with silver hair and a smiling face. The silver-haired man looked around, watching the crowds coming and going, and shouted from time to time, as if he was no different from other vendors. Qin Feng used his double pupil power and observed carefully for a while. The blood in the opponent's body was no different from that of ordinary people.
It's an illusion.
Just at this moment, a big man walked to the silver-haired man's stall and asked about the price of the herbal medicine, and the latter also introduced it seriously. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng stopped paying attention and took Bai Wuxuang into the crowd.
This herb costs 20 copper coins. Are you joking with me? Do you believe that I smashed your stall?
The big man said angrily. The silver-haired man was not angry when he heard this, and still had a smile on his face.
This herb is called Wanyang, and it only grows on high mountain cliffs. It can help Shenwu warriors condense their blood. The effect is remarkable, and it is extremely difficult to pick. The price of one plant is 20 cents, which is really cheap. Nonsense. What kind of herb is this? And I still need you to explain it? But I said, the price is too expensive.
The middle-aged man setting up a stall nearby recognized the big man's identity and quickly reminded him.
Brother, you just came here to set up a stall, and you don't know yet. This person is an official in charge of patrolling the streets. You should give me an honest price for your herbal medicine.
Hearing this, the big man sneered, looking arrogant.
I see.
The silver-haired man's smile gradually faded.
Then how much do you think is appropriate? I think it's worthless.
After saying this, the big man grabbed all the sunflowers on the stall, looked at the other party with a mighty look, and walked away. When the other vendors saw this, they all showed sympathetic expressions. As the saying goes, the king of HL is easy to meet, but the devil is difficult to deal with. These low-level officials are all cannibals, and will tolerate it as long as they can. The middle-aged street vendor comforted him.
Brother, don't be too sad. Just think of it as a waste of money to eliminate misfortune. This person took your herbal medicine today and won't cause trouble to you again in the next month. Oh, it seems that you are all used to it.
The silver-haired young man asked with a smile.
Can you not get used to it? If you resist, you will inevitably be picked on by the other party over and over again. And you won't even be able to do business. Those losses are all just meat buns for dogs. If you think about it this way, you will feel better.
Someone else said with a bitter smile.
However, I believe that the days to come will get better and better. Why?
The silver-haired man looked curious.
Of course, it's because of Master Qin's Taiping Academy. In the past, officials were born into powerful people. So how could they care about the lives of ordinary people like us? But in the last imperial examination, the top 3 were all students from Qinshi Taiping Academy. When they become high officials, they will definitely punish these evil officials. By then, won't the good days of the people come?
When it came to Master Qin, the conversation among several people started completely, and they couldn't take it back. The silver-haired man did not interrupt, but listened quietly. He sneaked into Fengtian City specifically to observe Qin Feng. In the last battle with the Ashura clan, both Lu Jinli and Qin Feng used their immortal skills. As a practitioner of the immortal way, he knew very well that it was no longer possible to attract the Hongmang immortal qi in this world. Just as he was thinking, the middle-aged man beside him said,
Brother, why don't you say anything? Are you still worried about what happened just now? Alas, you don't have to think too much. God will naturally take care of people like that. So we can live our lives well. God will take care of it.
The silver-haired young man opened his slightly narrowed eyes, and a cold light flashed away.
I never believed in that stuff.
After hearing this, several people looked at each other in confusion, and then shook their heads. Naturally, they didn't believe this either. They just wanted to give themselves some comfort. On the other side, the strong man used his old tricks to bully other vendors. But just when the stall owner handed the money, which was similar to the protection fee, into his hand, the strong man's eyes were bloodshot. And then his whole body froze, and he fell straight backwards. The sudden scene shocked everyone around him. The stall owner called several times in succession, but there was no response from the big man. One of the more courageous people put their fingers to the big man's breath, and then quickly backed away in fright.
Not breathing.
Inside Wangguiju, it was naturally overcrowded, and even the private rooms were occupied. Just as the guests at the table by the window left, the waiter made room for Qin Feng and the others. After sitting down, it didn't take long for the hot pot to bubble and emit a charming aroma. Bai Wuxiang's eyes lit up. His index finger moved, and then he moved his chopsticks regardless of appearance, in order to prevent the other party from accidentally drinking wine and causing unnecessary casualties. Qin Feng deliberately brought the wine bottle in front of him. As soon as he poured the wine and picked up the glass, a voice suddenly caught his attention in the noisy lobby.
You know, something big happened to Master Qin's family yesterday.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, but didn't pay much attention to it. The so-called big event in this person's mouth is nothing more than the people from the Sword Alliance temporarily living in the Qin mansion. And with the speed at which news spreads in Fengtian City, this matter may have already become known to everyone. Sure enough, as soon as this person said his words, someone laughed and said,
You are talking about the Sword Alliance. Master Qin's wife Lu Jinli is a disciple of Wanjin sect.
People from the Sword Alliance came to Fengtian City to do business, so it was no big deal to temporarily stay in the Qin mansion. That's right, the speaker said disdainfully. How could I share this kind of news with everyone? What I want to talk about is the secret relationship between the Sword Emperor's daughter Bai Wuxiang and Master Qin.
Cough. Cough. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng choked on his drink. The attention of everyone in the lobby was also attracted by the speaker. After all, who in this world doesn't like to hear gossip? Chapter 639 What Master Qin and Bai Wuxiang have to say.
You should know that the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance this time is the Sword Emperor of Sword Emperor City. And his 2 daughters are also coming with him. One of them is known as the One Sword Master with Lu Jinli, Bai Wuxiang. But you will never imagine that when the Sword Alliance went to the Qin mansion yesterday, what was the first thing Bai Wuxiang said when he saw Master Qin?
Although there were many people watching outside Qin mansion yesterday. How big is Fengtian City? Those people are just the tip of the iceberg to the entire imperial capital. What is it? Everyone was immediately curious.
Yes dash.
The man deliberately prolonged his accent and said word by word.
Qin Feng, I miss you so much.
As soon as these words came out, the sound of breathing came and went.
Is this true? If you tell a lie, Thunder will strike.
The man vowed. When Qin Feng in the corner by the window heard this, he wished he could draw a thunderbolt and strike directly at him. In fact, what this person said is correct, but he just took it out of context. And as we all know, dogs who break the rules should die.
Oh, it's incredible. It's incredible. Master Qin is trying to keep both of these swords in his arms?
Someone said with a bad smile. Some people also showed Indian hatred.
With Lu Jinli and the Dragon Clan woman, Master Qin is not satisfied yet. He is simply envious of us.
But some people did not believe one side of the story and questioned.
Could the meaning of Bai Wuxiang's words be different from what we literally understand? I have heard that Master Qin was also present at the Wanjin sect sword-asking battle. Maybe the two knew each other at that time and had a good relationship. And these words were just polite words between friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time.
Finally, there was a normal person. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. However, the man in the lobby waved his finger.
If there is no conclusive evidence, how can I dare to say these things here? Last night, the whole city's swords trembled. The sword energy surged into the sky over the Qin mansion. And the clouds and the moon moved. Do any of you know?
Someone immediately replied.
Of course I know. After all, I own a blacksmith shop. I was shocked at the time, so I went out to take a look. But what does this have to do with what you said before? Oh, it doesn't matter. Let me tell you the truth. That noise was caused by Lu Jinli and by Wuxiang fighting for Master Qin. Don't you think about it? How many people in this world can make the whole city tremble when they use their sword energy? And how many people in Fengtian City today have such abilities? I can also tell you a more precise news. The sword that shot into the sky last night was the Sword Emperor's unparalleled sword skill.
Sword Emperor Bai Yan's wheel-turning swordsmanship among the three gods is famous in the world. And the last sword was so unparalleled that it was even said to be miraculous. After hearing that the Chongshao sword chi was an unparalleled sword technique, 7 or 8 out of 10 people present believed this statement. Qin Feng clenched the wine glass in his hand. And what this person said was basically true. But the crux of the matter is, does the fight between Lu Jinli and Bai Wuxiang have anything to do with him? Looking up and looking forward, Bai Wuxiang was eating hot pot and listening to the conversations in the lobby, as if it had nothing to do with her. There was even intense interest in her eyes. After all, for her, there is something special about eating delicious food and listening to stories. And when the man in the hall saw that everyone basically believed his words, he also began to let himself go completely, and compiled a heart-stirring love story. Why Wanjin Zong met for the first time and fell in love at first sight.
The two of them traveled through the sky hand in hand, admiring the wind, flowers, snow and moon together. The most ridiculous thing is that the original battle between Wanjin sect and Wanjin sect was not due to the regular exchanges between the three sword masters, but the jealousy between the two women from Sword Emperor City and Wanjin sect. And when Qin Feng heard that Bai Wuxiang came all the way to see him just because she was pregnant with his flesh and blood, he couldn't bear it anymore and immediately started to protest. The movement was so loud that the sounds in the lobby suddenly stopped. Everyone looked for Fame and then asked in surprise,
Master Qin, when did you get here?
There are people coming and going in Wanyu residence, and there is a lot of traffic. Who would notice everyone who comes in and out? In addition, Qin Feng had been staying in the corner by the window, so no one noticed them. The man who was talking eloquently shrank his head. In fact, he also clearly understood that the truth and falsehood of what he just said was still open to debate. So he felt guilty when he saw the real owner. But at this moment, someone shouted in shock.
Look! Is that woman Bai Wuxiang?
Damn! Qin Feng's expression froze. Everyone then looked around and saw a beautiful woman in a black dress with red oil on her lips. Even though she was being watched, she still ate there regardless of her appearance.
Master Qin actually went out to have dinner with Miss Bai in private. Isn't he afraid that the two ladies at home will find out? What do you know? It's just because you're afraid of knowing. That's why you come out in private. Miss Bai's eating appearance looks very much like my wife's appearance when she was pregnant. Could it be that?
As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes moved down, and they saw Bai Wuxiang's belly bulging slightly.
It's all true. That's nonsense. She just had enough to eat.
Qin Feng hurriedly defended. But at this moment, Bai Wuxiang swallowed the food in his mouth and suddenly said,
Qin Feng, let the waiter serve some more food. I'm not full yet.
Uh-huh. Everyone looked at Qin Feng, their eyes burning, and their hearts burning with gossip. How can a person who is full say that he is not full yet? What the two said is inconsistent. Doesn't it mean that Master Qin didn't bring it upon himself? There is really something fishy about these two people. Qin Feng's face was extremely ugly. In order to prevent the absurd rumors from getting worse, he kept clarifying his relationship with Bai Wuxuang. Of course, Bai Wuxuang, who was eating during this period, put down his bowl and chopsticks at Qin Feng's strong request and reluctantly said a few words for him. But that look only made everyone feel that Bai Wuxuang was being forced. The eyes they looked at Master Qin were full of disdain, as if they were looking at a scumbag who always gave up. Qin Feng didn't know how many people believed Wang Yueji's explanation. Anyway, he didn't want to stay in that place for a moment. He also once again deeply realized what it means to be a tiger with 3 people. And people's words are formidable. And it didn't take long for the 2 or 3 things that Master Qin and Miss Bai Wuxuang had to say spread around Fengtian City. The number of versions was jaw-dropping. Snapped. In the third prince's palace, the third prince suddenly overturned the table in front of him when he heard the rumors told by the guards.
Qin Feng! It's Qin Feng again!
The third prince gritted his teeth angrily. Ever since Qin Feng came to Fengtian City, everything has gone wrong for him. Not to mention being ignored by his father. The officials in the same camp as him in the court were also demoted and demoted. Now he wants to use the power of the Sword Alliance to regain the qualification to compete with the prince for the crown prince. As a result,
I heard this news. How credible are the rumors?
The third prince asked coldly. The guard pondered for a moment and then replied truthfully.
The fight between Lu Jianli and Bai Wuxuang last night should be true. But the motive is still unclear. As for the fact that Bai Wuxuang was pregnant with Qin Feng's flesh and blood, his subordinates thought it was not credible. Why? The third prince should know that if a man's cultivation level is lower than that of a woman, it is really not easy to give birth to an heir.
What's more, the last time that Guy and Bai Wuxuang met was about a year ago. The 2 of them didn't have that chance at all.
When the third prince heard this, he also reflected that, as we all know, he was pregnant for 10 months. If we haven't seen each other for a year and still get pregnant, what will happen?
That makes sense.
The third prince nodded slightly and then said,
Keep an eye on Bai Wuxuang's movements and report to me at any time. My subordinate understands.
Chapter 640 The Threat of the Third Prince. After experiencing the turmoil during the day, when he took Bai Wuxuang to the star-reaching tower at night, Qin Feng deliberately disguised himself to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings if others saw him. He originally wanted Bai Wuxuang to wear a scarf to cover up his beautiful face, but the latter refused. The reason for refusal is simple. Wearing a face towel will affect the speed of eating. Qin Feng also knew from this that the reason why the other party likes to wear black skirts is that the black color does not show dirt. And there is no need to worry about the soup from the food splashing on the body. He is truly a complete foodie. When I came to the stairs, I saw again the old man who judged which floors the guests could go to. With Qin Feng's current status and relationship with the prince, it would be possible even if he wanted to climb to the top floor of the star-reaching tower. But he directly interrupted the old man's words and said seriously,
It's okay to have dinner on the 2nd floor today.
You know, the higher the floors of the star building are, the more high-end the ingredients are and the more expensive they are. And with Bai Wuxuang's fighting power, if he gets to the top floor, he might have to eat tens of thousands of taels of silver in one meal. Who can bear this? The old man glanced at Bai Wuxuang next to Qin Feng, and seemed to understand something. He smiled and said,
Young Master Qin is free.
After climbing to the 2nd floor and taking a seat, Bai Wuxuang asked curiously,
Is there any explanation between the different floors of the star building?
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and said without blushing,
The different floors of this star building are used to receive different customers. Although I also want to take you to a higher floor to enjoy delicious food. However, given my status, coming to this 2nd level is already my limit.
While saying this, Qin Feng also looked like he was beating his chest, as if he was really guilty. Bai Wuxuang blinked, half smiling, then waved his hands and said,
It doesn't matter, as long as I can eat enough.
With that said, he called over the pretty girl who was in charge of ordering at Zexinglu, pointed at the menu on the screen, and said,
Give me 50 plates of colorful, exquisite fish first.
Qin Feng, who was drinking tea, was frightened. When the pretty girl heard this, she was slightly startled.
Are you sure it's 50 plates?
Uh-huh. Good guy. Just pick the most expensive one. Right. Qin Feng smiled dryly and said,
Miss Wuxuang, wouldn't it be too monotonous to just eat fish? Why don't you order a few less dishes and change to something else? I didn't say I only wanted these 50 plates of fish.
Bai Wuxuang's bright eyes seemed to light up, and then he ordered several portions of the rest of the dishes. Qin Feng opened his mouth, He had known this result for a long time, and his expression was quite helpless. Just as he was about to ask the pretty girl to place an order, a sudden voice sounded.
Miss Wuxuang is the daughter of the Sword Emperor and a distinguished guest of Fengtian City. Letting her eat on the second floor of Jiaxing Building would be a loss of status.
Looking for the reputation. The person who came was a young master wearing brocade clothes, and there was an imposing guard beside him. Judging from the golden energy flowing in his body, he looked like a martial artist at the peak of the 4th grade. As for this young master, Qin Feng remembered that when he first entered the palace to cast a healing spell on Anya, he was the one who acted strangely there. This young master is the 3rd prince of the current dynasty. The 3rd prince also learned about Bai Wuxuang's whereabouts from the guards, so he came here specially. He moved his gaze slightly and glanced at Bai Wuxuang's flat belly under the black skirt, showing a satisfied look.
But when he saw Qin Feng sitting across from Bai Wuxuang, the disgust in his eyes flashed across his eyes. Logically speaking, when ordinary people see His Highness the 3rd Prince, they must stand up and salute respectfully. However, Qin Feng sat in his seat and did not move. He had remembered all the other people's past criticisms in his heart. How could he treat him with courtesy? The 3rd Prince ignored it, calmed his expression and smiled at Bai Wuxuang.
Miss Wuxuang doesn't know something. The higher you go up the star building, the more delicacies you can order, and the ingredients are not ordinary. If Miss Wuxuang doesn't mind, I can do my best to take you to the 6th floor for dinner as a landlord. You can eat whatever you want. Just charge it to my account. There is really no need to lower yourself and stay with someone in this 2nd level.
While speaking, he also cast a provocative look at Qin Feng. He just wants to trample on Qin Feng's dignity in front of Bai Wuxuang. Firstly, to gain the beauty's favor, and secondly, to vent his hatred.
Who are you?
Bai Wuxuang asked curiously. The 4th grade guard immediately replied.
He is the current 3rd prince, and he can take anyone up to the 6th floor of the Starjiang Tower at will.
Bai Wuxuang swallowed subconsciously, obviously yearning for the 6th floor. But she still shook her head and said,
No need. I'll just stay on this floor.
When Qin Feng heard this, he felt a little moved in his heart. This foodie actually considered his face and refused the temptation of delicious food. When the 3rd prince heard this, his face darkened.
I advise Miss Wuxuang to think more carefully and not to get too close to this person. Today, there are many rumors about you and him in Fengtian City, which will damage your reputation.
Damn it. The rumors have already spread to the palace. Qin Feng looked ugly and only hoped that his 2 wives didn't know yet. The 3rd prince said this specifically for a simple purpose. In ancient times, women always attached great importance to honor and integrity. How could a normal woman tolerate rumors of gossip with other men before she even left the court? But the result?
Oh, you don't have to worry about it.
Bai Wuxuang didn't care, and even smiled at Qin Feng.
My reputation has been ruined by you. You have to be responsible for me.
Everyone present was shocked. Then Bai Wuxuang added,
During my stay in Fengtian City, you have to take me to eat delicious food every day as compensation.
Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The 3rd prince frowned. It was obvious that Bai Wuxuang was not the normal woman he recognized. After hitting the wall again and again, he gradually lost his patience and said in a deep voice,
Miss Wuxuang, I kindly invited you to have dinner on the 6th floor, but you didn't give me any face. If I remember correctly, the Sword Dao Alliance came to Fengtian City to get the Emperor's approval to build a gym in the city and recruit apprentices. Although I can't influence my father's decision, there are ways to prevent the Sword Alliance from gaining a foothold in Fengtian City, such as, since this is a martial arts gym, it's normal for someone to come to ask for advice. Can you understand what I mean?
These words were already a naked threat. Qin Feng frowned, and the smile on Bai Wuxuang's face slowly faded. It wasn't that she was afraid of the other party's threat. It was just that meeting such a disgusting fly during mealtime would inevitably make her a little off-putting. Immediately, the energy around the body surged, and the sword energy surged. The 3rd prince was shocked. How could he imagine that the other party dared to attack him?
Bold!
The guard hurriedly stood in front of the 3rd prince. A flash of sword energy flashed. The candle flickered, and the firelight flickered slightly. The guard froze on the spot, and before he could react, a strand of hair beside his ear was broken. If the other party wanted to behead him, it would be effortless. When the 3rd prince saw this, a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Bai Wuxuang said calmly,
If your highness wants to find someone to come and kick the Kendo League's hull, please find a few more powerful people who can help the Kendo League become famous and gain a firm foothold in Fengtian City.
Those who use swords are bound to be sharp. How can they be threatened by others? The third prince's face became a little ferocious.
Okay. Very good. Let's go.
Chapter 641. Miss, are you pregnant? After the two third princes left, Bai Wuxiang smiled again and said,
I just helped you earn phase, and even gave up the opportunity to eat on the 6th floor. In the next few days, you have to take me to eat well.
Make it up to me with food.
Qin Feng smiled half-heartedly.
If I were you just now, I would definitely agree to him, and then go to the 6th floor and kill him severely. The ingredients there are rare in the world, and everything is expensive.
Bai Wuxiang had a strange expression on his face.
If I agree, won't you be angry? I know that men are very proud of themselves, especially in front of women. My father is like that.
I didn't expect that the senior sword emperor with the immortal spirit would have such a side. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this.
Besides, being with that guy may turn off my appetite. No matter how delicious the food is, I probably won't be able to eat much. In comparison, eating with you is more comfortable.
Bai Wuxiang added road. Oops. I'm a little excited. Qin Feng coughed dryly and asked curiously.
Why? Because he's not as good looking as you.
Bai Wuxiang blinked. After hearing this, Qin Feng immediately stood up. Let's go.
Huh? Where to go? I haven't eaten yet. Brother, I will take you to the 6th floor for a feast.
Qin Feng waved his hand with great pride. The next morning, Qin Feng found that there was always something wrong with the way the servants at home looked at him. But he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. As soon as he entered the lobby, everyone looked at him at the same time, which startled Qin Feng. Senior Bai Yan's face was dark. The sword he usually kept in the sword case was taken out for some unknown reason today and placed in a convenient position at hand. Father Qin and Aaron Yang looked complicated and hesitated to speak. Song Filan's light blue eyes were like a cold pool. Extremely cold. Bai Qiu also stared with beautiful eyes and looked like he was gritting his teeth. The experience of frequently dealing with the Shura field warned Qin Feng that he should not stay here for a long time. He laughed dryly.
I don't have much appetite today, so I don't need breakfast.
After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave, but an inexplicable force pushed him directly onto the chair. Looking away, Lu Jinli looked indifferent and looked at the porridge bowl in front of him quietly.
Where did you go yesterday?
Seeing this battle, Qin Feng could not understand that those false rumors must have fallen into the ears of everyone in the Qin mansion. Following the principle of leniency for those who confess and sternness for those who resist, Qin Feng told the truth.
Yesterday I took Miss Wuxiang to Wangyu Residence and Jiaxing Tower for dinner. But I didn't go anywhere else. Bai Qiu should be able to testify to this. After all, Miss Wuxiang invited her at noon yesterday.
Suddenly being called out, Bai Qiu was stunned for a moment, and then recalled.
Huh? Well, it seems that there is such a thing. No. What is going on between you and my sister? Why are there so many random rumors out there? Even saying that my sister is pregnant with you.
When Bai Yan, who was still suppressing his emotions, heard this, the sword at his hand couldn't help but make a clear sword cry. Senior, calm down. Qin Feng's scalp was numb, and he was about to explain. At this moment, Bai Wuxiang came to the lobby and sniffed hard.
Well, it smells so good.
Everyone's eyes were focused on her belly. Under the black skirt, her waist was slender and her belly was flat. She didn't look pregnant.
Miss Wuxiang came just in time. Tell them quickly. My relationship with you is pure and clean. There is absolutely no problem.
Qin Feng said anxiously. What followed was nothing more than the process of the two proving their innocence. But fortunately it was a false alarm. When Bai Wuxiang heard Sister Qiu retell those rumors, she even laughed heartlessly and said,
When I heard them talking about this at Wangyu Residence yesterday, I found it interesting. Unexpectedly, as one day passed, there were more interesting stories. Sister, these rumors are insulting to your reputation. How can you still laugh? What does it matter? It's all fake anyway. Whatever they say.
Bai Wuxiang didn't take it seriously. He ate the porridge in the bowl and added another bowl.
The misunderstanding has been resolved. But Sword Emperor Bai Yan's eyes are still full of vigilance. Qin Feng felt quite uncomfortable being stared at. So he took the initiative to ask.
Senior Bai, I wonder if the Sword Alliance's opening of a martial arts gym in Fotian City is going well.
Bai Yan replied calmly.
Emperor Ming has already agreed. But if he wants to take root here, he still needs to find a place. Moreover, there are many martial arts schools in the imperial capital, and there are many capable people and strangers. Maybe someone will come to ask for advice. and it is not necessarily possible to rise to the top by stepping on the reputation of the Sword Alliance.
This kind of thing happened frequently when the gymnasium was established in Tianqing, and the Sword Alliance has long been used to it. Who doesn't understand that a tree that is beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind? Bai Wuxiang swallowed the bun in her mouth and suddenly said,
Oh, by the way, Dad, last night when Qin Feng and I went to Jiaxing Tower for dinner, we met the third prince. That guy said that he would arrange for someone to kick out the Kendo League if they wanted to make it impossible for them to stay in Fengtian City. I agreed. Is there such a thing?
Bai Yin frowned slightly.
The Sword Alliance has no enmity with the third prince. Why would he do this?
Upon hearing this, Qin Feng truthfully told the whole story. Bai Yan's face immediately darkened, and with his life experience, he could naturally see through the third prince's thoughts. It was nothing more than using Bai Wuxiang to gain access to Sword Emperor City and the Sword Dao Alliance in order to compete for the Crown Prince's position. Shaking his head disdainfully, Bai Yin said,
You can come if you want. The Sword Alliance will take over. By the way, Senior, I have a good relationship with Shen Gongfang. If the location of the Sword Alliance gym has been decided, I can be responsible for building the gym.
Qin Feng said with a smile. Bai Yin thought for a moment and then agreed.
Then you'll have some work.
Everyone was eating and chatting, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. At this moment, Lu Jianli, who was beside Qin Feng, suddenly hunched over and covered his mouth with his right hand, looking uncomfortable. Seeing this, Qin Feng asked with concern,
Madam, what's wrong with you?
The others also looked worriedly. Lu Jianli frowned slightly and replied softly,
I don't know why, but I always feel like I have no appetite. The food also smells a bit nauseating.
Bai Wuxiang said in surprise.
No way. I think these porridges are quite delicious.
Bai Qiu on the side also responded.
Yes. Senior sister, did you go to bed too late last night? So you are not feeling well?
Qin Feng patted Lu Jianli's back, thinking that it might be related to the incident that happened to his wife some time ago, and felt very anxious in his heart. As for Nyang, Father Qin and Sword Emperor Bai Yin, who were both familiar with the situation, they all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They obviously guessed something. Nyang came back to her senses and asked excitedly,
Jianli, do you feel dizzy and weak now? Have a loss of appetite? Smell the smell of food? And even feel a little nauseous?
Lu Jianli nodded slightly.
How did Mother know?
Nyang did not answer, but grabbed Father Qin's hand and said excitedly and incoherently,
Master, we are right. We are all right. Just like I was then.
Sword Emperor Bai Yin shook his head and said with a smile,
No wonder something like that happened when you fought Wuxiang. So that's what happened.
The authorities are blind to the onlookers. When Qin Feng heard these words, he also reacted and his mind went blank. As for Lan Ningxuang, who was deeply taught by CG, the elder of the Lu family, the latter realized it later and said in surprise,
Miss, you must be pregnant. Right. Eh?
When Song Filan heard this, the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground with a snap. Chapter 642 I'm going to be a father. Jianli is pregnant. Am I going to be a father? After the confusion, there was indescribable surprise and excitement. Qin Feng stood up and paced back and forth in the lobby. He looked excited and said to himself,
I'm not sure yet. It's best to find a doctor to confirm. Don't be happy for nothing. Yep. I need to find a doctor.
Thinking of this, Qin Feng was about to run out of the Qin mansion. He even wanted to go to the palace to find an imperial doctor. However, as soon as he stepped out of the lobby, he was stopped by Father Qin.
You brat. Are you too excited? Have you forgotten that you are a doctor?
Qin Feng paused and realized. Yes, when it comes to medical skills, who in the entire Fengtian city can compare to him? When he came to Lu Jianli's side again, Qin Feng took a few deep breaths, stretched out his right hand, and carefully placed it on the other person's white and smooth wrist. At the same time, he also opened his eyes and observed the other person's body. Everyone in the lobby fell silent, with expressions of nervousness and anticipation on their faces. After about 20 breaths, Qin Feng's whole body went limp, as if a tight string was loosened.
Uncle, what's the result?
Lan Ningxuang clasped her hands together and asked in a low voice.
Feng, you are talking.
Nyang grabbed Father Qin's sleeves. Her palms were sweaty. The rest are also waiting for answers. Then Qin Feng giggled and said,
I'm going to be a father.
As soon as these words came out, everyone was relieved, and the atmosphere of joy spread instantly in the lobby. Living a new life was an experience that Qin Feng had never had before. For a moment, happiness overflowed in his chest, and his whole body felt as light as floating in the sea of clouds. He stretched out his hand and slowly placed it on Lu Jinli's abdomen, as if he wanted to feel the fluctuations of that little life. But he had forgotten that Lu Jinli was just pregnant. So how could the fetus in his belly move? Lu Jinli looked at the man in front of her with a smile, her eyes full of soft light. And she was still grateful for the method her mother gave her. Otherwise she might not have achieved this result. Seeing this scene, Song Filan felt quite complicated. She was happy that Sister Jinli got what she wanted. But she was also angry and worried that her stomach had not moved. Bai Yin said with a smile,
If a woman is pregnant with a fetus, blood will condense in the abdomen. And when mobilizing the energy in the body, there will also be disorders. So when you fought Wu Shuang the night before, your sword moves suddenly changed.
In fact, as a doctor, Qin Feng should have thought of this possibility at the time. But caring about it was confusing, and he got sidetracked. After being overwhelmed by happiness, Qin Feng slowly calmed down and then asked,
Senior Bai, after the woman becomes pregnant, will the fetus absorb the ancient divine energy from the mother's body? Ancient divine breath?
Bai Yin was slightly startled. The reason why he was able to successfully enter the second-level realm was because the Sword Alliance found the remnants of the ancient divine breath attached to it after all the hard work.
Since ancient times, it has been extremely rare for a woman to reach this level of cultivation and still give birth to an heir. So I don't know the specific reason for your wife's situation. But I have heard that some beings in the world are gifted and have strong bloodlines. This is because when they are still in the mother's body, they absorb energy from the outside world and strengthen themselves, so that they can have astonishing cultivation realms as soon as they are born.
Bai Yin pondered for a moment and gave this answer. Song Filan on the side said loudly,
Yes, our dragon clan is like this. Senior Bai means that maybe Jianli is also in the same situation?
Bai Yin nodded slightly.
But what exactly is going on? Everything we say now is just speculation. Everything will have to wait until the day the child is born to make a final decision.
Not long after, everyone in the Qin family learned that the young lady was pregnant, and they were filled with surprises for a while. Ernyang even took care of Lu Jinli, as if she were fragile. One moment she told her not to get cold at night, and the next she ordered the kitchen to cook more nutritious food to replenish Jinli's health. When the mother-in-law of Xinyo of the Lu family learned about this, she rushed to the Qin mansion. While caring about Jinli, she also did not forget to exchange her experiences and precautions during pregnancy with her second mother, and gave Lu Jinli many instructions. The entire Qin mansion was as lively as if it was celebrating the new year. After the excitement subsided, Lu Jinli's ears calmed down. She sat on the edge of the bed and stroked her belly, her eyes full of tenderness. At this time, the door of the house was pushed open, and Song Filan stood at the door, looking like he was hesitant to speak. She came to ask for advice on pregnancy. Lu Jinli replied softly,
On weekdays, I mostly practice in the forest with you and don't do anything else. I guess my mother's method worked.
Your method works every time, and I don't see any movement in my stomach. Song Filan sighed secretly, thinking it was a problem with the dragon bloodline. But she, who had always wanted to be strong in her life, did not give up because of this, but asked about every detail. For example, what does Sister Jinli eat on weekdays? What is her daily routine? And whether she has any special luck methods during practice. She even inquired deeply about the posture and length of time Sister Jinli and Qin Feng had sex with. After keeping all the matters in mind, Song Filan planned to implement them from tonight on. After saying goodbye and preparing to leave, he turned around and glanced at Sister Jinli's abdomen. In her light blue eyes, there was hidden envy and high fighting spirit. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. The Sword Alliance's gymnasium was finally built in Fengtian City. Due to its reputation, more than 100 disciples joined in just half a day. If this trend continues, more and more people will join. However, the big tree attracts the wind, and the gymnasium of the Sword Alliance is so popular, some people are bound to be jealous. Especially those local martial arts schools in Fengtian City. They are able to establish a firm foothold in Fengtian City. The background behind them is naturally extraordinary, and there are many capable masters among them. There are even many generals who have retired from the military. Since ancient times, there has been no first in literature and no second in martial arts. When a new gym is built, it has long been an unwritten rule for the local martial arts gym to come to ask for advice and to suppress the prestige. What's more, a dragon crossing the river like the Sword Alliance? Senior Bai Yin had already anticipated this situation, so he set up a ring outside the gym. The competition in the arena has never stopped for a moment since the gymnasium was built. Boom! A burly figure was slashed out of the ring by sword energy, and the audience gasped one after another.
Is this already the 36th person? I didn't expect that a random person from the Sword Alliance could have such abilities. You are not talking nonsense. The Kendo Alliance established by the 3 Kendo families combines the strengths of the 3 families. Isn't it reasonable that their disciples have such strength?
The strong man who entered the ring was a military commander. He did not feel that he had lost face when he lost the battle. Instead, he clasped his fists and said in admiration,
The Kendo League is indeed famous for its reputation. It has been taught. Admit it.
The disciples on the stage responded respectfully. The Kendo League won consecutive battles and was in great glory for a while. The rest of the people who wanted to challenge each other looked at each other and then backed down. Why go up there and humiliate yourself? But at this moment, a cold snort sounded.
When will Fengtian City let these juniors run wild?
When the disciple guarding the ring heard this, he frowned and looked for fame. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a scarred face, full of evil aura, and it was obvious that there was a lot of blood on his hands.
It's useless to talk more. Please enlighten me.
The disciple of the Sword Alliance said solemnly. Within a moment, blood poured onto the arena, and screams suddenly arose. Chapter 643 The Powerful Silver-Haired Man. Qin Feng and others who were still talking in the gym couldn't help but look outside when they heard this movement. Bai Yin frowned and said,
Could it be that he made a mistake in his attack and seriously injured the person who broke into the ring?
Not long after, a disciple from the Sword Alliance hurried over and said anxiously,
Report to Master. Someone broke into the ring and seriously injured the disciple guarding the ring. Please go and have a look.
After hearing this, several people were shocked and ran towards the outside of the gym. Everyone in the audience looked horrified. Qin Feng looked towards the ring and saw a scarred middle-aged man with a ferocious face, a sneer on his face, and a look of disdain. On the other side, the disciple who was originally guarding the ring had his chest collapsed and vomiting blood, as if his life was hanging by a thread. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng jumped up and came to the side of the seriously injured disciple. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and the condition inside the seriously injured disciple's body was clearly visible.
The sternum was broken and the internal organs were damaged. Fortunately, the heart was not pierced by the sternum. Otherwise he would have died.
After quickly determining the situation, Qin Feng's fingertips gathered together and immediately began to treat the seriously injured disciple. However, the scarred man said coldly,
The competition is not over yet. Where did the bastard break the rules?
As he finished speaking, he gathered his energy and punched out, like a tiger roaring. Such a fierce killing move, aimed directly at Qin Feng's heart, is obviously going to kill him. However, Qin Feng turned a deaf ear to this and concentrated on treating the seriously injured disciple, racing against time. Halfway through the attack, the sword energy was like a violent wave, easily cutting it into pieces. Bai Wuxiang stood behind Qin Feng, his expression not as casual as usual, but as frosty. When the scarred man saw this, he immediately shrugged and said,
Is this how the reputation of the Sword Alliance was built? One person is no match. So they send 2 or 3 people? Then I feel inferior.
Bai Yin frowned and said coldly,
Your Excellency, you are at the 4th level of Shenwu, but you are competing with a 5th level disciple?
The man didn't take it seriously, but sneered.
When we set up the ring, you didn't say, You can't bully the small. Right.
As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Could it be that this scarred man's head was caught in the door? So he dared to say such outrageous words in front of the Sword Emperor? If the big can bully the small, then how many people in the world can rival Bai Yin, who has already entered the 2nd level realm? Bai Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what the other party meant by this move. On the other side, in the attic of the nearby tea house, the 3rd prince couldn't help but sneered when he saw this scene. Naturally, he found the man with the scar, a bandit from the southern region, a man who licks blood with the tip of his knife. As long as Sword Emperor Bai Yin is in charge, it is undoubtedly a fantasy to defeat the Sword Alliance. That's why he settled for the next best thing and just wanted to make the other person sick. But he didn't expect that the person he was looking for would be so capable, seriously injuring a disciple of the Sword Alliance without saying a word, and even say such reckless things. The guard on the side said solemnly,
Your Highness, I always feel that there is something wrong with this person. He's just a murderer who fights for life and death all the time. He must be bloodthirsty. So what if there is a problem? His life and death have nothing to do with me.
After hearing this, the guard shut his mouth knowingly and said no more. On the ring, Bai Wuxiang asked coldly.
Dad, what do you say?
Bai Yin glanced at the seriously injured disciple who was being treated by Qin Feng and replied calmly.
Save your breath.
As soon as he finished speaking, a red light flashed in the scarred man's eyes. He actually had no intention of retreating, but laughed wildly and took the initiative. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Even the third prince frowned. Bai Wuxiang could be compared with Lu Jianli, and the reputation of the third-grade sword god was naturally well known. This middle-aged scar's behavior is no different from seeking death. Could it be that he has something to rely on? However, nothing unexpected happened. His disciple was seriously injured, and the other party was still so arrogant and domineering. Naturally, Bai Wuxiang would not show mercy. The sword was cast out of my bones, and the bone sword in his hand took shape. The sword energy surged, and with just one sword, the middle-aged man was chopped off. A sword mark extended from the neck down to the waist and abdomen, and blood was flowing. The middle-aged man was lying on the ground, unable to resist.
That's it?
Bai Yin murmured to himself, releasing his qi machine to sense the scarred man's breath. But there was nothing unusual. Bai Wuxiang didn't pay much attention to the man. He had already held back the sword just now. Otherwise the other man would definitely die. Walking to Qin Feng's side, she asked aloud.
What's wrong?
Qin Feng took a breath and put away the fingertips.
The bleeding has stopped, and there is no fear of life for now. However, you need to rest for the next few days. I will prepare a medicine later, and just take it on time.
At the same time, outside the crowd, a silver-haired man in yellow clothes raised the corners of his mouth, put his fingers together, and raised his hand towards the void. The scarred man, who was supposed to be incapacitated, saw a flash of red in his eyes, and then he rolled his tongue and swallowed the pill in his mouth. The sword mark on his chest stopped bleeding instantly, and the aura around him surged. That is the aura that only a third-grade Qi Xian realm martial artist can have. The scarred man suddenly rose up. His body was faster than thunder, and his right hand was like a tiger's claw, and he suddenly thrust towards Qin Feng. The arena could not withstand its powerful force, and it shattered in an instant. The sudden scene shocked the onlookers. However, Qin Feng and others have gone through countless hardships in life and death. How could they not react? The bone sword in Bai Wu's hands took shape again, and Qin Feng also mobilized the righteousness in his body and planned to use the Haoyan mirror. But at this critical moment, their bodies suddenly froze, and their whole bodies seemed to be entangled in chains, unable to move. Bai Yin sensed something, turned around suddenly, and looked through the crowd, landing on the silver-haired man in yellow. The latter squinted his eyes and made a silent gesture. For a moment, the strong wind wrinkled and rolled towards Bai Yin like a sharp blade. The latter had to take action, seeing the scarred man's attack approaching. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he kept shouting in his heart. Move! Move! Hong Ming's immortal energy entered his eyes, and his innate energy was mobilized. Severe pain hit his shoulder, and Qin Feng finally entered the mysterious state of divine power. Time seemed to stop flowing. Only then did he see clearly that the reason why he and Bai Wuxiang temporarily lost control of their bodies was because the invisible airflow bound them both like shackles. Violent! The cry of the phoenix sounded instantly, and the huge fire phoenix took shape. Its wings flapped, and scorching air waves rushed towards the face. The flame surged and evaporated the invisible air currents. This is the magic of immortality, the magic of Phoenix immortal fire. The fire phoenix screamed and rushed towards the scarred man. The latter was a state of cultivation that was forcibly improved by the elixir, and his hard strength was naturally average. In addition, he had been seriously injured before, and he was already at the end of his strength. He was repelled by just one blow and fell to the ground, his whole body charred in black. Bai Wuxiang broke free and looked at the scar on Qin Feng's shoulder, looking anxious.
Are you okay?
Qin Feng shook his head and looked sideways at the silver-haired man outside the crowd.
Hurry up and help Senior Bai Yin.
The silver-haired man avoided Bai Yan's sword energy, and then made a move with his right hand. The strong wind swept away Qin Feng's blood from the scarred man's right hand. Holding the blood in his hand, the silver-haired man felt something in his heart. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Haoyan Academy, and suddenly smiled and said,
A little person like me is not worthy of your constant concern.
As the words fell, the fresh air enveloped them. But in the blink of an eye, this mysterious silver-haired man disappeared out of thin air.
Immortal method shrink the ground to an inch.
Qin Feng said in a deep voice. Chapter 644 Weird Medicine. This storm came and went away quickly. Bai Yan's figure flashed. He deployed his qi machine to sense where the silver-haired man was going. And he left and returned not long after. The method of shrinking the ground into an inch is actually a magical magic. It can reach a distance of 100 miles in an instant. The silver-haired man has long since disappeared.
Senior, didn't you catch up?
Qin Feng asked.
Yeah.
Bai Yan frowned and responded. He looked at Qin Feng's shoulder. It was already covered in blood and flesh. But fortunately no vital parts were hurt.
Is the wound okay? It's nothing serious.
Qin Feng replied while treating himself. The bleeding was successfully stopped in just a few moments. And the pain subsided a lot. Several people came to the scarred man. At this moment, the man was taking in too much air and not letting out too much. With blood foaming from his mouth. The scarred man said with difficulty,
Save me!
Qin Feng frowned. The other party was ruthless and almost killed him. Naturally, he didn't want to save him. However, the silver-haired man was too weird. And the scarred man's sudden increase in strength was extremely problematic. So he had to heal him before he could interrogate him. But at this moment, the man with the black scarred skin had bloodshot eyes and bulging flesh all over his body. Bai Yan noticed something strange and hurriedly expanded the realm to cover the man. In the blink of an eye, there was only a roar. And the dying scarred man exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace of his body. The expressions on several people's faces were extremely ugly. Bai Yan said in a deep voice,
Throughout the ages, I have never heard of any method that can allow a person to step from the 4th level realm to the 3rd level realm in an instant. This result should be the backlash caused by this person gaining great power.
Qin Feng nodded, glanced at the blood on the ground, and suddenly saw a powder as big as a grain of sand. He knelt down, held it between his fingertips, and looked at it carefully.
What is this?
Bai Wuchuang asked curiously.
It's like the remains of the elixir. I can smell a faint scent of the medicine.
Qin Feng sniffed lightly with the tip of his nose and said,
Is it possible that this person's sudden increase in strength is due to taking this pill? For the specific situation, we have to analyze the efficacy of this elixir before we can draw a conclusion.
While speaking, the medicinal dregs on Qin Feng's fingertips suddenly started to move. They started to squirm like living creatures. The tiny black threads were like hairs, trying to pierce the skin and sink into the flesh. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help being startled and quickly threw away the medicine residue the size of a grain of sand. But the black line couldn't find any flesh and blood. It struggled for a while in the blood on the ground, and soon stopped moving and melted into the blood.
What the hell is this?
Everyone just felt weird and felt chills all over their bodies. What kind of elixir could be like a living thing?
I will report this matter to the Imperial Master Tian Jian.
Qin Feng said seriously. Bai Yan nodded when he heard this, and then sent his disciples to the Demon Slayer division in Fengtian City to find someone, and asked people to clean up the ruins of the arena. Howling Courtyard. Climb to the top of the Sky Tower. Qin Feng told the truth, what happened before.
Teacher, in addition to Howin Academy, there are actually high-level literary saints in the world who can perform immortal magic. Do you know who he is?
The Imperial Master Tian Jian stood with his hands behind his hands, and after a long time he spoke.
King Azura Sha Tian Luo once told me that the reason why the Azura clan knew that Master Deng was critically ill was because someone tipped him off. According to his description, he is exactly the same as the person you mentioned.
Qin Feng looked shocked when he heard this.
Teacher, what you mean is that the silver-haired man is related to the poison sect. Wait, could it be that the medicine residue was the magic medicine they tried to refine by using strangers as bait?
When he was dealing with these guys in Jinan City, Lord Zhou Kai told the origin of the poison sect. An evil sect near Luowang City in the Southern Territory used living people as medicine guides to refine elixirs, which poisoned the surrounding villages and aroused the anger of both humans and gods. Therefore, Luowang sent people to uproot the entire sect. But even so, there are still remnants of the poison sect still existing in this world. Master Tian Jian nodded slightly. Qin Feng, who received a positive reply, said with a solemn expression,
Then do we need to report to Emperor Ming and send the Prison Luo Division and the Demon Slaying Division to arrest the silver-haired man with all their strength and kill all the remnants of the poisonous sect?
The power of the magical medicine is so amazing that it allows a 4th grade warrior to instantly step into the 3rd grade. What is the concept of that? If it floods, the consequences will be disastrous. Of course, mass production of a weird elixir with such efficacy is not realistic. Master Tian Jian replied.
I already know about this matter. You don't need to worry too much. Everything has its cause and effect. Letting him go has its own arrangements.
Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. The amount of information in these words was a bit large.
The teacher knew the existence of the silver-haired man. He could have caught him. But he took the initiative to let him go?
Thinking about it, although the Tianjin Imperial Master has never shown his true strength to the world, how can someone who can keep pace with the god-suppressing Siyu be average? Moreover, as the leader of the Wensheng Taoist lineage, the silver-haired man's immortal skills were reduced to an inch. To the Tianjin Imperial Master, it was nothing more than a mere trick. It seemed that the insidious teacher was planning something again. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows as he thought.
Take this thing. Please.
The Tianjin Imperial Master waved his sleeve, and 2 strings of crystal bracelets slipped into Qin Feng's hands. It's smooth to the touch and has a hint of coolness. Qin Feng asked curiously.
Teacher, what is this? Beings with strong bloodline will absorb the energy from the mother's body before birth to be one step ahead. However, this will cause damage to the mother's body. Giving these 2 bracelets to your wife and carrying them with her can minimize the damage and avoid damaging her practice.
The teacher already knew about Jianli's pregnancy, so he gave her a greeting gift. Qin Feng said gratefully.
Thank you, teacher. This thing is of great use to me. But do I need to wear the 2 bracelets together? 1 string per person is enough. 1 string per person. But Fei Lan isn't pregnant yet, so she doesn't need it for the time being?
Qin Feng was puzzled. The Imperial Master Tianjin did not answer, with a slight smile in his eyes. Outside Fengtian City, in the mountains and forests, Song Filan, who was practicing alone, was always absent-minded, which made her make mistakes when she mobilized the ancient divine energy to exert her realm. Yes, she was anxious. According to Sister Jinli's daily habits, she has been persisting for more than 10 days. But her stomach is not up to expectations, and there has been no improvement. Distraught, I had no intention of practicing. After thinking about it, she took out a palm-sized mirror from her sumer ring. The qi machine is submerged in it, and the mirror surface is like a lake with ripples. After a moment, light blue eyes appeared in the mirror, and Song Mu with a lazy expression came into view. The other party yawned and joked.
I thought that after having a lover, I would forget about my aunt, but I didn't expect that she would contact me. Tell me what you want from me.
Song Filan struggled for a moment, then finally gritted her teeth and asked,
Auntie, do you know how a dragon tribe woman can conceive an heir more easily?
The smile in Song Mu's eyes faded, and she felt offended. Chapter 645 Nizi. You seem to be pregnant? As an older leftover girl from the dragon clan, how can she know how to conceive an heir more easily before she has even held a man's hand? She originally thought that Nizi was teasing her on purpose, but considering his character and the worry and anxiety in his eyes, she knew that something must have happened. Sighing slightly, Song Mu asked softly,
What happened?
As far as Song Filan is concerned, her mother has passed away, and her aunt is like her mother. When asked, she pours out all her grievances and uneasiness. After hearing this, Song Mu raised his eyebrows slightly.
I see.
She didn't expect that Lu Jinli would become pregnant with Qin Feng so quickly. No wonder this girl would be so restless. You have to have a strong character. But you have this disadvantage that you want to fight everywhere. If Nizi was like her, lying down earlier and taking everything lightly, it would be much easier. But people are different after all. Shaking his head, Song Mu replied,
Compared to the human race, it is not easy for the dragon clan to give birth to an heir. And since you are of the Songlong lineage,
the probability of this is even lower. In my opinion, you can't rush this matter. You might as well take it step by step. You know, it was several years when your mother was pregnant with you.
Song Filan heard the words,
several years,
and immediately lowered her head in frustration. This girl is stubborn. Don't get stuck in and can't get out. Song Mu saw her expression, thought about it, and suddenly smiled.
And in my opinion, Jianli got pregnant before you, so it may not be a problem.
Bad thing.
Song Filan raised her head. A puzzled look flashed in her light blue eyes.
What does that mean by this? When a woman is pregnant with her own flesh and blood, she will have many inconveniences in her life. She has to slow down her spiritual practice. If she is pregnant for a long time, even if the man and woman are pregnant, they can no longer do that kind of thing. If you think about it carefully, is this an opportunity for you?
Song Mu is good at tempting.
Opportunity?
Song Filan murmured again, vaguely trying to figure out something. And her eyes lit up again. She is not as strong as Lu Jinli, so she can only call her sister Jinli. And if you want to stand up and call the shots, you must surpass the opponent in strength. However, Sister Jinli has always practiced hard, and coupled with her extraordinary talent, over time, the gap between her and Sister Jinli has not only become smaller, but has become wider and wider. But what about now? Sister Jinli is pregnant, and her family and husband have also told her that it is best to put down the spiritual practice slowly and pay more attention to rest. Then, during this period of time, wouldn't it be a good time for her to catch up? As for the second benefit that my aunt said, thinking of this, the tips of Song Filan's ears suddenly turned pink. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that he wouldn't have to take turns with Sister Jinli every night in the future, but that the husband could always belong to her alone? Thinking about it this way, it's not a bad thing that you haven't gotten pregnant yet. Seeing the change in Song Filan's expression, Song Mu understood that this girl had been successfully distracted by her, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's really not easy for me to be an aunt. But at this moment, a silver scale suddenly appeared on Song Filan's forehead, and in her body, the dragon ball also began to move strangely. Song Filan felt a little nauseous and covered her mouth with her right hand. She wanted to vomit, but nothing came out. Song Mu, who was on the other side of the mirror, stood up from the recliner after being stunned for a moment, and said with surprise and disbelief, Nizi, you seem to be pregnant? If she remembered correctly, this was the reaction her sister had when she was pregnant with Filan. Song Filan's eyes flashed with confusion. Her plan to catch up and monopolize her husband seems to be over before it even begins. On the way back to the Qin mansion, Qin Feng played with 2 strings of bracelets in his hands, and was thinking in his mind, secretly give one of them to Jinli first, and hide the other first to avoid being seen by Fei Lan, and let her eye feel bad. He was familiar with Filan's character, and he had seen how energetic she was in the past few days, so he guessed what she was thinking. However, pregnancy is a matter of probability and luck, so how can hard work be effective? When we returned to Qin Mansion, the sun was setting over the western mountains, and the sky was dark. It was dinner time. Qin Feng came to the lobby, and everyone looked at him again. Qin Feng was shocked. Could it be that a new version of the rumors about him and Bai Wuxuang had spread in Fengtian City? Turning his head and looking to one side, Senior Bai Yan didn't have a sword in his hand, and his expression was meaningful. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this possibility could be ruled out for the time being. He looked at the others. The father and the second mother had joy in their eyebrows. Looking at the 2 ladies, Lu Jinli was smiling, while Song Filan was a little embarrassed, with deep joy and affection in his eyes. What happened to you? Qin Feng asked in confusion. Nyang said excitedly. Feng, don't stand there in a daze. Hurry up and check Fei Lan's pulse. She seems to be pregnant too. What? The surprise came so quickly, like a tornado, that stunned Qin Feng. Now he finally understood why the teacher gave him 2 bracelets, and why he smiled. Half a month passed, and the Sword Alliance also established a firm foothold in Fengtian City. As for the incident between the scarred man and the mysterious silver-haired man who entered the ring, it seems that it has been settled. As the Lord of Sword Emperor City, Senior Bai Yan naturally could not stay in Fengtian City forever, and it was finally time to leave. Outside the gate of Qin Mansion, Bai Yan asked seriously, Chior, are you sure you will stay in Fengtian City and be in charge of the gym here? Bai Chio said firmly. Master once told me that if you want to improve your strength in realm, it is useless to rely on practice alone. You must constantly hone yourself. Fengtian City is the imperial capital of Dakian. There are many masters here. In addition, Senior Sister Jinli is also here. I will seek advice from her, and I will definitely be able to improve my cultivation very quickly. There is no better daughter than a father. How could he, a father, not know that little Jiujiu in Bai Chio's heart? In fact, I purposely stayed in the Qin Mansion for a while this time, because I wanted to see if my daughter was worthy of being entrusted to this family. Turns out, not too bad. He had carefully observed Qin before, and there was nothing wrong with him except that he was a bit naive. Not to mention his amazing talent. He also learned from the 12 divine generals Sword Kuang Zitiani, and his future will be limitless. Of course, the most important thing is that such a naive boy will definitely not be as carefree as his elder brother. Thinking of this, Bai Yan glanced at Qin Feng not far away, his eyes full of vigilance. Dad, I also want to stay in Fengtian City and hone myself, Bai Wuxuang vowed. But the saliva at the corner of her mouth had betrayed her true thoughts.
Shut up and come back with me.
Bai Yin said decisively without thinking. Hearing this, Bai Wuxuan shuddered. There is no banquet in the world. The Sword Alliance and the Qing family bid farewell. Before leaving, Bai Yin sent a message.
My little girl will be left to you. She has a low face and is not good at speaking out. When the other kid in your family comes back, ask him to be smarter and don't hide everything in his heart. I still want to have a grandson soon.
Qin Jian replied.
Don't worry. I will ask Fenger to teach him a few tricks later.
Bai Yin pondered for a moment.
That's not necessary. It's fine if the other boy is dumb. Men are too smart. But it's easy for them to get into trouble.
Qin Jian. Chapter 646, Changes in the Southern Territory. Qin Feng opened his eyes and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The monotonous days always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this period, in addition to taking careful care of the 2 pregnant ladies, he also continued to practice and integrate the destiny stars in the Divine Sea. After unremitting efforts, Qin Feng finally merged 1/3 of the life stars in the Divine Sea into one place. The resulting benefit is that the strength of his soul is far greater than before. And even the divine power method can last longer. As we all know, strength is always a man's most advantageous weapon.
It's not bad. Your energy now is much stronger than when we parted ways.
A lazy voice sounded from the corridor. Qin Feng looked for Fame and twitched the corner of his mouth. Wearing a black skirt that wrapped her graceful figure, with black silk strands falling down to her waist, Song Mu leaned against the pillar, with a hint of teasing in her light blue eyes. In fact, not long after Senior Bai Yin and others left, the Dragon Clan came to Fengtian City again. As for the reason, it was naturally because Song Filan was pregnant. Fei Lan is the daughter of Song Zong, the leader of the Dragon Clan, and the granddaughter of Song Qian, the old man of the Dragon Clan. Naturally, Fei Lan is very dear to the entire Dragon Clan. In addition, it is not easy for the Songlong family to give birth to an heir. So for the Dragon Clan, the pregnancy is like the human race's new year, and it is worthy of celebration. Recalling the time when the Dragon Clan stayed in the Qin mansion, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He really suffered a serious crime. Fortunately, the Dragon Clan could not leave Tianqi for too long. Most of the clan members quickly rushed back. Only Song Zong and Song Mu stayed behind, and were responsible for taking care of Song Filan's food and daily life. In fact, Mr. Songchuan also wanted to stay, but as the highest combat power of the Dragon Clan, he must guard Tianqi to deal with possible crisis.
Where's Filan?
Qin Feng asked.
Staying in the room. The patriarch, who has always been serious, is so precious to Nizi that he is so scared to hold her in his hands.
Qin Feng couldn't help but think of his father-in-law's extremely nervous look, shook his head helplessly, and then walked towards Fei Lan's room. In the room, Song Zong said seriously,
Fei Lan, this cup of tea is still a little hot. Let it cool down and drink it later. It's such a boring day. Why don't you know how to open a window and let some air in? Are you hungry? Do you need me to go to the kitchen to help you get something to eat? But what happened to that kid? You haven't seen anyone all morning. Don't you know that you need someone to accompany you the most at this moment? Could it be that he favored one over the other and stayed with the other person?
After saying this, Song Zong frowned and turned around to find Qin Feng to settle the score. But Song Filan stopped her.
Dad, I'm not a child. I can take care of myself. If you do this again, go back to Tianqi, and Song Mu will watch over you.
Hearing this, Song Zong hurriedly replied,
It's Dad's fault. Don't let the fetal force move.
Qin Feng, who was outside the house, heard the movement in the house. The corners of his mouth twitched. He raised his feet and didn't know whether to put them down or take them back. He was very confused. But just when the Qin mansion was enjoying itself, a big change occurred in the southern territory. Many county towns close to the extreme south were reduced to ruins overnight, with corpses strewn across the fields and blood flowing all over the ground. After the hunting envoy of the Demon Slayer Division discovered this situation, he immediately reported it to his superiors, which attracted the attention of all parties and made people panic for a while. The commander-in-chief of the Southern Territory, Nantian Long Yanzhou, left his home and Lilua with his soldiers and stepped onto a ruins. Seeing the devastation, his face immediately darkened. Lilua frowned and said,
During this period, the ghost troubles in the Southern Territory have decreased a lot, so I felt there was something wrong. But I didn't expect that such a change would suddenly occur. To be able to wipe out so many county towns at the same time overnight. What kind of evil spirit is at work? This kind of harm is probably on the level of A level. Master, can you tell what kind of being did it?
Yin Zhou shook his head and did not answer, but walked into the ruins. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood and the disgusting smell of corpses. He waved his right hand gently, and a strong wind suddenly rose, turning the corpse on the ground upside down. There was only a bloody hole in the chest of the corpse, and the heart inside had long since disappeared. Yin Zhou pondered for a moment, then waved his hand again, and the energy around him was like waves rolling around. The corpses on the ground were swept to one place by the strong wind in an instant, and they were spread out face up.
If demons and ghosts slaughter the county town for the purpose of feeding on humans, it is generally impossible to eat a heart alone and leave the rest of the body.
Seeing this, Li Luo looked solemn and murmured to himself. Yin Zhou frowned, took out his energy to sense his surroundings, and then turned his head to look at a hillside. With a move of his right hand, a fire feather fell into his palm. The feathers are reddish-brown, and there is a little flame at the end of the tail that never goes out. Seeing this fire feather, Yin Zhou's face darkened, obviously thinking of something. Li Luo on the side asked curiously,
Master, what is this? Feathers of the Garuda clan.
On the other side, Qinan, who was training with Dao Quang Zhentiani in the Southern Territory, was a little bored. Firstly, it was because I missed Baiyu Guang in my heart. And secondly, it was because there was no powerful demon ghost to practice with. After all, since a few months ago, the powerful demons and ghosts in the southern region seemed to disappear overnight. Even if he asked his master, the latter did not know the reason. As night falls, the mountains look like dormant giant beasts at a glance. The moonlight poured down through the gaps between the leaves, leaving mottled light and shadow on the ground. Boom! The flames rose and illuminated one side. While Qinan was roasting the beast's meat, he asked,
Master, when will I realize the 5th level of sword intention and the 10,000 gods realm?
Zhentiani wiped the blade with his palm and replied coldly,
You are still far behind now. When you only have the knife in your heart and no other external objects, your comprehension speed will be faster.
Qinan scratched the back of his head, looking quite embarrassed. He naturally heard the implication of his master's words. During this period, he was indeed slacking off in his practice because of his absent-mindedness. Senior Yume, who was leaning on the tree trunk, said at this moment,
Don't listen to your master's words. If you don't care at all in your heart, no matter how fast the sword you swing is just an illusion. Only when you want to protect something can the sword be indestructible.
Zhentian frowned.
I'm educating my apprentice, so don't instill some strange things in there. What's more, you are using a sword. How to teach the person who uses the sword?
Yume said calmly.
Swords and swords do not distinguish between families. I am just discussing the matter.
Seeing that the two were about to argue again as usual, Qinan stood up and was in a dilemma, not knowing how to persuade. But at this moment, Zhentiani and Yume seemed to sense something, and their expressions changed. The former's body surged with energy and directly extinguished the bonfire, while the latter raised his dagger and the sword energy was like a wave, turning all the embers into powder. Qinan didn't know what happened, but he saw his master pressing his body into the bushes with one hand. Zhentiani and Yume hid their auras, and then looked solemnly at the mountainside ahead. Within a moment, a huge head fell from the sky, crushing countless trees and kicking up billowing dust. Qinan took a closer look and couldn't help but widen his eyes. This turned out to be the head of a black frog. Chapter 647 Extraordinary. It is recorded in
De Qianbaiyaji
that there is a black water pool in the southern region with unusual gravity. Among them is the demon beast Wu Frog, who is in the realm of 7 tribulations. His body is black and his body is as big as a mountain. During the noise, he can make the gravity it can be raised to 100 times or 1,000 times, and it can flatten hundreds of feet of mountains, but only in an instant. Because this monster is powerful and lives in the black water pond all year round without harming the people, the Demon Slayer Division has always classified the black water pond as a forbidden area, and very few people would touch Wu Frog's brow. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the 12 god generals take action against Wu Hua, even if they can win, they will not win easily. However, at this moment, the head of this powerful monster appeared in front of Qinan and the others. Zhentian is a 12-star general, and Yume is a 36-star. Naturally, he is particularly sensitive to danger. They could feel that there was an extremely terrifying aura deep in the mountains, which made people tremble. And the existence of killing the black frog is obviously the owner of that terrifying aura. Qinan wanted to ask something out loud, but was stopped by Zhentiani's eyes. The latter had never encountered such a situation for so many years of patrolling the southern region. It seems that he doesn't even have the courage to confront that terrifying existence. Not even the commander of the Southern Territory could bring him this kind of feeling.
Huh?
A dull voice sounded, and a huge hand reached out from the mountain and grabbed Wu Frog's head. The arm was wrapped in mire and could not be seen clearly. Only on the palm were 4 huge fingers connected by a black membrane, and the finger joints could not be seen at all. The giant palm snatched the head of the black frog back. Within a moment, the ground shook, and the sound of crunching could be heard endlessly. Jin Tianyi and Yu Mei's expressions were extremely ugly. They thought that this terrifying existence might be at the peak of the 8th rank. But the moment the other party touched his palm, their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. That strength is obviously above rank 8, which is the rumored realm of transcendence. When did such a terrifying existence appear in the Southern Territory? You know, in the history books of Dakian, there are only a few people who are confirmed to have entered the realm of transcendence: Song Xian of the Dragon Clan, King Azura killing Tian Luo, Shinshin Siyu and Tianjin Guisher. Even though there are people in the world from time to time who say that they have seen gods-like existences, these are mostly just rumors. But now, the legend appeared in front of the 3 people. No one knows what will be waiting for them. After a while, the chewing sound stopped suddenly. It was obviously only a short time. But for Jintian and his class, it seemed like a long torment. They were not sure whether the giant creature in the mountains had noticed their presence, until a pair of huge pupils lit up, and his gaze shot towards them. Plop! Plop! The heartbeat and breathing are so clearly audible. Jin Tianyi clenched the long knife in his hand and said through a message,
Wait a minute. I will try my best to delay you for a while, and run as far as I can.
He will use his own sacrifice to win a chance for the 2 of them. But at this moment, the void shook, and a white light swept from the sky like a shooting star. The speed was too fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages, each one shining like a star. It was a white deer with colorful antlers, exuding a holy light all over its body. When Jintian saw it, his hand holding the handle of the knife relaxed slightly, and a deep feeling of powerlessness came to his heart. Facing 2 transcendent beings, escaping has become a luxury.
Lord of the Swamp, you are also awake.
Bai Lu spoke human words. The dull voice responded.
How long has it been? 5,000. It has been so long. The ghost world has opened, and the aura of gods and demons has leaked. This world will finally face a day of testing. Which side will you help this time?
Bai Lu asked aloud. A cold snort came from the darkness.
I won't help anyone. Whether gods and demons can come to the world, what does the life and death of the human race have to do with me? If the human race is destroyed, and the seal of heaven and earth is broken, you may never be able to find a safe place to sleep again,
Bai Lu said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the night fell into deathly silence. After a long time, the Lord of the Swamp spoke again, his tone revealing helplessness and sadness.
Those who can't escape, no matter the 3 realms, no matter who they are just like the Ghost Lord and the Immortal King. Anyway, there is no way to escape death, so it is better to die more peacefully.
The dull voice gradually became lighter, and the void began to squirm like a swamp. The Jintian group and 3 people saw a huge body leaping high into the air and sinking into the creeping void, and the terrifying aura disappeared. However, what frightened them even more was the conversation between the 2. What kind of test will this world face? Why would such a terrifying existence wake up in the world? Before they could think about it, the 3 of them felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, just because the white deer looked towards them.
Tell the Tianjin Imperial Master of Fontian City what happened today. After waiting for 1,000 years, I finally saw the changes. Could this be what you meant by putting yourself to death and living again?
The light words dissipated into the night, along with the white deer's holy brilliance. Qinan looked at his master and senior Yu Mei. The latter too looked solemn.
Master!
Qinan stopped talking.
It seems that we have to be separated for a while,
Jintian said in a deep voice.
In order to prevent accidents, I will personally tell Lord Ximing about today's events. Yu Mei, you take this boy to Fontian City, and you must meet the Tianjin Imperial Master.
Good. In the land of Tianxi, Mr. Song Xian looked at his precious granddaughter with a slightly bulging abdomen in the mirror. His long eyebrows were raised, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to be piled together. At this moment, a tribesman came here anxiously to report.
Old man, there is something strange happening in Longyuan.
Song Xian frowned, but quickly stopped it. After smiling and saying a few words to Song Filan on the other side of the mirror, he put away the mirror. Then he flashed and appeared in front of an ink-like abyss hanging in the sky. This was Long Abyss. The length and width of Long Yuan is unknown. It can't be seen to the end at a glance. Half of the huge copper coffin is revealed from the surface of the lake. And frightening fluctuations are emitting from inside. Boom! Boom! The copper coffin shook, causing Long Yuan to swell with waves. Song Xian murmured in a deep voice, "Ancestor. The two ladies have been pregnant for some time. And Qin Feng has returned to his old single life." A man was lying on the bed. He was sleeping soundly late at night. But he was tossing and turning. Although the night is stuffy, it is not considered hot. Qin Feng's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. In the dream, the surroundings were pitch black. But suddenly, there was a bright light that made it hard for people to take their eyes away. The strong wind breathed out, mixed with the fishy smell. Sometimes it was as hot as if you were in a furnace. And sometimes it was as cold as the 12th lunar month in winter. In this space were ice and fire alternate. Day and night change. Qin Feng only felt eyes staring at him. Chapter 648 Candle Dragon. Qin Feng wanted to turn around and look. But a strong pressure prevented him from moving. His body was no longer under control. And even his heart seemed to be tightly held by some terrifying existence. Xiandian Ichi. A harsh sound sounded like iron scraping across a blackboard. There was excitement, violence, and unparalleled murderous intent in that tone. What is it? What exactly is it? Qin Feng shouted in his heart. Get moving. Get moving. With all his nerves tense, Qin Feng tried his best to turn his head. A huge single eye, as dazzling as the sun, came into view and disappeared in a flash. The sun shone into the house through the window. Qin Feng stood up suddenly, breathing heavily, and the clothes on his back were already wet with cold sweat. Looking up, the sun is dazzling, just like the huge pupil in a dream. It was only one night, but it felt like a lifetime ago. Young master, what's wrong with you? But Qinger woke you up? Qinger was cleaning the house. When she saw the scene, she asked softly. Qin Feng exhaled heavily, pinched his eyebrows and said, I don't blame you. It was me who had the nightmare. But he clearly understood that it was not a nightmare, but a dream photo of the Wensheng Taoist. That is the means of the 6th grade Gua to seek good fortune and avoid bad fortune. And it is a foreshadowing of the future. What exactly is the monster in the dream? Qin Feng recalled the scene in his dream, and his body trembled involuntarily. The owner of the giant eyes far surpasses any demon and ghost he has ever seen before. Even Zanin, who is awakened from the western region, cannot compare with him. Combining all kinds of things, it can only explain one thing, that existence has reached the legendary state of transcendence. And in this world, it is like a god. In the lobby, the family was enjoying themselves happily. The two ladies were sipping their porridge, and there were people beside them who kept telling them to be careful when it was boiled. Xinyo's mother-in-law chatted endlessly and imparted her experience in raising babies. When a child is in the mother's womb, he must pay attention to nutrition and not be careless about rest and daily routine. Everyone in the world thinks that the daughter Jinli is gifted because of the inheritance of the Lu family. But how do they know how much hardship I, the mother, endured when I was pregnant with Jinli? Yes, my mother-in-law is right. Ernyan agreed with a smile. Qin Feng ate his breakfast and looked at the warm scene in front of him with a smile on his face. But there was a trace of anxiety deep in his eyes. When Father Qin saw this, he silently remembered it in his heart. After breakfast, after saying H, low to his family, Qin Feng went to the courtyard alone and continued to practice. However, due to his uncertain mind, practice made perfect in the past. But today he often made mistakes. Qin Feng frowned as he withdrew his consciousness from the divine sea. At this moment, a voice sounded. Look at your sad face. But something went wrong in your practice? Looking for fame, Qin Feng asked in surprise. Dad, why are you here? Father Qin raised his eyebrows and comforted himself. I don't know why you are so anxious. But haste makes waste when it comes to cultivation. And step by step is the right way. It has only been about 2 years since you entered the Wensheng Taoist tradition. And your current achievements are unprecedented and unprecedented. Compared to my father back then, I am only slightly inferior. So there is no need to be so anxious. Dad, there are only 2 of us here. No one will believe you when you brag. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Father Qin coughed dryly. You brat. Why are you talking? I'm just saying this because you are in a bad mood? Tell me what's going on. Maybe I can help you. There is no better son than a father. After what Father Qin said, Qin Feng's attention was indeed diverted a little.
and the anxiety in his eyes dissipated a little. He originally wanted to tell Master Tianjin what happened in his dream after he finished practicing. But for now, it might as well talk to his father first. After all, he is known as the Northern Ghost Leader by the world. Naturally, my father has rich life experience and is well informed. He may be able to know the identity of the terrifying existence in the dream. Thinking of this, Qin Feng eloquently said,
being able to alternate between cold and heat while breathing. A demon with such ability is certainly not an ordinary creature. And the magical power that changes day and night is also horrifying. Dad, do you know what kind of monsters in the world have such unpredictable strength?
The words fell, but no one answered. Qin Feng looked up curiously and saw his father's expression was quite complicated. Daddy? After calling several times in succession, Father Qin came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feng, as if he was hesitant to speak.
Dad, what happened? Do you know what that monster is?
Father Qin hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed.
Do you still remember what I told you about the cause of your mother's death?
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment.
Of course I remember this. Didn't Dad say that there were once powerful demons and demons that invaded Fengtian City, causing countless casualties? And Mom also died unexpectedly in that disaster? Yes. And that demon named Gu, with the head of a human and the body of a dragon, was the most powerful of the demons on the night of the divine food. It devoured the spines of gods and demons, gained extraordinary abilities, and entered the realm of transcendence. Realm? When you exhale, it is like burning fire, scorching the earth. When you inhale, the strong wind ripples, and it can freeze thousands of miles.
Dad Qin said in a deep voice. Qin Feng frowned when he heard this.
So what Dad means is that the existence I perceived in the dream was the drum.
Father Qin shook his head.
Although the drum is strong, it cannot change day and night in an instant. But on the night of the divine food, the god and demon who shared the food among the demons and ghosts had such terrifying magical powers. It was the candle dragon. With eyes open it is day. With eyes closed it is night. It has a human face and a snake body. Its existence is a taboo in the world.
Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
But this candle dragon was eaten by demons and died thousands of years ago. How is it possible?
At this point, Qin Feng's voice suddenly stopped, and his expression was extremely ugly, because he thought of those mysterious ghost-faced people, the original Yan Gu and Aoyin. The latter two are demons and ghosts who participated in the Night of God's food, and both of them are dead. Could it be that the purpose of those mysterious ghost-faced people from the very beginning was not the demons themselves, but the remnants of gods and demons on them? Thinking of this, Qin Feng's voice trembled.
Dad, can dead gods and demons be resurrected?
Father Qin did not answer immediately, but looked in the direction of the southern territory with an extremely solemn expression. In Howling Courtyard, on the top of the climbing tower, the stargazer suddenly began to vibrate crazily, but after a while, it became quiet again, as if nothing happened. The Imperial Master Tianjin raised his head and looked at the starry sky. His eyes were cloudy. Facing the south, the white-haired Imperial Master said calmly,
"What is the difference between concealing the secret of heaven at this time and deceiving one's ears and stealing the bell?"
After a long time, Master Tianjin murmured again,
"Throw it to death and live again."
Chapter 649, the beginning of the shocking change. 3 days passed. Qin Feng did not have those nightmares these nights, but he was still worried. In the courtyard, after the golden-winged rock received the baptism of righteousness,
the golden feathers all over his body suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, which brought Qin Feng back to reality from his thoughts. He looked at the shining golden-winged rock and asked curiously,
"What's wrong with you?"
The golden-winged rock closed his eyes and took a closer look. After a while, he opened his eyes again and replied,
"I don't know why, but I always feel that there is more mysterious aura in the world, which is of great benefit to my practice. Whenever I circulate the ancient divine breath in my body, this mysterious breath will be attracted to me. This breath is somewhat like the diluted ancient divine breath. I have a feeling that the realm of 8-turn calamity power seems to be very close at hand."
The possibility of improving the strength of the golden-winged Doping was something to be happy about. But the worry in Qin Feng's heart was greater than this joy. There have been so many strange things happening recently that it's hard for him not to connect them all. The sun slowly sank into the horizon, and the stars exuded a dim light. The door of Qin Mansion was suddenly knocked. The concierge opened the door and saw a man and a woman standing outside. He saw the man's face clearly, and then said excitedly,
"Second young master, are you back?" Yeah.
Qin An's smile was a little forced. In the lobby of Qin Mansion, the whole family gathered together. When Qin An saw that his two sisters-in-law were pregnant, he was stunned for a moment, and then sent out his heartfelt congratulations. At the dinner table, the second mother asked her about her brother's experiences in the Southern Territory. The second brother also spoke eloquently, describing every bit of his experience in the Southern Territory after leaving Fontian City. The hardships and dangers involved were far beyond what could be summarized in the letters sent back every month. During this period, the second brother wanted to communicate with Qin Feng many times, but when he caught a glimpse of the swollen bellies of the two sisters-in-law, he swallowed back thousands of words. But how could this unusual behavior be hidden from Qin Feng and Father Qin? Especially Qin Feng, who had such a weird dream, and coupled with the previous changes in the Southern Territory, he only thought that his second brother's sudden return this time must have encountered something in the Southern Territory. The chatting and laughing dinner was coming to an end. Qin An and Senior Yume exchanged a look, then stood up to say goodbye and left the lobby. They also wanted to tell the Tianjin Imperial Master about what happened in the Southern Territory. In the corridor, Yume asked,
Before coming here, you said that you wanted to tell your elder brother about this matter. Why did you keep silent when the words came to your lips?
Qin An pondered for a moment and replied,
My eldest brother is extremely resourceful and has experienced many ghost attacks. I originally thought that my eldest brother would have some ideas after hearing about this. However, both sisters-in-law are pregnant and need someone to accompany them at this time. If I tell my eldest brother what happened in the Southern Territory, given his temperament, he will definitely not sit idly by and ignore it. He will most likely return to the Southern Territory with us. That is not what I want to see. In the past, it was my elder brother who stepped forward. This time, it was my turn.
As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of white thunder suddenly struck him with lightning speed. Qin An frowned, but he reacted in an instant. She surged around his body, and golden light suddenly appeared on his right hand. A long sword as clear as white jade appeared, and then he swung it violently, and the sword light instantly swallowed up the white thunder.
Who is it?
Qin An shouted. Yume turned his head and looked somewhere, his eyebrows slightly raised. Just listen to a familiar voice.
The 4th level of Shenwu Peak. The 4th level of Sword Intention Hidden Weapon Realm. No wonder the tone has become so loud. Fortunately, your thoughts are not all focused on that girl by Chio. Otherwise you would not be able to achieve such strength.
After all, women only affect the speed of drawing the sword. The reason why Senior Sword Maniac has unparalleled sword skills is because the straight man has advanced cancer and can never see Senior Yume's affection. Qin Feng silently added in his heart. Qin An looked up and said in shock,
Brother, when were you here? When you and Senior you were talking. I was there. When we were in the lobby, I felt that something was on your mind. When I came out, it turned out to be true. Tell me, what happened in the southern region? Brother, you'd better not get involved in this matter. Sister-in-law and the others.
Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Feng.
Don't forget, your eldest brother and I practice the Winsage tradition and have the means of divination. Even if you don't say it, I can still figure it out. It's just a waste of effort. What's more, since you still recognize me as your big brother, how can I let you endure the danger alone?
Listening to Qin Feng's sincere words, Qin An couldn't help but feel moved, and finally told the story of meeting two extraordinary beings.
The white deer called him the Lord of the Swamp. Listening to what the latter said, it seemed that some terrible disaster was about to happen in the southern region. It did not hurt our lives, but asked us to take the matter back to Fontian City and tell the heavenly supervisor. White deer with colorful horns.
Qin Feng murmured to himself, with a look of thought on his face. If he remembered correctly, Tu Yuqian mentioned that existence when Bifang's fire poison was raging. It was Bailu who sent Tu Yuqian to Jinyang City to ask for help, which prevented Bifang's posthumous magical power from causing even greater disasters.
The state of transcendence, transcending the shackles of heaven and earth, is an extremely rare existence in the world. But according to what the Lord of the Swamp said, there might be many existences like him sleeping in this world.
Thinking of this, Qin Feng frowned. The only known powerful people in the human race who were in the realm of transcendence were Tianjin Guisher and Jinshinsiyu. If there are many other transcendent monsters in the world who have bad intentions towards the human race, what can the human race do to fight against them? You know, once the strength reaches that level, there is no way to make up for the gap through quantity. Why did God give me such a test during my wife's pregnancy? Qin Feng pinched his brows and felt exhausted mentally.
Where's Senior Jintiani? Didn't he come with you? This matter is of great importance. Master, he went to report to Master Simon of the Southern Territory.
Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and heard his second brother say again,
Brother, in my opinion, it's best not to tell other people in the family about this matter, so as not to worry them. It's natural.
As soon as the words fell, the strong wind wrinkled. The powerful pressure suddenly attacked the two of them. Qin Feng immediately deployed the Haotian mirror, and Qinan also used the sword to cast my bones again, trying to resist the pressure. However, in the face of this sudden and terrifying pressure, the two men's resistance was in vain. Their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and their stature was instantly shorter.
Who is this powerful?
Qinan said through gritted teeth.
I've just stepped into the 4th level realm, and yet I dare to hide things like encountering extraordinary things from my family and try to deal with them myself. Should it be better to say that your newborn calves are not afraid of tigers? Or that you don't know whether to live or die?
A thick voice came from the roof with a serious tone, and Qinan felt inexplicably familiar. Qin Feng's face froze when he heard this. This guy was definitely the same as him. He had been there from the beginning. Otherwise, how could he have used the same way to get the head start as he did?
Dad, stop making trouble and put away the pressure.
Uh-huh. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky. Could it be Father Qin?
Oh?
Qinan's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. He stared blankly at Father Qin for a while, then turned to Qin Feng and asked,
Brother, could it be that Dad released that pressure just now?
Qin Feng nodded, and then truthfully revealed his father's identity. And when Qinan heard the 3 characters,
Baiguisho,
he felt that his whole head was confused. How could he have imagined that the most unreliable father in his family would have such a terrifying identity? You must know that Baiguisho is a legendary commander who is as famous as Nan Tianlong, a person who is famous throughout Daqian. Yu Mei's expression on the side also changed slightly. Although she and Jintian had known that Father Qin was special for a long time, the identity of Baiguisho was still beyond imagination. After repeated confirmations, Qinan finally believed this absurd fact.
So brother, you already know my father's true identity? I am not the only one in the whole family who has been kept in the dark. Right,
Qinan said dissatisfied. If this is the case, wouldn't he be just like an outsider?
Although I had doubts before, the real confirmation was after the Western Regions group. Now, apart from you and me, only Jianli and Fei Lan know my father's identity. Besides, you don't want to think about your father's daily virtues. No normal person can connect him with Baiguisho. It took me a long time to accept this fact.
Qin Feng said seriously.
Huh?
Father Qin had a question mark on his face.
That's true.
Qinan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Father Qin. After a while, Father Qin said seriously.
I will tell the Heavenly Supervisor about your encounter with extraordinary beings in the Southern Territory. And you should have a good rest in the Qin Mansion.
As a father, he naturally does not want his 2 sons to put themselves in danger. Facing Chaofan, even a 2nd-grade strongman like him may not be able to escape unscathed, let alone 2 4th-grade people. Qinan was about to say something, but Qin Feng, who saw his father's thoughts, reached out to stop him.
Dad, go ahead. I'll be watching at home. Good.
With Father Qin's strength, it only takes a moment to go from Qin Mansion to Howling Courtyard and climb to the top of the Sky Tower. After hearing what Father Qin said, Master Tianjin didn't say anything more, but nodded slightly. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to already know all this. Father Qin didn't waste any time and said in a deep voice,
Although I don't know what you are planning, no matter what happens next, don't involve my 2 sons. Otherwise, I will never be done with you.
Upon hearing this, the Imperial Master Tianjin turned around and said calmly,
If the skin is gone, how can the hair be attached? Don't talk nonsense with me. I'm just a rough guy who practices martial arts. It's your job to make plans.
Father Qin knew that his words and actions at the moment were a bit unreasonable. But Fenger's dream and the news in her brought back made him feel extremely uneasy. He thought of Fenger's deceased mother, and he hated his own powerlessness. And he would never allow such a thing to happen again. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little heavy. Master Tianjin took the lead and withdrew his gaze.
Have you ever thought that even if I let them withdraw, I can't change their own will? If they want to go on their own, what should you do? As long as you don't plot against my 2 sons, I will handle the rest myself. If they are disobedient, I will give them a beating. If beating doesn't work, beat until it works.
Isn't it natural for a father to beat his son?
Okay, I promise you.
After receiving the answer, Father Qin breathed a sigh of relief. He knew clearly that since the Tianjin Imperial Master had made a promise, he would definitely try his best to extract Fenger and Iner from this crisis. And all he had to do was go back and warn the two boys. Don't put yourself at risk.
Thank you very much,
Father Qin said with gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Just as he was about to leave, the Imperial Master Tianjin, who was standing with his hands behind his back, suddenly spoke again.
What about yourself?
Father Qin paused when he heard this, with a look of struggle on his face. After a moment, he said word by word,
I will take action.
Such a natural disaster, if no one handles it, will eventually affect the entire Dacian, and his combat power is indispensable to the human race. In addition, there is another reason combined with Fenger's dream and Nantianlong Yinzhou's words. The drum that invaded Fontian City and killed Fenger's mother is very likely to appear again in the southern territory. He thought to settle the regrets of the past. The night wind blew by, lifting up the white hair of the Imperial Master Tianjin. On the empty rooftop, a sigh disappeared into the night. Since ancient times, the most difficult thing to change is the human heart. In fact, there was no need for any calculation. The moment Qin Jian said he would take action, his destiny was already on the established track. A father doesn't want his son to be in danger, so why doesn't a son do the same? A waning moon was in the sky, and dark clouds were scattered. It was dark and windy. In the southern heavenly city, outside Jiaming City, a huge black Vajra with angry eyes suddenly appeared, holding the demon subduing pestle, and swung it towards the city. Then, there was a huge roar, like a fighting horn blowing. The protective barrier suddenly shattered, and in the night sky, Garuda, who had human body and bird wings, waved his wings, with bloodthirsty murderous intent in his eyes. The people in the city were awakened and didn't know what had happened. They hurriedly opened the quilt, got up and looked out the window. The fire clouds in the night sky are so conspicuous and dazzling.
There are demons and ghosts invading the city.
Such thoughts arose in everyone's mind, and fear was like a ghost hand, tightly grasping their hearts. When such a change occurred, the soldiers and demon slayers guarding Jiaming City were naturally dispatched immediately. Xijing, the demon slayer here, is one of the 36 stars. Jiangming, who is trained in the 100 Ghost tradition, immediately used the puppet method, manifesting black hands to lift his body into the sky. And when he saw that the demons in the sky were the Garuda tribe, his expression immediately changed with shock.
Why is there no news about the Garuda tribe when they stepped out of Zhiling Pass?
When he was surprised, a voice not far from Jiangming sounded.
After you die, go and ask others.
Jiangming was startled and hurriedly looked for his voice. An arrow tore through the night and instantly pierced his head. Screams and despair permeated the entire Jiaming City. Chapter 650. Please prepare for war. Your Majesty, the land of Tiancheng is where dragon veins gather, and its importance is self-evident. In just one day, the bad news that Jiaming City was destroyed swept through the entire Dacian and Fengtian City like a strong wind. When the people in the city heard about this, they were all horrified. You know, in order to protect the dragon veins, every celestial city has an extremely powerful defense force, who can destroy a celestial city overnight. In the palace, Yuluasi brought the secret letter into the imperial study. After Emperor Ming saw the contents of the letter, his expression was extremely solemn. Jiaming City was destroyed overnight, with corpses all over the ground and blood flowing like rivers. None of the soldiers guarding the city and the demon slayers survived. The dragon-suppressing tower collapsed. The dragon-suppressing monument disappeared, and the dragon veins and dragon spirits naturally disappeared together. But what worried Emperor Ming the most was the mention of the word Garuda at the end of the letter. Emperor Ming stood up and said angrily,
Why is there no news from the Southern Territory Demon Slayer Division and Prince Lu about such a big event as the Garuda tribe leaving Tianling Mountain and invading Dacian Southern Territory? Do I have to wait until the fire feathers of the Garuda clan are sprinkled over Fontian City and above my head to know that the Garuda clan has made a comeback? Eunicly stood aside, trembling and afraid to speak. At this time, Emian took out another letter and said, Some time ago, several counties in the southern region were slaughtered overnight, and the hearts of the people in the cities were ripped out. Lord Nantianlong Yinzhou set out in person to investigate the site, and found a Garuda wing feather among the ruins.
When Emperor Ming heard this, he frowned.
If that's the case, why did this news come to me today? Has the Zhiling Pass been broken? How far does the Garuda clan's wings extend to the southern territory? Reporting to your Majesty, Commander Yin Zhou rushed to Jinling Pass as soon as he found Yu. However, there was nothing unusual about Jinling Pass. The soldiers guarding the pass and the Demon Slayers were all known as the Demon Slayers, and no Garuda tribe was seen stepping out of Ling Mountain. Master Yin Zhou believed in the letter that someone should have used space magic to move the Garuda clan outside Lingshan, so that they could hide their presence from others.
Emperor Ming's face darkened. Someone must be secretly helping the Garuda clan,
the heart of the human race,
the dragon veins and spirits of the celestial city.
Emperor Ming murmured. Combining all these, he naturally thought of Jialo, whose heart was taken away by the Tianjian Imperial Master at the cost of the lives of 100,000 soldiers. King Luo,
have you reported this matter to the Heavenly Supervisor?
Emion responded.
I've already informed you. Calculating the time. It's time to come back.
After a while, a man from Yu Luosi wearing red clothes and a white mask came outside the Imperial study room asking for an audience. Eunuch Li let him in, and Emperor Ming asked directly,
what did the Imperial Master Tianjin say?
The visitor said one word at a time.
Your Majesty, please prepare for war.
In the royal study room, there was a sudden silence. In the next few days, all the people in Fengtian City felt a sense of murder. The martial arts arena between Shenhou Army and Wuhou Army was filled with roars that shook the sky all the time. It was a military exercise before the expedition. In the memory of the common people, there has never been a time when the two armies recognized as the first and second in the Deqian army have gone on an expedition together. They couldn't help but think of the news that came back from the Southern Territory some time ago, and they just felt that something big was about to happen. In the Qin mansion, Lu Tianlu, the father-in-law of the military god, came here to visit Lu Jianli, with a rare gentle smile on his usually majestic face.
Since you are pregnant, stop thinking about cultivation and remember to rest a lot. If you feel uncomfortable in any way, you must tell your mother as soon as possible. After all, she has experience in this area.
After a pause, Lu Tianlu felt that his wife was not very reliable, so he changed his words and said,
forget it. It's better not to ask her. Just let Ning Shuang go find Grandma Lu. When your mother was pregnant with you, Grandma Lu had been taking care of you with all her heart, and nothing had gone wrong. Dad, I understand.
Lu Jianli replied softly. Lu Tianlu nodded slightly and looked at Qin Feng on one side with a curious expression.
What's wrong with your face?
Qin Feng, who had a bruised nose and swollen face, glanced at Father Qin, who was drinking tea at the main seat, forced out an ugly smile, and replied,
I fell asleep a few days ago and accidentally fell from the bed. When I woke up, I looked like this. It's nothing serious.
Lu Tianlu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Qin and on the other side.
Are you like this too?
Qin shook his head, took a breath and said,
I didn't pay attention when I was practicing and accidentally bumped into a pillar. The swelling should subside after a while.
Having said that, both of them were complaining in their hearts. Dad was really cruel, and he was beating him to death. They just said that they wanted to go to the Southern Territory together and do their best. Thinking of this, both of them looked at Father Qin with resentment. Sensing the sight, the latter put down his teacup and coughed dryly.
By the way, father-in-law, Emperor Ming will summon the Shenhou Army and the Wuhou Army to go out to the southern region together. When will they set off?
As soon as these words came out, everyone's attention was attracted. Lu Jianli looked at Lu Tianlu, with a hint of worry in his eyes. The destruction of Jiaming City in the Southern Territory a few days ago, although the superiors wanted to suppress it, still made a fuss in Fengtian City. It is thought that this expedition is inseparable from this incident. Moreover, with the Qin Mansion's current position in Fengtian City, it naturally knows far more information than the outside world. The scale of the soldiers gathered this time is probably far beyond the imagination of the world. If I had to describe it, it might be the same number as the battle at Jinling Pass nearly 20 years ago. Lu Tianlu replied calmly.
Lying, and I have not received any news about the specific time of the expedition. The Tianjian Imperial Master seems to be waiting for something.
Hearing this, Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered. He didn't know how the changes in Jiaming City were related to the candle dragon he saw in his dream, and the appearance of the extraordinary being. Father Qin glanced at it and asked again.
During the natural disasters in the western region, it is well known to everyone that the Wensheng Taoists assisted the soldiers and demon slayers. This time the disaster in the southern region is probably not trivial. I wonder if the imperial court has arranged for Wensheng Dao to accompany them to increase their combat power. This is natural. The Wensheng Taoist who can integrate the combat power of the soldiers is crucial to this expedition. Many people in the court expressed their hope that your majesty could send Qin Feng to accompany the army.
After the words fell, the expressions of everyone in the lobby changed slightly. And then, they all looked at Qin Feng. Lu Jianli's lips parted slightly. Now that she was pregnant and unable to protect Qin Feng, she naturally didn't want the latter to put himself in danger. Song Filan's thoughts were the same. Lu Tianlu saw everyone's expressions, shook his head and said,
"But you don't have to worry, because it was finally established that the Wensheng Taoist accompanying him was not Qin Feng, but someone else."
Everyone's hearts dropped, and they asked curiously,
"Who is it, Master Tianjin?"
Lu Tianlu replied. For a moment, everyone had different expressions. Hearing this, Song Zong frowned and said bluntly,
"Can Master Tianjin leave Fengtian City?" Chapter 651 The Thoughts of the Two. The teacher wants to go out in person? This was far beyond Qin Feng's expectation. But what surprised him even more was the words of the father-in-law of the Dragon Clan.
"Can't the Imperial Master leave Fengtian City?"
Qin Feng asked curiously. Song Zong did not hide it.
In fact, since ancient times, not only the Tianjin Imperial Master, but also the God-suppressing Siyu cannot leave the 1,000-mile radius of Fengtian City.
This is the first time everyone has heard this statement. Qin Feng recalled it carefully. And it seemed that this was indeed the case. In the world's description of Tianjin Imperial Master and Jinshin Siyu, the former has always been guarding the Dingtian Tower of Haowen Academy, while the latter almost always takes action near Fengtian City. Even the last time the Azura tribe attacked Fengtian City, the God-suppressing Siyu appeared within 1,000 miles east of Fengtian City. Doesn't this just match the words of the father-in-law of the Dragon Clan? Qin Feng thoughtfully said.
At first, I thought it was strange that there were so few beings in this world who could step into the realm of transcendence. With the strength of the Tianjin Imperial Master and the God-suppressing Siyu, why not sweep away the demons and ghosts in the four realms and create a peaceful and prosperous age for the human race? It turns out that it's not that they don't want to, but that they can't.
Thinking of this, Qin Feng asked,
"Does the father-in-law know the specific reason?"
Song Zong shook his head.
"No one in the world knows the reason. But the old man in the clan once had a guess. Perhaps Tianjin Imperial Master and Jinshin Siyu need to protect something, so they cannot leave Fengtian City. Of course, there is another theory that the souls of the two of them have merged with the heaven and earth within 1,000 miles of Fengtian City, thus gaining unimaginable power. And the price paid for it is eternal freedom. However, no matter which theory it is just a guess. No one doubts that it is impossible to leave Fengtian City. That's why I wonder why Tianjin Imperial Master can accompany the army on this expedition."
Song Zong looked at Lu Tianlu, and the others also looked away, waiting for an answer. Lu Tianlu shook his head.
"I just repeated His Majesty's words, and don't know the specific situation."
At this time, Qin Feng thought of something and murmured,
"Perhaps one energy can transform the three pure beings."
Hearing this, Song Zong suddenly realized.
"So that's it. I almost forgot that the Tianjin Imperial Master can use the magical magic of transforming three pure beings into one Qi, which can divide his own existence into three. It seems that the person accompanying the army this time is not Tianjin Guisher himself, but most likely his clone."
Qin Feng immediately thought of the chief master in Jinong City, and he had a strong feeling in his heart that it was that bad old man who accompanied the army. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a long time before leaving one by one. When the people in the lobby were almost gone, Qin Feng stood up and prepared to go to the courtyard to practice. At this moment, Song Filan suddenly asked,
"Miss Sir, you will stay with us, right?"
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said,
"What are you talking about? You are pregnant. If I don't accompany you, where else can you go?"
Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly.
"Mr. Sir, you should know that this is not what Fei Lan asked about, but about this disaster in the Southern Territory."
From the moment they met and fell in love with Qin Feng, they naturally understood each other's personality clearly. Facing the disaster in the Southern Territory, Qin Feng will never sit back and ignore it, but will find a way to do his part. But now they couldn't stay with Qin Feng at all, so they naturally wanted to keep him to prevent him from falling into danger. Qin Feng opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. From the look in their eyes, he could naturally understand the mood of the two ladies at this moment. After a moment of silence, he replied with a smile,
"Don't worry, ladies. This time the teacher takes action personally. How can I have a chance to show off? All I want now is to witness the birth of the children in your belly and hold them in my arms."
While saying this, He put one hand on Song Filan's belly, and put his ear close to Lu Jianli's belly, as if he wanted to feel the fluctuations of the two little guys' lives in this way. Lu Jianli and Song Filan looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking. After leaving the lobby and coming to the courtyard, I heard the sound of wind. Qin Feng looked around and saw that the familiar training place had long been occupied by his second brother. The latter waved the black knife in his hand, and his youthfulness had faded away. At this moment, he really looked like a master. Qinan, who heard the noise, stopped what he was doing and greeted with a smile.
Brother, I told you clearly that Bai Qiu is in the Sword Dao Alliance's gym. You haven't seen her even once in the past few days. It really surprises me.
Qin Feng joked. When the second brother heard this, his face turned slightly red, and then he touched the back of his head.
I was busy practicing swordsmanship, so I forgot about this matter. Besides, I don't have the nerve to see her in this state.
When facing the person they like, everyone wants to show their best side. But his father was too harsh and beat him until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. So naturally he didn't dare to see him.
Does the injury still hurt now?
Qin Feng asked with concern.
I'm feeling much better after applying the plaster given by my eldest brother. I feel that the swelling will subside in a short time. That's good.
The two chatted for a few words, and the atmosphere suddenly became silent. After a while, Qinan spoke again.
Brother, what's wrong? Are we really not going to go to this disaster in the Southern Territory?
Qin Feng was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then said seriously,
The scar has healed, and you have forgotten the pain? Don't you remember the reason why Dad hit you and me? I've thought about it carefully these past few days, and I understand my father's good intentions. The situation in the Southern Territory this time is extraordinary, far beyond what you and I can intervene in. Senior Jintiani sent you back to report the news. So why not report this idea? Besides, Dad had made it clear that night that as long as he was around, no monsters would be able to cause trouble. And there was no need for the two of us to worry at all. We just need to stay in Fotian City and wait for his triumphant return.
Qinan looked solemn.
Dad is the leader of the Northern Ghosts, so I naturally believe in his strength. But this time, even the existence of the Transcendent Realm has appeared. No matter how strong my father is, he is only in the second-level realm. If he encounters such a guy, how can he escape unscathed? If anything goes wrong.
Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Feng.
Second brother, have you forgotten what you just heard in the lobby? The Tianjin Imperial Master is also on this expedition. Even if you don't believe in Dad, you should still believe in the National Master. The latter is a perfect strategy, and this disaster will definitely be able to be overcome safely. I hope so.
Qinan sighed, and then asked solemnly,
So brother, you won't secretly hide it from me and go to the Southern Territory alone? Right.
Qin Feng's eyes twitched slightly, and he said firmly,
Your two sisters-in-law are pregnant, so I will naturally stay with them and won't go anywhere. You, on the other hand, aren't you thinking of heading to the southern region to kill monsters and ghosts with your father?
Qinan suddenly looked away and wiped the long knife in his hand.
Brother, don't worry. You and Dad have said so. Naturally, I will not put myself in danger and make you worry. That's good.
The two people, each with their own thoughts, lost their sight. Chapter 652 Farewell. 3 days later, King Lu of the Southern Territory sent a flying letter back to Fengtian City. After the fall of the Tiancheng Jiaming City, it didn't take long for another Tiancheng to be captured by demons. The city was in ruins, and there were countless casualties. The soldiers who defended the city died in the battle, and only a few people from the Demon Slayer division survived. The news about the Garuda clan that Emperor Ming ordered to be sealed was also spread out during this disaster. Even if it was not known to everyone, it was not far away, and people were panicked for a while. 20 years ago, the tragedy of the Jinling Pass battle resurfaced in the minds of the world, and it seemed that it was about to happen again. In the Imperial Study Room, Emperor Ming frowned as he looked at the flying book sent back by King Luo. The content of the letter is the description of the demon slayers who survived in Tiancheng before and after the ghost trouble occurred. The Garuda tribe appeared out of thin air outside the celestial city, and a strange giant black Buddha broke through the city's protective barrier. The enemy is so powerful that the defensive force is simply not enough to compete with it. There was also a top expert among them. Chuanyan killed Demon Slayer Si Sijing directly with an arrow, but they didn't even see clearly who shot him. The enemy destroyed the dragon-suppressing tower and took away the dragon-suppressing monument. Someone also set up a formation and extracted the dragon veins and spirits. After doing all this, the Garuda tribe ripped off the hearts of a large number of people. It was not until King Luo's army and the god General Feng Guibaoyu arrived that the enemy fled away. Boom! Emperor Ming slammed the letter onto the document. Eunuchly on the side saw it and was as silent as a cicada. At this time, someone came from the Tianjin Imperial Master's oral instructions.
Your Majesty, tomorrow is the time to go to war.
Not long after, Lu Tianlu and Liang received the imperial edict from Emperor Ming. It was the time for the expedition, and they all knew the news that the Garuda tribe appeared in the southern region and caused disaster. On the martial arts field between Shenhou army and Wuhou army, Lu Tianlu and Liang stood in the center of the stands, looking down at the soldiers, all of whom had solemn expressions. Needless to say, everyone is well aware of the power and terror of the Garuda clan. It is no exaggeration to describe this expedition to the southern region as a narrow escape from death. The two generals also made it clear that if a soldier is an only son at home, has an old mother at home, and a wife and children to support, he can be excluded from this expedition, and they will not deal with it according to military law. After these words fell, the two martial arts arenas were silent. The bodies of the soldiers stood upright. Although there was fear in their hearts, their eyes were extremely determined. They would rather die standing than live on their knees. Almost at the same moment, all the soldiers shouted together, and the word, kill, resounded over the martial arts field. And it lingered for a long time. Lu Tianlu and Liang were moved, and then asked all the soldiers to return home, reunite with their families, and say goodbye before the expedition.
Dad, please go and see Grandma. Her eyes are always red. Girl, don't be impatient. There's sand in your eyes.
The muscular man stroked the girl's head with his rough palms and smiled silently.
Son, when will we go on an expedition with General Lu?
The old father asked. Hunched over, one of his legs was missing. It was an injury left when the soldiers killed demons and ghosts.
Just tomorrow.
The man wiped the armor inch by inch. Every mark on it was his past achievements. The old father patted the man's shoulder. His voice choked with sobs.
Don't embarrass the Shenhou army. Don't worry. Dad, you won't lose if you kill one, but you will gain blood if you kill two.
The man raised the long knife in his hand, and the blade shone with a clear light.
Taiju, can we not go?
A woman with the vicissitudes of face had red eyes and a trembling voice. The middle-aged man didn't answer, but just smiled and asked,
Mom, I want to drink the noodle soup you made tonight.
The wrinkles on the old woman's face seemed to have increased a lot at this moment, and she burst into tears.
Mom, I will do it for you now, so that you can take care of yourself.
The sad farewell is almost played out in the homes of every soldier. Lord, don't laugh while lying drunk on the battlefield. How many people have fought in ancient times? At the Qin family's residence, Song Zong and Song Mu both received news from Mr. Song Xian. The copper coffin of the ancestor Long Yuan in Tianqi moved unexpectedly, and the Garuda clan appeared again. How could the Dragon clan sit idly by and ignore it? In fact, Emperor Ming had already sent Yu Luo Ce Mi on the night before to inform them of the news about the Garuda clan. This battle is inevitable for the Dragon clan. The lobby, which is usually filled with laughter, is unusually quiet today. Everyone ate the food on the table in silence, except for Xinyo's mother-in-law, who liked to chatter every time she came here, who rarely spoke. Seeing this, Qin Feng picked up the dishes for the two ladies and said with a smile,
Why are both of them silent? Could it be that today's food is not to your liking? Second brother, have you no appetite today? You are now in a critical period of cultivation, so it is essential to replenish your blood and nutrients. And Jianli and Fei Lan, you have to eat more. Even if it's not for your own sake, you have to consider the children in your belly. They must have a big appetite. Okay, brother.
Qin scratched his head and replied. After Qin Feng made such a joke, all the women at the dinner table barely smiled. Ernyang glanced at Father Qin beside her and said with a smile,
My father-in-law, you are going to the battle tomorrow. I will give you this glass of wine to help you return triumphantly with the Shenhou army.
Lu Tianlu raised his wine glasses, clinked them together, and drank them all in one gulp. At this time, Song Filan hesitated for a while and then asked,
Dad? Aunt? Do you want it too?
Song Mu interrupted with a smile.
Don't think that you don't have these things when you are raising a baby. Come on. Drink more fish soup. Your mother liked to drink this the most when she was pregnant with you. Oh, it's so fresh.
The dinner was eaten quickly or slowly, but in the end, it was finished and everyone in the hall left one by one. As soon as Qin Feng and Qinan stepped out of the lobby, they were stopped by their father. Father Qin shook his head and signaled with his eyes, and the two of them followed him timidly. Arriving in the courtyard, Father Qin raised his right hand slightly, and Qin Feng subconsciously covered their faces with their arms. There was nothing I could do. I was afraid of being beaten. Father Qin rubbed his chin, raised his eyebrows and said,
"It's okay to be afraid. You two stay in the Qin mansion, and you are not allowed to go anywhere. Also, if Aaron Yang asks you about my whereabouts, what will you say?"
Qin Feng and Qinan looked at each other, and then said in unison,
"Dad has found a business opportunity and is going to the Northern Territory to do business. Second mother, don't worry." "Yes."
Father Qin nodded with satisfaction, seeing the worried looks in their eyes. Father Qin touched their heads and comforted them.
"Don't look like this. Who is your father?" "The famous Northern Ghost Leader. How many existences in this world can be mine?" "Opponent? What's more, this expedition is also attended by the Tianjin Imperial Master. Those extraordinary beings must also be in his old man's plan, and they won't be able to make much waves. You two are at home, waiting for my triumphant return. Of course we believe Dad."
After the words fell, Qin Feng asked again,
"By the way, Dad, this time we go to the Southern Territory. Do you want to go alone secretly? Or with the army?"
Father Qin thought for a moment and replied,
"If nothing unexpected happens, I should follow the Shenhou army. After all, we are the father-in-law, so we can take care of each other."
"As for the Shenhou army, then if I hide in the Wuhou army, I won't be discovered by my father." Qin Feng thought thoughtfully.
"That's it."
The second brother nodded, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Chapter 653 Departure. Beside the Juka River, the white-haired and black-bearded Jinshin Siyu is fishing. The moonlight is pouring down, and the charming scenery is reflected on the river. At this moment, a voice sounded in the old man's ear.
"Master!"
Turning around, he saw Father Qin wearing a black robe and a ghost mask on his head.
"I haven't seen you for so long. I thought I was no longer a master in your eyes."
The old man raised his right hand, and the fishing line swept out from the river, seeming to bring a golden light. On the sparkling river surface, ripples rippled instantly. Father Qin didn't waste any time and sat down next to the old man. 2 wine bottles appeared out of thin air in his hand. He said,
"I'm going to the southern region tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be back, so I thought about talking to the master."
"Talking about old times. These 2 pots of wine were brewed by my son and are called Immortal Drunk. Everyone who has tasted them has said that they are good, so you should try them quickly."
Jinshin Siyu took the wine pot and opened the spout, and the intoxicating fragrance overflowed.
It is indeed a good wine.
After the drink was in his mouth, the conversation started naturally. The old man said,
The drum was seriously injured by the old man. He only had 1 breath left and fled to the southern region where the Yin Qi was extremely heavy. He has been recuperating. But even so, it is a real realm of transcendence. If you are defeated, don't be reckless. The old guy in the Sky Tower has his own plans.
Father Qin replied with a smile.
Master doesn't understand me yet. He never fights when he is unsure. Not to mention that this time when we go to the southern region, we will meet up with that guy Yin Zhou. You always know that the 2 of us have never lost when we join forces.
Jinshin Siyu shook his head helplessly. After drinking for 3 rounds, the conversation was almost finished. Father Qin put down the empty wine bottle and suddenly said before leaving,
Master, while I am away from Fengtian City, please take care of my family.
Just in case.
After a pause, the rest of the words came to an abrupt end. Jinshin Siyu nodded.
I know.
When Qin Jianan turned around, the old man pointed his right index finger, and a black light penetrated the opponent's back. The night wind blew by, and the white hair on the temple swayed gently. Once again, only the figure of the old man fishing was left by the Juka River. He muttered to himself inexplicably.
He is the disciple that I value. So why not give him this thing? The more powerful people in the world, the better. According to what the old guy said, if the Southern Territory can survive this disaster, the human race can survive. When the civil and military 100 ghosts become more powerful, even if the gods and demons come to the world again, what will the human race have to fear? I won't argue with you.
At one point on the Juka River, it seemed as if a huge boulder had fallen into it, causing waves. Jinshin Siyu turned his head and looked in the south direction and sighed to himself. Father Qin returned to the Qin mansion and gently opened the door of the wing. I saw Ernyang sitting at the table, her eyes slightly red, as if she had been waiting for him.
Where are you going?
Ernyang asked aloud.
So many things have happened recently, making everyone in the court uneasy. So some old friends came to me to reminisce and complain. So I had a few drinks.
Father Qin lied, his face not red, his heart not beating. He hung his coat on the wooden rack, turned around, caught a glimpse of Ernyang's appearance, and said in surprise,
What's wrong with you? Madam, you have to believe me. I didn't go to some fireworks alley.
Ernyang rubbed her eyes and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes.
I'm not doubting you, sir. I just feel uneasy when I think of the disaster in the southern region. I don't know why these tears fell by themselves. Madam, why are you worried about this? No one in your family will go into this muddy water. What's more, it's not like you don't know that the Shenhou army has never failed in their expedition. When the father-in-law returns, there will definitely be another great victory.
Dad Qin comforted him.
Yeah.
Ernyang nodded slightly. The clothes were taken off, and the two of them lay on the bed. The candles were blown out, and light breathing sounded. Ernyang suddenly said,
Master, you like to eat the lotus seed soup I made the most. Since I returned to Fontian City, I haven't cooked for a long time. Can I cook it for you tomorrow morning? Okay.
Father Qin turned his back and looked quite calm. He wanted to sigh, but held back. But he didn't realize that Ernyang had been staring at his back, and didn't close her eyes for a long time. At the lake pavilion, Qin Feng was staying with Lu Jinli and Song Feilin. Looking up at the sky, the stars were dim, and the moon was lonely. Qin Feng couldn't help complaining.
It's rare that I want to enjoy the moon with the two ladies. But it's a pity that God is not kind. Why do you want to admire the moon for no reason?
Lu Jinli asked softly.
So many things have happened recently. I see that you are not in a good mood. So I thought of admiring the moon together to change your mood. I can only say it is a pity.
Qin Feng shook his head. After a pause, he suddenly smiled and said, But fortunately, this does not affect our late-night snacks.
With that said, he took out a plate of cakes from Zumaji.
What is this?
Song Feilin asked curiously.
The silver moon cake made by the chef in Zexinglu is sour and sweet, and is very popular among women. Thinking that you two are pregnant, you will probably want to eat some sweet and sour food. I brought this specially for you. Please try it.
The two of them took the cake and put it into their mouths. Their eyes lit up. They had no appetite at first, but they couldn't hold it back and ate several in a row. Qin Feng stood aside, smiling and looking at the two ladies. I just think that it would be great if time could be frozen at this moment. But he clearly understands that time will only move forward without any pause. The night passed in a flash, and dawn came. Bang, bang, bang. There was a short and powerful knock on the door. The concierge opened it and greeted with a smile.
Miss Baiqiu, I haven't seen you for many days.
Baiqiu looked a little anxious and a little excited.
The gym has been too busy these days, and I don't have time to come here. By the way, I heard Qin is back? Yes, the second young master has been back for a while. Where is he?
Baiqiu looked impatient.
At this time, I must be having breakfast in the lobby.
He hurried to the lobby and took a look inside. Baiqiu didn't see the figure he was thinking about. The lobby that had been bustling before was now filled with only a few women, sitting quietly at the table and looking at the two letters placed on the table in a daze. The tears in the corners of Ernyang's eyes had long dried up, leaving only 2 lines of tear stains. Although she is an ordinary woman, she is not a fool. Having been with Father Qin for 20 years, how could he not feel that he was different? In fact, after the battle between the human race and the Ashura clan, Father Qin had no excuses for not having sex with her for more than half a month. So she vaguely guessed the other party's identity. It's just that both of them are acting. One thinks that the other doesn't know, and the other pretends that he still doesn't know. The lotus seed soup she made early in the morning was not given to the person she wanted to give it to. Ernyang looked at the steaming soup bowl in front of her and smiled slightly. But that smile was heart-wrenching to watch. Lu Jinli and Song Feilin caressed their swollen bellies. They loved Qin Feng deeply, so they knew a long time ago that they could not keep each other. Sensing the strange atmosphere in the lobby, Baiqiu asked curiously,
You guys, what's going on? Where have everyone else gone?
As soon as he finished speaking, in Fontian City, war drums beat and horns sounded. Several people in the hall looked in the direction of the south gate of Fontian City. That was the signal to go out for battle. Chapter 654, I hope my second brother can provide me with good cover. Although the Shenhou army and the Wuhou army went out together, they were divided into 2 groups, set off all the way towards Qiyuancheng and meet up with the Southern Territory Demon Slayer Division. All the way, they set off towards King Luo's city and met up with King Luo's army. As we all know, when leading troops to fight, the most taboo thing is to disperse the combat power. But the Shenhou army and the Wuhou army did this, which was really helpless. After the accident happened in Jiaming City, how could the major cities in the southern region be unprepared? All have increased security and patrols. Even many hunting envoys from the Demon Slaying Division have left their hunting areas all year round and are hiding around Tianqing to prevent Tianqing from encountering another unexpected event. However, powerful and mysterious enemies always come and go without a trace. The second celestial city was destroyed, and they were caught off guard, even if the hunting envoy discovered it in time and raised the alarm. By the time Lord Xinjiang and King Luo's army arrived, the enemy had already disappeared. Because of this, the Shenhou army and the Wuhou army had to separate their combat forces and spread the defense area of Tianqing to deal with the enemy in the dark. Someone in the ranks of Wuhou's army said, "It is said that the Tianjin National Division will go out with the army this time." But before leaving the city, I looked around, but I did not see his figure. Then again, in your impression, do you remember that the Imperial Master left Fengtian City? The Imperial Master of Tianjin has every plan, and he has kept his promise. Since he said he would arrive, he will definitely arrive. All we have to do is do our part and kill the monsters. Why do you need to say this? It's just that the enemy this time is completely different from the ones we have fought before. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of all the soldiers around him flashed with solemnity. Needless to say, the Garuda clan has a vicious reputation. How can an enemy who can instantly kill Tianqing and Demon Slayer seize Xijing and attack Tianqing in one night be so weak? In fact, when they left Fengtian City this time, they all had the consciousness of death. To be more realistic, there were probably 5 or 6 out of the 10 soldiers of Wuhou army, all of whom had written suicide notes in their arms. The biggest fear when going out to fight is that your momentum is low. The weaker you are, the greater the chance of death. The experienced veteran saw the expressions of the soldiers around him and said, "I'm afraid of him." Grandma, have you forgotten that Wuhou's army was also present during the natural disaster in the western regions? Are those endless demonic corpse soldiers weaker than the Garuda clan? Could those terrifying and powerful monsters be inferior to these secret enemies this time? Didn't our Wuhou army survive the same way? If he can triumph this time, Emperor Ming will definitely give him a reward. When the time comes, those who don't have a wife will get a wife, and those who have a wife will have another one. Wouldn't it be happy? The fighting spirit of the soldiers was once again ignited. Yes, we are not afraid of natural disasters in the western region. So what does it matter this time? But some soldiers remembered something inside. But don't forget that the last time Wuhou's army was able to triumph was all because of Qin's military advisor. But this time, Qin's military advisor is not with us. Hearing this, even the veteran couldn't help but sigh. Qin Feng's reputation in the hearts of all the soldiers has already reached a level where he is like a god. He invented gunpowder, improved the military skills, wrote popular cultural treasures, improved the combat effectiveness of soldiers, and powerful formations. All kinds of feats are unprecedented. In the hearts of everyone in the Wuhou army, Qin Division is as important as General Lai, or even more important than General Lai. If the Qin military advisor can go out with the army this time, their confidence will increase at least 10 times. Of course, they also clearly understand that this is unrealistic, as Master Qin was a prominent figure in Fengtian City. It had long been known to everyone that the 2 ladies in his family were pregnant. At this juncture, which man would dare to risk going to the Southern Territory? A place of near death? The veteran shook his head and smiled bitterly. Commander Qin, stop thinking about it and focus on the affairs of the Southern Territory. Taking a step back, even if you and I unfortunately die, the pension provided by Emperor Ming is enough for our family to spend the rest of our lives safely in Fengtian City. When the soldiers around him heard this, they all nodded, and their morale instantly rose. In fact, in this world, joining the Demon Slayer Division and becoming a soldier is equivalent to hanging your head on your belt. They are not afraid of death, but they are worried that no one will take care of them at home after death, making it difficult for them to continue living in this world. However, it is well known that Emperor Ming spent lavishly. Even if they die, they don't have to worry too much about their relatives in the city. But at this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Compared with the pension, I still want to go back alive. Otherwise, if my wife remarries and becomes someone else's wife, and that man uses our pension and beats our son,
I can't stand that scene.
When the officers and soldiers around heard this, their expressions froze, and their blood suddenly turned cold. Who wouldn't feel sick after thinking about that scene? Seeing that his high momentum had once again slumped, the veteran was furious. He looked for fame and saw a man wearing a brand new Wuho Army uniform, lowering his military cap and marching with the army. He immediately stepped forward and slapped the opponent with a scabbard. But
the expected cry of pain did not appear. The scabbard seemed to be hit on cotton, and the feel was completely different from before. The old soldier was doubtful, but he didn't take it too seriously. Instead, he shouted loudly,
"Who did I think was talking nonsense?" It turned out to be a calf who had just joined the army not long ago. With your military cap so low, if danger comes over your head, won't your life be in vain? Also, the newbie who has just joined the army has to be at the back of the team. He doesn't even understand this rule. Who will lead you?
Hearing this, Neo Daozi raised his military cap slightly and hurriedly replied,
"I'm standing in the wrong position. I'm going to go back."
With that said, he ran towards the back of the team. The veteran spat and kicked him again, and the storm finally subsided. Just a moment later, the veteran let out another sigh. When he passed by the calf just now, the face he glanced at suddenly felt so familiar. He shook his head slightly. The soldiers of Wuho Army often performed in the martial arts arena. Maybe they had seen them a few times and had no impression of him. And this calf is naturally Qin Feng in disguise. The previous words were not intended to disgust the soldiers, but just to give them another reason to live desperately. Unfortunately, the effect was slightly off. He lowered his military cap, ran to the back of the team, and stayed with many new recruits, surrounded by many young and immature faces, either extremely excited or nervous, with different expressions. Qin Feng looked back and saw that the outline of Fengtian City had become increasingly blurry, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Dad didn't notice, and my wife didn't come after me. It seems that the letter I left for my second brother must have worked.
In order not to worry his family, Qin Feng specially wrote a letter to his second brother. The content of the letter was just like his father, giving his family a reason to leave the Qin mansion. Second brother, don't blame your eldest brother for cheating on you. You are still young and have not yet been married. If you have not experienced anything between men and women, and you have an accident, wouldn't it be too pitiful? Qin Feng shook his head and whispered to himself,
I hope my second brother can provide me with a good cover and not make my family suspicious. I hope my eldest brother can provide me with a good cover and not make my family suspicious.
The two voices were very close, almost speaking in unison. Qin Feng looked for attention, and the other party also looked at him. The two looked at each other in disbelief, with their mouths wide open and their eyes widened. Chapter 655. Father and son gather together?
Second brother? Brother, why are you here?
The two said in unison again, with different expressions. Although he had warned him like that, he didn't take his father and elder brother's words to heart. Qin Feng coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment. We had agreed to guard the Qin family's mansion together, but the eldest brother secretly came here alone. No wonder Bai Qiu told me that the words of scholars cannot be trusted. Qin turned his eyes aside and did not dare to look into his eyes. Qin Feng's mood at this moment is just like how he and his good brothers promised each other before the exam in the previous life that no one would have to review. So they just took the exam naked to see who was better, but ended up bumping into each other in the library on the weekend. I hate the other party's shamelessness, but I'm also so embarrassed that I want to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. At this point, I think the second brother is also average. But after being embarrassed, the two of them thought of a more serious problem at the same time. Both of them ran out secretly. So who would cover Dad? And who would cover himself? In addition, what the other party said just now.
Eldest brother, second brother. The letter you just mentioned. Could it be?
Qin Feng had no choice but to put his palm on his forehead. He only felt pain in his head. After all, he was his brother, and his thoughts were surprisingly the same. Counting the time, his family may have discovered that he and his second brother secretly came to the southern region. The most critical problem is that on the father's side, the two brothers agreed to cover him. But in the end, neither of them were in the Qin mansion. If the family sees the contents of the letter, the father's identity will definitely be hidden from the second mother. Qin had obviously thought of this aspect, and the healed scars began to hurt again. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said,
Brother, if Dad knew that we secretly went to the southern territory and even his identity was exposed, would he kill us?
Beat him to death.
Qin Feng trembled when he heard this and felt a chill running down his spine, as if his father was standing not far behind him, glaring at his two brothers angrily. Shaking his head and putting this absurd idea behind him, Qin Feng comforted him.
Don't worry. You may have forgotten that Dad said before setting off that he would go to the Southern Territory with the Shenhou army. We followed Wu Hou's army towards King Luo City, and we were walking in two directions, so there was no way we could meet each other. What about after we go back?
Qin asked uneasily. Qin Feng pondered for a moment.
What happens after we go back can only be considered after we go back. What's more, when that time comes, my father will have too much time to deal with the two mothers. How can he find the time to teach us a lesson?
Qin nodded and said with a smile.
Brother is still thoughtful. It's strange. The temperature in the Southern Territory has dropped so much during this period. I only feel a chill on my back. To be honest with you, my second brother, and my eldest brother too. If I had known about it, I would have worn an extra undershirt.
At this moment, a recruit behind him asked curiously,
Uncle, why do you want to join the Wu Hou army as a recruit at your age? Do you also want to kill monsters and become famous?
A familiar voice sounded, with a tone that was half angry, half resentful, and half murderous.
There are two ignorant bastards at home who insist on coming to the Southern Territory to swim in the muddy waters. As a father, I have no choice but to go along and take care of them. One or two.
As soon as these words came out, both Qin Feng and Qin An's expressions froze. They turned around tremblingly and saw that Father Qin, who was wearing a brand new military uniform and frowning angrily, was glaring at the two of them fiercely. Because he was so angry, every time Father Qin took a step, there would be many tiny cracks on the ground. This was caused by the leakage of qi that was not well controlled. After taking a few deep breaths, Father Qin showed a very ugly smile, and then crossed his fingers. Qin Feng and Qin An subconsciously took a step back. Huh? Upon seeing this, Father Qin's face was so gloomy that he seemed to be dripping with water. The two of them did not dare to evade anymore, slowed down their pace, and fell at the back of the team together with Father Qin. Within a moment, groans and cries of pain could be heard. A group of young men went out in search of reputation, only to see two recruits being held down by an uncle, their faces bruised and swollen.
What's wrong with you?
Someone asked curiously.
The two of them accidentally fell down just now. I helped them up. Don't worry. Just leave these two boys in my care,
Father Qin said with a smile.
Oh!
When the new recruits looked away, Qin Feng forced out an ugly smile and asked,
Dad, didn't you go out with the Shenhou army? Why are you here?
Father Qin said calmly,
The Shenhou army has joined forces with the Southern Territory Demon Slayer Division, and there is no shortage of high-quality combat power, which is enough to deal with dangerous situations. When Wu Hou's army set out for King Luo City, although there were many soldiers, they lacked high-quality combat power, so I changed my mind and joined Wu Hou's army.
Qin Feng immediately flattered him.
Dad is far-sighted and thoughtful. If he joins the army and becomes a general, he will definitely be famous throughout the ages and be praised by the world.
Qin An on the side reacted.
Brother is right. Dad is really amazing.
Father Qin snorted coldly and pinched the backs of Qin Feng and Qin Feng's necks with his hands.
Don't talk nonsense to me. It seems that when we were in Fengtian City, we were too gentle. You didn't say a word.
Listen in.
Looking back, I saw that Fengtian City had been blocked by mountains, and Wu Hou's army had also entered the southern realm.
Go back to Fengtian City immediately. If not,
I will break your legs and throw you back.
Qin Feng and the two men trembled when they heard this. At this moment, it is really possible for Father Qin to do such a thing. After all, a broken leg can be healed, but if you lose your life, you have nothing. Just when Qin Feng was thinking about countermeasures and how to respond, a sudden change occurred. On both sides of the mountain road, the sound of beasts roaring and neighing suddenly sounded. The leaves rustled, and the forest trees shook wildly. Then only a few roars were heard. The towering tree, which required several people to embrace, was broken by something unknown and rolled towards the mountain road. The veterans responded immediately and spread to both sides of the mountain road. Those holding halberds crossed their weapons to block the fallen giant tree. The blade wielder is on full alert, guarding against dangers that may appear at any time around him. But the incident occurred suddenly, and it was naturally impossible to cover everything. Among them, a giant tree pressed down on the rear of the team. The new recruit Niu Daozi had never seen such a battle before. He didn't react at the first moment, He had only a body of force, but he had no time to use it. Even though some veterans shouted anxiously, all the recruits were panicked. At this critical moment, a white light barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking the fallen giant tree. Then, there was another slash of sword energy, and the big tree that needed several people to hug was instantly broken into two parts. The fracture was so smooth that it made people palpitate. This sudden scene left the veterans on both sides of the team confused. The white light barrier and the sword energy just now definitely came from the recruits. But which recruit can possess such miraculous means and such powerful sword skills? The recruits were grateful to have survived the disaster and looked around, trying to find the person who made the move. Qin Feng and Qin Feng pretended not to know, looking around as if they were looking for someone. However, Father Qin frowned and said, "Stop pretending. Someone big is coming." When Qin Feng and Qin Feng heard this, they immediately became alert. "Be careful," a veteran in the team shouted loudly. Chapter 656, Who said you can't kill demons without arrows? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black shadow appeared in the mountain forest. A strong wind swept past, and a fishy smell hit his nostrils. Qin Feng took a closer look and frowned. It was actually a giant snake with a black body and a green head. It is recorded in De Qian by Yaji that this is a boss snake, with a violent nature and amazing strength. It can swallow an elephant into its belly when it opens its mouth. The boss snake that is over 100 years old is strong enough to reach the realm of 5 rounds of calamity. And looking at the size of this snake, it is obvious that it has entered this category. Hiss! The snake straightened up its body, spat out a message, and glanced around with a pair of scarlet eyes, as if it wanted to choose someone to devour. The rest of the team was also unsettled. All kinds of demons and ghosts appeared from the mountains and forests, all with their teeth and claws spread out, and they stared at them eagerly. There was even a tiger beast at the front led by General Liang, whose strength was probably at the peak of the 6th level of calamity power. The roar of the tiger was deafening and the earth shook. Qin noticed something unusual and said in a deep voice, "It has been a long time since my master, and I have seen such a large gathering of demons and ghosts. Today's chaos is rife in the southern territory. And this scene is also expected. When the natural disaster occurred in the western territory, the scale of the unrest and ghost trouble was far greater than this. Wait, you and I should pay more attention and take advantage of the chaos to prevent these monsters from harming the lives of the soldiers," Qin Feng warned. "I know, brother." The two of them thought that Wuho's army would be overwhelmed by the attack of demons and ghosts. But they were obviously overly worried. Wuho's army can become the second most powerful army in Dakian. Naturally, it has experienced hundreds of battles. What kind of battle has it not seen? As General Lai lost his temper and shouted, "Third formation." The formation began to change instantly. Although the recruits at the rear of the team did not participate in many actual battles, they did not fall behind in their daily drills. Hearing the call of formation, almost instinctively, he took action with the team and ran to his own position. The person holding the giant shield is outside, resisting the attack of the monsters and ghosts. The person holding the long weapon follows closely behind, with his spear like a dragon and his halberd swinging horizontally, causing damage to the monsters and ghosts. The swordsman guarded the gaps in the team, and the gunpowder carrier lit the fuse and threw the gunpowder violently into the demons. Boom! The fire was dazzling, and a heat wave swept around. The wails of demons and ghosts are endless. The situation of the battle almost changed in a few moments. Qin Feng and the three of them froze on the spot, looking at each other. How could these 3 new recruits, who were just pretending to be soldiers, have ever participated in a serious drill? Not to mention understanding that so-called third array. At this moment, they were like outsiders, incompatible with the entire army. A veteran discovered the 3 of them and immediately yelled angrily, "Damn it! What are you doing in a daze? Are you desperate for your life? Get out of the team!" It's too late. But it's soon. In the sky, several black shadows flashed across. Wings flapped, and the strong wind was like a sharp blade, rolling towards the ranks of Wu's army. In order to avoid the attack, the team's formation had to be separated, leaving the goal wide open. The soldiers looked up, and their expressions became extremely ugly. It's actually a ghost owl. Ghost owl is a bird monster that haunts the southern region. Its strength is mostly in the realm of the 4th level of tribulation, and it possesses the magical power of turning wind into a blade. For soldiers on an expedition, monsters flying in the air are a headache, because most of the soldiers' strength is below the 6th level. They don't have many means of fighting against the air,
and Gui Xiao has the ability to cut formations among the many flying monsters. He is one of the existences that the soldiers extremely hate. In previous battles, countless brothers lost their lives at the hands of this thing.
Giant shield bearer. Pay attention to the wind blades in the sky. Where are the archers? Shoot these bastards down for me.
The sword is drawn and ready to go. Whoosh! The sound of sharp arrows piercing the clouds can be heard endlessly. But the effect is extremely mediocre. Ghost Owl possesses the magical power of Wind Blade, and his flying speed is naturally very good. It is not easy to hit the target from dozens of feet away, let alone hit their weak point, the eyeball. Strong winds and sharp blades poured down, and the formation was once again stretched. The giant shield bearer had to deal with the monsters and ghosts attacking from the outside. But now he had to take care of the Ghost Owl, and he was simply overwhelmed. Casualties occurred as expected, and Wu Ho's army was no longer able to do so with ease as before. Qin Feng and the other two turned around to look, but Father Qin was nowhere to be found.
Brother, where is Dad? These demons and ghosts attack and kill in such a systematic way. There must be a powerful demon king or ghost king behind them to direct the battle. I just felt a powerful energy fluctuation. With my father's strength, I can definitely feel it. He is probably going to deal with that guy. Then what should we do now? Should we take action secretly?
Qin looked around with an extremely anxious expression. Qin Feng couldn't think about it for a moment. And then he thought,
Dad was still here just now. It's not convenient for me to say, but now is a good time. Brother, what do you mean?
Qin asked curiously.
If you and I, brothers, remain inconspicuous, when Dad comes back, he will definitely send us back to Fengtian City. But if we show a certain level of strength in front of all the soldiers, at that time, Dad will not be able to send us back in front of everyone.
Hearing this, Qin understood instantly, and his eyes lit up.
Then we don't have to hide it. Can we go all out? It's not enough to go all out. Now the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the open. It's best to leave a little more leeway. Let me give you a sample of how to do it specifically. Qin Feng said this,
then glanced around and ran towards an injured crossbowman.
Brother, how's it going?
The crossbowman said with difficulty.
I was injured by the wind blade, but my life is not in danger for now. You don't need to worry about me. Just protect the formation. Okay.
Qin Feng nodded, then grabbed the crossbow from the opponent's hand and opened the bowstring.
What are you going to do?
The man was shocked.
Of course, I will shoot down those ghost lords to avenge you,
Qin Feng said righteously. The man was stunned and cursed angrily.
I'm not hacking dead yet. You're just avenging me. And if you don't draw an arrow with your bow, what do you want to shoot with?
Nowadays, the Wuhou army recruits new recruits without any assessment. Why are some young men so stupid?
Qin Feng glanced at the empty bowstring and twitched the corner of his mouth. The second brother was watching not far away. In order to maintain his image as the elder brother, he coughed and said,
I'm afraid my brother's archery skills are not yet mastered. Who said you can't shoot down monsters without arrows? Haven't you ever heard of a supreme archery technique called shooting without shooting? Shoot without shooting?
The man was frightened.
What does this mean? Just watch.
Qin Feng was already extremely powerful. He used his arms to pull out the bowstring, and said plausibly,
I can pull the eagle bow like the full moon. Look northwest and shoot at the wolf.
So heroic? The man looked shocked, and the next scene was far beyond his understanding. There was obviously no arrow released from the bow, but there was a white light, like thunder, which shot straight towards the ghost owl high in the sky with lightning speed. Then there was a shrill cry, and he was killed by an arrow. The thunder in the day was already terrifying, but the ghost owl, who was helpless with all the bows and crossbows, was shot dead, and his momentum suddenly increased. All the soldiers around looked at him.
Who shot that arrow just now?
A veteran asked excitedly. Chapter 657. Are all bulls so fierce nowadays?
You can kill the ghost owl without arrows. Is this a shot without shooting?
The archer sitting on the ground widened his eyes, with a look of admiration on his face. The eyes of the others also fell on the handsome recruit, who was holding a big bow, and was not worthy of arrows. Hum! The ghost owls screamed, fluttered their wings, and flew to higher places to avoid being shot by arrows. The jet-black wings struck with the wind, and were more powerful than the wind blade. There was a veteran holding a long knife and slashing at Feiyu, and the sound of golden clanging and collision could be heard endlessly. He shouted loudly,
Find a way to close the formation, and don't let the demons rush into the formation from the outside. Those who hold swords, join me in resisting this flying feather, and that tiger cub. Work harder, and shoot all these damn things down for me. Tonight we will make guishao soup and drink it.
Nadazi is the name given to recruits, and it can also be regarded as the expectations of veterans for new recruits. It is taken from the meaning that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. As for the tiger cub, it is the veteran's recognition of the new recruit. It is the affirmation that he can trust the other party with his back safely. The battle situation was critical. Qin Feng nodded in response and drew the bowstring again. The white thunder array pattern on his glove shone with white light. The thunder sounded instantly, and several white thunders rushed into the sky. Naturally,
the arrows
were all fired, and each white thunder could kill the ghost owl. When the archers saw this, they cheered for joy. This kind of archery skills was truly amazing and unheard of. Guishao suffered heavy losses, and the soldiers no longer had to be wary of threats from high altitudes, and immediately launched a counterattack with high momentum.
The belly of the snake has been severely injured by gunpowder. Brothers, work harder and disembowel it. These adamantine pigs are invulnerable and have amazing strength. Be careful of being stabbed by their fangs. Its weak point is the lower jaw. If you have a long gun, make your eyes brighter and try to kill it with one hit. No. There's an earth-splitting elephant in the north direction.
Boom! Bang bang! The ground trembled, and everyone looked around to see a giant elephant as big as a hill,
galloping on all fours, attacking fiercely. It is recorded in
the Qianbaiyaji
that the earth-splitting elephant is as big as a mountain and has the power to lift mountains and rivers. Its ivory is like a sharp blade, indestructible, and can easily pierce iron armor. The strength of the earth-splitting elephant is based on the length of its ivory. 1 foot is the first calamity, 2 feet is the second calamity, and so on. And the ivory of the earth-splitting elephant in front of me is 5 feet long, which means that it is a monster beast with 5 levels of tribulation power. How could an ordinary soldier fight alone against such a ferocious creature? Everyone was shocked and immediately adjusted their formation to prepare for the attack. But at this critical moment, there was still a calf standing on the mountain road, dazed, not knowing what he was thinking.
Are you waiting to die? Why don't you get out of the way?
A soldier shouted. Qinan was still recalling what his elder brother had just done. And when he heard the huge movement behind him, he turned around suddenly. The earth-splitting elephant showed its fierce look, its sharp tusks glowing with a cold light. And it was only a foot away from his body. With just one more breath, you can penetrate his body. The timid recruits were so frightened that they looked away. The veterans were all jealous, even though they wanted to step forward to rescue. It was already too late. But what happened next was far beyond everyone's expectations. I saw that the calf, who was not a strong figure, did not hide or avoid it, but took the initiative to face the earth-splitting elephant. Qinan opened his arms, pressed his legs down, and directly held the tusks of the earth-splitting elephant with both hands. And the two began to wrestle with each other.
Damn it! Did I read that right?
The soldiers' eyes widened with horror on their faces. The earth-splitting elephant is so powerful that when it attacks, even the city gate can be smashed to pieces in an instant. But at this moment, there is a new recruit who is competing with him, and is not even losing. In the past, there were new recruits who were skilled in archery, and could kill several flying ghost owls in an instant. Now, the new recruits have the courage to conquer mountains and rivers, and compete with the earth-shattering elephants. Are all the bulls today so fierce? Every veteran can't help but have this thought in his heart: could it be that times have changed? Qin Feng glanced away, and saw that his limelight had been completely stolen by his second brother. How could he tolerate this? Immediately shouted,
"What are you doing standing still? Why don't you hurry up and kill the earth-shattering elephant?"
The soldiers came to their senses, and after repelling the ordinary monsters, they ran towards the earth-splitting elephant. However, the sword, gun, sword and halberd fell on the hard skin of the earth-splitting elephant, and could not cause fatal damage at all. Some veteran shouted,
"The belly of the ground-breaking elephant is the softest. We have to find a way to turn it over."
Qinan immediately responded,
"I see. Just leave it to me."
As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a loud shout. Energy surged around his body, and his muscles bulged. Then, there was a roar, and dust flew everywhere. Qinan actually turned over the earth-shattering elephant, as big as a mountain by himself. The soldiers around were horrified. Someone reacted first and hurriedly shouted,
"Don't be in a daze. Kill this beast first."
Within a moment, the earth-cracking elephant let out a painful cry and died. All the soldiers cheered. Of course, they did not relax their vigilance because of this. The demons and ghosts around them were still fighting one after another, and the fighting did not stop. The 6th-level Tribulation Tiger beast at the head of the team has been killed by Liang. The latter jumped into the forest and used the strength of General Li's 3rd-level realm to deal with these monsters and ghosts as if they were in an uninhabited land. The pressure on Wuho's soldiers was greatly reduced in an instant. But continuing to kill like this is not an option. When will these endless demons and ghosts come to an end?
Damn it! Are these beasts really unafraid of death? Normally, if they were killed like this, they would have disappeared long ago. There must be a powerful demon king or ghost king commanding them. General Lai ran into the mountains and forests. He must have seen through this.
At this moment, in front of the marching route of Wuho's army, green smoke rose from a mountain in the clouds. A strange thing happened. The monsters no longer attacked Wuho's army. Instead, they showed fear in their eyes and ran away deep into the forest. This is where the ghost trouble comes to an end. Although the soldiers of Wuho army did not understand what happened, they breathed a sigh of relief. A veteran greeted.
Brothers, start cleaning the battlefield. The flesh and blood of these monsters are a great source of nourishment for us. We will be in good luck tonight.
Qin Feng looked at the green smoke and raised his eyebrows slightly.
It seems that Dad has killed the big guy behind the ghost trouble. So these monsters will retreat. Brother, what I did just now was right. Right. I didn't use a knife to hide my strength. Just now, someone praised me as a tiger cub and said that I could become the commander-in-chief.
Qin approached and whispered.
Well, although there are some differences from what I said, the goal has been achieved, and the next step is just...
Before he finished speaking, someone pinched the backs of his and Qin An's necks again. You didn't need to look to know that it was Father Qin who had left and returned. The latter said in a deep voice.
While no one is paying attention to you now, hurry up and get back to Fontian City. If not, I will interrupt you.
Snapped. Just at this moment, someone slapped Father Qin on the back of the head, interrupting what he was about to say. The 3 of them were surprised. They turned around and saw an old soldier frowning and saying,
These 2 tiger cubs are the great contributors to this battle. Who allowed you to rely on your old age to bully them?
Father Qin was confused. He thought he had been wise all his life. But when did he get hit in the back of the head? Qin Feng and Qin An were also stunned. There was a hint of admiration in their eyes when they looked at the veteran. This veteran could never have imagined in his wildest dreams what kind of existence he slapped. Chapter 658 Shameless Father and Son.
What are you looking at? You're so old. You might as well be 2 new recruits. Get out of here and clean the battlefield.
The veteran shouted softly and kicked Qin's father in the butt. When Qin Feng and Qin An saw this, they both opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. The Northern Ghost leader, who was regarded as a legend by the world, was now being ordered around by an ordinary soldier. Who could believe it? After the veteran scolded Father Qin, he stepped forward and pinched Qin An's arm and praised him.
These muscles and bones are probably born with divine power. No wonder they can shake the earth-splitting elephant. If one reaches the 5th level of cultivation, wouldn't it be like a flying dragon ascending to the sky? Not bad.
At the same time, a group of archers also gathered around Qin Feng, admiring him and talking a lot.
You were the one who shot the ghost owl earlier. Right. You can actually draw a bow without an arrow. What kind of power is this? This is the first time I've heard of the saying that you can shoot without shooting. Brother, if you don't show it to us anymore, we can secretly learn it. I have been learning archery for more than 10 years, but I am still not as good as a new soldier. I can only say that each generation is getting better and better.
When Father Qin not far away saw the scene, how could he not understand what happened? He gritted his teeth and said,
These 2 little bastards.
After 2 sticks of incense, the soldiers cleaned up the battlefield. It can be said that they have gained a lot. Qin Feng and Qin Feng have become the idols of the new recruits, and they are surrounded by others. Father Qin followed silently at the back of the team, watching the backs of the 2 of them quietly, and after a long time, he sighed. He suddenly remembered what the Imperial Master of the Heavenly Supervisor in Dingtian Tower had said. Even though the Imperial Master could distance the 2 from this matter, he could not change their own will. As the saying goes, a son is better than his father. Father Qin understood that even if he drove the 2 back again, these 2 little bastards would still find a way to come to the southern region and avoid him. In this case, it is better to keep Qin Feng and the 2 under his nose, so that when they encounter danger, he can take care of them and prevent them from falling into a certain death situation.
That's it. Let's leave it like this.
Father Qin looked helpless, looking at the 2 people being held in high esteem by the stars, but inadvertently showed a happy smile. Unknowingly, the 2 sons grew up, and they were able to support the sky on their own shoulders. After crossing the mountains, the horses suddenly became restless.
General Lai, look!
A soldier exclaimed in shock. Everyone looked forward with horrified expressions on their faces. The body of a huge green dragon that could wind up a mountain was twisted into a twisted shape, and it could no longer die.
The strength of this green dragon may have reached the level of 7-turn calamity. Who is it that has such great ability? It was obviously crushed by divine power, and judging from the coagulation state of the blood around his body, he must have been dead not long ago. Wait a minute. The previous demons and ghosts suddenly dispersed. Could it be because of the green dragon being killed? Is there someone secretly helping us?
Lying looked at the green dragon and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He suddenly turned around and glanced at the vast team. Tens of thousands of soldiers stretched the team very long. In addition, they were climbing over the mountains at the moment. Nearly half of the team fell behind the mountains and could not be seen at all. With a slightly raised brow, Lying said,
"Perhaps some god general passed by and killed this beast. Ignore it and continue on the road, trying to get a third of the way before dark." "Okay, General Lai."
After all Wu Hou's troops crossed the mountain, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the huge corpse of Qingju. The silver-haired man looked down and murmured,
"It seems that there is a master hidden in the ranks of Wu Hou Jun. In my impression, he can twist the green dragon into this shape with his bare hands. No more than 10 fingers. The most likely one among them is the long-lost Lord Beigeshu. Well, it's interesting. It can be used to test the power of the magic medicine."
At night, the sky is full of stars. Halfway up the mountain, there are bonfires stretching across the mountain. Looking from a distance, it looks like a ring of fire. After marching for a day, Wu Hou's army set up camp on the spot, cooking the day's harvest and eating happily. After eating and drinking, all the soldiers sat around the campfire and boasted about their bravery in killing monsters and their past achievements, which made the new recruits feel yearning. Of the recent battles, the one they were most proud of and talked about most was the natural disaster battle in the western region.
"The dangers caused by ghosts today are nothing compared to what happened to our group in the western region. No, during that battle, as far as I could see, they were all corpses of demons and ghosts. They were endlessly killing and exterminating. Even my sword had its curled edge, and I still couldn't see them. And that terrifying Ghost King, what does it seem to be called, Zonin? It's far beyond the big guys we encountered before." With just one breath, green flames covered the sky. "Thinking about it now, it is really incredible that he could come back alive from that battle,"
some veterans lamented.
"It's all thanks to Master Qin and Master Guisho. If it weren't for these two people, even if we have 9 lives, we still have to give them all. Yes, Master Qin is really a wonderful person. After he came to Fontian City, he quickly became famous. He single-handedly turned the tide during the natural disaster in the western region. There is also the man with the ghost face and black robes. I didn't know until the last battle with the Ashura clan that he was the rumored Lord Beigeshu."
Hearing this, Qin Feng and the others couldn't help but pricked up their ears. Qin Feng even asked deliberately,
"So Master Qin is really as amazing as you say?"
All the veterans showed displeasure upon hearing this. Is there anyone in the army who dares to question Master Qin's reputation? After looking for reputation, he found out that he was a tiger cub who was skilled in archery. His attitude changed.
"You are new here and have never participated in the battle in the western regions. It is reasonable to understand that you don't understand. So let me have a good time with you."
Say it. Making gunpowder, improving the military skills, establishing the Taiping Academy, and allowing students from poor families to enter the court. Who could do these things before? And who would dare to think about them? This is Master Qin.
After listening to the praise from all the soldiers, Qin Feng was very impressed.
I originally thought Master Qin was just a jade tree facing the wind, with extraordinary literary talent and unparalleled talent. Unexpectedly, the real Master Qin is far more powerful than those rumored to be, which really makes me envious.
When Qin and Qin Dad heard this, they both twitched their mouths and secretly said shamelessly. Father Qin coughed dryly and said,
"Then tell me about the heroic appearance of Lord Ghost Head? His previous battle with the Ashura clan made my blood boil with excitement. I just feel that this is what a good man should do."
The veterans also hid themselves and narrated vividly the scene in the western region where Master Guisho fought against Zhang Yin. And the voices of admiration and admiration came one after another. Father Qin nodded slightly and showed a satisfied smile.
"Master Guisho is really amazing. I am afraid there are not many men in the world who can compare with him. If I could have won 10,000th of that magnanimity, I could wake up with a smile even from my dreams. Who says it's not the case?
The soldiers around responded. Qin Feng on the side saw this and immediately cast a contemptuous look. Qin turned his head away and even wanted to distance himself from these two people. He just felt that his eldest brother and his father were extremely shameless. At this time, a veteran stared at Qin Feng for a moment under the firelight, and suddenly said softly,
I thought you were quite familiar before. And now it's even more so. Why don't you raise your military cap and wipe off the stains on your face, so that I can take a closer look?
Qin Feng's expression froze, and he was stunned on the spot. Chapter 659 Whispering in Dreams. He had just boasted about himself. If his identity were revealed now, wouldn't he be killed on the spot? Qin Feng looked to his side, hoping that someone would help him change the subject. As a result, no one in my family can be trusted. Qin pulled away a little, looking like he wanted to distance himself from the relationship. Father Qin seemed to be afraid that his identity would be exposed. He leaned against a big tree and lowered the brim of his hat.
Hey, after what Lao Wang said, I seem to feel the same way. Why don't you wipe the stains off your face quickly and let us take a look?
For a moment, Qin Feng was unable to get off the tiger. But fortunately the scholar's brain was good, and he found the words in a hurry.
When you go out to fight, you will inevitably be stained, and you are too lazy to wipe it off. As for the familiarity you mentioned, isn't it normal? They must have met each other several times during the martial arts training. That's true.
Several veterans looked at each other, agreed with this statement, and stopped worrying about it. The night wind blew, the bonfire swayed, and the noisy atmosphere gradually subsided. The soldiers took turns to keep vigil, and their minds began to wander. They either looked in the direction of Fengtian City, or quietly took out the suicide note in their arms, glanced at it, and then quickly took it back. The officers and soldiers had already expected that this eastward trip would be more dangerous than bad. However, when they first arrived in the southern region, they encountered such troubles, which only showed that the danger this time was far greater than they expected. Qin Feng, who was leaning next to the boulder, saw the scene and couldn't help but recall the poems from his previous life. Lord Grimm, lying drunk on the battlefield. How many times have people fought in ancient times? Only by personal experience can we understand that the tragedy of war is far more cruel than those poems. Sighing secretly, Qin Feng merged his spiritual consciousness into the divine sea and began to merge the life stars into one place. If he can step into the third level realm before the war comes, he will definitely be able to play a greater role. So he must seize the time to practice. I don't know how much time has passed, but the night has darkened, and the stars in the sky are emitting a clear light. Those rays of light connected in a line and converged together.
And a holy white deer with colorful antlers suddenly appeared. The figure seemed to be standing on the bright moon. The white deer lowered his head and looked at the ring of fire on the mountainside, looking at Wu Jun, who was either taking a nap with his eyes closed or on alert. Finally, his eyes fell on Qin Feng, who was leaning against the boulder and practicing with his eyes closed. And his bright eyes seemed to get brighter. Above the antlers, colorful lights flowed. The breeze passed slowly, and the hazy white mist pressed towards the continuous mountains. The soldiers who were on night watch were used to seeing this scene. Their vision was blocked. They just wanted to keep up their spirits. However, their eyelids were lowered for some reason, and all the soldiers felt their heads were dizzy. The white deer's 4 hooves galloped across the night sky, but within a few moments it turned into a shadow and came to Qin Feng's side. Father Qin, who was leaning on the tree trunk, looked at Qin Feng's position with something in his mind. He saw only hazy white mist, but nothing else strange, and he couldn't help but frown. But the phantom of the white deer was entrenched close to Qin Feng, and rested its head lightly on the latter's leg, with a peaceful expression. At the same time, Qin Feng, who was practicing, was surprised to find that the speed of condensation of live stars suddenly accelerated greatly, far exceeding before.
What's going on?
Qin Feng was puzzled, but he did not waste this training opportunity. The night passed by in a hurry, and when the sun rose in the east and a touch of fish belly white appeared in the sky, all the soldiers opened their eyes as the horn sounded. Feeling refreshed,
This is the first time I've had such a peaceful sleep since I went out to fight. Who says it isn't?
At the front of the team, General Liang shouted, and military orders were passed back layer by layer. After resting for a night, Wu's army set off again, heading in the direction of King Luo's city. Russell, the white deer, stood on a huge tree trunk, looking towards the direction of Wu's army, not knowing what he was thinking. During the day, The road was smooth and smooth. Even if they encountered a few blind demons, the strongest ones were only at the 5th level of calamity power, and the soldiers easily killed them. At night, set up camp. After dinner, Qin Feng and others stood on the outermost edge of the bonfire, alert to the surroundings. It was their turn to keep vigil tonight. The second brother looked at the surrounding scenery and suddenly let out a light sigh. Qin Feng asked,
"What's wrong?"
Qinan didn't respond at first. After confirming it several times, he solemnly said,
"Master and I have been to this place before. Senior Dao Quan will take you to practice in the Southern Territory. This place is close to Huarong Road and is connected in all directions. It's not surprising that you have been here before." "That's not the case. Brother, do you still remember the 2 extraordinary beings I told you about?"
Qinan said seriously. Qin Feng was naturally deeply impressed by the colorful horned white deer and the Lord of the Swamp. After all, they were existences in a transcendent realm. He reacted with a solemn expression.
"You mean we met here?"
Qinan nodded and pointed to the nearest mountain.
"At that time, the Lord of the Swamp reached out his giant hand from the mountain and grabbed the head of the black frog into it. Brother, look at that place. The rocks are sunken downwards, which were caused by the head of the black frog."
Qin Feng and Father Qin looked around and saw an unnaturally huge pothole. There are dark marks on the surface of the potholes, which are blood marks that have long dried. Father Qin immediately released his qi machine to sense it. After a moment, he said lightly,
"There is no strong aura around here. Maybe those existences have already left this place."
When Qin Feng heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The existence of transcendence in this world is the gods. Although they did not take action against the second brother and others at the beginning, who knows what changes will happen if they meet again? In this case, it's better not to meet him. The night is like water, and the stars are shining brightly. Father Qin said,
"Just wait until you 2 rest, and I will be responsible for keeping watch."
Qinan shook his head.
"When I was training with my master in the Southern Territory,
I had already become accustomed to keeping vigil at night, and I just happened to take this opportunity to adjust my inner breath and practice. But brother, as a practicing Wensheng Taoist, why not rest for a while? Don't affect your journey tomorrow."
When saying this, Father Qin and Qinan both looked at Qin Feng, and then showed strange expressions. The latter was sitting cross-legged on the ground at some point, with his eyes closed and breathing evenly, apparently asleep.
"Brother, this efficiency is really fast."
Qin Feng originally thought of seizing the time and inducing his spiritual consciousness to merge into the divine sea for cultivation. However, the moment he closed his eyes, fatigue came over him like a surging tide. Unconsciously, he fell into a dream. The terrifying single eye appeared again, flashing past, and the murmur of
Xiantian Ichi
resounded in his ears. He saw the sky filled with Garudas. He saw the desperate-looking soldiers. He saw corpses strewn across the field and blood flowing thousands of miles away. And he could do nothing but watch all of this quietly, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. At this moment, the scene in the dream changed, and he seemed to be floating above the quiet pool. The ripples spread out and a soft voice sounded, unfamiliar but extremely reassuring.
"Go to the mountains ahead to find the Lord of the Swamp."
Chapter 660, Lord of the Swamp. Qin Feng was shocked and asked quickly,
"Who are you? Why do you want me to find the Lord of the Swamp?"
The lake water swung open again, with sparkling waves and soft sounds.
Humanity needs his help in this disaster. However, he is tired of fighting and will definitely not take the initiative to help you.
Hearing this, Qin Feng asked curiously,
"In that case, what will happen if I find him?" Beings like him cannot be persuaded by me at all. When you step into the realm of transcendence, you have to pay attention to cause and effect. If you can make him owe you a favor, he must return the favor to you.
Qin Feng's face stiffened. It was easy to say this, but there was nothing he couldn't do for a being who had reached a state of transcendence. Wouldn't it be as difficult as climbing to the sky to make him owe a favor? What surprised Qin Feng the most was that he had never heard such a soft voice in the divination where Meng Zhao appeared in the past. Is this his subconscious answer? Or is it the influence of some mysterious existence? He wanted to ask aloud, but he heard the other party say again,
"Be quick before dawn."
The voice suddenly became empty and distant, and the lake water surged towards Qin Feng. The latter only felt dizzy for a while, then opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. He looked around. It was already dark. The campfire was crackling, and everyone except the soldiers keeping watch had fallen asleep.
"Brother, are you awake? How long have I been asleep? Almost half an hour has passed since you sat down and closed your eyes.
The second brother replied.
I actually slept for so long.
Qin Feng frowned slightly. After entering the fourth level realm, his soul strength and mental power were far from what he had been before. Just like last night, even after practicing all night, he was still full of energy when marching on the second day. However, as soon as he merged his spiritual consciousness into the divine sea and prepared to practice, he felt strong sleepiness, coupled with a soft voice in the dream. He always felt that there was some powerful existence affecting his will, through the dream way to convey some information. Qin Feng pinched his eyebrows, and the voice of
"Go find the Lord of the Swamp"
seemed to still be echoing in his mind as a reminder. He looked confused and hesitated for a moment. As a being in a transcendent realm, the Lord of the Swamp is as powerful as a god. Even if his father is present, he will definitely not be his opponent. If the Lord of the Swamp kills him, wouldn't he be certain to die? But just as the mysterious voice said, if this disaster can be helped by the Lord of the Swamp, the probability of the human race overcoming the crisis will be greatly improved. Go! Still not going? Looking up at the sky. The bright moon is in the sky. The clouds are passing by. And time is passing by. Qin Feng thought of the scene he saw in his dream, and the candle dragon his father mentioned.
Isn't it true that the existence of a transcendent realm can only be dealt with by a transcendent realm? The Swamp Lord's help is essential. Thinking of this, Qin Feng gritted his teeth, and his eyes became firm. He turned to his second brother and Father Qin and said,
I'm going to the mountains ahead to find the Lord of the Swamp.
Qinan looked shocked.
Brother, what are you talking about? Even the master dare not face such existence head-on.
Father Qin is much calmer. He naturally has a deeper understanding of the magic of the Wensheng Taoist than Qinan.
What did you dream about just now?
Qin Feng nodded, and then told the contents of the dream and his thoughts.
I see.
Father Qin rubbed his chin. Thoughtfully, if the Zhulong that Feng had dreamed about would really come to the world, then only those who are in the same realm of transcendence can compete with it. The only known realms of transcendence in the human race are Tianjin Imperial Master and Jinxiu. But these two people cannot leave the 1,000-mile radius of Fengtian City. Even if Tianjin Guisher can use one qi to transform the three pure beings and send clones to assist in the battle, how much combat power can one clone exert?
How sure are you?
Father Qin asked. Qin Feng shook his head.
We can only take one step at a time.
While the rest of the vigilantes were not paying attention, the father and son stepped into the mountain together. It was pitch black all around, as if even the moonlight was blocked out. Qinan sensed that the surroundings were extremely quiet, without any strong fluctuations.
Maybe as Dad said before, the Lord of the Swamp has already left here.
Father Qin noticed something strange and said seriously,
No. How can such a big mountain forest be so quiet? It's late at night, and the demons and ghosts have disappeared. It's normal.
Qinan didn't take it seriously. Qin Feng said solemnly,
It would be fine if there were no movement of demons and ghosts. Since we stepped into this place, there has not even been a sound of insects or birds singing.
Qinan came to his senses and listened carefully. It was exactly what his elder brother said.
Usually when this happens, it's mostly because a powerful being exudes aura, so that no living thing dares to step into this realm. Moreover, although the trees here are tall, they cannot block out the sky and the sun. Why is there not a ray of moonlight shining through? It looked like there was some huge existence blocking the mountains.
Qin Feng looked up and saw only darkness, unable to see the night sky. This huge black shadow covering the sky is unknown. At this time, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked,
Second brother, I remember you said before that the Lord of the Swamp jumped into the void and then disappeared? Yes, brother.
Qin Feng and Father Qin looked at each other and said in a deep voice,
Maybe the Lord of the Swamp has never left here. He is just in the void, so we can't spy on his traces at all. If this is really the case, how can we find him?
Qinan asked aloud. Qin Feng sighed when he heard this.
I don't know either.
At this moment, the clouds broke through the sky and turned white. Qin Feng's whole body suddenly lit up with a holy white light.
Brother, your body,
Qinan said in surprise. Qin Feng looked at his own dazzling white light and felt a little overwhelmed. As the white light lit up, the entire mountain also underwent strange changes. The void was like a lake, with ripples. The layers of darkness were washed away by white light, and the field of vision instantly became wider. Qin Feng and the others saw that not far in front of them, a huge mountain peak appeared at some point, towering into the clouds and blocking out the sky and the sun. The surface of the mountain seemed to be covered in mud, dark and turbid. Boom! The ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled, and the huge mountain peak in front of him also began to shake. Father Qin sensed something and looked shocked. He hurriedly protected Qin Feng and the others behind him, and looked at the huge mountain in front of him on full alert. A drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Even though Father Qin had peak second-level strength, he was in instinctive awe when faced with such a terrifying existence. At the top of the mountain, a pair of giant eyes opened, and the pressure came like the sky falling. Not to mention Qin Feng and Qin Feng's legs were bent due to the pressure. Even Qin's father couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Only by using the most powerful means could he barely resist the pressure.
Who dares to disturb my sleep?
A majestic voice, like a bell, resounded directly in the minds of the three of them. The body and soul tremble. Chapter 661, Pulling the Curse. This is the Lord of the Swamp. This is the realm of transcendence. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. There is such a powerful existence hidden in the world. The giant eyes glanced at the three of them, and finally locked their gaze on Qin Feng. To be more precise, they locked on the holy white light emanating from his body. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded.
No wonder the untouched extraordinary ants can break my void barrier. It turns out it is the white deer again, doing some meaningless things.
As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng looked shocked.
The white light on my body was given by the white deer with colorful antlers. Could the soft voice in the dream also come from the white deer? But why did he want to help the human race? And when did he come into contact with me?
Qin Feng thought about what happened during practice last night. Could it be that all the changes happened at that time? Before he could think about it, the ground trembled again, and a bell-like voice sounded.
How dare the ants disturb the gods Qingming? You will have to pay the price for it. I will die to apologize.
As soon as the words fell, the space around the three of them became as thick as a quagmire. As if in the next second, their bodies would be crushed by the pressure of this space. Qin Feng regretted that the existence that could step into the realm of transcendence was really not that easy to contact. It was too reckless to come here to look for him. And this big guy is obviously angry when he wakes up. But he just wants to kill when he is woken up. Father Qin's energy was flowing all over his body, and he wanted to use Jingshan to take Qin Feng and the two away. But he was surprised to find that the energy in his body was out of control at all. This mountain range has long been in the realm of the Lord of the Swamp, and everything in it is controlled by him. This is the power of domination in the realm of transcendence. The murderous intention was approaching, but the three of them had nothing to do. At this critical moment, the white light around Qin Feng suddenly became more dazzling. In the night sky, a wisp of moonlight cut through the black curtain like a sharp blade, blocking the three people. The void that was as sticky as a swamp was blocked from the bright halo. Unable to move any further.
Damn white deer!
The Swamp Lord roared. At the same time, the soft voice in Qin Feng's mind sounded again.
Thousands of years ago, the gods and demons came to the world and infected him with a curse that did not belong to the three realms. The Lord of the Swamp could not remove the curse by himself, so he chose to sleep, slow down the passage of the breath of life. If you can help him remove the curse, he owes you a great favor, and in a cycle of cause and effect, he must repay this favor.
No wonder he was so angry when he woke up. It turned out that there was a reason why he fell into a deep sleep. Qin Feng's face froze, and he asked in the Sea of Gods.
But even he himself can't remove the curse. How can I do it with my little strength? This is indeed not easy. But you have a chance. Because you are not an ordinary person. You have innate energy in your eyes, and an amazing amount of Hongmang immortal qi in your body. And these are all necessary conditions for removing the curse. I can use the power of the moonlight to help you suppress the curse in his body. But I can't do it for too long. So you must be fast.
Qin Feng was slightly startled when he heard this. He now understood why in the previous dream the other party said that he must do it before dawn. After all, where can you see the moonlight during the day?
Remember, if you successfully remove the curse, you must not accept any reward from the Lord of the Swamp. You let him owe you a favor so that he can help the human race at a critical moment in the future.
The sounds in the divine sea slowly dissipated, and a ray of moonlight sank into Qin Feng's palm. He understood that this was the so-called power of moonlight. With the blessing of the white deer, even though the Lord of the Swamp was still able to kill Qin Feng and the other three, it would still take a lot of effort. To him, the lives of the three ants were of no consequence. Continuing to sleep and suppress the curse in the body was the top priority.
I will give you 10 breaths to retreat from my sleeping place, or you will stay here forever,
he said with his huge eyes looking at the three of them indifferently. After the words fell, the viscous void like a swamp returned to normal, and Father Qin also regained control of his own strength. He looked at the huge mountain in front of him with a solemn expression. This was the first time in his life that he had dealt with the realm of transcendence. The absolute gap in strength was so despairing that it seemed like there was a world between them. For these beings, all those who are extraordinary are just ants. It's not a good place to stay here for a long time. Father Qin took a deep breath and planned to leave quickly with Qin Feng. But at this moment, Qin Feng behind him suddenly took a step forward and said,
Maybe I can help you remove the curse from your body.
As soon as these words came out, pressure instantly enveloped the three of them.
A mere ant dares to speak nonsense.
The Swamp Lord seemed to be really angry, with a murderous intent in his tone. The breathing of Qin Feng and the three of them stopped at this moment, and their hearts seemed to be strangled by giant hands and stopped beating. It seems that what the white deer said is true. Otherwise this guy would not suddenly become angry. After all, a powerful person must hate his own weakness being exposed in front of a weak existence. Qin Feng thought like this and said with difficulty,
The white deer told me the treatment method. You might as well let me try it. Even if it fails, it will not cause any loss to you.
While speaking, Qin Feng summoned the Hongmeng immortal Qi from the Divine Sea and manifested it on his palms. He must seize this opportunity to obtain the powerful combat power of the Swamp Lord for the human race. The moment the Lord of the Swamp saw the colorful fairy energy, his eyes showed a look of contemplation. And then, he slowly calmed down his pressure, apparently moved by Qin Feng's words.
I only give you 1 stick of incense.
A voice like a bell rang in his mind. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this.
Fenger, brother.
The two people beside him looked concerned.
It doesn't matter.
Qin Feng shook his head and slowly walked towards the mountain in front of him. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the turbid black liquid on the surface of the mountain was bubbling like a viscous swamp, and it also gave off an unpleasant smell. This guy is called the Lord of the Swamp by White Deer. Is this the reason? How long has it been since he took a shower? After shaking his head to get rid of the absurd thoughts, Qin Feng looked serious. If he wanted to remove the curse, he must determine the location of the curse. Thinking of this, he opened his eyes and looked at the other party. Strong white light came into his eyes, as if he were looking directly at the sun, and the stinging sensation seemed to blind his eyes. But at this moment, the innate energy deep in his pupils suddenly began to flow, and the dazzling white light dimmed instantly, and Qin Feng was able to get a glimpse of the Swamp Lord's physical condition. In the light blue shadow like water, a black shadow like a snake looked so abrupt.
Is that a curse?
Qin Feng frowned.
Brother, your eyes.
Qin suddenly said anxiously.
Huh?
Qin Feng also noticed something strange when he heard this. There seemed to be tears falling on both sides of his cheeks. I wiped it with the back of my hand and took a closer look. Where were the tears? They were clearly blood. Damn it! Even though he could see the extraordinary with his innate power, the damage to himself was too great, and he had to fight quickly. Qin Feng did not dare to delay, and pressed his palm on the body of the Swamp Lord. When you get a slimy piece, it feels just like that. Qin Feng mobilized the Hongmeng immortal Qi in his body and merged it into the black shadow. After a while, the sound of melting was heard.
It works!
Qin Feng looked happy. However, a change occurred at this moment. The black shadow was invaded by Hongmeng's immortal energy, and it actually seemed like a living creature, rushing towards him from the body of the Lord of the Swamp. The unparalleled murderous intention made Qin Feng's scalp numb. You don't need to think about what will happen if a curse that can rot corpses is contaminated with a human body. It will definitely lead to death and no life. At this critical moment, the power of the moonlight left by Bai Lu in his body began to exert its power, like a chain, tightly entangling the black shadow. Qin Feng could even hear the sharp neighing sound coming from the black shadow. Click! Click! The chain transformed by the power of the moonlight continued to show cracks under the struggle of the black shadow. As Bai Lu said before, even though he could help suppress the curse, it couldn't last for long.
Be fast!
Qin Feng gritted his teeth and frantically mobilized the Hongmeng immortal Qi in his body to roll towards the black shadow. Wrapped in the Hongmeng immortal Qi, the black shadow continued to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye, until finally it turned into nothingness. At the same time, the Lord of the Swamp couldn't help but let out a joyful cry. And the swamp around him also changed at this moment. Chapter 662 The Swamp Lord's Promise. The turbid mire flowed like a waterfall, sliding down the body of the Swamp Lord. When Qin Feng saw this, he was startled and hurriedly rushed to the rear. He did not want to be soaked in the smelly sludge. Suddenly a light blue light appeared from under the mud, and then became more and more dense, like clear flowing water. exuding a clear brilliance. Qin Feng suddenly understood something. The turbid mud on the Lord of the Swamp was not his original appearance. Just like the spirited away I saw in my previous life. This Swamp Lord may be like the river god. He was infected by the curse, and became unrecognizable. But now that the curse has been removed by him, the Lord of the Swamp can naturally regain his true appearance.
Could it be that his true form is also a dragon?
Qin Feng looked forward with some expectation. Eyes unblinking. This sense of anticipation is like waiting for an ugly duckling to turn into a swan, a car to turn into a Gundam, and a cat to turn into a girl. But when all the mud slid away, and the true form of the Lord of the Swamp was completely revealed in front of the three of them, Qin Feng couldn't help but his expression froze. And deep disappointment emerged in his heart. Isn't this what he's mailing, just an oversized toad? At most, it's just a set of limited edition skins.
Brother.
Qin on the side opened his mouth, as if he wanted to vomit. Qin Feng immediately stopped him in a low voice.
Don't talk nonsense.
I know what you want to say. Even if he is a toad, he is still a toad that can destroy heaven and earth. How can you criticize him randomly? After a long time, the Swamp Lord looked at his clean body with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He lowered his head to look at Qin Feng and said calmly,
I didn't expect that you, an ant, could really remove the curse from my body. What do you want in return? But it doesn't matter. I don't like to owe favors to ants.
When Qin Feng came, he took a deep breath. Things turned out exactly as Bai Lu said. He said immediately without thinking,
I beg you to help the human race in this disaster.
The words fell, and there was silence. Toad did not agree, and showed a complicated expression. Beings who have stepped into the realm of transcendence, even if they are not cultivators of the Wensheng Taoism, can still feel some ethereal destiny. The cause and effect involved in this disaster was huge. He didn't want to wade into this muddy water. Nor did he want to be part of that damn white deer's plan. But the current kindness has to be repaid. The Lord of the Swamp narrowed his eyes, and changed the subject.
The two people beside you have strong chi and blood. They should be practicing the divine martial arts. Now that the three realms are closed, they cannot sense the ancient divine breath. I can give them this thing, to help them practice further in return. What do you think?
While speaking, a golden air mass appeared around the Swamp Lord, which turned out to be an astonishing amount of ancient divine energy. And if these ancient divine breaths were pulled through the Xiaotian stone, it would take years and months to accumulate them. Qin Feng glanced at his father beside him, looking hesitant.
If such a large amount of ancient divine energy can help Dad enter the realm of transcendence, it will also be an unparalleled combat power for the human race. And compared to this toad, Dad is naturally more trustworthy.
Just when Qin Feng was thinking this, he heard a message from his father.
To step into the realm of transcendence from the second level,
it depends more on luck and understanding of the laws of heaven and earth than on resources. I know what you are thinking. Even if I can absorb these ancient divine breaths, it will be difficult for me to enter the realm of transcendence. In this case, it is safest to strive for the combat power of this clan. Ahem. This Swamp Lord.
Dad, do you want to say toad? Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Then he raised his head and replied,
Thank you for your kindness, but no need. I still hope that you can help the human race.
The Lord of the Swamp pondered for a moment, and then spoke again.
For you ants, understanding the Tao is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Although I cannot help you directly understand Taoism, I can give you guidance.
After the words fell, a 1-foot square swamp appeared in front of Qin Feng and the others, glowing with the clear light of running water. Although they didn't know what it was, they all felt a strange fluctuation.
I sensed something carrying the void in your body, and I thought that this swamp of void Taoism evolution could be useful to you. What do you think about using this thing to offset favors?
Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered.
He should be talking about the Chiman Bodhwa Jade on my body. As for the void Taoism, if you can understand it, it is indeed a rare opportunity.
But in the end, Qin Feng refused. It wasn't that he wasn't moved, but that the other party kept changing the subject again and again, wanting to use something else in return. Which made Qin Feng feel a little unusual. This toad might know about the disaster in the Southern Territory. It's scary. So I don't want to wade into this muddy water. I want to get out of it. And what kind of existence would it be that even the transcendent realm is afraid of? Is it the drum? Or the candle dragon? Or both? No matter what, the Swamp Lord's help is essential. After being rejected again and again, Toad's face darkened, as if it were a sky filled with dark clouds before a heavy rain. Feeling the gaze cast by the huge eyes, Qin Feng's heart trembled. But for the sake of the human race, he still stood up straight and said firmly,
Please, Lord of the Swamp, Help the human race.
Qin Feng looked at the Lord of the Swamp, and the pressure was coming towards him like a tide. But he did not retreat even half a step.
Damn white deer.
The Swamp Lord roared angrily, shaking the ground. After a long time, he calmed down the anger in his heart, then raised his huge palm and dropped something. Qin Feng hurriedly reached out to pick it up and took a closer look. It looked like a thin layer of frozen ice crystals. The hand feels like placing your hand in the flowing stream. It is cool and comfortable, and it also reflects a light blue luster, which makes it extraordinary at first glance. It's a baby. Identification completed. The Lord of the Swamp said,
This is my true interpretation of life. The skin that sheds when the second level steps into the realm of transcendence.
The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he quickly put the true meaning of his life into the Sumer ring. He wanted to wipe his hands, but he did not dare to make a mistake in front of the rightful owner, so as not to offend the other party. Just listen to the other party say again.
You put the energy into it, and I can feel it no matter where I am. With this thing, I can take action for you once. Remember? Only once.
After saying this, the surrounding void began to swirl like water. The Lord of the Swamp jumped into it and disappeared. When Qin Feng and the other three saw this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure brought by the realm of transcendence was far beyond imagination. Father Qin said in a deep voice,
Judging from his reaction, this disaster in the Southern Territory is no small matter. If there were only the Garuda clan and those secret enemies, it would be impossible for them to be so evasive even to the existence of the transcendent realm. That dream of yours may really happen.
Qin Feng let out a breath and said,
But no matter what, at least we have his promise now, and can let him take action once. Moreover, the mysterious white deer that the second brother saw earlier seems to be on the side of our human race.
Qin nodded slightly, then turned his head and looked to one side. He saw Qin Feng's right hand rubbing against his clothes. He couldn't help but curiously ask,
Brother, what are you doing with your right hand?
Qin Feng coughed dryly.
I saw your clothes were dirty, so I wanted to help you pat them clean. They look much better now.
Chapter 663 Forging Weapons. When Qin Feng and the others returned to Wu Ho's army, it was already dawn, and many soldiers woke up. Some veterans immediately scolded the three of them when they saw that they were responsible for keeping vigil but left their posts without permission. Of course, the main target of the criticism was the inactive Father Qin. After all, Qin Feng and Qin are rising stars in the army. They are tiger cubs with a bright future, so they naturally need special care. Continuing towards Luoyang City, Qin Feng said with a solemn expression on the way,
Dad, how strong is the existence of the transcendent realm? I saw that when you faced that toad last night. You seemed to have no strength left to resist.
It is a well-known fact that there are gaps between every major realm. But even if there is a gap, there is still no room to fight back, let alone a peak warrior like my father, who is in the second level. But when the toad had murderous intent on the three of them last night, Father Qin stood still and did not move. If it were not for the protection of the white deer's white light, the three of them might really be in trouble. Father Qin said in a deep voice,
When you step into the realm of transcendence, you are like a god in this world. But below the transcendence you are all mortals. How can mortals fight against gods? Therefore, since ancient times, there has been a saying that has been passed down from generation to generation. Only the extraordinary can cope with the extraordinary. It's just that extraordinary existences are too rare, so only a few people know this sentence. In this case, if more realms of transcendence appear in the world, and the god suppressing Siyu and the heavenly supervisor are unable to leave Fengtian City at will, wouldn't the human race be in danger?
Qin Feng took a breath of cold air.
You don't have to worry so much. Throughout the ages, there have been only a handful of transcendent realms recorded in the history books of Dakian. Moreover, in the realm of transcendence, one cannot exert all his strength arbitrarily in this world. Otherwise he will surely be counterattacked by the laws of this world. In fact, I didn't have no chance to take action last night. Although I was not the opponent's opponent, I was still somewhat sure that I would not be able to entangle you for a moment or lead you to escape. However, we mistakenly entered his realm, and our chi was pulled and disrupted by his realm. So we became fish on the chopping board and were slaughtered by him. If he had taken precautions in advance, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed.
Dad Qin said truthfully. When Qin Feng heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief.
In other words, if there are more top second level masters from the human race, there is still a chance to kill the transcendent realm?
Father Qin shook his head and solemnly explained.
Only the extraordinary can deal with the extraordinary. The true meaning of the extraordinary is only the extraordinary can kill the extraordinary. To become an extraordinary person, you must have understood your own Tao. All flesh, blood, soul, and soul are protected by the Tao. Even if a powerful second-grade person can bring together the masters of each family to seriously injure him, he cannot destroy his Tao and cut off his vitality. Therefore, for the existence below the extraordinary, trying to kill the extraordinary is tantamount to wishful thinking. In fact, immortality is also the most feared characteristic of the realm of transcendence. Even if they are equal, even if one party is far stronger than the other, if the weaker party wants to escape, it will be difficult for the other party to keep it, because their vitality is endless and their protection is endless. And for them, it is no problem to shatter the void and escape thousands of miles in an instant.
Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. For some reasons, the god-suppressing Siyu and the Tianjian Imperial Master were unable to leave Fengtian City for thousands of miles, and the realm of transcendence could break the void and escape far away. No wonder Gu invaded Fengtian City back then. And even though he was seriously injured by Jinshin Siyu, he still survived, unless there is certainty of death.
Such beings will have endless troubles. Qin on the side looked ugly and said,
How difficult is it to step into the realm of transcendence? Is it possible that under the second level, there is no way to deal with such existences?
Father Qin pondered for a moment before speaking again.
It's not completely impossible.
Qin Feng and Qin both looked at him, waiting for the next step.
If you can use the body of the transcendent realm that has perfected the Tao to forge a treasure, you can use that treasure to shatter the Tao and destroy the soul and body of the extraordinary being. However, this is difficult to achieve. After all, how can it be so easy to obtain the parts of the transcendence realm? Taking a step back, even if it can be obtained, who in the world has the ability to forge it into a treasure? Isn't it the same with the founder of Shingonfang? He can forge 12 supreme weapons.
Qin Feng asked curiously. Father Qin sighed.
How hard is the body in the realm of transcendence? The body is protected by Taoism. It is not something ordinary people can do to dismember it, let alone forge it.
Fengtian City. Above Haoying Courtyard. Suddenly a thunderbolt fell from the blue sky. Within a moment, Song Zong's figure appeared on the top of the Dingtian Tower.
Have you brought anything?
Tianjian Imperial Master turned around and spoke calmly.
Of course I brought it,
Song Zong replied, and then waved his right hand gently, causing the void to shake. As the dazzling green light lit up, a huge dragon horn appeared, with vicissitudes of texture on its surface and a golden halo flowing. This is the complete dragon horn left by the ancestor of Songlong lineage.
This thing has been enshrined in Tianqi by our clan. If it weren't for this crisis, it would never be possible to take it out. I know.
Tianjian Imperial Master gently stroked the dragon's horn with his right hand. A white light lit up, and the dragon's horn disappeared out of thin air.
Is there really a transcendent realm behind this disaster in the Southern Territory?
Song Zong asked with a frown. When they learned the news, the Dragon Clan was extremely shocked. If not, they wouldn't be able to contribute the dragon horns. When the Tianjian Imperial Master heard this, he didn't say anything more and just nodded. Song Zong looked solemn.
No wonder you need this dragon horn to forge a treasure that can kill extraordinary people. But this thing is extremely hard and has the blessing of Tao. Which craftsman can refine and forge it? Even Yuan Jai of Shingonfang, despite his superb skills, is still unable to do anything. It is really not easy to beat this dragon horn. So I have sent my disciples to borrow something in advance. Calculating the time, it should be here today.
What? Song Zong asked curiously.
The Coffin Tomb family's soul-breaking hammer.
It's past noon, but the Shenggongfeng is still in full swing. These Scroll Kings are full of energy all the time. On the top floor of the forging loft, the patriarch sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the white paper covering the ground. Lost in thought, there is an extremely complex design on it, and the wisdom of the craftsman is integrated into every part. And this is also the mobile city that the patriarch has been studying. Suddenly, Gong Liang came here with a person and said respectfully,
Old man, Su Lixian, the third disciple of the Tianjian Imperial Master, would like to see you.
The old man didn't even raise his head and asked directly,
What's the matter? You should be aware of the news about the reappearance of the Garuda clan in the southern region. The disaster this time is far beyond imagination. So the teacher hopes that you can help forge something.
After the words fell, a burst of white light lit up, and huge dragon horns appeared.
This is this?
Gong Liang was so shocked that he couldn't speak, just from the pressure on the dragon's horns. He knew it was not a mortal thing. Yuan Shai also sensed the fluctuation. raised his head and frowned.
This disaster in the Southern Territory has reached the point where it is necessary to use this thing?
Su Lishian nodded. Yuan Jai was silent for a moment and stood up.
I know. But Tianjin Imperial Master should know that dealing with this object is not an easy task. Even if I can use it to make a treasure, it will not be completed overnight. But we don't have that much time.
Right? Teacher. Of course. Knows that. So he asked me to borrow this thing to help you.
While speaking, Su Lishian took out an ordinary-looking hammer. As soon as he took it into his hand, his body suddenly sank, and his entire face turned the color of pig liver. Without the teacher's energy protection, the hammer was so heavy, Su Lishian looked ugly.
Senior, take the hammer away quickly. I can't hold it anymore.
Yuan Jai raised his eyebrows slightly, stretched out his strong right arm, firmly grasped the hammer in his hand, looked it up and down and said,
It's actually the soul-breaking hammer from the Coffin Tomb family. It's a good thing.
Chapter 664 Arriving at Luowan City. In the quiet valley, the light is dim. At a glance, there are stone tablets all over the ground. Even on the top of the cliff, you can see many stone tablets. Many figures in black robes and carrying huge coffins sat cross-legged in front of the stone tablet. They seem to be meditating on something. And this is also the cultivation method of the Coffin Tomb clan, which uses the residual yin qi of the demons and ghosts that have been suppressed to cultivate themselves, which is similar to the Taoism of 100 ghosts. In the huge ancestral hall, an old man guarded a huge coffin, surrounded by several people. One of them asked respectfully,
Ancestor, the soul-breaking hammer is the most precious treasure of our clan. Is there anything wrong with lending it out like this?
Everyone knows that the Tomb family travels around the world and puts the remnant souls of high-quality demon corpses into soul-suppressing coffins to prevent those existences from having their natal supernatural powers, after death, from poisoning the world. However, some beings are so powerful that their bodies are incorruptible and immortal, and their souls can live forever apart from their bodies. They cannot be suppressed by the soul-suppressing coffin alone. At that time, it is necessary to sacrifice the soul-breaking hammer to dismember the physical bodies of those existences and separate their souls before they can be stored in the soul-suppressing coffin for smelting. Because of this, the soul-shattering hammer will not be loaned out, and has always been enshrined in the ancestral temple by the Tomb family. The old man replied,
Don't worry. I have my own sense of discretion.
When everyone in the ancestral hall heard this, they looked at each other, and the leading man said,
Since the ancestor has said so, we won't ask any more questions. The Garuda clan of the Southern Territory appears again, and the yin qi is also disordered. Powerful demons and ghosts will inevitably emerge one after another. Do you need me to go to the Southern Territory, collect the corpses of those monsters and ghosts, and bring them back to the valley?
Asked one person. Hearing this, the old man looked up at the giant coffin in front of him and sighed.
I do want you to go to the Southern Territory, but not to collect the remaining souls of the corpse.
As he spoke, the old man stood up, came to the giant coffin, and clasped his hands together. A green light suddenly appeared on the surface of the giant coffin. Within a moment, the green light turned into several chains and appeared in front of everyone. This is the ancient Hunyuan treasure Tianyan chain.
Ancestor, what are you doing? Take this thing with you. Go to the Southern Territory and hide outside Junling Pass. Someone will tell you what to do later.
The giant coffin and the sky cloud chain were both left behind when the gods and demons came to the world, and were passed down from generation to generation by the Tomb family. According to legend, the sky cloud chain can restrain and suppress even gods and demons, and it is a supreme treasure. And this time, the ancestor asked them to take the Tianyan chain to the Southern Territory. Doesn't it mean that an unimaginable big guy will show up in this disaster in the Southern Territory? Recalling the soul-breaking hammer that the ancestor lent not long ago, everyone looked solemnly and said,
I understand.
After marching for 3 days, Luo's army finally arrived at King Luo City. As the largest celestial city in the Southern Territory, there must be a lot of people on weekdays. However, today there are only a few people coming and going. Although Fengtian City and King Luo tried their best to suppress the news that 2 heavenly cities in the southern region were destroyed and the Garuda clan reappeared.
Paper could not contain the fire after all. The people were so frightened that they rarely left their homes, let alone the city. As for the people who make a living by hunting and doing business, they have already given up their livelihood and just want to stay in the city and be protected. After all, where in the world can anything be more important than life? Qin Feng and the other 3 followed Wuo's army into the city. and a tense and murderous atmosphere hit them. There are many soldiers patrolling the streets, and King Luo's troops can be seen everywhere, all ready to go out in battle. Under the leadership of the soldiers of King Luo's army, Liang led Luo's army to the martial arts field to meet King Luo. Qin Feng and the three of them exchanged glances with each other, and while the others were not paying attention, they kept moving towards the military podium, eavesdropping on the conversation of the important people on the podium. Qinan had a simple temper, and it seemed that he had no experience in this area. He stood on tiptoes and raised his ears, fearing that others would not see that he was eavesdropping. Fortunately, Qin Feng reminded him in time and did not attract the attention of others. At first glance, Father Qin was an expert in eavesdropping. He transmitted messages to the two of them and taught them the experience of eavesdropping, what to hold your head up and chest out, and what to look forward. Qin Feng's face froze when he saw his serious look. He suddenly thought of the scene in Jinyang City where his father and his second mother were hiding behind the corner of the corridor and peeking at him and his wife. He must be capable of eavesdropping, which was what I practiced at that time. On the military command platform, the middle-aged man wearing a military uniform with a serious face was King Luo of the Southern Territory. He looked at Liang and said in a deep voice,
"Just last night, another heavenly city was invaded. Just like the previous two. The dragon-suppressing tower was destroyed. The dragon-suppressing monument disappeared. And the dragon veins and spirits were taken away."
Qin Feng and others' expressions darkened when they heard this. How many days have passed? Liang frowned and asked,
"Are you not prepared at all? How could we be unprepared?" In addition to King Luo's army being dispatched to 4 places, Sima Yinshou also dispatched everyone from the Southern Territory Demon Slayer Division. In fact, there was Sima Kong, the Spear Immortal, sitting in the Celestial City last night. But the enemy still succeeded. In addition to the Garuda clan, the opponent also has many mysterious masters. One of them is good at the art of bow and arrow, and has reached the pinnacle. He may have reached the legendary 5th level of the weapon path. Now that Gong Dudu has appeared, that guy must be there too. It should be him, using some kind of space magic to make it difficult for people to guard against. Damn it. What annoys me the most in my life is these things. Since I can't pinpoint the enemy's position, why not attack Lingshan directly and kill the Garuda tribe's birdmen in one fell swoop? Anyway, I've been wanting to kill those birdmen for a long time, but I've always been worried that I wouldn't have a chance. General Lai, don't be reckless. The two chatted for a long time, and King Luo said to a young man beside him,
Wuo's army must be exhausted after traveling a long distance to get here. There will be a big war in the coming days. Today you take them to rest in the city and recharge their batteries."
The words fell, but no one responded. King Luo turned his head and looked around, only to see his child looking at a certain direction below the stage with concentration.
What are you looking at?"
Luo Yu looked away and replied with a smile.
It is said that Wuo's army is unparalleled in bravery. When I saw it today, it was indeed well deserved. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Don't worry, Father. The arrangements for Wuo's army will be left to his son. That's good.
Chapter 665 Luo Yu and the Silver-Haired Man. In the luxurious room, Luo Yu sat at the table, shaking the teacup gently in his hand. After a while, the book boy Xiaobai stepped into the house and closed the door.
"Sir, have everyone in Wuo's army settled down?"
Xiaobai asked crisply.
"There's no one else here, so there's no need to talk to me like this. But every time he appears, he wears a mask, and I am helpless."
Sun Qi shrugged, expressing his helplessness.
"You don't have to worry. I've already guessed his identity." "Oh, who is it?"
Sun Qi had a fox-like smile on his face, obviously very interested.
Qin Jianan of the Qin family. This time, father and son are here, and I arranged them in the same restaurant.
Luo Yu replied lightly. Sun Qi was slightly startled. Didn't these words mean that Qin Feng was also here? His narrowed eyes opened slightly, and his eyes seemed to be smiling but not smiling.
I see.
In Fotian City, the taste of Qin Feng's blood containing Hongming's immortal energy still makes him linger. You must know that Hongming immortal qi is the key to improving the cultivation of the immortal Tao.
Then I have a plan. Firstly, I can test the characteristics and power of the magical medicine. Secondly, I can divert everyone's attention away from Luoyang City. Thirdly, I can also greatly weaken the combat power of Wuo's army.
Luo Yu turned his head and looked away.
Would you like to hear it?
On the other side, in the restaurant, a veteran said loudly.
Although Luoyang City is safe, it is not foolproof. After all, 2 heavenly cities in the southern region have been destroyed. Just in case. Except for the soldiers who need to go out on patrol. Those who rest in the city must share a room with at least 2 people, so that they can take care of each other.
All the soldiers responded in unison. After the rooms were almost allocated, Qin Feng and the other 3 came to the veteran and said a few words.
You 3 want to live in the same room?
The veteran looked a little strange. If you remember correctly, the 3 of them left their posts without permission during the night. And they also went to relieve themselves together. They have to go to the hut together and stay together in the restaurant. Which makes people wonder if there is some ulterior relationship. The veteran's gaze lingered on Qin for a while longer. Even though his face was obscured by the mud, he could still see that this man looked very delicate. Could it be that these people still have that hobby? Thinking of this, the veteran couldn't help but shudder. Qin Feng explained.
The 3 of us have known each other since we were in Fengtian City. We already know each other well. So we thought that by staying together, we can take care of each other.
The knowledgeable veteran's face froze. He distanced himself a bit and said,
You can decide for yourself. But I have to remind you that in order to maintain your physical strength and avoid dying on the battlefield, you'd better pay more attention.
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding the meaning of this sentence. Could it mean that while keeping vigil at night, don't forget to rest?
Senior, don't worry. We will take turns to rest.
The veteran in turn trembled, and after a few words of admonishment, he left as if fleeing.
Brother, why do I feel like he looks at us strangely?
Qin asked curiously.
It's a little strange. Did you recognize our identities?
When the 3 of them arrived in the room, Qin Feng began to sort out the information he already knew. He spread the map of the southern territory on the table, and then circled the 3 destroyed celestial cities. After comparing each other for a long time, Qin Feng sighed and said,
Could it be that those people randomly selected Tianqing just to obtain dragon veins and dragon spirits? I can't find any similarities between these celestial cities.
Father Qin seemed to have thought of something and frowned.
Maybe their purpose is not to obtain the dragon veins and dragon spirits, but to destroy the dragon veins in the southern region. Dad, what do you mean by this?
Qin Feng raised his head.
Do you know why Fengtian City and Tianjin Imperial Master want to establish Huarong Dao in the southern territory? Isn't it to connect the various places in the celestial city?
Qin replied immediately. Father Qin shook his head.
Connecting various celestial cities is just an external statement. The real purpose of the Tianjin Imperial Master is to use the dragon veins and dragon spirits of various celestial cities to suppress the extraordinary Yin Qi in the southern region.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The reason for the establishment of Huarong Dao was indeed the same as what he had guessed at the beginning.
So what you mean is that they destroyed the dragon veins to release the Yin Qi in the southern territory?
Yes, but their ultimate purpose of doing this is unknown. Perhaps it was to resurrect their Garuda King. Or perhaps it was to allow the drum to absorb a large amount of Yin energy to repair the injuries caused by the heavy damage caused by the god-suppressing Siyu. But no matter which one it is not good news for us.
Chapter 666. Riding the tiger away from the mountain. Qin Feng's face was solemn. King Garuda's strength was astonishing, and he was in a transcendent state like a god. Now the Garuda clan is leaderless. If King Garuda fully recovers, the Garuda clan will be even more difficult to deal with. As for the drum side, needless to say, in the realm of transcendence, after invading Fengtian City and being seriously injured by Jinshin Siyu, he still managed to escape. It is scary to think about such strength returning to its peak state.
However, Dad, I have always been curious about one thing. Why is there so much more Yin Qi in the southern region compared to the other 3 regions?
After hearing this, Father Qin pondered for a moment and then replied,
I don't know the specific reason, but since ancient times, the southern territory has been overflowing with Yin Qi. Ghost troubles are frequent, and the demons and ghosts are amazingly powerful. Some people have speculated that perhaps it was because of the advent of gods and demons in ancient times that a large number of gods and demons died in the southern territory, thus changing the environment of the southern territory. Or maybe the southern territory itself is a strange place, and the yin and yang are out of balance. So that's why it's like this.
Qin Feng nodded and did not continue to struggle with this issue. Qin on the side took advantage of his free time and began to seek guidance from his father in practice. Although the latter could not help him in the way of the sword, he could still give him a lot of guidance in the control of energy. Qin Feng did not waste time. After integrating his spiritual consciousness into the divine sea, he began to condense the destiny stars into one place. After this period of unremitting efforts, the number of destiny stars in the divine sea is now only about a quarter compared to the beginning. The condensed life star's platinum light became more and more dazzling. Among the many life stars, it seemed to exist like the sun.
After that night, my speed of condensing the Destiny stars greatly accelerated. I believe it won't take long before I can condense all the Destiny stars together. But I see how this smelted platinum Destiny star looks so similar to the one that the teacher originally manifested. Well, maybe this also means that I am not an ordinary literary sage, but a person who can stand shoulder to shoulder with a heavenly supervisor.
Qin Feng nodded slightly, very satisfied with this. Time passed in a hurry, and it was late at night before I knew it. In the room, the three of them were practicing and guiding the energy in their bodies. At this moment, the originally silent night was broken by noisy sounds. There were chaotic footsteps on the street. Horse hooves trampled on them, and the sound of neighing suddenly started. Someone shouted loudly,
"All the soldiers of Marquis Wu's army! Gather quickly!"
Qin Feng and others stood up and looked at each other with solemn expressions, because they knew that something big must have happened. In a short time, all the soldiers put on their clothes and armor and gathered on the street. At a glance, they were uniform. The team was as long as a dragon, and it was unknown where it extended. And all the soldiers also learned from the horse-riding commander the reason why everyone was suddenly summoned in the middle of the night. Several celestial cities were invaded by the enemy, and were in danger at the moment. In the attic, Luo Yu looked through the window at the continuous firelight on the street, and his eyes were locked in front of a restaurant. Sun Qi appeared out of thin air, narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile,
"The efficiency of those guys is really high. Tiancheng, which is thousands of miles apart, actually chose to attack at the same time. The bloodline of the gluttonous ferocious beast, possessing the natal magical power of space, can travel thousands of miles away, but only in a blink of an eye,"
Luo Yu said softly.
"Originally I just hoped that they would attack the nearest Liwiching to divert everyone's attention.
But I didn't expect it to be so grand. Could it be that the end of Lingshan Mountain is coming to an end?"
Sun Qi guessed. Seeing that Luo Yu didn't respond, Sun Qi said to himself,
"This disaster in the Southern Territory is no small matter. The Demon Slayer Division will definitely suffer heavy losses. And the Shenhou Army and Wuhou Army, who came from Fontian City, don't know how many people can do it.
If you go back alive, Fontian City will be severely damaged by then. You and King Luo took advantage of this disaster to cleanse the southern region, eliminate dissidents, and also damage Fontian City. You can kill two birds with one stone. When the time comes, it will be a matter of course for him to establish himself as king in the Southern Territory and separate himself from Fontian City. But one thing I'm curious about is what kind of deal you have made with the Garuda clan. Living with them in the Southern Territory is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. After their king returns to his peak, will he fight against Fontian City with you?"
Luo Yu looked up and frowned.
"You talked a little too much today. That's what scholars are like, just to satisfy their curiosity."
Sun Qi shrugged.
"These are not things you need to know. The reason why we are allies is because our interests are the same. I want to deal with Fontian City, and you have to deal with Tianjin Imperial Master. That's all. It makes sense."
Sun Qi nodded in agreement.
"The stage in Liwiching has been set for you. Aren't you still going to use the Garuda clan to test the power of the magical medicine? Why are you staying here all the time? You need someone to set up the stage for an opera. The main actor has just started, so it doesn't matter if I'm a little late."
Sun Qi smiled slightly.
"But you are here, hindering me,"
Luo Yu said lightly.
"I'm asking for trouble. Take the first step."
After the words fell, Sun Qi conveniently disappeared on the spot.
"Immortal magic shrink the ground to an inch,"
Luo Yu muttered to himself. Not long after Sun Qi left, a bloody mouth suddenly appeared in the room with flickering candles. Dark and thick souls stepped out of it. It turned out to be a ghost Buddha. Luo Yu was not surprised. He took a sip of tea and said,
"Wuo's army and Luo Wang's army have just left Luo Wang City. If you want to take action here, you'd better wait for a while. I could have taken action a long time ago, but you kept delaying it,"
Guifu said coldly.
"Wouldn't it be too obvious if Luo Wang City, which was heavily guarded by Luo Wang's army, was easily breached by you? We haven't had time to break up with Fontian City yet, so we naturally have to do everything in our drama. What's more, if I hadn't told you about the weaknesses in the defense of the rest of Tiancheng, you wouldn't have been able to destroy the dragon veins in the Southern Territory so smoothly."
The ghost Buddha didn't take it seriously and looked around.
"Where did that guy with squinting eyes go?"
Luo Yu replied.
"Of course, there are important things to do. A high-ranking scholar of unknown origin. I advise you to be more cautious on him. Don't bring a mouse into the rice barn without knowing it. Guifu sneered. You don't need to remind me of this. In fact, Luo Yu and King Luo have never relaxed their vigilance against Sun Qi. So there are always powerful secret guards monitoring him. And after years of observation, their wariness towards the latter has faded a lot. If not completely. If nothing else, at least this magical medicine could achieve today's results only because of Sun Qi's presence. Seeing this, Gue Buddha said nothing more. Anyway, their relationship with King Luo was just a mutual use. The night was like ink, and Wu Ho's army was galloping on Huarong Road. Liuqing and Luoyang City are hundreds of miles apart. Even though the Wu Ho army officers and soldiers are all warriors with good footwork, and even if they can travel smoothly on the Huarong Road, it is still difficult to reach Liuqing for rescue in a short time. Reality. Behind the team, Qin Feng asked in a deep voice. Dad, why don't you let me attract the Golden Winged Rock and lead Wu Ho's army to Liuqing? For the Golden Winged Rock, this distance is only a few flutters of wings. If he had rushed over, even if he arrived, Liuqing would have been destroyed by the enemy long ago. Doesn't Father Qin know this? It's just that before he left Fengtian City, the Imperial Master Tianjian gave him 2 tips bags. And just now, one of the tips bags changed and a note was spit out. There are 4 words clearly written on it: "Tune the tiger away from the mountain." Chapter 667 King Luo's army rises. Father Qin handed the note to Qin Feng. When the latter saw it, he instantly realized that the enemy intended to transfer the troops from Luoyang City. And their real goal was Luoyang City. There was just one thing that Qin Feng couldn't figure out. If the enemy's goal was to destroy the dragon veins in the southern territory, there was no need to attack Luoyang City. After all, even if a lot of the combat power in King Luo's city has been diverted at this moment, there must be a lot of masters secretly guarding King Luo. Why do those ghost-faced men want to gnaw on this difficult bone? Unless that group of people attacking Tianqing did not simply want to take away the dragon veins and release the Yin Qi, but had some other purpose. In Qin Feng's mind, the map of the southern territory appeared. He outlined the 3 previous celestial cities, and the celestial city that was attacked tonight, and connected them into a line. A pattern was faintly visible, like a dragon and a snake. As for the location of Luoyang City, if it was connected to it, it would be the first one. Qin Feng once again thought of the Zhuang Dai he saw in his dream. He always felt that there seemed to be some relationship between the two. The uneasiness in his heart became more intense. And Qin Feng said aloud, Dad, if this is really the case, should we tell General Lai about this and immediately turn around and rush back to King Luo City, so as not to let the enemy succeed? Putting aside the real purpose of the enemy, Luoyang City is to the southern territory what Fengtian City is to Daqian. If Luoyang City overturns, it will definitely severely damage the morale of the soldiers and the Demon Slayer division in the southern territory, which will be very detrimental to the upcoming war. Father Qin naturally knew the stakes and nodded. Just when Qin Feng was about to reveal his identity and report the matter to Liang, he saw Wu Ho's army in front suddenly stopped. What's going on? Qin Feng and the other 3 looked at each other in confusion. Just listen to the commander on horseback pass a military order orally. General Lai has orders. Return to King Luo's city immediately. No mistakes. The accompanying commander of King Luo's army heard this military order, and his eyes widened. General Lai, what do you mean? Liuqing is in danger. Are you going to put the life and death of the people in the city at risk? Liang glanced away and snorted coldly. I have been fighting all my life. And what I hate most is when my own people fight against my own people. The commander of King Luo's army changed his expression when he heard this. Could it be that the plan of King Luo and the young master had been seen through by Liang? No. It's impossible. Although Wahujin is famous in Daqian, General Liang is famous for being a reckless man. How can a person who doesn't know much about the art of war have such sharp eyesight and see through King Luo and Xiao? The Lord's plan? I must have made a mistake. Thinking of this, the commander calmed his mind, frowned and asked, What does General Lai mean by this? Liang shouted angrily. At this time, you still want to act here with me? If the Tianjian Imperial Master hadn't given me a tip in advance, I would have been kept in the dark by you and King Luo. Have you and those bastards laid an ambush in Liwu City a long time ago? As soon as these words came out, the commander-in-chief trembled. It turned out that it was the master of Tianjian who had the uncanny ability to see through everything. He gritted his teeth, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Zheng! The long knife on the side of the waist was instantly drawn out, and then it was slashed at Liang's neck. The attack was decisive and cruel, as if he wanted to kill the other person.
When the officers and soldiers of Marquis Wu's army saw this, they exclaimed,
"General, be careful!"
Lai Ying's eyes widened. Like bells, he lifted the handle of the long sword with his right hand, and with a wave of his hand, the commander of King Luo's army was knocked off his horse with his sword. The middle-aged commander rolled on the ground several times before releasing his remaining strength. He opened his palm and saw that the tiger's mouth was burst open and blood was flowing. A face-to-face meeting is a judgment call. He is a dignified 4th-grade martial artist. But he is not the enemy of Lai Ying. He raised his head and looked around, and everyone in Wu Ho's army stared at him angrily. Now that the plan has been revealed, all we can do is make a fuss. The commander shouted, "Kill!" As soon as these words came out, all the soldiers of King Luo's army, who were originally allies, all had fierce looks in their eyes, and they pointed their swords at Wu Ho's army. The war is about to break out. The sound of Jin Ming fighting instantly resounded through the night sky. The news of the battle soon swept to the rear of the team. After hearing this, Qin Feng and the three of them all looked in disbelief. But with the facts in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it.
"Brother, why did King Luo's army attack Wu Ho's army?"
Qinan said in surprise. Qin Feng and Father Qin looked at each other in confusion. The actions of King Luo's army, and the 4 words written on the note to
"Lead the tiger away from the mountain,"
seemed to have placed a ridiculous fact in front of them. King Luo is working with those who invaded Tianqing, and King Luo is likely to be one of the driving forces behind this disaster in the southern territory. Qin Feng suddenly thought of Luo Yu, whom he had met several times before. Does that gentle and elegant guy know these things? Thinking of this, Qin Feng showed an extremely complicated expression. On the Huarong Road, blood was poured out, and fighting and painful cries emerged one after another. The Wuhou army is recognized as the second most powerful force in Deqian. So how can they be just ordinary? Coupled with the secret help of Qin Feng and the others, the battle situation turned one-sided in just one stick of incense. The commander-in-chief of King Luo's army was defeated steadily by the heroic attacks, and the blood marks on his body turned him into a bloody man. At this point, he could only put aside the last worries in his heart. And while he was being slashed away, he shouted loudly,
"Take the magic medicine!"
As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the commanders of King Luo's army darkened. Then they took out a medicine bottle from their arms and swallowed the golden pills into their mouths. Terrible chi energy erupted from around them, and their cultivation realm was suddenly raised to a higher level in just a blink of an eye. Roar! Like the roar of a wild beast before its death. All the soldiers of King Luo's army counterattacked violently, killing several people in the blink of an eye. Even Lai Ying, who had always had the upper hand, was hit by the opponent's sudden attack, and a bloody mark was cut on his chest.
"What kind of elixir is that? So powerful!"
All the soldiers were shocked for a moment. Lai Ying hurriedly shouted,
"The soldiers below the 6th rank should retreat quickly, and don't fight with them."
Soon enough, the soldiers of King Luo's army, whose strength had been greatly improved, had already rushed into Wu Ho's army, like tigers falling into the flock of sheep. Their eyes were red, their blood was pulsing, and their mouths were whimpering. They had lost their minds, and were no different from wild beasts. Less powerful soldiers are no match for them at all. At this critical moment, 3 figures rushed into the formation. The white light barrier lit up instantly, protecting the Wu Hou army within it. No matter how fierce the offensive with swords, guns, swords and halberds was, they could not break through the white light barrier. Another brave and invincible sword energy poured out with the force of destroying the army, knocking back all the Luo King's army, who had taken the magic medicine with one blow. The most surprising thing was the mysterious man wearing a black robe and a white mask. With a wave of his hand, he knocked away the commander who had wounded General Lai. The knife in the latter's hand was actually broken in one blow, cut in 2. Seeing that the crisis was over, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But when he turned his head and looked towards his father, he had a strange look on his face. The previous situation was so critical. When did Dad change his clothes? Chapter 668. Before fighting against the outside world, you must first settle down at home. The sudden change made all the Wu Hou army soldiers stunned on the spot. And when they saw who it was, they all showed surprise.
"Black robe and white face. It's the former Northern Territory Commander Ghost Chief. I didn't expect him to come to the Southern Territory too. There is also this white light barrier. Could it be?"
The soldiers looked at the back of the barrier, and the figure gradually overlapped with the one in their impressions.
"Qin's military advisor is actually Qin's military advisor."
Sounds of shock and joy came and went. For them, the sense of security that military advisor Qin can bring is even more than that of Lord Baigashi.
Who killed that sword energy?
They looked at Qin and some soldiers opened their mouths, but could not say a word. Because it's true that I can't be famous. This is a bit embarrassing. But how could someone with such strength be an unknown person? It wasn't until Qin raised the black knife and chanted,
"The swastika is solved. The skylock cuts the moon."
Someone immediately reacted.
I know. He is the Zangetsu sword that has recently become famous in the Southern Territory. He is the disciple of Sword Kuang Jintiani. Yes. Yes. I also remembered that every time this person makes a serious move, he will shout this sentence. As expected of Jintiani's disciple. His strength is so strong.
Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly when he heard these words. How could he have imagined that his own whim would have given his second brother such a famous name? Looking up at the battlefield, with Father Qin and his second brother there, and with General Lai's bravery, King Luo's army would not be worried even if they took the magic medicine. Qin Feng turned around and looked around. Many soldiers of Wuhou army were covered in glory. Fortunately, the casualties were not too many. While he continued to maintain the Haotian mirror, he also distributed the healing elixirs in the Sumra ring for treatment. The injuries of the soldiers. After another stick of incense, the rebellious King Luo's army was dead and surrendered. Liang originally wanted to find out the information from the commander. But when he saw the opponent's flesh and blood shriveled and melted into a pool of blood, his whole face became gloomy.
Damn it! No wonder it became so powerful all of a sudden. It turns out the side effects are so severe. These guys are really not afraid of death. This is the magic medicine that the poison sect has been pursuing. In order to gain power, we will not hesitate to end up like this.
Qin Feng approached and said in a deep voice. He originally thought that the current poison sect was the remnants of the original eradication by King Luo. But as things developed, this was not the case. The people in King Luo's army have the magic medicine and know its efficacy. Perhaps the so-called suppression of the poisonous sect was just to deceive others. The poisonous sect is originally from King Luo's side, and he wants to use this magical medicine to fulfill some unknown ambition.
Huh?
Liang was stunned for a moment, looking for recognition, and immediately his eyes widened with joy on his face. And then he stepped forward and gave him a bear hug. He laughed loudly and said,
"Before the expedition, I originally wanted to find a military advisor. But considering that both the military advisors' wives were pregnant, I gave up the idea. After all, this trip to the southern region is dangerous, and it would be really pitiful if the child in his belly loses his father after birth. However, Qin's military advisor is indeed the military advisor of our Wuhou army. He really cares about us. So he put on armor and followed us secretly."
Qin Feng's face stiffened when he heard this, and the veins on his forehead jumped.
"I'm out on an expedition. Can General Lai say some auspicious words? What does it mean that a child is born without a father?"
Liang let go of Qin Feng, scratched his head, and said apologetically,
"I was wrong. Commander Qin, please rest assured. Your unborn child cannot be without a father. Even if you can't go back, our soldiers of Wuhou army will treat your children as their own."
"I can't go back anyway. Forget about cursing me and taking advantage of me." Qin Feng's face darkened.
"General Lai, I won't bother you to worry about my child's affairs. Let's talk about what happened before."
Liang's expression became serious, and he slowly told what happened. After Qin Feng finished listening, he looked at his father beside him with a thoughtful look in his eyes. It turned out that before this expedition, Tianjian Imperial Master had already laid out the chessboard. He not only gave his father the tips bag, but also gave it to General Liang. It is not difficult to guess that the father-in-law, the god of war, must also have received instructions from the Imperial Master Tianjian. This time, everyone is well prepared for the expedition to the Southern Territory.
So, Imperial Master Tianjian has already seen through King Luo's rebellious behavior, and gave you a hint to General Lai in his brochure?
Qin Feng asked aloud. Liang shook his head, and then took out the note from the brochure bag.
"I'm too lazy to think about such brain-shaking things. Qin military advisor can look at it himself."
Qin Feng unfolded the note and looked at it, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He originally thought that the heavenly supervisor had a plan, but he didn't expect that it was not the case. Tianjian Imperial Master only vaguely saw some clues, but could not confirm them. So he wanted to use lying to deceive the other party. As a result, the commander-in-chief of King Luo's army was indeed tricked, and he was exposed in advance.
People who can plan the world are really insidious.
Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Jiang is still very old. At this moment, the note in Qin Feng's hand glowed with white light. and the words on it also changed. Qin Feng and others were all doubtful. And then Ding Xin took a look and saw clearly written on the white paper before going outside. You must first make peace at home. Luo Wang City. Inside Luo Wang Mansion. A secret guard reported.
Reporting to King Luo. It has been 3 sticks of incense time since Wuo's army left King Luo's city.
When King Luo heard this, he stood up with a calm expression. But a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Let's do it.
The secret guard hesitated and said.
But King Luo, the people in the city have not evacuated yet. If we take action now, wouldn't they all die?
King Luo looked up and said in a cold voice.
King Luo's city was captured by the enemy, and the dragon veins were destroyed. If the people in the city are safe and sound, is this normal?
The secret guard suddenly raised his head, looking extremely shocked. The implication of these words was that all the people in King Luo's city would be buried with him.
Is there a problem?
King Luo asked calmly.
No problem. My subordinate will take care of it now.
The secret guard turned around tremblingly. But a sharp sword penetrated his chest in an instant. He looked down blankly, and the life in his eyes quickly disappeared. King Luo took back the sharp sword in his hand, wiped the blood stains on it with a white handkerchief, and said to himself,
I don't need subordinates who can question.
Not long after, a burst of fire shot into the sky, and Luo Wang's city trembled violently. In the attic, Luo Yu saw the scene and said,
It's time.
Hearing this, the ghost Buddha on the side crushed a palm-sized stone Buddha statue into pieces without saying a word. At the same time, several bloody mouths suddenly appeared in the sky above Luo Wang's city, and countless ghost-faced people and Garuda tribe appeared from those mouths.
Although it's just a show, you have to do it to the fullest,
Luo Yu reminded. Guifu sneered and suddenly closed his palms. A huge black Buddha appeared from outside Luo Wang's city. He took the demon-subduing pestle and slammed it at the city. With a roar, the city's protective barrier instantly shattered. Chapter 669. The Chief Master appears. King Luo's city is the largest celestial city in the southern region, and King Luo's army is stationed there. When had the people in the city ever seen such a terrifying scene? Everyone was panicking, and when they saw the Garuda clan waving their wings above their heads, their fear reached its peak in an instant.
The Garuda clan is actually the Garuda clan. Where is King Luo's army? Where is King Luo's army? Ah! Don't come here! Don't come here! Run!
Some people escaped to the city gate and saw King Luo's troops in full order. Just as he was about to call for help, a sharp arrow pierced his head. When the other people saw this scene, they all had expressions of shock and fear on their faces. Why did King Luo's army, which was supposed to protect them, kill them? Some people asked loudly, and some people cried there. But what they got in exchange was not the answers from the soldiers of King Luo's army, but the dense rain of arrows. The commander with an indifferent expression shouted coldly,
According to King Luo's order, no one is allowed to leave King Luo's city. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed without mercy.
The screams echoed in Luo Wang's city, like the wails of H.L. Luo Yu stood in front of the attic window, quietly looking at the tragic scene in the city. This was a one-sided massacre, a bloody fest, as it should be. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly rose, and a shadow covered the sky and sun, pressing down on the sky above King Luo's city. Just heard a loud bang. The huge black Buddha standing tall in the sky, and the earth fell apart in an instant. Another thunder shook the sky, and the huge thunder, like the power of heaven, fell on the Garuda tribe and the ghost-faced people who were killing wantonly. The heartbreaking cry of pain is so satisfying.
Huh?
Guifu looked up. Then his face darkened. That's a huge beast. That's the golden-winged roc. On Da Peng's back. The mighty Wuhou army saw the scene in the city. Their eyes were splitting, and they were filled with anger. They are soldiers of Dakian, and it is their bounden duty to protect the people. But there are people who, for their own selfish desires, disregard the life and death of the people in the city. And the officers and soldiers of King Luo's army, who were supposed to protect the people, have now become the executioners harvesting the lives of the people? How could they endure it? Liang was furious and shouted loudly.
A bunch of damn bastards actually waved the butcher knife on their own heads. Brothers, what should we do to deal with these bastards? Kill!
The roar shook the sky. Above the head of the golden-winged roc, Qin Feng looked cold. He waved his right hand, and thunder struck down continuously. He shouted,
The wind is rising, and the clouds are flying!
Suddenly, the clouds moved in all directions. The strong wind rolled towards the side of the golden-winged roc. Liang sensed something and jumped up suddenly. He did not fall straight from the sky, because the strong wind was like a fierce horse, carrying him galloping towards Luo Wang's city. Seeing this scene, the other officers and soldiers of Wuhou army jumped down from the back of the golden-winged rock without hesitation. The originally fearful people saw a mighty army coming on the wind from high in the sky, like heavenly soldiers and generals. The soldiers of Wuhou army brought them the dawn of life. But what they brought to Luo Wang's army was timidity and fear. When King Luo and King Luo's palace saw this scene, he looked extremely angry.
Why? Why do these people go and come back? Come on! Let the people from the poison sect release poison in the city. I want them all to die here. No need to waste your efforts. I just took advantage of my free time and dealt with them easily.
A joking voice sounded. King Luo looked for his voice, and then his eyes widened.
It's you?
How could the evil-minded King Luo's army be the opponent of the brave and invincible Wuhou army? What's more, the latter is simmering with anger in his heart. At this moment, he is really killing God if he blocks God, and killing Buddha if he blocks Buddha. Under the attack, it can be described as devastating. Qin Feng looked into the city, and saw that the Garuda clan was seriously injured under the power of his thunder. But how can it be so easy to kill them? As the wings on their bodies ignited with fire, the injuries on their bodies recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the natal magical power of the Garuda tribe rekindling the embers. Their astonishing strength, extremely difficult to kill, and the fire poison all over their body make the Garuda tribe a terrifying existence. It is precisely because of this that the battle at Jinling Pass was so tragic and tragic. Of course, because of Qin Feng's restraint, these Garuda clan did not have much impact on the battle situation here. While the thunder continued to suppress the Garuda clan, Qin Feng glanced around and then became confused. The enemy should be absolutely certain to capture Luo Wang City. But why did they send only such a small amount of combat power? Not to mention anything else. That alone is enough to suppress the entire crowd.
Could it be that King Luo's army cooperated internally and externally, and a large number of troops were transferred away, so the enemy relaxed his vigilance?
Thinking of this, Qin Feng shook his head. There are also wise generals among the enemies who are good at divination, and they will definitely have backup plans. Moreover, he could vaguely feel that the dragon veins in Luo Wang City must be very important to the enemy, and it was impossible to be so careless. Just as Qin Feng was thinking, a powerful pressure came, like Mount Tai pressing down on top, making his heart tremble. He suddenly looked up and saw several large bloody mouths opened in the dark night sky. It was Jin Yunheng's spatial magical power. This powerful pressure was naturally felt by everyone in the city. They all looked up to the sky, and several figures stepped out from the bloody mouth. Each figure had an astonishing momentum.
They are all with fighting power above the 3rd level.
Even though he was a brave man who was not afraid of anything, his heart sank when he saw this battle, and cold sweat fell unconsciously on his forehead. Not to mention the rest of the Wuhou army officers and soldiers. Although they gritted their teeth and tried their best to resist the pressure, their legs still bent unconsciously as if they were filled with lead. These enemies are simply not something they can contend with. Father Qin appeared in the night sky in an instant. Looking at the enemies, his expression under the mask was also extremely solemn. Of course, there is no need to say more about Dao Gui, an old opponent. But the opponent is not the strongest among the enemies. The ghost-faced man, with the number 2 tattooed on his chest, and the energy emanating from his body, made Father Qin understand that if he were to fight alone, trying to defeat the opponent in a short time would be nothing more than a dream. And another blurry black shadow even made him feel a sense of powerlessness deep in his heart. This feeling was just like when he faced the Lord of the Swamp that night. This person's strength must have reached a state of transcendence. The movement of the bloody mouth in the void did not stop. As the void shook, thousands more Garuda appeared, with scarlet eyes and murderous intent. For a moment, everyone in Wuhou's army felt like they were in an ice cellar, feeling cold all over their bodies. There is absolutely no suspense about the outcome of this battle.
Brother!
The second brother rushed to Qin Feng's side, his expression solemn. Qin Feng's brain was spinning rapidly, trying to find a way to deal with it. But in the face of the absolute strength gap, all his plans were in vain. Just when everyone was in despair, billowing white mist swept over Luo Wang's city. After ordinary people were exposed to the white mist, they disappeared within a few moments. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise,
Master?
Isn't this by Wu's method the magic technique used by the chief master in Jinyang City seeing flowers in the mist?
Long time no see. I have indeed made some progress.
A gratified voice came from deep in the night. Bailey Old Man stepped into the void and appeared in front of everyone. Then I heard the sound of rushing wind, which was the arrival of powerful friendly forces. Chapter 670 The Divinity of Zhulong.
Master!
Qinan said in surprise. Isn't that figure with red hair and a long sword on his back Shintiani? There were two people beside him. One of them was lean, had black and white hair, and was wearing a loose gray robe. They were Li Luo's master, the legendary Ming Yanzhou, known as the Dragon of the South. The other person, wearing a black gown, has a pale face and obvious dark circles under his eyes. Judging from the strong yin energy surrounding him, it is not difficult to guess that he is Feng Gui Bai Wuyo, one of the three great generals in the Southern Territory. In addition, there is the Sword Emperor Bai Yin who is wielding a long sword, as well as the Dragon Clan's father-in-law, Song Mu, and other Dragon Clan members. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng was shocked and relieved at the same time. With so many big guys coming to the rescue, the outcome of this battle is still unknown. The two sides stared at each other in the night sky, and the atmosphere was tense. The sound of thousands of Garuda clan flapping their wings was particularly harsh in the night. The blurry shadow asked,
I have blocked the secrets of the Southern Territory. How did you figure it out?
Old Man Bailey replied calmly.
If you don't want others to know,
don't do anything except yourself. It makes sense.
The fuzzy black figure compared the combat power of both sides, and suddenly sighed.
It seems that we can't be good tonight. It's always been like this.
The Garuda clan with 6 wings on his back said coldly.
Why bother talking nonsense with these rations? My king is still waiting in Lingshan Mountain.
Qin Feng looked for his voice and frowned. The number of wings on the back of the Garuda tribe also means their strength. Those with 2 wings on their backs are in the realm of 4-turn calamity power. Those with 4 wings are in the realm of 6-turn calamity power. And those with 6 wings are in the realm of 8-turn calamity power. And the legendary King Garuda was in a state of transcendence, with 8 wings growing on his back. At this moment, high in the sky, there are 2 people with 6 wings on their backs, nearly 100 with 4 wings, and the rest all have 2 wings. With such fighting power, the terrifying strength of the Garuda clan is evident. If the Dragon clan had not been present, Wuo's army would not have been a match for the Garuda clan's army. Boom! The 6-winged Garuda flapped its wings, and was the first to launch an offensive, with red flames pouring down like a waterfall. At this moment, a thick thunderbolt flashed across the night sky, illuminating the night like day. The Thunder Dragon bared its teeth and claws, and roared towards the flame waterfall. The moment the two collided, the vast aura was like a stormy sea, violently rolling around. And then they all collapsed. 6-winged Garuda licked his lips.
Who do I think it is? It turns out to be a meat dragon. Aren't you hiding in Tianqi? And why are you taking the initiative to die today? Then again, I haven't tasted Dragon Ball for a long time, and the taste is really addictive.
As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the Dragon clans darkened, and the murderous intent in their eyes almost turned into reality. The Garuda people like to eat dragons, which is why the word flesh dragon comes from this. The fire poison accumulated in their bodies is caused by the accumulation of dragon blood in their bodies. The relationship between the Dragon clan and the Garuda clan has always been a fire and water. Song Zong said coldly.
Leave the Garuda clan to us.
Okay. Old Man Bailey nodded. As soon as the words fell, the Dragon clan used their natal magic power. Dark clouds covered the sky and thunderous snakes surged. Roaring thunder fell indiscriminately on the Garuda army. And the war began. The huge Luowan city was now like a small boat on the roaring sea, teetering on the edge of collapse.
General Lai, what should we do?
A soldier asked. Liang looked up and saw that the sky was fissuring. Day and night alternated, and the climate seemed to have experienced spring, summer, autumn, and winter at a few moments. A battle of this scale, even during the natural disaster in the western region, was incomparable. After all, at that time, there was no transcendent realm. Naturally, the Wuho army could not intervene in the battle between high-ranking warriors, but they were still capable of fighting against the 2-winged Garuda clan. Moreover, the number of dragons is already very small. Even if they are strong, they are still stretched thin before the Garuda army, so they naturally need support. After thinking for only a moment, Liang made a decision.
Soldiers below the 7th rank, quickly retreat from this battlefield. Brothers above the 7th rank, and I will kill those birdmen.
Kill! The blood boiled and the roar shook the sky. Qinan has already joined the battle and is fighting with the Garuda clan. With his current strength, even against the 4-winged Garuda clan, he can handle it with ease and can provide considerable help. And Qin Feng also added the magical power of Wabao to the soldiers of Wuhou army, improving the combat power of the soldiers. He originally wanted to join the battle in person, but suddenly he felt something in his heart and looked in the direction of the inner city of King Luo City. In the hazy white mist, a familiar figure in Xingyi walked along the broken long street towards a high tower. That high tower was the dragon suppressing tower. And that green robe. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and followed. Luo Yu climbed to the top of the dragon suppression tower. The majestic dragon suppression monument was placed in the center of the tower, surrounded by golden dragon aura. He gently touched the body of Zhenlong monument with his right hand and sneered. What is an emperor? Despair. There were footsteps behind him. Luo Yu didn't look back and said with a smile, Brother Qin, who is so talented and beautiful. It's been a long time since I last saw you. Qin Feng had a complicated look on his face when he heard this. Now that things have come to this, how could he not see that Luo Yu must know all the deeds of King Luo? Why? He asked softly. Luo Yu turned around with a smile on her face. You want to know? The story may be a bit long. Qin Feng didn't reply, just looked at the other party quietly. Seeing this, Luo Yu walked to the window and spoke quietly, telling her past. Many people have obsessions. Some people turn their obsessions into motivation to move forward, while others regard their obsessions as a thorn in their hearts and a nightmare every night. King Luo was such a person. When he failed to compete with Emperor Ming for the throne, he became the prince of the Southern Territory. His obsession with conquering the world became his inner demon. This inner demon gradually affects the people around him. The thought that King Luo always instilled in Luo Yu was that the world should belong to him. Emperor Ming was in charge of the world and made the people miserable and miserable. So he was not worthy of being a king. At first, Luo Yu firmly believed in this. But as he grew older and gained more experience, he understood that all this was just his father's imagination. However, even if you understand, there is no turning back. Since ancient times, it has been difficult to have both loyalty and filial piety. Brother Qin, if you were me, how would you choose? Qin Feng opened his mouth. Don't persuade others to do good without suffering others' suffering. He was lucky. Even though he traveled through time, he was still in a happy family. He has a father who cares about him, a second brother who admires him, and a stepmother who loves him. He also met two beloved ladies and got married. He is not Luo Yu after all. I don't know. Qin Feng answered truthfully. When Luo Yu heard this, he was slightly startled. The cold light in his eyes faded away. At this moment, he seemed to really relax and chuckled like a friend. If you want to talk to me about truth and persuade me to do good, I will definitely do it. Find a way to kill you. Brother Qin, I actually envy you very much. In you, I seem to see another life of my own, with no obsession, no killing, and no intrigue. If I were like that, maybe I would be like you, practicing the tradition of literature and sainthood for the sake of all people in the world, and displaying my ambitions. But there are not so many of us in the world. Qin Feng hesitated to speak. After talking to you so much, I feel really relieved. What follows? Just think of it as my own words. King Garuda has returned to his peak state with the help of the spine of gods and demons in the drum. The reason why these people want to destroy the dragon veins and dragon spirits in Tianqiang is because the ancient god and demon Zhulong was annihilated here. The divinity of Zhulong has long been integrated into this land, causing the Yin Qi of the Southern Territory to flood and turn into dragon veins and dragon spirits. And if you want to resurrect the candle dragon, this divinity is indispensable. Chapter 671 You should call me second senior brother. Qin Feng had a look of horror on his face when he heard this. It turns out that King Garuda has returned to his peak. It turns out that their purpose of destroying the dragon veins is to obtain the divinity of Zhulong and resurrect the ancient god and demon Zhulong. We must not let them succeed. Qin Feng murmured to himself. He must keep the dragon veins and spirits of Luowang City. Otherwise the Zhulong will be resurrected and the Southern Territory will suffer catastrophe. Luo Yu saw Qin Feng's thoughts and showed in his eyes. He was devoted to the people and the world. He was so pure that he was fascinated by him. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that when they met in Baiwa Valley, he couldn't help but want to get close to him. The battle in King Luo City is heating up. The experts on both sides were evenly matched. Even though everyone in the Demon Slayer division had loosened their restrictions, they were still inextricably linked to the enemy. Thunder and flames intertwined. Angry dragons roared, and birds chirped. Wu Hou's army fought one after another, and they were not afraid of death. Even if they were infected with fire poison, they would not give up until they tore a piece of flesh and blood from the Garuda clan.
The energy of the sword split the sky, and the void was like a broken mirror, already torn into pieces. There are ravines on the ground. The longest one extends to no one knows where, and there is no end in sight. Qin Feng looked at the tragic scene outside the attic and frowned. But he couldn't leave. He had to watch the dragon-suppressing monument and the dragon spirit here. At this moment, Luo Yu turned her head and looked in the direction of Prince Luo's mansion. Sighed. Her eyes were a little sad, but she seemed to be relieved. He said,
"The moment King Garuda returned to his peak, the birth of Zhulong was already destined. The Tianjin Imperial Master may have anticipated such a situation. So the battle here was just to reduce the enemy's combat power before the final battle. In other words, it was to remove the nail in my father's hands and prevent him from being attacked from both sides."
Qin Feng was stunned when he heard the words, and then thought of the words on the note from the Imperial Master before going abroad. You must first make peace at home.
You know everything?
Qin Feng said in surprise. Luo Yu looked at the horizon. It was obviously dark night, but there was a line of fire lighting up at the end of the sky. His expression suddenly became solemn, and then he smiled with relief.
Brother Qin, can you tell me, when you were testing your heart, what's the answer?
Qin Feng didn't understand what he meant, but he still said truthfully.
Establish a heart for the heaven and earth. Establish a destiny for the living people. Inherit the unique knowledge of the past saints. And open the balance for all generations. That's very well said.
Luo Yu sighed with emotion. As soon as the words fell, the heaven and earth trembled suddenly, and the phantom of Garuda formed by the fire appeared like a god in the sky of the southern region. At the same time, at Huarong Road, the earth cracked. The dragon-suppressing towers of the major heavenly cities collapsed. Red flames spewed out from the deep pits, and frightening black and white auras continued to emerge, sweeping towards the Lingshan Mountain in the southern territory. The sudden change happened so fast that Qin Feng didn't even react, and the dragon suppression tower under his feet shattered inch by inch. Luo Yu waved her right hand, and countless vines appeared out of thin air, wrapping Qin Feng directly and taking him out of the tower. Qin Feng's eyes widened. The aura revealed by the other party was clearly at the 4th level of the literary Saint Taoist, and it was on par with him. Luo Yu's cultivation level is so high.
Luo Yu!
Qin Feng shouted loudly. Red flames spurted out, submerging Luo Yu's figure. A murmur dispersed in the wind.
Brother Qin, take care of me.
Qin Feng broke away from the vines and wanted to save the other party, but one arm held him down.
This is King Garuda's cursed fire. If you touch it, you will die if you touch it. Are you going to die?
What's more, for him, death may be the best destination.
Turning his head to look, Qin Feng had a look of disbelief on his face. The person who came was actually a silver-haired man from Fengtian City whom he had met once before. Sun Qi looked at the tower that was engulfed in flames, and the rare smile disappeared from his face. The two fell back to the broken earth, and saw the black and white air billowing all over the sky, rolling toward the south. Such a big movement naturally attracted everyone's attention. The high-quality combat power of both sides was immediately divided. The Garuda tribe avoided the thunder and lowered their heads toward the sky. Everyone in Wuho's army looked at the huge shadow in the sky, and fear instantly filled their chests. That is King Garuda, the tyrannical monarch. In the black and white aura, a dragon roar sounded, and everyone's hearts trembled. The oppressive feeling of this dragon's roar even surpassed that of King Garuda's shadow. Sun Qi frowned and said,
Even in the ancient battle where gods and demons came to the world, Xulong was the best among them. Its divine way represents the sun, moon, yin and yang, and it is extremely powerful. According to legend, the reason why the cracks in the barrier between the fairy world and the human world appeared in the first place was closely related to him.
When Qin Feng heard this, he was shocked and asked curiously,
Who are you? Junior brother. You should call me second senior brother.
Sun Qi said. The strange scene lasted for about a stick of incense. During this period, the two sides seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding, and no one took action, until the huge shadow dissipated, and the black and white energy disappeared into the horizon. The blurry black shadow spoke lightly.
The remaining body of the candle dragon is completely integrated with the divinity. It will be when he comes to the world again. Enjoy the few time you have.
After the words fell, Jinan slapped his abdomen fiercely, and countless bloody mouths appeared from the void. The surviving Garuda tribe and the ghost-faced man stepped into it and headed to no one knows where. After the war, Luoyang City was devastated. The soldiers of Marquis Wu's army swept the battlefield, looking for the bodies of their brothers to be pieced together from the ruins. Silent sadness swept through the city. The white mist still lingers. Qin Feng and Sun Qi were walking in the dilapidated city, listening to the latter's thoughts.
Just because my cultivation level is higher. The master sent me here as an undercover agent. He ignored me for more than 10 years. As if I was no longer his disciple. Junior brother. Do you know that when I am in the enemy camp, I am always frightened and my originally cheerful personality seems to be distorted? I've told you so much. Why didn't you say anything? Are you still worried about the fact that Fengtian City hurt you? There was nothing I could do about it. King Luo's secret guards were keeping a close eye on me. So I had to do something to show my loyalty. However, I have to admit that your blood containing Hongming's immortal energy tastes really good. I haven't encountered such pure Hongming immortal qi for an unknown amount of time.
Qin Feng looked around and suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Sun Qi narrowed his eyes and said with a smile,
"It's just a joke. Junior brother. Don't take it seriously. Senior brother Beiji?"
"Beiji?" Sun Qi looked confused. When did he get this name?
Can you leave me alone?
Sun Qi sighed and said,
"Junior brother. You are still a little too naive. In this world, you should get used to it as soon as possible when faced with separation between life and death."
After leaving these words, Sun Qi left without hesitation. How could Qin Feng not know this? But no matter how many times he experienced it, every time he saw such a scene, he always felt uncomfortable in his heart. Bangta! Qin Feng stepped on something under his feet. He looked down and saw half a piece of broken letter paper. Under the bright red and burnt marks, you can vaguely see some writing. "Mother, I can't go back. Take care of the baby." Chapter 672, The Eve of the War. The sunshine, the next day, did not sweep away the gloom in the minds of the soldiers of Wuhe army. Even though they had long been used to separation between life and death, their eyes were still soaked with tears. The brothers who had been drinking and chatting in the past might have been bragging about their wives and children the night before. But in the blink of an eye, not even the complete body could be found. Looking at the ruins and devastation of Luoyang City, sadness overflowed in my chest. Liang listened to the casualty report of the soldiers and responded lightly. But he held the long knife tightly in his hand, and his fingers turned slightly white. Just one night passed, and the number of brothers who set off from Fengtian City was reduced by 1/5. And that was not the final decisive battle. He thought of the phantom of King Garuda, thought of the dragon's roar in the black and white aura, thought of the brutal battle at Jinling Pass, and then let out a heavy breath. 100 miles away from Jinling Pass, the Shou army had already set up camp here. They naturally saw the turmoil last night clearly. The phantom of King Garuda was like a god, hanging over the southern region. It was an existence they had never faced before. The fear in my heart almost comes from instinct. The billowing black and white energy was like rushing into the sea and flowing into the Lingshan mountain. The dragon's roar,
even after a night, still echoed in the hearts of the soldiers, making them tremble with fear. The soldiers of the Shenhou army thought that the war with the Garuda tribe was about to break out. But Lingshan fell into a deathly silence. Only Lu Tianlu was sitting on the horse, holding a brocade bag in his hand and looking solemnly in the direction of Lingshan. He knew that the war was unavoidable, and that this was just the brief calm before the storm. In the imperial study room of Fengtian City, Yu Luosi told the story of what happened in Luoyang City and the southern territory. When Emperor Ming heard that King Luo was dead, the brush in his hand trembled slightly, and there seemed to be more wrinkles on his face. He breathed out lightly.
"I understand."
Not long after, Eunuch Li hurried back, panting.
"What did the Imperial Master Tianjin say?"
Emperor Ming asked.
"Reporting to your majesty, the Imperial Master replied that the extraordinary will inevitably come to the world. In 2 days, the battle at Jinling Pass will be inevitable."
Emperor Ming frowned and turned to look at the inner room. The scroll moved slightly in the wind, and the clear sound of swords flashed away. In Shengonfang, the scroll kings who were busy working in the courtyard suddenly felt extremely hot. Logically speaking, they have been forging tools by the stove all year round, so they should have become accustomed to high temperatures. But the current heat seemed to penetrate their flesh and blood and reach directly to their souls.
When?
Dang dang. The heat was rising on the top floor of the attic where the patriarch was. The forging sound of hammer and iron was like the beating heart of a ferocious beast, with unparalleled shock in its regularity. At this moment, the old man was holding the soul-shattering hammer in his right hand. His flesh and blood bulged all over his body, and a spear kept losing its rudimentary shape in the glare of the quenching fire. Dragon roars roared in the fierce fire. Emperor Ming sent tens of thousands of soldiers to Jinling Pass, and the fighting forces of all parties in the southern region were also gathering. The news that the war was approaching spread throughout Dakian as if it had wings. In the Qin mansion in Fengtian City, the quiet atmosphere was like a huge stone pressing on everyone's hearts, making them unable to breathe. In the lobby, Nyang, Lu Jianli, Song Filan, and Shi Niu's mother-in-law were all there. No one spoke, but the worry in their eyes could not be hidden. The second mother considered that Lu Jianli's 2 daughters-in-law were pregnant, so she couldn't let her thoughts make her sick. So she forced a smile and said,
Although the Nagaluro tribe is very cruel, things are different now, with both the Wuhou army and the Shenhou army present, as well as many high-quality combat forces from the Demon Slayer division, and the people from the Dragon Clan and the Sword Alliance. The Nagaluo clan is not a worry at all. Mother-in-law, do you think so?
Concubine Qin came to her senses and responded quickly.
Isn't that right? I heard from my old man at home that the battle in Luoyang City was a complete victory. Those Garuda tribesmen who were killed were completely defeated. Even if they reached Jiling Pass, the outcome would be the same. You too. Don't worry too much. After all, Qin Feng is just a literary saint and cannot be at the forefront. Not to mention that Tianlu and his father-in-law are also there. They will definitely protect Qin Feng's safety.
Concubine Qin naturally learned about Qin Jianan's identity from Nyang. She was surprised and extremely happy at the same time. The famous Northern Ghost leader is also here. And with the addition of Nan Tianlong, everyone will definitely be able to come back safely.
Mom, let's not talk about these spoilers. There is fish soup stewed in the kitchen, and I can't carry it alone. You can go with me,
Nyang said with a smile.
Well,
the two of them left the lobby. Not long after walking, all the strength in their bodies seemed to have been drained away. They leaned against the pillars and trembled slightly. 2 days and 1 night passed, and the army gathered outside Jiling Pass in the southern territory. The campfire crackled. The light of the fire was erratic in the night wind, and the faces of everyone it illuminated were also flickering, just like their mood at the moment. This battle is a near-death battle, and all the soldiers know it. What Lu Tianlu and Liang said back then in Fengtian City, they said again now. Those who still have children, wives and concubines at home who need support can choose to leave, and they will not be dealt with by military law. The words fell, but no one moved. The answers given by the soldiers had already been given when they first arrived at Fengtian City, perhaps because the atmosphere was too depressing. A veteran joked,
Taiju, I have seen before that you have a tough life, and those birdmen of the Garuda tribe will definitely not be able to accept you. So do me a favor. If I stumble and am invited to drink tea by the King of Hell, help me take this letter back to your aunt.
Taiju immediately replied,
Uncle Nyo, I should be the one to say this. You have gone on countless battles with General Lai, and you are still alive and kicking. My mother said, you are a despicable life, and God will not accept it.
I have been writing this letter for a long time. If I am not lucky enough, could you please bring it back for me?
The two started chatting, and the other soldiers also started joking.
I would say that Ergu has great fortune and great fortune. If he is named like this, how hard will his fate be? We might as well leave all the letters to him. Screw you, sir. According to what you said, your name is sure too. Who can be as tough as you?
The soldiers began to joke with each other until someone said,
How about this? Let's find a place to hide the letter. Someone will be able to take it back.
Right? As soon as these words came out, they were immediately recognized by everyone. Someone with sharp eyes saw a cave and said,
How about just putting it there? Not bad. Not bad. The wind can't blow it, and the rain can't hit it.
The soldiers took action one after another, and within a short time, 1/3 of the huge cave was filled. One of the soldiers smiled and said,
Actually, according to me, we are all tough people, so we have no use for these letters. To tell you the truth, I thought it would be unlucky to have this thing with me, so I left the letter. When the time comes, I can take the letter back to Fengtian City and chat with my mother-in-law. Her eyes will turn red from crying, and she will curse me as a devil. It's quite exciting to think about it.
Everyone laughed, and the fear in their hearts seemed to be taken away by the laughter. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng silently called his second brother, who was not far away, to a secluded place.
Brother, what's wrong?
Qinan asked curiously.
Second brother, please go back.
Chapter 673 Just for a Clear Conscience. Qinan was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise,
Brother, what are you talking about? I won't go back. I am your eldest brother. If my father is not here, I will be like my elder brother and my father.
Qin Feng said with a frown. Qin Feng knew very well how dangerous this battle with the Garuda clan was, and he naturally did not want his second brother to make any mistakes here.
I respect my elder brother. Normally, no matter what you say, I will listen to you. But not this time. My master often told me that a martial artist must have a pure mind and clear thoughts, so that he can move forward bravely and be invincible. If you are afraid of death and want to escape, then it's okay if I don't practice martial arts. This time, I am going to pick up the long sword and chop the Garuda bird people into pieces, letting them know that the human race cannot be bullied.
Every word comes from the heart, inspiring the deaf and enlightening. Qin Feng couldn't help but be moved by his second brother's words, but he still couldn't let him take this risk. So he reasoned and moved him emotionally.
You are still young, and you haven't even married a wife. That girl Baichio is still waiting for you in Fontian City. Listen to your elder brother. Don't wade into this muddy water, and return to Fontian City as soon as possible. Dad and I are enough here.
Qin said, dissatisfied.
According to what the eldest brother said, you should be the one who should go back most. The two sisters-in-law are pregnant and need someone to accompany them right now, in case Big Brother has any shortcomings in this battle. Bah! Bah! Bah!
Qin Feng spat several times and interrupted.
What's the crow's mouth? If you can't speak, don't say it. Are you serious about not going back? Qin said firmly.
If you want to go back, brother, I won't go back anyway.
Hearing this, Qin Feng opened his mouth and finally sighed.
Since you insist on doing this, I won't say anything more.
He looked up to the north and said leisurely.
Tomorrow is when we attack Lingshan. Second brother, look at it. I wonder if the moon seen in Fontian City is as bright as the one seen here. I wonder if Ernyang and the others are also looking at the bright moon and worrying about me.
Qin was a naive martial artist after all. These words immediately aroused the feeling of longing in his heart, and he looked at him, dazed for a moment. Seeing this, Qin Feng walked quietly behind the other party. His right hand turned into a knife, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes.
Second brother, don't blame the elder brother. The elder brother is doing this for your own good.
Thinking of this, Qin Feng waved his hand and hit Qin on the back of the neck. He wanted to knock the opponent unconscious before sending someone back to Fontian City. Snapped. The sound is crisp, but the effect is not very good. Qin turned around, touched the back of his neck and asked curiously,
Brother, what are you doing?
Qin Feng's face froze. The TV series were all lies as expected. Which idiot scriptwriter came up with the idea of knocking people out by hitting them on the back of the neck? Could it be that I am not strong enough?
There are mosquitoes.
Qin Feng took back his right hand and said silently,
There are mosquitoes in this climate?
Qin looked around doubtfully. When the first plan failed, Qin Feng hatched a second plan, planning to take the opportunity to drug his second brother's water to stun him. At this moment, the old man wearing a black robe and a white face mask appeared out of thin air and said calmly,
You two come with me.
Then they brought Qin Feng to a deserted place. Qin Feng looked around and twitched his lips. Why was this scene exactly the same as when he called his second brother out? The next development was just as he expected. Father Qin said directly,
The danger this time is far beyond my expectation. This battle is not something you can participate in. Come back quickly. We are not going back.
Qin Feng and Qin said in unison. Father Qin let out a sigh of relief after hearing this. He knew his son better than his father. Such an answer was also what he expected. Without saying a word, he dodged and hit the two of them directly on the back of the neck with two hand knives. Dad, Qin opened his mouth. Then his eyes darkened and he passed out. Qin Feng tried his best to turn around, but he still fell to the ground with a bang and fell unconscious. The last thought that flashed through his mind was it turns out that hitting the back of the neck can really knock someone out. Father Qin just looked at his two sons, with an unknown expression underneath his white face. Suddenly a voice sounded.
It's quite a heavy blow.
Father Qin went out looking for fame, and it was Old Man Bailey and Yan Zhou who came.
King Garuda's strength has not only returned to its peak, but is even stronger than before. This battle will definitely be more brutal than the battle at Jinling Pass. And you and I know it well.
King Garuda possesses the natal magical power of blood inheritance, which can stimulate the blood power of his own clan and unleash powerful combat power. The stronger the Garuda King is, the stronger the blood inheritance will be. This is a secret that only a few people know. In addition to it, the Candle Dragon may also come to the world. Who dares to think about such scenes? Even though he is the brave and fearless leader of the Northern Ghost, he also feels that this battle is very dangerous. Otherwise, he would not resolutely use such means to send his 2 sons away from such a place of right and wrong. How could old man Bailey not know this? He looked in the direction of Lingshan and sighed. Do your best to know the destiny. 2 soldiers from the Wuhou army drove 2 fast horses, carrying Qin Feng and the others towards Jinyang City, the nearest celestial city. The order they accepted was to take Qin Feng and the 2 of them back to Fengtian City. But the war was about to begin, and the 2 soldiers were unwilling to stay away. So they came up with a strategy to find the nearest place to settle down. They want to live and die with Wuhou's army. When Shi Ziming of Jinyang City saw Qin Feng, he was surprised at first. After learning the whole story, he couldn't help but sigh, and then sent Yang He and Zhang Tianan to settle down Qin Feng. The moon is exceptionally bright tonight, but no one in the Southern Territory has any intention of admiring the moon. They only feel that the sky is extremely dark. In the restaurant, the night wind blew open the window of the house where Qin Feng was sitting, and the candles flickered. A ray of moonlight flowed into the room, like running water, and the dim room was instantly illuminated like daylight. The figure of a white deer with colorful antlers appeared in the moonlight. He looked at Qin Feng with his eyes closed on the bed, slowly approached, and then pressed the antlers against Qin Feng's forehead. After a while, Qin Feng's spiritual thoughts awakened from the divine sea. When he saw the white deer in the divine sea, he was extremely shocked. A soft voice sounded in his mind. You are knocked unconscious and are now in Jinyang City. Qin Feng reacted, thought of the shameless father's sneak attack from behind, and hurriedly said, Senior, can you wake me up? So what if you wake up? Now you are not strong enough to influence the situation of the battle. Even if you go, your life will be in vain. I hope the senior can help the junior to wake up. The junior wants to do his part and doesn't want to have any regrets. Qin Feng said firmly. Even if you die? Bai Lu asked softly. Even if you die? Why? Bai Lu looked curious. Just for a clear conscience. Qin Feng said firmly. His father once said many words to him, but he always turned a deaf ear and forgot about them. But there was one sentence that he always kept in mind. That is, only by never forgetting your original intention can you always succeed. And only ask your heart in everything. No shame. Bai Lu's eyes lit up, and he seemed to see the shadow of that person in Qin Feng. The same is for the sake of the common people in the world, regardless of one's own safety. I can wake you up. Thank you, Senior, Qin Feng said excitedly. But not now. Qin Feng frowned. Senior, what do you mean? Bai Lu stepped in the void in Qin Feng's divine sea, finally looked at the destiny stars in the sky, and spoke again. Although there is not much time, there should be enough time. You need to step into the 3rd level realm tonight. In this way, you can use the divinity I gave you. Chapter 674. The battlefield is like purgatory. Before Qin Feng could be surprised, the soft moonlight enveloped him, and the destiny star in the divine sea burst into clear light, seemingly able to move at will. Qin Feng suddenly had a feeling that integrating all the stars in the sky into one place was far easier than before. He thought of the cruelty of this battle and the urgency of time. After thanking him, he closed his eyes and began to integrate the stars in the sky. Not long after, the white light floating on the heart-asking platform suddenly flashed. The shadow of Senior Xian Yi slowly appeared, and then he looked at Bai Lu with a thoughtful look on his face. I seem to have seen you somewhere. The colorful horned white deer stared blankly at the white shadow, with a look of nostalgia in its eyes. He slowly approached and entangled himself beside the heart-asking platform. Time seems to have returned thousands of years ago. In a simple study room, a young man was reading there. Another girl was watching quietly from behind, and then quietly plucked the petals that fell on the young man's head. Xian didn't say anything when he saw Bai Lu. Although he was curious, he didn't ask any more questions. He looked up at Qin Feng, who was hanging in the sky. The latter's soul continued to grow, and the platinum life star also emitted more brilliant light as time went by. Woohoo! The sound of horses' hoofbeats and the sound of horns. The moment the dawn sun shines on the land of the Southern Territory, it means the beginning of a cruel war. The sun swept away the darkness of Jinling Pass. 20 years later, the human soldiers once again stood in front of Jinling Pass with resolute will. Everyone looked solemnly and looked towards Lingshan. In addition to the snow that never melts all year round, there are also the Garuda clan fluttering their wings all over the sky. The flaming wings, the scarlet eyes, and the terrifying murderous aura all showed their power. In addition, there is also Zongtian and his group headed by Fuzzy Black Shadow. If you take any one of them, they have super strong combat power above the 3rd level, far beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers. Invisible pressure is like the shadow cast by the spiritual mountain, pressing on everyone's heart. The blurry black shadow said calmly.
You can obviously enjoy the last tranquility and wait for the end to come. So why do you come to die on your own initiative? Is it because you want the blood to be soaked in the snow on the mountain?
Old Man Bailey smiled and replied.
The reason why I came here today is to clean up the snow that never melts on Lingshan Mountain.
As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost Buddha laughed sharply and said,
My lord, why bother talking nonsense with them? Wait until I make them disappear into ashes.
After saying this, the 6 palms of the ghost and Buddha suddenly joined together, and 4 huge black Buddhas stood upright from the ground. He raised his foot, which was like a mountain, and stepped hard on the human soldiers. He seems to have seen the tragic scenes of mourning victims in the field, with their bloody flesh and blood. However, 4 huge black shadows stood up instantly, and in the blink of an eye they transformed into even larger giants. Like ghosts and gods, they pushed forward with both palms, and the 4 huge black Buddhas leaned back in response. Waves of air swept around, and dust flew up. This is the puppet method of the 100 Ghost Taoist, the giant spirit god. The person who took action was none other than Feng Gui Bai Wuyo. Just after a confrontation ended, a sound of breaking through the air sounded again. The silver light cut through the sky, with unrivaled momentum, and shot straight towards Feng Gui Bai Wuyo's head. It was Gong Du's life-threatening arrow. The sword energy soared into the sky, easily cutting the flying arrow in half. Dao Quang Jintian held a long sword in one hand and stared at Gong Du coldly. Traitors of the human race should be punished with death in order to comfort the souls of their deceased compatriots. The 8-winged Garuda looked at Yan Zhou in front of the crowd and said sternly,
I couldn't take your life in the battle back then, but today I will taste your flesh and blood.
After the words fell, the 8 wings flapped, and the speed was like teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Yan Zhou appeared above his head. The violent wind formed by the flapping wings turned into an indestructible sharp blade, pouring down towards the Yan Zhou and engulfing the latter. Li Luo in the crowd saw this scene and exclaimed,
Master!
In the blink of an eye, a scream sounded out, but it did not come from Yan Zhou, but from the 8-winged Garuda high in the sky. Everyone looked for the sound, but they didn't know when Nagalia's wings were missing a pair. The broken wings were bloody, and blood sprinkled like rain with flames. Looking to the other side, a lion manifested by golden energy was filled with murderous intent, and in its mouth was the broken wing of the Nagalura tribe. Lu Tianlu said in surprise,
Swanee.
The smoke dissipated, and Yan Zhou's figure reappeared. His shirt had been taken off, revealing his strong body. On its back, there are 2 lifelike animal-like patterns. Old Man Bailey said to himself,
If you have developed the use of strength to the extreme, then Nan Tianlong's use of strength is in a different way. He can seal the souls of the demons and ghosts he has killed into his body with their energy, thereby gaining their power. If I remember correctly, this swan and I should be a powerful beast that wreaked havoc in the west of the Southern Territory 10 years ago. Its strength reached the peak of its 8th level calamity power.
Father Qin on the side heard this and said calmly,
SOSO.
When all the soldiers and demon slayers saw this scene, they all cheered. After all, that was the 8-winged Garuda. But he suffered a big loss at the hands of Master Simon just by looking at him. Lu Tianlu nodded slightly, winning the battle before fighting. At this moment, the morale of the army was greatly boosted, and it was the time to send troops. The 8-winged Garuda was also furious and said,
Kill me! I will make the southern region barren of grass and corpses everywhere.
As soon as these words came out, the Garuda tribe all flapped their wings, causing a strong wind to rise suddenly. Lu Tianlu and Liang looked at each other, and then shouted loudly,
Today, not even a Garuda can fly out of Jinling Pass.
Shenhou Army. Kill! Wu Ho Jun. Kill!
The roar shook the sky. The war broke out instantly. The roar of gunpowder is endless, and the endless bows and arrows seem to be able to cover the sky. In the sky, hundreds of 2-winged Garudas had their wings pierced by sharp arrows, and their blood spread all over the sky. However, when the blood with fire poison fell into the soldiers, it was like maggots on the tarsal bones, causing considerable harm to the soldiers. The wings of the powerful Garuda tribe vibrated and the wind roared, knocking down countless bows and arrows, and their sharp claws fell into the crowd, harvesting the lives of the soldiers. Naturally, the dragons would not sit idly by and quickly join the battlefield, fighting with Garuda on the 4 wings. Lu Tianlu knew very well that the long-range attrition effect was bound to be limited, and the large area battlefield would eventually evolve into brutal hand-to-hand combat. However, The flesh and blood of the Garuda clan is as hard as stone. Under the same level, a single soldier is no match at all. Fortunately, the number of human soldiers is several times higher than that of the opponent. So the fighting method is simple. Use arrows to force the low-grade Garuda tribe to the ground, and then kill the opponent with many versus one.
Jin Yun is hungry.
The blurry black shadow said lightly. Jin Yun, who was short and fat, understood what he was doing. But just when he was about to unleash his bloody space technique, he was wiped out by the powerful thunder. Song Zong also has the natal magical power of the void method. How can he let the other party use the void method to come and go freely? The blurry black shadow was about to say something, but a stream of pure energy shot towards him, interrupting his words. Then looking at it, the old man Bailey said calmly,
Long time no see. Looking for a place to catch up on old times?
As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Weo attacked Gui Buddha. Jin Tian slashed at Gong Du one by one. Father Qin and Yin Zhou looked at each other and set off together to contain the second ghost-faced man and the sword ghost. The 3 members of the Sword Alliance by Yin and the 36 stars of the Demon Slayer division also went to fight against the high-quality combat power of the Garuda clan. Shunli was stopped in front of Sun Qi. The latter narrowed his eyes and smiled and said,
Senior brother, I haven't seen you for many years. If you don't reflect in the 9th prison, what are you doing here? I happen to be free today, and I would like to ask you for some skills. Please don't refuse.
Shunli scratched his messy hair and sighed. Then several strong winds swept towards him, and he had to respond. The sound of golden roar stirred, and the sounds of roaring and roaring came one after another. Blood and immortal flame soaked the earth, and the soldiers poured their lives into the defense line of Jinling Pass without retreating even a step.
A birdman can't even think of flying out of Jinling Pass. Brothers,
kill me. Kill. Garudas and soldiers are dying all the time, and the battlefield is a purgatory. Chapter 675 King Garuda appears in the world. The aftermath of the high-level battle made the sky over Jinling Pass seem incompatible with the entire southern region. Old Man Bailey tried his best, but still couldn't do anything to the other party. The blurry black shadow fluttered and said in a cold voice,
Even if the old guy in the Dingtian Tower of Howin Academy can leave Fengtian City, he can't help me. What can I do with you? King Garuda is absorbing the last power of the spine of the gods and demons to strengthen himself. And the divine nature of the Candle Dragon merges into one place. And it is inevitable that he will be reincarnated into the world again. You are powerless to change any outcome. Just like the ignorant soldiers below, death is already your inevitable outcome. Your struggle is meaningless. When King Garuda shows up and uses the Blood Inheritance's natal magical power, it will be a one-sided massacre. After hearing this, Old Man Bailey lowered his head and looked at the battlefield. The tragedy was no longer enough to describe the scene he could see. The sharp claws of the Garuda tribe pierced the chests of the soldiers, and the immortal curse fire burned the flesh and blood to black, and the dark blood flowed down the armor. The insignificant human race is only worthy of being our food ration. Garuda looked fierce with bloodthirsty murderous intent in his eyes. It wanted to pull its sharp claws out of the soldier's chest to kill more people. But the dying soldier used his last strength to grab the opponent's arm fiercely. Useless struggle. The wings vibrated, whipping up the strong wind, and the wind blades left traces of blood on the soldiers' bodies. But the soldier was completely unaware that there was blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth with a crazy smile. Not knowing where he got the strength, he suddenly jumped up and threw Garuda to the ground, shouting, "The human race will win!" Boom! The moment the fire burst out, everything was extinguished, except for the lingering sound drowned in the battlefield. Nothing was left. And pictures like this can be seen everywhere, even if it is the last moment of life. Even if death has become the end. As long as the soldiers are still breathing, even if they bite, they will tear off a piece of each other's flesh and blood. The cry of, "The human race must win," is like the horn sound of charging, making every soldier fearless of death. But it is also like the devil's voice urging death, making countless Garuda clansmen tremble with fear. The Garuda tribe doesn't understand why these lowly ants, even with low strength, can cause them heavy losses. They don't understand why they still have the strength to make a death struggle even though their injuries are fatal. They don't understand why these ants are as difficult as they were 20 years ago. Fear flashed across their scarlet eyes, and the blood and sacrifice of their companions only made the human race's fighting spirit even higher. The shouts of, "Humanity will win!" actually drowned out the din of the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Old Man Bailey remembered the battle at Jinling Pass 20 years ago, and tears fell from his eyes. Every cause must have an effect in this world, and nothing is ever meaningless.
It is precisely because of their succession that the human race has the blood and will to continue to pass on. And one day, this will be so strong that no one can defeat it.
The blurry black shadow looked at the battle situation and saw that the number of the Garuda clan was constantly decreasing due to the fighting of the soldiers. This situation was completely beyond his expectation. Old Man Bailey spoke again.
You always thought that the situation where civil and military forces and hundreds of ghosts could flourish in the world would never happen. So you wanted to use gods and demons to come to the world to fight against that unknown, terrifying force. But the resilience of the human race is far beyond your imagination. Because of this world is the only one left in the three realms.
After the words fell, a shocked and angry voice sounded.
Sword Demon, what are you doing?
The blurry black shadow looked for a voice and saw a shocking stab wound on the back of the ghost-faced man with the number 2 tattooed on his chest. And the person who made the move was none other than the Sword Ghost. Rao Shurjantiani and Father Qin were unable to react for a moment when they saw this scene.
What are you doing standing there in a daze? If we don't take action together, do we have to wait until King Garuda shows up?
Sword Demon said in a deep voice. Old Man Bailey said at the right time.
You can trust him.
Now that the matter has come to this, how can everyone not understand that Dao Gui and Zhang Tian and his party are not of the same mind at all? He is the secret agent arranged by the Tianjian Imperial Master.
Knife Ghost!
The number 2 ghost-faced man gritted his teeth. If he was fighting alone, he was not afraid of anyone. However, he was seriously injured at the moment, and he had to face Bei Guishu, Dao Gui and Yan Zhou at the same time. How could he be his opponent? After one blow, he retreated violently. The betrayal of the Sword Ghost was completely beyond the expectations of everyone in Zhongtian. On the other side, Sun Qi narrowed his eyes and smiled and said,
Elder brother, you and I have almost set up the formation. Is it time to take action?
Shinli sighed.
For today's plan, the teacher hid it from everyone in the world and imprisoned me in the 9 levels prison for more than 10 years. If that were the case, that would be fine. And I would be asked to do what I am least good at, acting, and tremble in fear under the eyes of the enemy every day. Senior brother, don't say any more. How long have you been undercover just now? How can you compare with me? The top priority now is to reduce the number of enemies before King Garuda appears. It makes sense.
Shinli and Sun Qi faced Garuda all over the sky, and then clasped their hands together. The white light array suddenly lit up where they had previously fought, and it was dazzling.
For God's Tian information, rise!
As soon as the words fell, around the white formation, the phantoms of Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanmu appeared. Fierce white light struck the Garuda clan, and the screams were deafening. The battle situation that was originally inseparable became clear due to the defection of Dao Gui and Shinli. The human race has a huge advantage. When the soldiers saw this scene, their fighting spirit became even higher, and the Garuda tribe was defeated step by step.
Tread down the spiritual mountain! Tread down the spiritual mountain!
The shouts were passionate and demonstrated their determination to win. But at this moment, the sky and the earth trembled suddenly, and a firelight lit up at the top of Lingshan Mountain. A Garuda with 10 wings on its back appeared in front of the world. Its pressure was like an invisible hand, strangling everyone's heart. King Garuda appeared, and in his body, there is still black and white energy flowing, which is the divine power of Zhulong. King Garuda glanced at the battlefield and looked at the 4 gods' heavenly formation. His sharp claws pointed toward the void, and the extremely powerful formation collapsed in an instant. Shinli and Sun Qi both looked shocked. What kind of terrifying power is this? For the world, the state of transcendence is like a godlike existence. The blurry black shadow saw the aura of black and white, and said solemnly,
Why does the divinity of Zhulong appear in you?
King Garuda glanced at it, and replied with a sneer.
The remnant body of the gods and demons, and the divinity of the candle dragon tastes really wonderful. Now, I feel a power that I have never had before. I will rule over this world, and let the wings of the Garuda clan spread throughout the world. And you are fortunate to be witnesses of this beginning. How dare you spoil the master's plan?
Ghost Buddha said angrily. King Garuda snorted coldly, and the energy around him surged, and the space around him collapsed because it could not bear his terrifying power. At the same time, the eyes of all the surviving Garuda tribe became extremely red, and their strength was rapidly increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. That is Xue Ji's natal magical power. Boom! King Garuda fluttered his wings, and the immortal curse fire ignited. His curse fire is completely different from ordinary curse fire. It has turned into black and white, rolling towards the heaven and earth like a tsunami. The space became twisted and red like iron calcined at high temperature. There was a ghost-faced man contaminated by the black and white cursed fire. But in the blink of an eye, the physical body and soul melted away. The Garuda clan was infected by the cursed fire, and their bodies turned into black and white, and their strength became stronger. How could you not tell from the blurry black shadow that King Garuda wanted to kill them all together?
Go first.
All the ghost-faced people immediately retreated. However, with the speed at which the cursed fire spread, the human soldiers had no time to escape. The old man Bailey's face darkened, and he shouted,
I'm here to stop Cursed Fire and King Garuda. And you can deal with the rest of Garuda.
As he finished speaking, he suddenly clasped his palms together, and the white light barrier spread out in all directions with him as the center. Not only did it envelope King Garuda, it even blocked the black and white cursed fire. Father Chin and others looked at each other. They knew very well that the old man Bailey was just a clone of the Tianjin Imperial Master. Even if he could reach the realm of transcendence, he could not compete with the current King Garuda. They must deal with the rest of Garuda as soon as possible. But this is easier said than done? It is difficult for ordinary soldiers to compete with a group of Garudas. But high in the sky, there are thousands of Garudas filled with murderous intent. Garuda, who has been strengthened by blood succession and black and white cursed fire, even though he originally only had 6 wings, is now comparable to 8 wings. What a terrifying concept is this? Howl! As the sharp cry sounded, the Garuda clan's attack came instantly. The strange scene at Jinling Pass can be seen clearly even in Jinong City. The sky was like burning clouds, and the space was broken and twisted. It was really like H.L. Many people in the city had packed up their belongings, rushed out of the city, and fled towards the north. In the restaurant room where Qin Feng was, Shi Ziming looked in the direction of Jinling Pass with his brows furrowed.
Master Sijing, what should we do?
Yang he asked in a deep voice. When Shi Ziming heard this, his mind was in a state of confusion. At this moment, Qin Feng, who had been lying on the bed, opened his eyes. In the sky of Jinong City, a strange red thunder flashed across. Shi Ziming and others immediately bent down. They only felt their shoulders carrying a huge mountain on its back.
Lord Sijing, what is going on? Could it be that the Garuda clan is coming to kill them?
Yang he asked with difficulty.
I don't know either.
As Shi Ziming spoke, his right hand, which had been glowing with a soft white light, was placed on his shoulder, and he was immediately startled. Turning his head and looking around, he saw that the owner of the palm was none other than Qin Feng. At this moment, the opponent's eyes are the color of amber. His hair has turned into silver, and his whole body is shrouded in a bright light like moonlight. He really looks like an immortal.
Qin Feng, you? I don't have time to explain to you. I have to survive the disaster first, and then rush to Jinling Pass.
Qin Feng looked up at the roaring red thunder in the sky and replied calmly, without any emotion in his tone.